Welcome to the Heavenly Path Bureau. I am System 334, here to serve you, the host, with utmost dedication. A cheerful voice resonated in the space as Meng Yan surveyed his surroundings, finally resting his gaze upon the harmonious cat before him. A feline form? The system's appearance is tailored to the host's preferences, the harmonious cat replied, its large eyes glistening as it looked at Meng Yan. If the host is dissatisfied, a change can be made. Why the harmonious color? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, a slight urge to reach out, yet he restrained himself. Because harmonious color conveys seriousness, fostering better collaboration between the system and the host. Internally, 334 grumbled about the potential for the host to mistake it for a mere pet, fearing for its own dignity. However, such thoughts were best kept to itself. Is there anything else the host wishes to know? 334 attempted a serious demeanor, adopting a businesslike tone.
None.
Very well. Would the host prefer to rest briefly or dive directly into the task? I'll proceed directly to the task. After establishing defensive and concealment barriers, Meng Yan approached the only bed in the room, reclining upon it with a satisfied smirk, pleased with the employee benefits provided. Understood, host. We shall now initiate the system binding. Please relax, the harmonious cat instructed, as it began to emit a radiant white light. This light swiftly enveloped Meng Yan, sketching a cluster of red spider lilies upon his shoulder, the vibrant blossoms blooming against his fair skin, strikingly beautiful. This is the spider lily, a bridge for communication with the underworld and a conduit for the host to liaise with the client. Throughout the host's tenure, tasks will be accepted through this flower, transforming into a mandala flower upon completion. The spider lily, with its blood-red hue, is known as the flower of guidance, blooming by the river of three paths, its fragrance possessing the power to evoke memories of past lives in the deceased. The mandala flower, pure as a celestial being, flourishes on the opposite bank of oblivion, also referred to as the flower of the afterlife. Legend has it that this flower emerged from the enlightenment of the spider lily, a realization bestowed by the Buddha. Using such a flower as a guide is indeed intriguing, Meng Yan mused nonchalantly. Subsequently, 334 transformed into a beam of light, swiftly merging into the outlined flower, becoming its stamen. In an instant, the flower shimmered with brilliance, emanating a lifelike aura. System binding successful, the task commences. Given that the host is a novice, you will enter the beginner task realm to acclimate to the work. Future tasks will be assigned based on the host's performance. 334's tone shifted from cheerful to serious. Furthermore, please be advised that each task offers only one opportunity. Should the host fail, you'll be cast into the punishment realm and will forfeit any merits. The punishment realm? Meng Yan queried, a hint of curiosity in his expression. 334's tone intensified. The punishment realm was originally known as the retraining realm, but due to its extreme trials, it has been colloquially dubbed the punishment realm by both hosts and systems alike. The host must exercise utmost caution. With a raised voice, 334 expressed its evident trepidation regarding the punishment realm. So, if the task is unsuccessful, both the host and the system will be subjected to the punishment realm? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Meng Yan's eyes. Indeed, hence it is imperative that the host exerts every effort to complete the task. I comprehend, rest assured. Meng Yan smirked, reassuring his system, for with all this fur, a significant loss would surely affect the tactile experience. Please prepare yourself, you are about to enter the beginner task realm. With the host's promise, 334 breathed a sigh of relief, its tone brightening considerably. Naturally, the host chosen by the superior would not be unreliable. The superior truly cared for it. Next time off, it must treat the superior to a hearty meal. Reliable hosts are a rarity these days. Upon awakening, Meng Yan found himself lying in a bedroom. The furniture was sparse, yet it was evident that it belonged to a young girl. Posters of anime and handsome male celebrities adorned the walls, while a desk by the window was cluttered with books and study materials. After taking in his surroundings, he closed his eyes again to begin receiving the client's commission. The client's name was Yi Xiaoxiao, the only child of ordinary office workers. Her family was not particularly affluent, but comfortably middle class. Though not overly pampered, she had been raised with care. The original host's parents maintained a harmonious relationship and placed significant emphasis on their child's education. Despite being an only child, Yi Xiaoxiao did not develop a spoiled temperament. Throughout her life, she had been the model student, achieving commendable grades. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, her life would likely have remained ordinary yet stable. However, fate intervened when Yi Xiaoxiao turned 16. Yi Xiaoxiao had a childhood sweetheart who was 2 months her senior. Living nearby, they had been classmates since kindergarten, their bond growing ever stronger over the years. During the summer before their first year of high school, her childhood friend, Mudong, confessed his feelings, and they officially became a couple. The parents of both families had also grown close, taking joy in the evolving relationship of their children. They even made a pact to arrange an engagement after high school graduation, followed by marriage upon completing university, eagerly anticipating grandchildren. Had it not been for Li Mingyue, this idyllic scenario might have materialized. Yi Xiaoxiao studied liberal arts, serving as the English representative in her class. With a charming personality and decent academic performance, she was well-liked among her peers, particularly the boys. Mudong excelled in science, ranking at the top of his class, tall and handsome, a star on the school's basketball team, consistently basking in popularity, especially among the girls. They were regarded as a golden couple, even the teachers turning a blind eye to their relationship, occasionally teasing them. However, during their second year of high school, new neighbors moved in across from Mudong's family. This new family had 2 children, the elder being Li Mingyue. Due to a job relocation, Li Mingyue's family had moved to Ling City and became neighbors with Mudong. Coincidentally, the school Li Mingyue transferred to was the same one as Mudong and Yi Xiaoxiao's, and she was placed in the same class as Yi Xiaoxiao. As a result, Yi Xiaoxiao and Mudong gradually became acquainted with Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue lived up to her name, embodying a gentle and pure visage, the very image of a first love in the hearts of many boys. Within days of transferring, she became a sensation at school. Some boys even created a beauty list, placing Li Mingyue at the top, eclipsing all others, with countless admirers. Mudong was playfully teased about the harmonious dynamics between the 2 prominent beauties in the school. In response, Mudong frowned and clarified his relationship with Li Mingyue, emphasizing that his deep bond with Yi Xiaoxiao transcended mere friendship. In his heart, Yi Xiaoxiao was not only a cherished friend but also the love of his life. From the moment he first dreamt of Yi Xiaoxiao, he had recognized her as his destined partner. Over the years, he had received affections from other girls, even those more outstanding and beautiful than Yi Xiaoxiao, yet he had always been forthright in his refusals. This situation was no different. Realizing the impropriety of the circumstances, Mudong consciously distanced himself from Li Mingyue, and Yi Xiaoxiao, aware of the school gossip, was naturally supportive of Mudong's actions, feeling pleased by his attentiveness. However, Li Mingyue harbored resentment towards their growing distance, particularly towards Mudong. After several attempts to approach him, only to be met with avoidance, she redirected her frustration to Yi Xiaoxiao. Having always been accustomed to the adoration of those around her, Li Mingyue found herself increasingly determined to conquer this challenge, vowing to have Mudong under her spell. Soon, whispers regarding Yi Xiaoxiao's domineering personality began to circulate throughout the school. In response to Mudong's previous discontent, the girls who had once been critical of her banded together, overtly and covertly ostracizing Yi Xiaoxiao. The boys, influenced by the negative rumors surrounding her and Li Mingyue's insinuations, also developed unfavorable opinions of her. Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly transitioned from the beloved goddess of the school to a figure of disdain, even attracting trouble from wayward girls. At this critical juncture, Mu Dong was preoccupied with the provincial physics competition, rising early and immersing himself in his studies. Concerned that revealing the situation might disrupt his focus, Yi Xiaoxiao refrained from sharing her troubles with him. By the time Mu Dong became aware of the circumstances, Yi Xiaoxiao had already begun to exhibit signs of depression. Mu Dong and Mu Dong are classmates, sharing similar pronunciations, but differing characters. From the moment of enrollment, they have been subject to comparison. One is an academic prodigy, the other a minor troublemaker. Naturally, Mu Dong, often overshadowed, harbors resentment towards his counterpart and finds delight in causing Mu Dong trouble. Previously, he had attempted to provoke Yi Xiaoxiao, only to receive a harsh beating from Mu Dong, leading to a loss of face before his followers. With old grievances and new animosities, Mu Dong feels compelled to retaliate, especially upon hearing that Mu Dong has bullied his crush. He confidently assures Li Qingro that he will avenge her. Li Qingro, sensing Mu Dong's intentions, urgently cautions him, suggesting that Mu Dong's actions were incited by Yi Xiaoxiao's provocations. If only Yi Xiaoxiao had not existed, things would be different. This remark stirs memories of Yi Xiaoxiao's previous rejections, fueling Mu Dong's desire for revenge. Although he is a minor delinquent, he still possesses a sense of morality. His plan was merely to intimidate Yi Xiaoxiao and dissuade her from opposing Li Qingro in the future. However, Li Qingro's elaborate schemes indicate she desires a more drastic outcome. She implies that if Mu Dong were to take Yi Xiaoxiao, capturing some compromising photos, he could ensure her compliance and even humiliate Mu Dong in the process. Mu Dong, after taking a deep drag from a cigarette, becomes resolute in his decision to subdue Mu Dong. Li Qingro orchestrates a meeting with Yi Xiaoxiao at a tea shop, secretly drugging her drink before Mu Dong and his associates abduct her to a motel. Despite his intentions, Mu Dong's conscience prevents him from harming Yi Xiaoxiao. He only takes photographs. When Yi Xiaoxiao awakens, he deceives her into believing she belongs to him. Overwhelmed by despair, she tragically jumps from the motel window. In the aftermath of Yi Xiaoxiao's death, Mu Dong is consumed by grief and despair. He eventually discovers that Li Qingro had incited Mu Dong's actions, leading to her demise. Driven by a desire for revenge against Li Qingro, Mu Dong attempts to kill her but fails and is subsequently sent to a juvenile facility. Upon his release, he finds that Li Qingro has risen to stardom in the entertainment industry, protected by influential allies, making her untouchable. In his quest for revenge, Mu Dong joins a clandestine organization, painstakingly building his influence over the years, only to be thwarted by the protagonists who ultimately defeat him. In a tragic confrontation with law enforcement, he meets his end, leaving both families devastated by the loss of their children. Mu Dong is also sent to a juvenile facility, but due to his age and the nature of his actions, he serves only a few months. Li Qingro, having evaded all consequences, successfully enrolls in a prestigious university, leveraging her initial fame to launch her career in the entertainment industry. Yi Xiaoxiao's wish is for Li Qingro's true nature to be revealed, for Mu Dong to find happiness, gain admission to his ideal university, and honor his parents, sparing them further grief. Just then, a voice interrupts Meng Yan's contemplation, inquiring if she understands her task. In response, the system informs her that it has arranged an identity for her, an orphan who recently lost her grandmother and has no other relatives or friends. This identity shares her name and is set at the age of 15, enrolling in the same school as Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong. Curious about the nature of this identity, Meng Yan questions whether it existed prior. The system clarifies that it has created this identity for her task and emphasizes the legitimacy of their operations. Meng Yan, intrigued yet somewhat amused, inquires if completing her task would allow her to leave this world. The system assures her that it is indeed a straightforward arrangement. As the task progresses, Meng Yan learns that Mu Dong plans to confess to Yi Xiaoxiao at an amusement park. Curious about Li Qingro's whereabouts, she discovers that she is currently in High City, and after expressing her indifference towards monitoring her, Meng Yan decides to rest. When she awakens and acclimates to her new identity and surroundings, the school term begins, and she finds herself in the same class as Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong. After completing the registration process, she strategically chooses a seat behind them, observing their budding relationship. Their mutual affection is evident as they share whispered conversations, drawing the attention of those around them. Suddenly, A deep male voice breaks her focus, and she turns to see a tall figure standing beside her, his features obscured by the light and his glasses. He politely asks if he may sit next to her, but Meng Yan senses an underlying assertiveness in his tone. Dismissing any concern, she kindly permits him to join her. Upon hearing her response, the boy smiles slightly, introducing himself as Gu Cheng. Their exchange reveals a mutual appreciation for one another's presence, and Meng Yan finds herself captivated by his striking appearance. As she learns more about Gu Cheng, she discovers that he is a celebrated scholar at their school, consistently ranking at the top in all subjects and earning numerous accolades, establishing him as a prominent figure within their academic community. Strangely, this individual, apart from being a teacher, did not possess a significant presence among the students. Their impressions of him were limited to that of a top student, a bookworm. In Yi Xiaoxiao's scant memories, he had always been a solitary figure, never uttering a word to his classmates throughout the year. Following the division of classes into arts and sciences, their paths diverged even further. Observing this, Meng Yan's lips twitched. Was it truly necessary to exaggerate merely because he wore spectacles? Were all these people blind, unable to see such extraordinary beauty? Contemplating this, her gaze inevitably wandered back to the captivating face beside her, liquid eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, alluring lips, and elegantly defined contours. How could such perfection exist in this world? This was not merely enchanting, it was breathtaking. If I were an emperor, I would willingly sacrifice my kingdom for such allure. This was a natural seductress. Meng Yan's thoughts spiraled, fixated on how soft those lips appeared, wishing to touch them. Do you find it appealing? A melodious male voice inquired nearby. Meng Yan, confronted with the striking visage mere inches away, felt a blush spread across her face at an observable pace, her ears turning a deep crimson. Hastily, she averted her gaze from Gu Cheng's face, her eyes flickering with guilt, darting left and right, but never daring to glance at the source of her distraction. Class is starting, class is starting. In a flurry, Meng Yan extracted a book, burying her head within its pages, transforming in an instant into a fervent student, as if the previous infatuation with beauty was not directed at her at all. Yet, she lost track of how many words she had actually read. A soft chuckle from beside her made Meng Yan lower her head even further, muttering inwardly, truly a source of calamity. She quickly recited a calming mantra in her mind. Well, although I dislike being stared at, if you wish to gaze upon me, I shall grant you a thorough view in the future. A barely audible voice whispered in her ear, accompanied by a scent reminiscent of bamboo leaves, which made her feel weak in the knees, truly overwhelming. At that moment, she comprehended the feelings of King Yu of Zhou. Who could withstand such pressure? She dared not lift her head, continuing to recite her calming mantra, then the Diamond Sutra, fearing that pausing even for a moment would lead her to succumb to this enchanting being. Seeing Meng Yan's timid demeanor, Gu Qing couldn't help but laugh again, realizing that perhaps life ahead would not be so dull after all. Chapter 2, The Childhood Task, Part 2. Has the host comprehended the task details? The voice of 334 interrupted Meng Yan's contemplation. Yes, she replied. In order for the host to better fulfill the task, the system has arranged an identity for you. Please take some time to familiarize yourself with it.
All right.
With that, Meng Yan began receiving the information transmitted by the system. The identity assigned to her was that of an orphan, having lost both parents and raised by her grandmother, who had recently passed away. She had no other relatives or friends. Interestingly, the name given to this identity was the same as Meng Yan's own. At the age of 15, she was set to attend Ling City No. 1 High School, the same institution as Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong. Is this body originally from this world? Meng Yan inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as she had previously assumed she would directly inhabit the body of the client to help them fulfill their wishes. Host. Usurping another's body contravenes the natural order. We, the Celestial Administration, are a legitimate institution that assists in maintaining this order. Please do not mistake us for those irregular companies. 334 seemed to sense Meng Yan's thoughts and earnestly clarified, the body you currently inhabit has been configured by our administration specifically for the completion of tasks. It is not a usurpation. Please understand.
Configured?
So, this body did not exist prior? Meng Yan wondered aloud. As she listened to 334's rather proud tone, A longing to pet a cat arose within her. Once the task is completed, I can leave this world? How lenient, she remarked, somewhat surprised. Of course, 334 replied, brimming with pride. Now, let us discuss the status of your task objectives. Yes, she acknowledged. Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong are currently at the amusement park, where Mu Dong plans to confess his feelings to Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon mentioning the task, 334's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I see. And what about Li Qingru? Meng Yan pondered and asked. Li Qingru is presently in Haisher. After a brief check, 334 continued. Does the host require monitoring of Li Qingru?
Yes.
Notify me if there are any anomalies, Meng Yan replied lazily, rolling onto her side and closing her eyes. Are you not going to find Yi Xiaoxiao? 334. Observing Meng Yan's intention to sleep in, felt a twinge of urgency. Why is the host not more proactive? Why should I? To be a third wheel? Meng Yan responded nonchalantly. The plot hasn't even started yet, so why rush? Please do not disturb me. I need to rest. With that, her voice faded to almost inaudible levels, and 334 realized she had already drifted into slumber. Somewhat taken aback, 334 consoled itself, noting that there was still ample time, and a bit of laziness on the host's part was permissible. When Meng Yan eventually awoke, tidied herself up, and acclimatized to her new identity and surroundings, the day of school had arrived. Under the system's guidance, it was only natural that Meng Yan found herself in the same class as Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong. After completing her registration, Meng Yan chose a seat in the back row, deliberately positioning herself behind Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong to observe her targets. Given that Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong had recently established their relationship, their connection was palpable to anyone with eyes. At that moment, Mu Dong was whispering sweet nothings into Yi Xiaoxiao's ear, causing her to blush adorably. The two, a handsome boy and a beautiful girl, drew the attention of those around them, though they remained blissfully unaware. Is anyone sitting here? A deep male voice interrupted Meng Yan's thoughts. Startled, she turned to see a tall figure standing beside her, backlit, wearing black-rimmed glasses. His long bangs hung down naturally, obscuring his features. Do you mind if I sit here? The boy inquired politely, yet Meng Yan sensed that his tone was more declarative than interrogative. He did not seem like someone to take lightly. Not at all, she replied amiably. Upon hearing this, the boy smirked slightly. Gu Cheng, Hao Tian Dian, and you may roam freely, she responded, amused by the poetic exchange. Indeed. Meng Yan laughed in agreement. You are as your name suggests, Gu Cheng replied with a faint smile. Likewise, Meng Yan remarked, gazing into the alluring eyes hidden behind the glasses. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration, recognizing an exquisite beauty. After a brief search, she soon found information about Gu Cheng tucked away in a small corner. He was undeniably the academic prodigy of Ling City No. 1 High School, consistently ranking first in every subject, receiving numerous awards, and earning a reputation as the school's ace. Strangely, however, aside from the teachers, he seemed to hold little presence among the students, with most merely viewing him as a bookish overachiever. In Yi Xiaoxiao's limited recollections, he had always been a solitary figure, rarely engaging in conversation during their year together, and after the division of classes, they had lost all contact. Meng Yan couldn't help but twitch her lips at the absurdity. Just wearing glasses shouldn't render someone invisible. Were so many people truly blind to such a striking figure? As her thoughts wandered, her gaze inadvertently drifted back to the captivating face of the beauty beside her. His lustrous eyes, high nose, and perfectly shaped lips formed a strikingly handsome contour. How could such perfection exist? It was not merely enchanting, it was breathtaking. If I were an emperor, I would gladly risk my kingdom for such a person. He was truly a natural disaster of beauty. Meng Yan's thoughts meandered, her eyes lingering on those soft-looking lips, almost tempted to reach out and touch them. Do you find it appealing? The melodious voice of the boy interrupted her reverie. Startled, Meng Yan found herself face to face with his handsome visage, heat rapidly creeping up her cheeks until even her ears flushed red. She quickly averted her gaze from Gu Cheng's face, her eyes darting around anxiously, avoiding looking at the captivating disaster beside her. Class is starting, she exclaimed, hurriedly pulling out a book and burying her face in it. transforming into a studious zealot, as if the infatuated girl staring at the handsome figure moments ago was someone else entirely. However, she couldn't tell how much she had actually read. A soft chuckle from beside her made Meng Yan lower her head even further, internally cursing, "What a disaster." She quickly recited calming mantras in her mind. "Although I dislike being stared at, if you're interested, I could let you enjoy the view later." A barely audible voice whispered in her ear, accompanied by a fragrance reminiscent of bamboo leaves that enveloped her senses, leaving her weak in the knees. She fully understood the sentiments of King Zhou of Shang at that moment. Who could possibly withstand such temptation? Daring not to raise her head, she fervently recited her calming mantras, transitioning into a Buddhist chant, afraid that pausing even for a moment would lead her to succumb to this enchanting temptation. Observing Meng Yan's timid demeanor, Guqing could not help but chuckle again. It appeared that life ahead would not be as dull as he had anticipated. Chapter 3. Childhood Friends, Part 3. The monthly exams swiftly concluded amidst the mixed emotions of lamentation and jubilation. What followed was the joyous weekend, during which those with vibrant personalities had already formed their own little circles, eagerly discussing their weekend escapades as they dashed out of the classroom. As Meng Yan leisurely packed her bag, she noticed that the classroom had emptied significantly. When she stood up, she caught a glimpse of a certain individual beside her, engrossed in a game, which filled her with a sense of innate disdain towards the academic prodigy. How could it be? Over the course of 2 days of examinations, this person had brought only a single pen, effortlessly navigating through the exam like a flowing stream, without even a pause. The school, a prestigious establishment in Ling City, had produced a plethora of elite individuals since its inception. Each year, a few illustrious alumni would return to contribute to their alma mater, supported by the city's emphasis on education, ensuring that resources were never in short supply, with facilities that were second to none. The school had undergone several renovations and expansions, resulting in spacious classrooms. Each student had their own desk. Although they were referred to as shared desks, they were merely 2 desks pushed together, easily separated during exams without the need for a classroom change, allowing for a seamless transition into an examination hall. This arrangement was undoubtedly a favorite among teachers, though students loathed it. During the first exam, Meng Yan, with a desire to observe the genius up close, had hoped to witness how the prodigy approached the test. To her astonishment, she saw him casually glance through the exam paper before picking up the pen and answering questions without any interruption. In just half an hour, he had completed a Chinese exam paper, leaving Meng Yan utterly dumbfounded. If it weren't for her own aura of invisibility, she would have surely been spotted by the proctor for her foolishness. As time raced on, her own Chinese exam almost fell through due to the rush. After this experience, Meng Yan finally grasped the vast chasm that lay between the genius and the ordinary. However, she soon realized her naivety. This individual had never spent more than half an hour on any exam, implying that the reason he took 30 minutes on the Chinese test was merely due to the volume of writing. Meng Yan believed that even with her exceptional memory, she could never reach such heights. While others drained their energy over the course of a day, he thrived, growing more spirited with each test. How could it be otherwise? Meng Yan mused. After all, he had enjoyed 2 full days of sleep. Despite her inner turmoil, Meng Yan maintained an aloof demeanor as she exited the classroom, only to hear footsteps behind her. She turned to see the prodigy tucking the only pen on the desk into his pocket and following her. Meng Yan couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief. She felt a sudden pang of anxiety, as if her vitality had been entirely siphoned away. Please adapt to the situation," echoed a voice in her mind, sounding suspiciously guilty. Before she could express her frustration, the voice added, "I'll contact headquarters. You just hold on," and vanished. Sensing the absence of the system, Meng Yan entertained thoughts of exasperation. Forcing a facade of innocent confusion, her expression momentarily twisted. "Guqing, is your home also in this direction?" she inquired with feigned simplicity. "No, I meant to protect you. After all, it is quite unsafe for a girl to walk alone in such a place." Guqing adjusted his glasses. Meng Yan stared at him in silence, pondering how he could be so oblivious to her clear rejection. "It's fine. I've lived here all my life, and I'm used to it. Don't worry. You won't be a bother to me." Guqing seemed blind to her discomfort, continuing to speak as he stepped forward to take the bag from her shoulders. Meng Yan almost couldn't believe it, although she wasn't in her original body in this world and had been suppressed. How could this seemingly weak bookworm easily approach her and relieve her of her second bag? And she hadn't reacted at all. Was Gu Qing truly just an ordinary person? Do you live around here? Gu Qing asked, eyeing the dilapidated building that could be torn down at any moment, contemplating the recent news of falling objects from high places. Indeed. Meng Yan replied nonchalantly, for someone like her, a cultivator, what did it matter? As long as she had a place to stay, that sufficed. After all, many predecessors had endured living in the wilderness to cultivate. A cave would be a luxury. Of course, Meng Yan's calmness was also tied to the balance in her bank account. Upon entering, Gu Qing finally relaxed. Though the space was small, it was tidily arranged, revealing the owner's affection for the place. We only have water, so bear with it, Meng Yan noted, not missing the high-quality fabric of Gu Qing as seemingly understated clothing. He was clearly the scion of a wealthy family, the bane of capitalism. Thank you, Gu Qing responded, seemingly oblivious to Meng Yan's reluctance, cheerfully accepting the cup. Meng Yan braced herself for the moment when the young master would express disdain and send her on her way. I apologize for intruding so abruptly. After a few minutes of silence, Gu Qing broke the stillness, though his face betrayed no hint of embarrassment. Regrettably, Gu Qing expertly navigated the kitchen, surveying the meager food supplies in the fridge. What would you like for dinner? Is this my home? Meng Yan pondered silently, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Eating only noodles at night simply wouldn't do. I enjoy meat. She shamefully recalled the instant noodles she had been eating for days, surrendering to the enemy's sweet temptation. Indeed, one should eat more meat while growing, Gu Qing remarked, his gaze sweeping over Meng Yan, assessing her slender figure. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted them, and Meng Yan wondered who could be visiting her. Having grown up as an orphan, with her only relative deceased, the residents of the building had long moved out, leaving her with no neighbors. Curiosity piqued, she approached the door. Who is it? Standing outside were two burly men clad in sharp suits, one holding a bag of vegetables and fruits along with some fish and meat, all premium items from an imported supermarket. The other carried a box that appeared to contain kitchen appliances, with several packages at their feet. Meng Yan couldn't fathom how they managed to haul such a load. Young master. The two men glanced past Meng Yan, addressing Gu Qing behind her. Come in, Gu Qing instructed, glancing briefly before directing them to the kitchen. Yes, young master. What's going on? Meng Yan questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Gu Qing. I noticed your home had little food left, so I had them bring some over. Gu Qing motioned for Meng Yan to sit. Let them tidy up, and they'll prepare you a meal shortly. In light of the promised culinary delights, Meng Yan swallowed her retort that this was her home. There would be time to discuss things after the meal. Before long, the two men had organized the kitchen, categorizing the ingredients in the refrigerator and tidying up the newly acquired appliances, ready for use. Young master, we're done, the two men announced as they emerged. Good, you may leave now, Gu Qing replied, walking toward the kitchen. Young master, the two men hesitated, exchanging glances, clearly wanting to convey something. Yes, Gu Qing turned, prompting them with a look. Before departing, the two men cast a knowing glance at Meng Yan, their eyes flickering with understanding. Meng Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her knee. Is this what you consider good food? She asked skeptically. Observing Gu Qing in a floral apron bustling about in the kitchen, her doubts entirely justified, as he hardly seemed like the type to cook. At first, she assumed that Gu Qing's mention of a grand feast referred to the exquisite dishes of a high-end restaurant. However, upon witnessing two burly men delivering ingredients, she speculated that one of them might be a culinary expert. Was Gu Qing truly preparing to cook for her? Surely, he wouldn't set the kitchen ablaze? After all, she could barely manage to boil instant noodles, a skill she had only observed previously. Gu Qing was already washing the vegetables. In truth, their home was stocked with an abundance of instant noodles, boasting a variety of flavors. Meng Yan swallowed hard, resolved to make a valiant effort to salvage her appetite. Rest assured, you won't be harmed, Gu Qing remarked with amusement as he observed the expression on Meng Yan's face, adding a touch of exasperation. Perhaps it would be wise to search for some antacids later. It became evident that some individuals in this world could surpass one's imagination. Gazing at the table adorned with a delightful array of 3 dishes and a soup, each a feast for the senses, Mingyue swallowed again, feeling utterly unworthy. Trembling, she reached for a pair of chopsticks and delicately picked up a piece of braised spare ribs. As she took a bite, it was as if she heard a symphony. Moved to the brink of tears. Please forgive a child who had consumed only fasting pills in her youth and had grown up to reject even those. The most delectable thing she had tasted before this was instant noodles. Is it delicious? Guqing asked, his eyes gleaming with pride as he observed this rustic girl who appeared to have never seen the world beyond the mountains. Delicious. Mingyue was truly overwhelmed. No wonder some venerable cultivators claimed that only exquisite cuisine was worth cherishing. Chapter 4, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 4. For the first time, Mingyue experienced the exquisite delight of indulging in a sumptuous meal, reclining in her chair with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite late. Shall we go? Guqing said, approaching her and unceremoniously pulling her up from the chair. What is happening? Mingyue exclaimed, bewildered. What are you doing? I cannot allow a young girl like you to reside alone in such a dilapidated building. As classmates, we ought to assist one another. Please, do not hesitate. I have a spare room at home. Pack your things and stay with me until you find a new place, Guqing insisted, his expression radiating a willingness to help. Noticing Mingyue's incredulous gaze, he offered a reassuring smile. As Mingyue beheld Guqing, who had removed those unattractive thick-bottomed glasses, his appearance became increasingly striking. Suddenly, she found herself speechless. By the time Mingyue regained her composure, she was already in the room, hastily gathering her clothes. Overwhelmed with emotion, she covered her face in despair, tears of regret welled in her eyes. Oh, how I was mistaken. I have always known that beauty can lead one astray. Yet I never anticipated falling victim to it myself. The allure of beauty is a double-edged sword. One must tread carefully. While lamenting her plight, she swiftly packed a few changes of clothing under Guqing's kind gaze. The apartment was a quintessential representation of modest living. The most valuable items within were those Guqing had recently brought. There was little to prepare, as Mingyue had not intended to linger long in this place. Once her current obligations were fulfilled, she planned to seek a different residence, for the environment here did not align with the tastes of a cultivator. Thus, although circumstances had forced a slight alteration in her plans, Mingyue found it acceptable. She could simply search for a more suitable home the following day. Lost in her thoughts, she hardly noticed when the vehicle came to a halt, and she found herself at the entrance of a quaint community. This neighborhood, located near the first high school, boasted a serene atmosphere and excellent facilities. Mingyue had familiarized herself with the area previously and had even contemplated moving here in the future. Is your home here? Guqing, clearly a young master accustomed to living in luxury, elicited a chuckle from Mingyue. Surely, your family must be quite generous to provide such accommodations for your studies. She laughed awkwardly, feeling that no matter what she said, it only revealed her own envious disposition. After all, she too was a member of the affluent elite in the celestial realm. How the mighty had fallen. Host, please maintain your composure. Your jealousy is becoming evident. 334. Her companion chimed in, adding to Mingyue's distress. You will have such a home one day. Guqing's voice floated back to her. Mingyue grasped his implication, which hinted at the possibility of having a family like his. Family? She shook her head vigorously, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts, and quickened her pace to catch up with him. 334. What have you discovered? She inquired, but 334 remained silent. A chilling voice made 334 shiver, as if the data were on the verge of freezing. The implication is that we need not concern ourselves with this Guqing, as long as it does not interfere with the mission. 334's voice sounded weak, lacking its earlier bravado. What do you mean we need not concern ourselves? Mingyue's temper began to flare uncontrollably. Guqing had not concealed the origins of his glasses. It was apparent that Mingyue was unaffected by their influence. He had mentioned that they were custom-made by a skilled practitioner sought out by his parents to conceal his striking appearance. Thus, Mingyue began to wonder if Guqing possessed some other opportunities or if he, like her, was not a native of this realm. While the possibility existed, The system lacked sufficient authority to confirm it. 334's voice was tinged with despondency, as no system wished to lose its aura of grandeur and reliability in the presence of its host. And yet, it had faltered right from the outset.
Oh,
How unfortunate I am. Are there many taskers like myself? Indeed, there are numerous taskers like you under the jurisdiction of the heavenly path. But each tasker has different responsibilities based on their respective departments. This is a novice mission, and generally to better facilitate the newcomers, multiple novices are not placed in the same world to avoid interference with their assessments. Furthermore, no system has detected the presence of another tasker. I see, Meng Yan contemplated. She felt that Gu Qing bore no malice towards her. In fact, one could argue that his intentions were benevolent. Initially, she had assumed he might also be a tasker, but it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that his system level is too high? Meng Yan remained skeptical. The inadequacy of her own system loomed over her. What if it was merely too incompetent to detect anything? Host, please refrain from questioning this system's capabilities. 334 exploded in indignation, incensed that she would dare doubt it. This system is equipped with the latest detection technology, unless one is a management authority of the heavenly path. There is no system that can elude my detection. Chapter 5, Childhood Sweethearts v. Very well, I believe you. Meng Yan sensed that 334 was agitated and quickly sought to calm it down. Is it possible that I might encounter other taskers in the future? She diverted the conversation. Illegal taskers? Indeed. Depending on the target of the plunder, the tasks of the illegal system vary. Some are tasked with seizing the fate of the atmosphere, while others aim to seize the fate of the world. Atmospheric fate? Is that what we refer to as the protagonist? Meng Yan mused, acknowledging that some individuals are naturally favored by the heavens. After all, she too was among their number. One might say that. What are you pondering? Meng Yan was startled by the handsome visage looming before her. What? You've been lost in thought since earlier. What occupies your mind? Gu Qing chuckled as he straightened up, noticing Meng Yan's startled expression. Nothing much, merely contemplating the rent here. Meng Yan waved it off, though she couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze had lingered over her shoulder, where the system resided. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Are you considering renting a place here? Gu Qing opened the door. That thought has crossed my mind. Meng Yan followed him inside, glancing at the pink cat slippers on her feet. A smirk crossed her face as she observed Gu Cheng's blue pair, finding the situation rather peculiar. Did they just arrive? Not to your liking? Gu Cheng wore the blue cat slippers with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the two pairs resembled a couple's matching footwear. Not at all. Meng Yan swallowed her words. She glanced at the shoe rack, noting that apart from their slippers, the rest were clearly meant for guests. You can stay in this room tonight. It's well equipped with facilities, and all the toiletries are provided. Check if there's anything missing. Gu Qing led Meng Yan into a spacious room, which indeed boasted a private bathroom. Quite convenient. The amenities were comprehensive, even including a complete set of skincare products. If you wish to rent a room, you can stay here. I won't charge you rent. All I ask is that you maintain cleanliness in the house. Gu Qing leaned against the doorframe, observing Meng Yan as she surveyed the room with satisfaction, and made his suggestion. Please don't refuse immediately. My proposal isn't impulsive, and my offer to forego rent isn't out of kindness. I simply dislike having strangers in my space, so I need someone to help manage it. But we hardly know each other. Meng Yan regarded him skeptically. Yet we are classmates. Gu Cheng withheld the fact that he found her scent particularly appealing. Though Meng Yan often gazed at his face with an infatuated stare, her eyes held a purity that was far from displeasing. For the first time, he felt a sense of pride in his appearance. All right, it's settled then. I'll take responsibility for the cleanliness. After much contemplation, Meng Yan conceded, intrigued by the mysteries surrounding him. Keeping him close would be advantageous. Moreover, his culinary skills were simply irresistible. The memory of their previous meal made her lick her lips in anticipation. Then you should rest for now. With his objective accomplished, Gu Cheng no longer lingered, a smile gracing his lips when Meng Yan was out of sight. The next morning, Meng Yan awoke to the dim light of dawn. Stretching languidly, she opened the balcony door and settled outside to begin her practice. Although the spiritual energy in this world was nearly non-existent, she was reluctant to abandon her long-held habits. Thus, by the time the sun rose, she was prepared to absorb the first rays of dawn's purple aura. As Meng Yan neared the end of her practice, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Before long, the sounds of exercise equipment could be heard from outside. After tidying herself up, she stepped out to find Gu Qing jogging on the treadmill. "Good morning." Gu Qing greeted her, looking up as he heard the door open. "Good morning." Meng Yan watched for a moment before deciding to try the nearby fitness equipment herself. Gu Qing's residence was impressively spacious, seemingly occupying an entire floor, with the rooms interconnected. Each room was generously sized, and he even had a dedicated gym with basic workout equipment. Once Meng Yan finished her workout, washed up, and donned a fresh set of clothes, she found that Gu Qing had prepared breakfast: simple millet porridge and fried eggs with ham, accompanied by neatly cut fruit. Meng Yan instinctively went to the kitchen to set the table and, after finishing the meal, diligently cleared the table and loaded the dishes into the dishwasher. Of course, as a rustic from the realm of cultivation, Meng Yan had never encountered such a sophisticated appliance, but fortunately, the instructions were nearby, allowing her to save face. Originally, Meng Yan had planned to search for a new place and move out as soon as possible, but now that someone had offered her shelter, she had no choice but to revise her plans. As a simpleton from the cultivation world, Meng Yan had been striving to adapt to this new realm, yet time was limited, and there remained much for her to learn. For instance, how to earn money. "May I use your study?" Meng Yan inquired of Gu Qing, who was seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper. "Certainly, the computer password is 120,731. Gu Qing replied without lifting his gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Meng Yan made no further pleasantries and headed straight to the study. She had to commend the convenience of the internet in this world. It truly allowed one to grasp the world's affairs without stepping outside. Over the course of 2 days, Meng Yan had significantly broadened her horizons, her worldview completely reshaped. Indeed, it was true that the world was vast and full of wonders. Meanwhile, Gu Qing had been utterly bored these past 2 days. After stepping outside briefly, he returned to the study, where, due to Meng Yan, he had arranged for a desk and computer to be installed. He had spent the last 2 days engrossed in books. Meng Yan glanced over, recognizing that the titles were beyond her comprehension. Host. "We have detected that Li Mingyue has arrived in Ling City ahead of schedule." After dinner, as Meng Yan reclined on the sofa, digesting her meal, 334's voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Chapter 6, Childhood Friends 6. "The system has detected the cause. Please wait a moment, host." The result indicates that Li Mingyue has experienced a transmigration. Shortly after, the voice of 334 resounded once more. Transmigration? Meng Yan narrowed his eyes, pondering whether it involved a mission participant. "When did this occur? Did I not instruct you to monitor Li Mingyue?" Meng Yan wrinkled his nose in displeasure. "Apologies, host. It appears this happened about a month ago, when Li Mingyue fell." The tone of 334 sounded somewhat dejected, reflecting on the series of setbacks encountered since entering the task realm, leading it to question its qualifications as a competent system. "A month ago?" Meng Yan closed his eyes, appearing to rest. "Was this before we entered this world?" "Indeed, that is the finding based on the detection results." 334 nodded eagerly, fearing the host might doubt its words. "Very well, I apologize, 334. I misjudged you earlier." Meng Yan recognized that this situation could not be blamed on 334, as it could not foresee such occurrences. "Can you provide detailed information about this transmigrator?" Meng Yan understood that this was not the time for worry, regardless of how many issues arose. The task must still be accomplished. The focus must be on resolving the problems to avoid impacting his assessment. "Understood. Please wait a moment, host." Hearing the host's apology lifted 334 spirits, drawing it closer to Meng Yan. Although it could not comprehend human emotions, it felt an inexplicable warmth within itself. "The detection results are in, Ian." 334's voice soon chimed in, its cheerful tone revealing its improved mood. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, receiving the results. A top-tier celebrity, before the transmigration, perished due to human error? Where did this data originate? Although he did not voice his doubts about the reliability of these findings, He refrained from further discouraging the already beleaguered system, stifling his comments. Innocent 334 remained oblivious to its crumbling image in the host's eyes, happily elaborating, "Precisely. This data was derived from the analysis of the transmigrator's soul fluctuations. Fortunately, this transmigrator has recently arrived, and the integration of her soul and body is still minimal. Likely due to the circumstances surrounding her death, her soul bears a heavy aura, resulting in pronounced fluctuations that our system could capture. The system can perceive souls?" Meng Yan found this revelation genuinely astonishing. In any realm, the soul remains the most enigmatic, powerful, and fragile entity. Of course, such observations are not taken lightly. But this is a special circumstance. The analysis was conducted with the approval of higher authorities. Moreover, had it not been for her unique soul condition, the system would not have managed to detect these details so effortlessly. 334 grew anxious, affirming its compliance with regulations and its reputation as a law-abiding system. "All right, I concede." With a favorable demeanor, Meng Yan allowed 334 to feel relieved. "However, 334, it seems rather odd to refer to you solely by your number. Do you not possess any other name?" Meng Yan shifted into a more comfortable position, casually engaging in conversation with 334. 334 is my name," 334 replied, somewhat perplexed. "Shall I assign you a name?" Meng Yan proposed. "A name?" 334's confusion deepened. "Can I really choose a name? Is there a protocol for naming systems?" Meng Yan asked. Intrigued. "Aside from the top 100 systems and those highly praised by their hosts, we lesser systems are designated solely by our numbers. So your designation is 334, indicating your rank?" Meng Yan rested his chin on his hand, gazing vacantly at the television ahead. "No, that number was assigned to me by the chief." 334 beamed with pride, as receiving a designation from the leader is a rare honor, indicative of my exceptional capabilities. "The chief? The foremost system in our organization, truly remarkable." Speaking of its idol, 334 became animated, eager to share tales of its idol's legendary feats with Meng Yan for days on end. "Let us postpone that discussion for now. We should first consider your name." Noticing 334's unmistakable excitement, Meng Yan quickly interjected, wishing to rest that night. Furthermore, she had already heard much about the top system during her training and wished to avoid the discomfort of enduring an enthusiastic monologue about it again.
Auhigt.
334 felt a tinge of disappointment for failing to promote its idol. "Am I to receive a name as well? Does the host genuinely like me?" The thought brought a smile to 334's face, momentarily overshadowing its earlier disappointment. "What name shall I bestow upon me?" 334 eagerly inquired. Do you have any preferences?" Meng Yan pondered, deciding to seek 334's input first. "What surname would you prefer?" "Surname?" 334 contemplated. It seemed most systems received their names from their hosts, and if surnames were involved, they typically matched that of the host. But what if I wanted to share a surname with the chief? Would the host be upset if I disclosed that? The host is so kind. I am so inept. The host not only refrains from blaming me, but also grants me a name. After much deliberation, 334 stammered, unable to articulate its thoughts. Meng Yan remained patient, casually asking, "What troubles you?"
I
would like to have the surname Han if that is acceptable." 334's voice diminished to a whisper. Yet Meng Yan still caught the key term. "Han? That sounds good. And what about your given name?" She had not considered bestowing the same surname upon 334, but wished to name it. Partly out of boredom and partly because the system would be her companion for a considerable time, fighting alongside her, a presence she would grow close to. "Let Ian decide my name." Upon hearing that her host bore no resentment, 334 instantly perked up, realizing it had already claimed the surname from the chief, allowing Meng Yan to choose the given name. Your number is 334, how about Han Shan?" Shan signifies kindness. Meng Yan contemplated thoughtfully.
Han Shan.
"Yes, I shall be called Han Shan." 334, no, Han Shan, was overjoyed, thrilled to receive her host's recognition and to acquire a name, making it the first of its kind among systems. "I must tell the chief." Listening to Han Shan's receding voice, Meng Yan could not help but smile wryly. How does this system possess such a simple-minded nature? What brings a smile to your face? A sudden voice startled Meng Yan, but upon recognizing the familiar tone, she regained her composure. Nothing. I was merely reminded of a child. Meng Yan shifted her position, inviting Gu Qing to sit. A child? Gu Qing raised an eyebrow, refraining from probing further. From the very first day, he had sensed that Meng Yan harbored many secrets. However, he was unperturbed, for time was on his side. Eventually, she would willingly share her truths with him. Unbeknownst to Meng Yan, had she been aware of Gu Cheng's thoughts, she would have distanced herself immediately. After all, excessive interaction with someone outside her role as a task participant and target could lead to complications. If her identity were discovered by those within the task realm, it would spell considerable trouble. Chapter 7. Childhood Sweethearts 7. What is Li Qingrou's current state? Meng Yan felt a sense of frustration. Encountering such peculiar circumstances during her first mission was indeed disheartening. It turned out that the notion of a job with ample pay, minimal work, and proximity to home was nothing but a myth. By the way, what happened to the original Li Qingru? Suddenly, Meng Yan recalled the essence of Li Qingrou's original soul. Han Shan finally remembered what he had been neglecting. Yen, I will look into it now. All right, thank you, Xiao Shan. It's no trouble at all. Han Shan genuinely grew fonder of his host with each passing day. How could anyone be so wonderful? He was determined to help her complete her tasks beautifully. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up. Gu Cheng's voice resonated from the kitchen. Okay. Meng Yan cheerfully replied, instinctively assisting in the kitchen by carrying dishes. Gu Cheng typically prepared Chinese breakfast, and today was no exception. A bowl of enticing 8-treasure porridge accompanied by golden, crispy youtiao, and a meat-filled bun bursting with savory goodness made for an utterly delicious meal. Of course, the buns and youtiao were delivered from a takeout service, and she had no idea which restaurant Gu Cheng had ordered from. The variety was abundant, and both the flavor and service were exceptional, always arriving promptly and tasting as if freshly made. Meng Yan mused that she was truly benefiting from this arrangement and would undoubtedly need to compensate in other aspects. Gu Cheng, do you need anything? Meng Yan was not one to procrastinate. She began taking action as soon as a thought crossed her mind. However, Gu Cheng was an enigma, both profound and simple. He was inscrutable because she could not decipher even the slightest hint of his thoughts. Yet he was simple, for his life was exceedingly monotonous. A complete homebody, he spent most of his time reading in his study, with no interest in games, while she occupied herself with trivial mobile games to pass the time. Thus, it was challenging to discern his needs. After all, the bookshelf was filled with a vast assortment of books, making it difficult to identify one he might lack. Gu Cheng glanced at Meng Yan and then at the table, grasping her intent. I don't lack anything. He elegantly set down his spoon, adding, however, since it's been a while, would you consider changing how you address me? The way everyone else does lacks distinction. Meng Yan blinked, suddenly enlightened. Guga? Chengga?
A Cheng?
Just call me Cheng. Gu Cheng chose an imaginary option D. Cheng. Meng Yan acquiesced. It was merely a title, after all. Since the esteemed individual had made a request, she would oblige. Then I shall call you Yan. Gu Cheng, seeing Meng Yan's compliant demeanor, immediately pressed further. Meng Yan felt her cheeks flush. She was unsure why. When she referred to him as Cheng, it evoked no particular feelings. Yet hearing her name slip from his lips sent her heart racing uncontrollably. As you wish. With that, Meng Yan hastily lowered her head to sip her porridge, concealing the warmth that colored her face. Gu Cheng observed the evident redness in her ears and silently smirked. The results of the entrance exam had been announced, prompting students to gather in their respective classrooms. Today marked the day when the scores were revealed, and as mandated, everyone arrived at school early. Phew! Thank goodness! Meng Yan sighed in relief upon seeing her name at the bottom of Class 1, wiping away the non-existent sweat from her brow. She had managed to retain her position. Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong were also present among the throng. Taking advantage of the crowd, they subtly held hands. After glancing at the results, they exchanged knowing smiles, unable to contain their joy. As expected, they were once again placed in the same class. And Gu Cheng, without a doubt, had claimed the top spot. You're first. Meng Yan squeezed through the crowd to approach him. Which class are you in? Gu Cheng displayed no interest in his rank, barely glancing at the list. He had long since assumed his place in Class 1.
All right.
The academic prodigy naturally differs from us mere mortals. Confidence is to be expected. Class 1. Then let us go. Gu Cheng gestured.
Wait.
Meng Yan caught sight of Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong emerging from the crowd. Though circumstances had shifted, the mission still required completion. With Han Shan absent, she had to rely on herself. Once Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong passed, Meng Yan signaled for Gu Cheng to follow. Gu Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Have you settled on a position?" While he showed no interest in the pair, he could discern they were merely ordinary individuals devoid of any remarkable traits. However, Meng Yan had exhibited a peculiar interest in them since day one. They seemed to be childhood sweethearts, Gu Cheng remarked after a moment of contemplation. Meng Yan, who had been stealthily following Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong, was startled. "Are you familiar with them?" Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, though his observations indicated that there was no apparent bond between Meng Yan and the duo. Not only were they an enigma, but Meng Yan had hardly engaged with anyone during these past few days. It was as if she existed on the periphery of the world, merely an observer of everything around her. Strangely, no one seemed to notice her unusual demeanor. Gu Cheng scrutinized Meng Yan closely. With her striking phoenix eyes, delicate nose, fair skin, and slender waist, complemented by long legs, she was undeniably captivating from any angle. Such beauty should have attracted considerable attention. Men, in particular, could not possibly overlook someone so enchanting. Yet, curiously, it seemed as though everyone unconsciously ignored her presence. This sensation was familiar to him. He himself often adopted a similar stance. However, he noted that Meng Yan bore no such devices that would explain her invisibility. Apart from him, her presence appeared to be non-existent to others, easily overlooked. This peculiarity piqued his interest. She seemed to share his experience. It brought him a hidden delight, as encountering someone in a similar predicament often evokes a sense of kinship. The significance of this individual was undoubtedly unique compared to others. Living perpetually out of sync with her surroundings must be lonely. Now that he had discovered someone akin to himself, how could he not feel elated? This complex emotion of a grown man, akin to a child finding a playmate, was beyond comprehension. Of course, Gu Cheng would never admit to such feelings. Now that old man can't claim I have no friends. Indeed, that was the case. Meng Yan remained oblivious to Gu Cheng's silent musings, as her mind whirled with a multitude of scenarios. She observed Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong selecting their seats and quickly seized the opportunity, pulling Gu Cheng forward to occupy the seats behind them, successfully establishing a neighboring arrangement with her targets, thus achieving her mission. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 8, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 8. After Meng Yan successfully seated himself, he squinted his eyes in delight. Although the task had encountered an unexpected turn, it could still be salvaged. Gu Cheng, blushing, gazed at the smile adorning Meng Yan's face.
What did she mean by that? Why was she holding my hand?
And why was she smiling so joyfully? Does she truly like me? Is my mere touch enough to elicit such happiness? If she genuinely harbors feelings for me, would rejecting her render her heartbroken? It's all my fault for being so exceptional and treating her with such kindness that she has developed feelings for me so quickly. Yet, I merely wish to remain friends. Gu Cheng's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. This was his first interaction with a peer of the opposite gender. Surprisingly, despite his usual aversion to physical contact, especially with girls, he found himself unbothered by this sensation, to the extent that he did not instinctively pull away. Just then, a girl passed by, inadvertently nudged, causing her to lean against Gu Cheng's desk, nearly brushing against his arm. Fortunately, as she leaned over, Gu Cheng had already shifted slightly to the side, thus avoiding contact. No harm done. It seems my instincts remain intact, thus, it is not my fault, but rather. As he pondered, Gu Cheng glanced at Meng Yan, who was engrossed in her book. Indeed, she was the only one who felt exceptional. Allow me to introduce myself. Song Chunlei. The song refers to the poetry of the Tang dynasty, and Chunlei signifies the first thunder of spring. He then turned and wrote down the 3 characters with a flourish, exuding an air of authority. From now on, I will be your homeroom teacher. Feel free to approach me with any concerns. Additionally, I shall oversee your Chinese language studies. Song Chunlei surveyed the youthful faces before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They appeared to be in good spirits. Now, if anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. He inquired once more. The students exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, none spoke up. If there are no questions, let us commence our first class meeting. After waiting a while without any responses, Song Chunlei proceeded with the next step. First, we shall elect a class monitor. Are there any candidates who wish to self-nominate? In accordance with democratic principles, he asked. As soon as the words left his lips, a buzz of quiet discussions filled the room. Song Chunlei did not intervene, allowing them to deliberate, and added not only the class monitor but also the academic committee, discipline committee, life committee representatives for each subject, as well as the youth league secretary and publicity committee. Anyone interested may sign up. We will tally the numbers and proceed to vote. 10 minutes later, observing that the time was nearly up, Song Chunlei urged them to conclude their discussions. All right, who wishes to self-nominate? He scanned the room, starting with the position of class monitor. Those interested should stand up. Swiftly, 3 individuals rose to their feet. Song Chunlei regarded them with approval, pleased with their enthusiasm. 3 individuals, excellent. You have 3 minutes to present your strengths and campaign statements, after which we will proceed to a secret ballot. The one with the most votes will be elected. Now, who will go first? Song Chunlei looked at the 3 candidates, consisting of 1 girl and 2 boys. They exchanged glances, each reluctant to go first. Eventually, one of the boys, Mu Dong, stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Mu Dong. I graduated from Ling City No. 7 Middle School. Since elementary school, I have served as class monitor and possess ample experience. I am both capable and confident in assisting the teacher to maintain harmony within the class, allowing everyone to focus on their studies. Mu Dong was tall and handsome, exuding a somewhat aloof charm, precisely the type of boy that was currently in vogue among girls. His presence on stage garnered considerable admiration from the female students. As for the boys, despite the inherent rivalry, Mu Dong's impressive academic standing and leadership qualities commanded respect, creating an electrifying atmosphere in the room. The remaining 2 candidates exchanged glances, resigned to their fate, sensing that Mu Dong was the likely victor. Nevertheless, they too took the stage to garner some votes for themselves. Ultimately, the results were announced, and as expected, Mu Dong was elected as the new class monitor. The election for the remaining class officers proceeded in a similar manner until all positions were filled. All right, our class leadership team is tentatively established. However, all members will undergo a probationary period of 1 month. After this duration, we will formally confirm the appointments based on performance. Additionally, subject representatives will be evaluated based on feedback from their respective teachers, and unsuitable candidates may be replaced. Song Chunlei concluded, satisfied with the students' reactions, and instructed the newly elected class officers to come forward and assist with moving books. He then led the way out. Meng Yan, squinting, observed the 2 individuals from the front row as they exited, and lazily yawned. Would you like to play Sudoku? Beside her, Gu Cheng offered a small card, filled with grids, some containing numbers, while many remained blank. Sudoku? Meng Yan glanced at it. Yes, the rules are quite straightforward. After briefly explaining the rules, Gu Cheng inquired, would you like to play? It seemed intriguing. Meng Yan straightened up, feeling a spark of interest. All right, let us see who can finish first. Ready?
Begin.
Moments later, Gu Cheng triumphantly declared, I won. Meng Yan, gazing at her nearly complete card, felt a pang of frustration. Let us go again. Unfazed, Gu Cheng retrieved 2 new cards.
Ah!
Meng Yan exclaimed in exasperation. Why are you always a step ahead of me? She lamented, feeling as though she were perpetually scoring just shy of passing in an exam, a maddening sensation indeed. Because I am clever, Gu Cheng replied, twirling his pen with glee. Humph. Meng Yan, irritated, turned away, unwilling to witness his smug expression. It is a truth universally acknowledged that even the most attractive individuals appear unappealing when they are arrogant. Gu Cheng blinked, pondering. Did someone not say that girls are attracted to exceptional boys? Stealing a glance at his phone, he found a search for how to attract a girl's attention. Could it be that she has yet to recognize my brilliance? As someone with an unblemished romantic history and no friendships with the opposite sex, Gu Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He resumed his search, adding a few words: how to showcase one's excellence in front of girls. Chapter 9. Childhood Sweethearts. Do you know Mu Qing? Zhou Ming excitedly inquired of his companions. Are you also watching Dancing the World? Su Kong exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. My favorite is Lu Hao. His dancing is incredibly impressive. It stirs my blood. Lu Hao truly dances well. I appreciate him too, but my admiration lies with Mu Qing. She is exceptionally beautiful, with those long, straight legs. Zhou Ming's enthusiasm waned at this confession, yet he remained determined to promote his idol. Mu Qing is indeed lovely, but in terms of looks, I prefer someone like Yi Xiaoxiao. She excels academically and has a wonderful personality. Su Kang's interest diminished. Unfortunately, she already has a boyfriend. My Mumu is also a top student, I retorted, and her charming personality is evident. Can't you see how much the other contestants adore her? Zhou Ming instinctively defended his idol. But are you referring to Yi Xiaoxiao, our school's flower? Isn't she from Class 1? Can she even date? Isn't it said that the notorious old song from Class 1 is known for breaking couples apart? How come she hasn't been separated? Su Kong scoffed. If you could balance love and study like my goddess, who cares about that? Humph. I scored 3 points higher than you in the last math test. Zhou Ming protested, refusing to back down. Anyone who gets into Ling City No. 1 high school is a top student.
Well,
Xiaoxiao has always been in the top 10 of the entire grade, and her boyfriend is Mu Dong, who ranks second in the school. Can you compare?
Shukan declared triumphantly.
He's not even first. Zhou Ming retorted, embarrassed. How can a bookworm like Gu Qing compare to our Mu Dong? Two girls passing by overheard the disparagement of their idol and immediately rushed over, ready to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Exactly. How can Gu Qing, who only knows how to study, be compared to Mu Dong? If Mu Dong devoted himself entirely to his studies, who knows who would be first? The round-faced girl fervently defended her idol. Look at your excitement. What good does it do? He already has a girlfriend. Zhou Ming felt a bit embarrassed after being confronted by the two girls. Humph. That's none of your business. Even if he has a girlfriend, we still admire him. Yes, our admiration for Mu Dong is purely platonic. Unlike you boys, whose minds are filled with vulgar thoughts. Exactly. Disgraceful. Another girl quickly chimed in.
Hey.
How am I disgraceful? What did I say? Zhou Ming protested, feeling wronged. How did it come to this? He merely wanted to promote his goddess. Why did it turn into something disgraceful? Humph. We're leaving. We won't play with these sleazy boys. With that, the two girls shot Zhou Ming a disdainful glare and ran off.
Hey.
I'm so wronged, Zhou Ming exclaimed. You're still laughing. Su Kong, having been exposed, no longer bothered to hide his amusement, laughing so hard he could hardly stand upright. You deserve it. You know how popular Mu Dong is at our school, yet dare to slander him. That's just asking for trouble. If the girls from our class find out what you said, just wait and see if they don't tear you apart. Su Kong gleefully watched him. Humph. What's so great about it? Zhou Ming refused to be cowed. He's a so-called idol. He's openly dating. I must report this. In a fit of anger, Zhou Ming attempted to storm off. Seeing Su Kong approaching, Zhou Ming became even more agitated, struggling to break free. Su Kong almost lost his grip, but luckily, he was also quite active and taller than Zhou Ming, thus managing to hold him back. Let go. Zhou Ming's face flushed from the struggle. What are you doing? Su Kong, feeling equally frustrated, shouted. It's legal. Where are you going to report it? The school forbids early relationships. Zhou Ming insisted stubbornly. What are you shouting about? They grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Their families arranged their engagement. What business is it of yours? Su Kong dropped his grip. If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead. Whoever tries to stop you is a fool. So they can date early then? Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for words. But he couldn't let this slide without saving face, so he forced himself to make a point. Besides, they look like a perfect couple together. Who wouldn't like them? Even some teachers joke about them privately. Clearly, there's no opposition. Humph. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and couldn't find a counterargument. Think positively, this could benefit us too. The feelings of youth are always poetic. What if you, later on, Su Kong, having played together with Zhou Ming since childhood, knew he was vain but had a good heart, so he offered a way out and shifted the topic. Zhou Ming recognized Su Kang's good intentions and, taking the opportunity, rolled his eyes. What do you mean by vain? Can youth without love still be considered youth? As they continued walking, their conversation faded into the distance. Li Qingru had advanced to the semi-finals. Han Shan dutifully reported, "Well done, Xiao Shan. You've worked hard." Meng Yan reclined on the school playground, soaking up the warm sun. "Xiaoyan, do you have any plans?" Han Shan asked timidly, increasingly worried. Although Meng Yan was excellent, he seemed utterly unmotivated. What if he fails the assessment? Remembering her previous words, Han Shan felt like crying. 7334 would surely laugh at him, and the boss would be disappointed. "No, I don't." Meng Yan, warmed by the sun, began to feel drowsy. "But," Han Shan pondered, eventually suggesting softly, "Xiaoyan, I borrowed many successful case studies from the boss. Would you like to take a look?" Han Shan thought about how this was Xiaoyan's first task. Though he was intelligent, he lacked experience, especially with the unexpected occurrences during this task. Perhaps Xiaoyan was already troubled but refrained from expressing it out of concern for her.
Ah, it must be that.
Han Shan thought. I knew Xiaoyan was the best. Meng Yan, unaware that Han Shan had already drafted thousands of words of melodrama in her data, was blissfully lost in his thoughts. Case studies? Oh, just set them aside. I'll look at them when I have time. Chapter 10. Childhood sweethearts. Observing the slumbering host, Han Shan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Reluctantly, he downloaded the documents. These files were not easily accessible. Aside from a portion that was public, the rest required varying degrees of authorization. Currently, Han Shan lacked sufficient rank, and the host was utterly inexperienced, so she naturally did not possess such privileges. This was all arranged through a backdoor facilitated by the boss. He had assured the boss that he would accomplish the task splendidly. It's time for class. Despite feeling a bit aggrieved, Han Shan obediently refrained from disturbing Meng Yan's rest and only woke her just before class was to commence. Just 5 more minutes, Meng Yan mumbled, still half asleep, her eyes remaining shut. Seeing that Meng Yan was still dazed, Han Shan urged her. Don't you remember? We have roll call before class. Get up.
Oh.
Reluctantly, Meng Yan sat up. Being a good student is so exhausting. If that guy were here, I wouldn't have to worry about roll call. Meng Yan felt somewhat disheartened. Her presence was hardly noticed by most, and if she skipped class, no one would likely notice if someone else punched her attendance. How do I solve this problem? I didn't catch the lecture. Wang Weiwei, have you finished the chemistry paper? Just a few questions left. In Class 1, a gathering of top scholars, the academic atmosphere was intensely palpable. Conversations invariably revolved around study or assignments. Thus, Meng Yan often found herself squatting on the playground during breaks, sneaking in a short nap. All right, there are 10 minutes left before class. Let us take attendance. Attendance was primarily overseen by the discipline committee member, a bespectacled, genteel boy. Though he appeared fragile, his temperament was anything but. His booming voice commanded silence as he began. We will now start taking attendance. Li Feng, present. Zhang Wenwen, present.
Meng Yan,
present. Meng Yan, present. Is Meng Yan absent? Present. Meng Yan stood up and called out, feeling exasperated. Oh, my apologies, I didn't hear clearly. Zhang Lu calmly adjusted his glasses. Sitting down in frustration, Meng Yan reflected on how being inconspicuous was not always advantageous. Moments like this, when communication was necessary, proved to be a calamity. She suddenly realized how inconvenient it was without Gu Qing around. Even signing in required her to shout, or else it would be futile. No matter how long she called out. Sorry, my rank isn't high enough to unlock more functions. Han Shan felt guilty, thinking himself a useless system, unable to assist the host in any meaningful way. It's not your fault, Meng Yan replied, feeling downcast, aware that she was akin to a novice in a game, utterly incapable until she leveled up. Would you like to review some cases? Han Shan pondered. Presently, this was the only way to assist the host. All right, let us take a look, Meng Yan conceded, reasoning that since she had nothing to do, she might as well explore. So many? Meng Yan was astonished at the towering stacks of books in her consciousness. Indeed. These were provided by the boss, claiming they would be beneficial to us. Han Shan replied cheerfully. Quick! How to deal with those peculiar characters in the 1008. My days with illegal taskers? What are these? Meng Yan queried, eyeing the folder sealed with tape, the rest adorned with various peculiar titles. Are these novels? Meng Yan's mouth twitched as she asked. Not at all. This section comprises confidential mission files from the Celestial Administration, each a genuine case record. These are summaries crafted by exemplary hosts or systems based on years of experience. Unavailable for purchase externally, and even within the Celestial Administration, they are hard to come by. Many novice hosts or systems wish to acquire them but cannot. Han Shan boasted. How did you manage to obtain them? Meng Yan inquired, her tone more declarative than interrogative, assuming it was another gift from that boss of his. Meng Yan had perused the internal marketplace of the Celestial Administration, noting the exorbitant prices. During training, the instructors had encouraged them to recharge their spirit stones for future purchases within the marketplace, including in the task world. Meng Yan had refused at the time, knowing her salary was yet unpaid and she would have to spend her own money. Decidedly not worth it. Are these very expensive? Meng Yan asked tentatively, recalling a glance she had cast over the marketplace. Most certainly. Han Shan's pride swelled further. Money is not the primary concern. The crucial factors are points and authorization. While I haven't to examine the marketplace in detail, I have heard the instructors explain that purchases can be made using either recharge coins or points. Recharge coins can be exchanged for spirit stones, but points can only be earned through completing tasks. Most items in the marketplace require points for exchange, to varying degrees, and some special products necessitate corresponding ranks to acquire. Both points and ranks are obtained only after completing tasks. A newcomer like me lacks both rank and points and hasn't he spent any money, so I can't even afford to buy a roll of paper in the marketplace. The boss said that as long as a yen successfully completes the task and receives an excellent rating, money won't be an issue, Han Shan chirped, expressing his admiration for the boss. Meng Yan understood. It meant she had to earn an excellent title for this task, otherwise she would owe money. She glanced at the black cat happily wagging its tail nearby, choosing not to disclose this harsh reality to it. She was certain that if she failed to complete the task, the burden of debt would rest solely on her shoulders, excluding the black cat entirely. Your boss treats you very well, Meng Yan remarked with a hint of envy, wondering why she lacked such support from a superior. She completely forgot about her diligent classmate.
Goo.
Indeed, the boss is the best. Han Shan nodded vigorously, wishing he could brag about a yen for 3 days and 3 nights. However, being an excellent system, he recognized that a yen had more pressing matters at hand and dutifully played with his own tail nearby. Meng Yan casually picked up a book, treating it as a novel to read. Although cultivators typically read swiftly and had excellent retention, they still needed to read books themselves. It wasn't like the novels penned by mortals, where one could simply stick a jade slip to their forehead and scan everything into their mind automatically. After all, reading itself is a form of cultivation. The students below swiftly gathered their belongings, their movements quick and nimble as they made their way outside. Remembering the last time she had craved fried skewers and had been chastised by Gu Cheng, Meng Yan shuddered. Gu Cheng was good in every way, except for being overly strict. Now that he was absent, not indulging in the delicacies would feel like a disservice to herself. A yen. Didn't Gu Cheng say you shouldn't eat those unhygienic foods? Han Shan questioned, puzzled. Yes, not here. If I don't eat these, what should I have? Meng Yan cheerfully surveyed the array of delectable foods, contemplating which to try first. They all looked so tempting. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Meng Yan immediately felt deflated. Reluctantly, she looked back at the easily accessible food and her phone. Just as she was about to feign ignorance, the call ended. Laughing, she thought, well, now I don't even need to concoct an excuse. Soon, a text message arrived. Meng Yan opened it to read, I've instructed someone to prepare dinner for you. Don't eat any of that rubbish outside. Feeling as if she had plummeted into an abyss, Meng Yan's spirit sank. Just as she was about to storm off, another message chimed in. If you waste the food, you'll have to cook for yourself from now on. Chapter 11. Childhood sweethearts. Meng Yan was about to lower her raised leg when she recalled someone's exquisite culinary skills, and her gaze fell upon the vibrant array of snacks before her. A profound sense of melancholy enveloped her. At that moment, she felt akin to a man already wed, besieged by various enchanting temptations. Resisting such a lure was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the thought of a certain petty, dictatorial individual filled with self-importance reignited her resolve, prompting her to turn away in indignation. She had resolved not to speak to the dictator for 3 days. A complete severance of ties was imperative. Have you heard? A celebrity is transferring to our school. Is that true? Who is it? Male or female? Today, the atmosphere at school was markedly different, with small clusters of students gathered, eagerly discussing something, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. I hope it's my idol, one girl said, clutching her heart expectantly. Get lost. You're ancient. My idol is only 22, still in the prime of youth. The previous girl, now irate, leapt up, ready to retaliate. Ha! I'm only 17. Being young doesn't matter if you're short, awkward, and overweight. Look who is talking. You have a face like a dinner plate. Infatuated fool. Enough. Who said it's a male? The transfer student is a freshman, a boy chimed in cheerfully. Who is it? There can't be many of our age, right? An internet celebrity? Another student questioned skeptically. Uffed. You know nothing. They're a legitimate newcomer. At this revelation, silence fell momentarily, and then the crowd surged towards the boy who had spoken, engulfing him in a wave of curiosity. Others, unsure of what had transpired, flocked over as well. Zhang Wenxin was not to be overly proud. He was a force to be reckoned with in the sophomore liberal arts class, serving as the head of the school's publicity department in the student council. Renowned for being well-informed, he was nicknamed Pepsi Zhang. In addition to managing the official school newspaper, he privately published a small paper that covered both significant and trivial events within the school. His writing was sharp and incisive, capable of making waves, and he was known to be meticulous in his reporting, earning him the moniker Steel-Toothed Zhang, though he had ruffled many feathers. He also had a considerable number of supporters, making him a rather controversial figure in the school. Thus, when the source of the news was revealed to be Zhang Wenxin, excitement rippled through the crowd. It was known that Steel-Toothed Zhang, despite his sharp tongue, never uttered falsehoods. If he claimed it to be true, then it surely was. Did you hear? Of course. Hey, brother, how can you keep such explosive news to yourself? Who? Hurry and tell us. It's a secret. More details in the afternoon paper. Steel-Toothed Zhang grinned, his gleaming teeth almost blinding. Come. The small paper is now available for pre-sale. Steel-Toothed Zhang relished the crowd's enthusiasm, climbing onto a slightly elevated platform to announce loudly, the latest edition of the small paper is now up for pre-sale. Interested parties, please message me. Indeed, although Steel-Toothed Zhang fancied himself a literary figure, he firmly believed in the nobility of labor. Thus, from the very first issue of the small paper, he had set clear prices, never offering discounts to classmates, and even teachers had to pay if they wished to read it. His integrity was commendable. Dude. Steel-Toothed Zhang. Enough already. I've stripped down and you show me this? A disgruntled boy shouted. Unfazed, Steel-Toothed Zhang maintained his commercial smile. Come now. A laugh is good for the soul. Everyone knows how taxing writing can be. I must earn a bit to sustain myself, perhaps even by a couple of drinks. Stop with the antics. You've been this way for ages. Another voice chimed in, clearly reveling in the chaos. Fine. Don't call yourself Pepsi Zhang anymore. From now on, you're Sugar-Toothed Zhang. What do you mean? Someone asked. Can't bite off a piece, but still stick to it. The earlier speaker wasted no time in responding, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Are you buying or not? Pre-sale limited to 300 copies, first come, first served. Steel-Toothed Zhang, now dubbed Sugar-Toothed Zhang, grew impatient with the revelry. What is so funny? It's wasting my time. Perhaps the news indeed proved irresistible, as the 300 copies of the small paper sold out within 10 minutes. Although titled a small paper, it was anything but. It was an electronic version designed specifically for mobile devices, a product of Sugar-Toothed Zhang and his team's efforts. Though they had initiated this small paper themselves, it had developed into a considerable project over a year or two, becoming quite renowned among students, even catching the attention of teachers from other schools. Sugar-toothed Zhang and most of his team had thus earned the title of youthful prodigies. Yet, the most intriguing aspect remained the paper's programmer, whose identity was shrouded in mystery as no one knew who it was and the other team members remained tight-lipped, even when questioned by teachers. It's her. I can't believe I'm in the same school as my idol. Never expected it to be her. In less than 10 minutes, the school forum erupted. Posts flooded in, instantly overwhelming the forum with trending topics, maintaining high visibility. I absolutely adore her dancing. It's the big sister. Who is it? Who?
Damn.
These jerks. Posting without any proof. Such a rush. I missed out by a second. Same here. What a pity. Those who first received the news seemed to have coordinated their efforts, as if they had made an agreement. The posts grew in number. Yet no one offered any definitive proof, leading to a cacophony of lamentation below. Some even created speculation threads, with a throng of individuals eagerly commenting, predicting who the most likely candidate could be. Just as the guessing game heated up, Sugar-toothed Zhang released another message. Extra. Extra. The official version of the small paper is out. Anyone interested should act quickly. Additionally, there's an exclusive interview. Those who purchase the pre-sale version can get it at half price. Message me if you need it. Lastly, this is the final membership discount for the month. Anyone joining now will receive an exclusive interview and a private photo of the new student. All future small papers and related merchandise will also come with discounts. Limited quantities available. First come, first served.
Wow.
My friend, this is brilliant. Upstairs still has time to chat. Can't wait for the private photos. Downstairs are fools. Who can blame them for being dumb? Upstairs, your typing speed reveals you've been single for years. Get lost. Chapter 12. Childhood sweethearts amidst the laughter, anger, and banter. Everyone at Yizhong, including the cafeteria staff, became aware of the impending arrival of a female celebrity. Thus, on the day Mu Qing arrived, despite her efforts to maintain a low profile, she inevitably attracted a considerable crowd. Numerous individuals from outside the school flocked to witness the unusual spectacle, resulting in unprecedented excitement at Yizhong. That day, Mu Qing naturally trended on social media, with hashtags such as Mu Qing transfers Mu Qing scholar and Mu Qing Yizhong swiftly gaining traction. Mu Qing, also known as Li Mingyue, felt somewhat helpless in the face of the situation, but, having been in the spotlight for quite some time, she managed to handle the unexpected attention with grace. She began by expressing her gratitude for the support she received, conveying her happiness at joining Yizhong, and emphasizing her intention to devote more time to her studies. She requested minimal distractions during her time at school to avoid impacting her classmates' learning experience. Her eloquent and composed remarks even elicited a smile from the teachers tasked with maintaining order, momentarily easing their expressions. Though Li Mingyue's transfer occurred earlier than anticipated, she still found herself in the same class as Yi Xiaoxiao. Since they were both in the first year of high school and the school had yet to implement class divisions, Mu Dong's presence meant that their relationship extended beyond mere neighbors. However, as a celebrity, Li Mingyue's living situation had changed. She no longer resided in her previous home but had moved to the same neighborhood as Gu Cheng and Meng Yan, directly across from Gu Cheng's residence. The community where Gu Cheng lived was divided into 4 areas: A, B, C, and D. Gu Cheng and Meng Yan resided in Area D, known for its superior security and privacy. Xiao Yan. All the key figures are gathered. Do you have any plans? Han Shan inquired eagerly, her large cat-like eyes brimming with trust and anticipation, making the onlooker's heart tremble. Of course, the girl immersed in her gaming did not sense this. Her fingers danced across the screen as she casually retorted, "What plans?" Han Shan felt her host was beyond saving, yet she could not help but adore Meng Yan. What else could she do but muddle through? It's a mission. Oh, wait until I finish this round, Meng Yan replied, remaining engrossed in her game. Watch out behind you. Seriously, are you an undercover agent sent by the enemy? Once the round concluded, Meng Yan sipped her milk, finally feeling a semblance of calm.
I've always had a question, she began. What is it, a yen?
Han Shan asked, her tail wagging in excitement upon seeing her host adopt a serious demeanor. With no one around and Gu Cheng having stepped out, Han Shan materialized a physical form, settling on the coffee table in front of Meng Yan. Her adorable expression nearly prompted Meng Yan to reach out and pet her, which she ultimately did. Do you have some hidden relationship with someone above? Meng Yan inquired, petting the cat with a serious expression.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand. Nothing, I'm just a basic system. Then does your superior have ulterior motives towards you? Meng Yan persisted.
Ah.
How could that be? My superior could never have such intentions. Han Shan exclaimed, her database momentarily glitching with shock. After regaining composure, she vigorously shook her head. Then why grant me such significant privileges? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. What privileges? Han Shan felt increasingly bewildered, realizing she might have missed something crucial. Consider this mission. The primary obstacle is Li Mingyue. Under normal circumstances, I merely need to ensure she does not disturb Yi Xiaoxiao and prevent her from scheming against her, right?
Correct.
However, now she has become Mu Qing, wholly focused on her career, harboring no other intentions. Moreover, she has spent years navigating the entertainment industry. I doubt she would take an interest in the Navi Mudong or develop any unnecessary entanglements with him. That seems reasonable, Han Shan conceded, pondering the logic of her host's argument. So, if the antagonist has shifted focus, does that mean I'm in the clear? Meng Yan clapped her hands in conclusion. Is that really the case? Han Shan felt a nagging sense of unease, sensing something was amiss, yet she could not articulate it. The more she thought about it, the more she found Meng Yan's reasoning compelling. Then, I'm off to game. Enjoy yourself. Upon realizing her endearing little system was no longer urging her, Meng Yan cheered and changed her posture to continue gaming. Today, she remained the quintessential girl absorbed in her online world. After a considerable time, the little cat, forgotten in the corner, suddenly stirred.
Wait.
Again, what if the plot is unavoidable?
Huh.
Again, I read about a host who encountered an unavoidable plot. Look, Li Mingyue still transferred. So what if she did? What if Li Mingyue still dislikes Yi Xiaoxiao? The little cat's whiskers drooped in distress. Li Mingyue might, but Mu Qing will not. She has lofty ambitions. But other hosts take precautions to ensure everything goes smoothly. They wouldn't hesitate to take the initiative. I understand your point. Noting the little cat's expression, Meng Yan comprehended. Everything has its reason. Existence itself justifies it. Since she has not yet taken action, why treat her as a criminal? Isn't she innocent too? Even the former Li Mingyue should not be condemned until she makes her move, Meng Yan said seriously. Of course, whether she is Mu Qing or Li Mingyue, should she dare to act, I will not show any mercy. As she spoke, Meng Yan lovingly patted the cat's head, savoring the delightful texture. If we act now, wouldn't that be indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent? The universe has brought us here to restore balance, allowing everyone to achieve their rightful outcomes, rather than passing judgment based on our advantages. Moreover, it seems best to let things unfold naturally. Why intervene and entangle their fates anew? Most importantly, this way, I can indulge in my gaming without reservation. But wouldn't it be too late if she acts first? The little cat remained conflicted. That may be true for others, but I have you, Xiao Shan. Meng Yan expressed unwavering trust. You will surely monitor her closely. No matter what subtle actions she takes, she cannot evade your keen gaze, right? Of course. A system must not falter. Han Shan puffed out her chest, her voice resolute. Then what is there to fear? Rest assured, Xiao Shan. I shall ensure you are rated outstanding, making your superior proud. Chapter 13. Childhood friends having resolved that if the enemy does not move, neither shall I. Meng Yan found herself living a life of blissful ease. She discovered that beyond cultivation, there existed a myriad of intriguing activities to pursue. For instance, games, truly one of the finest inventions. She became enamored with collecting and conquering various games, emerging as a veritable gaming aficionado. Gu Cheng welcomed this enthusiasm, even crafting a few simple games for her enjoyment. As Meng Yan pondered this, her gaze drifted to Gu Cheng, who was diligently working at another desk. His serious demeanor added an irresistible charm, an alluring restraint that he seemed blissfully unaware of. Reflecting on a phrase she had once encountered, a serious man is the most captivating, Meng Yan found it to resonate profoundly. Cheng, shall we go out? She proposed. Gu Cheng, taken aback by the sudden proximity of her charming face, leaned back slightly, contemplating. I'm not sure. Chung. Where's fun to go? An amusement park? After a moment of reflection, a memory surfaced of a little girl from a relative's family who had longed to visit an amusement park. Seeing Meng Yan's wide-eyed enthusiasm mirrored that of the girl, he couldn't help but smile. An amusement park? Meng Yan's eyes sparkled. After spending considerable time in this world, she was no longer the naive novice she once was. She was well aware of such places, frequently depicted in films and dramas. Yes. She eagerly nodded. Then let us change our clothes. Gu Qing naturally took Meng Yan's hand, guiding her outside. As she glanced at his long, fair hand holding hers, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Yet she made no effort to pull away. Yen, what's wrong? Han Shan inquired from her consciousness, puzzled. What? Startled by the sudden voice, Meng Yan looked around in confusion. Yen, are you feeling unwell? Your heart is racing, and your body feels warmer? Han Shan observed, perplexed, noting that this body should be immune to illness. No, I'm fine. I just feel a bit hot, Meng Yan fabricated, striving for composure. But the weather is lovely today. Han Shan countered. You haven't visited your boss in quite some time. Why not go now? But Han Shan recalled their boss, realizing it had been a while since their last visit. Yet Meng Yan needed her, too. There's no but. I'll call you if I need anything, so go ahead and consider it a vacation. Meng Yan was determined to dismiss Han Shan. Though not human, it seemed prudent to avoid bringing her along on a date. A date? The mere thought of this term sent warmth flooding her cheeks. It's not a date. It's just two people going out to have fun together. It would be odd to visit an amusement park alone. After all, only this person pays attention to me. With this realization, Meng Yan straightened her back, yet her mind was awash with thoughts that eluded her control. The image of the two of them at the amusement park made her face flush even more. She opened her wardrobe, which contained little beyond school uniforms, the few garments present having been selected by Gu Qing. She had never concerned herself with her appearance and had seldom shopped. Now, she regretted not purchasing more clothes. After a lengthy selection, she finally chose a pink athletic outfit, one Gu Qing had gifted her recently, a promotional item from a sportswear purchase. She had initially overlooked it, tossing it into the wardrobe without a second thought, and had yet to wear it. Looking in the mirror, she felt as if her entire being was blushing. As she nervously adjusted her outfit, contemplating whether to change, Gu Cheng's voice called from outside. Yan, are you ready? Almost, she replied, deciding to go out as she was. Upon opening the door and seeing Gu Qing in his outfit, her cheeks flared once more. This time, even her ears turned a rosy hue. Gu Qing, noticing her attire, appeared to have stars in his eyes, his gaze sparkling with admiration. Meng Yan hastily averted her eyes. You look wonderful. It suits you perfectly, Gu Qing's voice, soft and gentle, wafted over her like a warm breeze, leaving her heart racing, drowning out all other sounds. You too, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yet Gu Qing caught it, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let us go. Maintaining his composure, Gu Qing took her hand again, leading them out. As they stood at the amusement park's entrance, gazing at the long lines, Meng Yan's eyes widened. She vaguely recalled that this amusement park was renowned not only locally but globally, attracting countless visitors daily, far exceeding her expectations. What should we do? There are so many people. Meng Yan felt a twinge of discouragement. Gu Qing was not particularly fond of crowded places. Not to worry, we can enter directly, Gu Qing instructed, as the vehicle moved forward to reveal a smaller entrance beside the main gate. This is the staff entrance. We can go in this way. Gu Qing led her out of the car, approaching the door where a middle-aged man stood waiting. Young Master Gu, welcome to our amusement park. The man greeted warmly, refraining from extending his hand, clearly aware of Gu Cheng's preferences. I am Peng Kong, currently in charge of the customer department. Hello, Manager Peng. This is my friend. You need not accompany us. We'll explore on our own, Gu Qing replied with a nod. Certainly. Here are the cards, Peng Kong said, producing 2 black cards and handing them to Gu Qing and Meng Yan. These cards grant unlimited access. Should you wish to return, simply present them to our staff. Thank you. Meng Yan accepted the card, intrigued by its golden lettering, which simply bore the character for joy. I shall not intrude further. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. Here's my business card. I wish you both a delightful time. Peng Kong, displaying keen awareness, left them with a card before departing. Meng Yan surveyed the bustling park, her concern returning to Gu Cheng. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Gu Cheng had opted not to wear his notoriously unappealing glasses today, although he carried them with him. This solution was preferable to wearing them directly, yet he had decided against donning them. Chapter 14. Childhood Sweethearts. Is that the roller coaster? Meng Yan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the winding tracks in the distance. A long, serpentine dragon, filled to capacity with passengers, sped along the rails, ascending and descending, even flipping upside down at times. The excited screams from above resonated, conveying a sense of exhilaration. Shall we go? Gu Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, yes, yes. It looks incredibly fun. Meng Yan reminisced about her carefree moments soaring through the skies before coming here, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Then let us proceed. Gu Cheng took Meng Yan's hand, leading her forward. After presenting their tickets, they were granted access. Once they securely stowed their belongings, a train arrived at the terminal. After the staff cleared the area, Gu Cheng guided Meng Yan onto the ride. Excited, Meng Yan eagerly explored her surroundings, displaying no sign of fear. If you feel scared later, just hold on to me, Gu Cheng advised as the ride began to move.
All right.
Despite her lack of fear, she found the concern rather pleasant. As the train shot forward, the wind whipped past her ears, and Meng Yan burst into her first genuine laughter. Gu Cheng, captivated by her radiant smile, also joined in, mimicking her exuberance as he shouted joyfully, "Here we go." After riding 3 times, Meng Yan felt a delightful thrill and, as if liberated, she dragged Gu Cheng around the park. Armed with their black cards, they indulged in whatever attractions they desired, experiencing nearly every ride throughout the day. But aren't you exhausted? Gu Cheng, clearly more fatigued, still mustered a half-hearted protest. However, this fireworks show is a rare treat. It occurs only once a month and is unpredictable. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Meng Yan pouted, playfully coaxing her boyfriend. All right, but no late-night binge-watching tonight. Gu Cheng relented under her sweet persuasion. What did you just call me? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes.
Cheng?
Meng Yan regretted her choice of address as soon as it left her lips. Gu Cheng was particularly sensitive about such matters. When alone, she could call him whatever she wished, but in public, it was a different story. That works. Gu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us head to the hotel.
Why?
Meng Yan inquired, puzzled. This place has an accompanying resort hotel, which is also one of the prime locations for viewing the fireworks. Although Gu Cheng had never visited before, his family's investments in the amusement park granted him insight into its amenities. What Meng Yan did not know was that the fireworks display was not originally scheduled for today. However, since she wished to enjoy herself, Gu Cheng had made arrangements beforehand to ensure her satisfaction.
Great.
I'm rather hungry too. But did you plan this all along? Yes, I arranged it while waiting for you, Gu Cheng admitted without hesitation. How did you know I wanted to see the fireworks? Meng Yan refrained from questioning how he was aware of the display's timing, as she knew his background was well researched by Han Shan. Gu Cheng had never concealed anything from her, and given the Gu family's resources, it was hardly surprising. If you wish to see them, we shall, he assured her, knowing that if she had declined, he would have kept such sentiments to himself. Why are you so good to me? Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback.
Why?
Gu Cheng echoed, his expression shifting from gentle affection to something deeper and more intense. His gaze seemed to reach into her, ensnaring her, rendering her unable to resist. Nor did she wish to ensure you belong solely to me. The words were softly spoken, his breath warm against her face, causing her cheeks to flush. You. As someone who had never been in a romantic relationship, Meng Yan had never envisioned a day when she would receive such a declaration. Firstly, those in the cultivation realm were perpetually engrossed in their training. Even when considering a partnership, it was typically for mutual benefit in cultivation or due to familial or sect obligations, rarely resembling the freedom of human romance. Secondly, she herself had never entertained such notions, having seldom interacted with peers in this manner prior to her arrival here. Take your time to think it over, Gu Chung smiled confidently. But I am certain that I am the one who loves you the most, and you will come to love me as well. Since you will eventually love me, why not begin now? Chapter 15. Childhood Sweetheart Say, Shanshan. Have there been other taskers who sought a soulmate in the mission realm? Meng Yan gazed blankly outside. Yet he belonged to this place. He could not remain by my side forever. Meng Yan found it hard to fathom how he would cope if one day he were to lose him. If loss was inevitable, perhaps it would be better never to possess. But Yan could stay here until his demise. With the lifespan of an ordinary human, that could still be several decades. No, Yan, this is against the heavenly principles. Han Shan's voice was unusually grave. Our Heavenly Path Bureau exists to uphold the heavenly order. We must never act contrary to it. But our cultivation aimed at one day mastering the rules of heaven and transcending the heavenly path. Meng Yan questioned, bewildered as to why it was not permissible. That is only achievable when you possess the power to control those rules, becoming an existence unconstrained by the heavenly path. But at present, you lack that ability. Even those who possess such power merely correct the laws of heaven, rather than destroy them. You must understand that the heavenly path is not solely ours. It is the path for countless beings. If the laws of heaven are disrupted, the world will be thrown into chaos. Can you bear the grievances of countless souls? Is the heavenly path devoid of compassion, leaving all beings to suffer? Meng Yan's eyes reddened. It was not that she did not understand, but rather she was unwilling to accept. That is precisely why our Heavenly Path Bureau exists. We are here to protect the heavenly order and enforce its laws. Good is rewarded and evil is punished. This is the rule we safeguard. Although our wish department aims to fulfill the desires of the wishers, we ultimately must ensure the integrity of this rule. This is the foundation of our wish department. But what am I to do? Meng Yan felt a surge of despair. If you truly wish to be with him, then, Yan, I can speak to the leader and arrange for you to take on missions in his world. Han Shan sighed and approached Meng Yan, nuzzling her slightly. But I can only try. Is that really possible? Meng Yan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with hope. I can only ask the leader. And even if it is possible, Yan, it will be arduous for you.
Han Shan looked earnestly at Meng Yan.
He may not remember you, and he might end up loving someone else. Are you still willing to go through with this? Han Shan inquired gently. Meng Yan was taken aback. Falling into silence for a long while, she closed her eyes, then opened them again. Han Shan understood. She had made her decision. Yes, I've made up my mind. I understand, Yan, so take care.
Thank you, Han Shan.
Meng Yan said softly. I am your system. Therefore, whatever you wish to do, I shall assist you. Meng Yan stared blankly in the direction where Han Shan had vanished, fear beginning to creep in for the first time. Yan? The fireworks show is about to begin. Gu Cheng knocked on the door, checking the time. Just a moment. Meng Yan snapped back to reality, quickly wiping her face. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, which was somewhat disheveled. Splashing cold water on her face, she tidied herself before heading out. Apologies. It's nothing. There is still time before it starts. Gu Cheng noted the slight rasp in Meng Yan's voice, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong?
Me fine.
I dozed off accidentally and probably had a nightmare. If those who knew Meng Yan's true nature were aware, they would likely burst into laughter. As a nightmarish divine beast, to have nightmares was surely the greatest joke in the celestial realm for millennia. Of course, there were no celestial beings here, and even Han Shan, who was aware of Meng Yan's true essence, was not present. Hence, Meng Yan could effortlessly fabricate tales with her eyes wide open. What kind of nightmare? Gu Cheng did not call out Meng Yan's reddened eyes. I can't remember, Meng Yan replied dismissively. If you're scared next time, you can always come to me. As they spoke, the elevator arrived. When the doors opened, the waiting attendants warmly greeted them. Welcome. Are you two here for the fireworks show as well? One gentle-looking female attendant gestured for them to follow her. Yes, we have a reservation for Lingjiang Xian. Gu Cheng replied, presenting his card. Mr. Gu, please follow me. Please have a seat. Here is the menu. Feel free to look it over if you need anything. The attendant handed them a tablet on the table, indicating they could place their orders.
Thank you.
After placing their order, the attendant politely excused herself. Your meals will be served shortly. If you need anything, feel free to press the call button on the table. Wishing you both a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Mangyuan walked to the window, gazing at the amusement park not far away, bustling with even more people than during the day, most of whom were young with parents bringing their children.
What are you looking at?
I'm watching them. The children are so adorable. Do you like kids? They're delightful. If you like them, you can have your own someday. Just average. They can be noisy, but if they were your children, I think I would like them. Humph. Who would bear children for you? Meng Yan's face flushed. She felt Gu Cheng had become rather shameless since confessing his feelings. If you won't bear children for me, then who will? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. I want tea of children at all. Meng Yan shouted. Just as Gu Cheng was about to retort, a knock sounded at the door. Here are your meals. Please enjoy. A male attendant entered, carrying a tray.
Thank you.
Gu Cheng nodded.
Ah.
The countdown has begun. Meng Yan heard the sounds from outside and looked up to see the enormous screen on the giant Ferris wheel displaying the countdown. 88, 87, 86.
E.
The crowd below began to chant along with the numbers.
10,
9,
8,
7, 6,
5,
4,
3, 2.
1, 0. Gu Cheng and Meng Yan exclaimed in unison. As the final word fell, a beam of light shot skyward, exploding into a magnificent flower in the sky. How beautiful! Watching the fireworks bloom and fade in the sky, Meng Yan felt a moment of daze. If only time could stretch a little longer. The beauty of fireworks lay in their ephemeral existence. Gu Cheng also gazed upward. And what of feelings? Meng Yan's voice was soft. But I have always focused my attention on you, Gu Cheng replied, capturing her words. Feelings vary from person to person. Some people's love is like fireworks, passionate yet fleeting. Others' love flows gently, everlasting. And you? Which are you? My love for you is destined. There is only one Meng Yan in this world, and only one Gu Cheng. A glance is enough to captivate. But you have only known me for a little over a decade. How can you be certain you want to encounter someone even more stunning and endearing in the future? Is she like you?
Gu Cheng asked.
Different, but perhaps she could be far more accomplished and beautiful. Then you wouldn't love her. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. On what grounds? Meng Yan did not finish her sentence, but Gu Cheng understood what she wished to ask. I cannot articulate a reason, yet I simply know. What does it matter if you love me? I am an orphan, with nothing but a crumbling house to my name, average grades, and a lazy disposition. Don't you feel there is a galaxy's worth of distance between us? My love for you is sufficient, and I will help you become extraordinary. I will guide you to the mountaintop, so that you may behold the most splendid vistas. Then, what if I can never have children in this lifetime? I have a younger brother, and if that is not enough, I am blessed with numerous cousins. When we grow old, should you desire children, you may borrow from them. Would your family consent to this? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. If I possess enough strength, no one shall ever wrong you. That is your assertion. Should you deviate from your words today, I assure you I will vanish completely from your world. Attempt it once. If you truly can, then I shall have no regrets. So, does this imply you are willing to grant me a title? Gu Cheng felt an unprecedented joy, his heart racing as if it might take flight, his head spinning. Remember, you belong to me, Meng Yan. Meng Yan smiled as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gu Cheng was at a loss as to why he uttered those words. Yet he could not restrain himself. What he intended to express was his overwhelming happiness, his promise to cherish her, for a lifetime, forever. Yet, his mouth seemed to possess a will of its own, uncontrollable. Like a fool, he repeated his gratitude incessantly. Forgetting you would be a tragedy. Meng Yan lunged forward, embracing this silly fool who was grinning endlessly. Chapter 16. Childhood sweethearts. Following their candid conversation, the bond between the two individuals deepened significantly. Meng Yan ceased to exhibit her previously languid demeanor and began to formulate a plan for the remaining time. Although she had initially intended to merely savor her existence in this world, waiting for either ennui or the natural decline of her physical form to usher her departure, the presence of someone she wished to accompany spurred her to abandon such a passive approach. This sentiment resonated deeply with the students of Class 1, especially after the transfer student, Li Mingyue, stirred the academic rankings anew. a rare occurrence in their institution. In a school where every student was a high achiever, the prospect of someone rapidly ascending to surpass formidable rivals seemed implausible, particularly within the top 10. A list that had remained largely unchanged since the beginning of their freshman year. The last notable alteration had been Li Qingruo's entry, who barely secured a spot in the top 10 at 10th place, thanks in part to her impeccable American English. A distinctive feature of their school was that English proficiency was assessed not solely through written examinations, but also through oral skills. Consequently, foreign language institutions and programs were particularly keen to recruit students from this school, with exceptionally talented individuals sometimes granted direct admission to universities without examinations. Although Li Qingru had faced setbacks in her previous life, preventing her from attending a prestigious university, her linguistic aptitude was commendable. After entering the industry, she had intentionally crafted her public persona and diligently practiced her spoken English for a role, achieving remarkable fluency. Had it not been for her unfortunate accident, she would have been poised to accept an invitation from a foreign director, albeit for a minor role, one that could have opened doors to international opportunities. In stark contrast, Meng Yan ascended to the second position, closely following Gu Cheng and surpassing Mu Dong and other academic elites. This development elicited immense joy from the class teacher, who was soon to oversee the transition to the second year with a division of disciplines and reallocation of classes. While Class 1 was commendable, Classes 2 and 3 were no less formidable. The teacher, who had been responsible for Class 1, was aware that the evaluation standards for his class were significantly more rigorous than those for others. Initially apprehensive about retaining his position, he now felt reassured by Meng Yan's unexpected rise. As long as she maintained her performance, his concerns were alleviated. Consequently, the teacher's attention towards Meng Yan intensified. He mused about how he had previously overlooked such a delightful student. With her demure appearance and earnestness, she truly embodied the qualities of an exceptional child. The benevolent lens through which Teacher Song viewed Meng Yan only grew more favorable, a sentiment echoed by other subject teachers. Though her presence had been somewhat understated, it was largely due to a lack of attention. Once acknowledged, it became nearly impossible to disregard her. This newfound attention left Meng Yan, who was accustomed to being overlooked, feeling somewhat unsettled, particularly as the male students began to realize that a beauty resided in their midst. Apart from this, there was Li Qingru. Mu Qing was the name she had previously adopted in her past life and the artistic name she chose in this one. Fans affectionately called her Mu Qing. Yet within the confines of the school, she was recognized as Li Qingru. Following the recent examinations, Li Qingru became increasingly aware of Meng Yan. Upon her arrival, she had initially taken note of her peers, primarily focusing on Yi Xiaoxiao. While Li Qingru possessed a face that evoked a sense of tenderness, reminiscent of a man's idealized first love, Yi Xiaoxiao's countenance exuded a neighborly charm, endearing her to both men and older women alike. If Yi Xiaoxiao ever aspired to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly become a formidable competitor in due time. However, having assessed the situation, Li Qingru was aware that Yi Xiaoxiao hailed from a scholarly family. Regardless of her parents' stance on her pursuing a career in entertainment, Yi Xiaoxiao herself had no inclination toward such aspirations. Li Qingru envisioned a future where she and her childhood sweetheart would attend the same university, marry upon graduation, and lead a modest life, a scenario typical of a well-behaved girl who seldom entertained thoughts of venturing into the entertainment world. Li Qingru had previously overlooked Meng Yan, but as she observed her closely, she recognized that this girl was indeed a worthy rival. With striking features and a vibrant aura that eclipsed her own, Meng Yan possessed an allure that was both captivating and unique. Her presence radiated an ethereal quality, reminiscent of legendary sword immortals, graceful, proud, and exuding an unmistakable air of superiority. Rather than appearing haughty, she emanated a sense of entitlement, as if her demeanor was simply natural. From Li Qingruo's seasoned perspective in the entertainment industry, Meng Yan embodied an exceptional talent, capable of embodying both a proud heiress and a regal queen. Her occasional smile had the power to melt hearts. Li Qingru found herself unconsciously tightening her grip. Should someone like Meng Yan enter the entertainment industry, who among the contemporaneous actresses would capture attention? Not only the audience, But directors would also be unlikely to overlook such a promising talent. She could only hope that Meng Yan, like Yi Xiaoxiao, would lack ambition in this regard. Otherwise, she would inevitably find herself competing for resources in the future. While Li Qingru wished to forge a connection with Meng Yan, she recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. Having already debuted and garnered a measure of recognition, conventional wisdom suggested that she should seize opportunities for appearances and advertisements to enhance her visibility and achieve stardom. However, her understanding of the industry's intricacies led her to believe that such a strategy, while effective in the short term, would ultimately prove detrimental to her long-term development. A meteoric rise might attract a legion of young fans or superficial admirers, but the proportion of loyal supporters would be minimal, and these younger fans could stir trouble, damaging her reputation and alienating her from others. Thus, even if she achieved fleeting fame, it would inevitably fade. Although being infamously known could still be categorized as fame. No individual has sustained such notoriety indefinitely. Once public favor wanes and enemies accumulate, the risk of being blacklisted looms large. Unless one possesses substantial work to support their status, even if they avoid obscurity, their future prospects would remain bleak, straying far from their ultimate ambitions. Her lifelong goal was to transcend the first tier of stardom and ascend to the ranks of international superstars, where a positive reputation and carefully cultivated persona were essential for securing greater resources and recognition. Chapter 17. Childhood's Sweethearts. Hence, she opted to follow her parents' work and transfer to Ling City, enrolling in Ling City First High School. This institution is a prestigious establishment, renowned for producing talents who have made their mark across various fields, with a historical legacy of notable figures that have garnered national recognition and influence. To be accepted as a student here is, in the eyes of outsiders, a testament to one's capabilities, inherently carrying an aura of distinction. The persona of an academic achiever is exceedingly desirable, particularly appealing to older audiences, yet it captivates students and the youth even more. Such an identity undoubtedly adds to one's allure. In her previous life, she had suffered the disappointment of failing the college entrance examination, resulting in her being unable to attend her dream university. This time, she was determined to rectify that regret. She aspired to gain admission to the finest university to validate her worth. Therefore, instead of hastily seeking fame, she chose to prioritize her studies while maintaining a presence on social media. She regularly shared snippets of her daily life and occasionally showcased her dance moves on a platform, ensuring her popularity remained vibrant. Of course, she would seize opportunities to participate in trending variety shows as well. Her strategy proved to be remarkably effective. Her manager, who had previously lamented her rejection of numerous scripts, now beamed with pride as they observed her rising follower count and popularity in her live streams. Recently, a highly popular variety show had even extended an invitation to her, marking a series of fortuitous events. Her manager, elated, mused about striking gold and envisioned a future as a top-tier agent. At present, her foremost priority was to uncover the deeper layers of Meng Yan's character. Given her own exceptional qualities, it would take mere moments for her to capture public attention. With her burgeoning popularity, reporters and fans frequently trailed her. Should Meng Yan's photograph surface online, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable buzz, especially if it was propelled by her own momentum. The mere thought of this scenario made Li Qingru feel a rare sense of urgency. At long last, when class concluded, Li Qingru bypassed her backpack and approached Meng Yan directly, offering a gentle smile.
Hello, Meng Yan.
Meng Yan was leisurely packing her bag. Since she resolved to no longer remain complacent, her life had transformed dramatically. The once carefree Gu Cheng had become a different person altogether, now quick to reprimand her for any lapses in attention during lectures. Consequently, Meng Yan found herself navigating a particularly arduous existence. Upon sensing someone calling her, she lifted her gaze. Is there something you need? However, upon noticing the faint wariness in Li Qingru's eyes, Meng Yan began to comprehend the situation. You performed exceptionally well on your recent exams, Meng Yan. Li Qingru exclaimed, her expression brightening, particularly at the mention of her perfect score in biology. Her tone conveyed a sense of astonishment, as if encountering someone who had achieved full marks for the first time, prompting Meng Yan to ponder the true significance of Gu Cheng's near-perfect scores. How could this possibly be attributed to luck? Li Mingyue continued, her voice imbued with admiration. You're truly remarkable, especially in biology, which I struggle with the most. She then lowered her gaze slightly, feigning bashfulness. I wonder if you could assist me with my studies? Meng Yan furrowed her brow, preparing to respond, but Li Mingyue quickly interjected, It won't take much of your time, just half a day tomorrow morning. I have a few areas I'm struggling with. I'll treat you to lunch. With her hands clasped together and her eyes glistening, it was a request that few could refuse. Especially as it was not an unreasonable one, considering they were classmates. Most would have readily acquiesced. I'm sorry, but I am unavailable. However, Meng Yan was clearly not like the others. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined outright. Are you serious, Meng Yan? Li Qingruo's disbelief was palpable as her expression faltered momentarily. I need to prepare for the upcoming biology competition, Meng Yan replied, seemingly unfazed by Li Qingruo's reaction. I plan to study life sciences at an overseas university, so I cannot assist you. If you require help, our biology teacher would be more than willing to accommodate a diligent student like yourself. Within a year, the three of them would no longer intersect. Both Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao had decided to take the college entrance examination early, mirroring the events of her previous life. Had it not been for Li Qingruo's intervention, their fates would have remained unchanged, leading to promising futures. Meng Yan had resolved that once her second year concluded and Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao departed, she would accompany Gu Qing abroad. Thus, she felt compelled to share her future plans. Abroad? Li Qingruo gasped, though a semblance of relief washed over her. Yes, my boyfriend is going abroad, and I intend to accompany him, Meng Yan stated, unperturbed by the prospect of her early romance being discovered. Although the school maintained a rigorous academic standard, it did not approach early relationships with the same trepidation as other institutions. Instead, it adopted a rational perspective, recognizing that if two students could motivate each other to excel, such a relationship could yield positive outcomes. It was said that the principal's own experience, having been a poor student who transformed himself to win the affection of a top student, had shaped this philosophy. Their journey, marked by mutual growth, culminated in both gaining admission to the same university, becoming a cherished tale within the school. Thus, the principal maintained the belief that genuine affection fosters excellence. The underlying message was clear. Relationships were permissible, but academic performance must not only be maintained but improved. Those who could manage both would face no scrutiny. However, failure to do so would lead to consequences. Consequently, while the school's stance on early romance was relatively lenient, few students truly engaged in such relationships. After all, if teachers and parents relentlessly pressured couples to separate, the students would merely perceive themselves as star-crossed lovers, thwarted by the world. This contrarian mindset would ultimately lead to rebellion and decline. The institution's intent was to prevent relationships from hindering academic futures, as the opposite effect could ensue. Presently, however, the school not only refrained from opposition but actively supported these young couples, advocating on their behalf to their parents. Thus, external pressures diminished, and without such stress, romantic sparks could flourish. Yet, should two students become consumed by their affections and let their grades falter, the homeroom teacher would gently present an array of assessments, ensuring that their homework surpassed that of their peers. Over time, the weight of such expectations would prove unbearable, making a breakup inevitable. After all, could anything be more daunting than an examination? Perhaps only an overwhelming amount of homework. In comparison, what significance did a boyfriend or a girlfriend hold? Could they be consumed? Why would anyone pursue romance? Was it a lack of tests or an excess of assignments? How could one forsake the beauty of learning for the trivialities of love? Chapter 18. Childhood Sweethearts. Nevertheless, those who dare to embrace challenges are undoubtedly the brave. Hence in our school, those who venture into romance are also the courageous. Take for instance the artistic prodigy from the art class and his academically gifted girlfriend. Or Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong, and now Meng Yan. Are you in a relationship? Is he from our school too? Li Mingyue inquired with a gossiping expression, adding a touch of worldly charm to her otherwise pure and enchanting visage, leaving the nearby boys awestruck. Indeed, I am, Gu Qing interjected, not wishing to interrupt their conversation, but feeling compelled to respond since he was mentioned. His melodious voice drew Li Qingruo's attention, and she was momentarily surprised, but a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, concealed beneath the surface. Li Qingru was aware of this boy, the top student in their grade. With nearly perfect scores across all subjects and a plethora of accolades from various competitions, he was adored by the faculty and heralded as the pride of the school, a promising candidate for future academic honors. Yet, despite his impressive accolades, his presence was overshadowed by Mu Dong. Aside from being mentioned during exams, he was hardly noticed. A quintessential bookworm, he seemed to possess no other talents. Always clad in an oversized school uniform, sporting thick-framed glasses that could withstand considerable force, and a pair of white sneakers. In Li Qingruo's eyes, he was devoid of merits beyond his academic prowess, epitomizing a lack of ambition. After all, in the future societal landscape, mere academic success without practical application would not guarantee a distinguished life, even with a prestigious university degree. Upon realizing that Meng Yan's boyfriend was him, Li Qingruo's apprehension diminished significantly. It seemed Meng Yan's academic improvement was indeed attributable to this individual. After all, with a boyfriend who was the school's top scholar, excelling in the top 10 would hardly be a challenge. Li Qingru conveniently overlooked the fact that she herself had also enlisted numerous esteemed tutors for extra help. Meng Yan, you truly make a delightful couple, Li Qingru sincerely remarked. Are you planning to study abroad together? Yes, Meng Yan replied succinctly. If you receive any offers, do let us know, and we'll throw you a celebration. Li Qingru exclaimed enthusiastically. Thank you. We will definitely keep you informed, Meng Yan replied politely. Let us go, Gu Qing said as he took Meng Yan's backpack and grasped her hand, leading her away. Li Qingru contemplated for a moment, but chose not to pursue them. Are Meng Yan and Gu Qing cohabiting now? She asked curiously to those nearby. I'm not certain, but it seems they've always been together, one boy replied, grinning foolishly at being addressed by the goddess, eager to share any knowledge he possessed. However, the pair's low profile in class meant few had taken notice of them, leaving the respondent uninformed. If the goddess wishes to know, she could inquire with Tang Yezhong. He is the most well-informed, another boy chimed in, eager to assert his relevance. Although Li Qingru was known by her real name in school, some students, being her fans, were accustomed to calling her by her stage name. Despite the school being in close proximity to the residential area due to previous incidents involving fans crowding her, Li Qingruo's manager had always arranged for someone to ensure her safety, including her daily commute. However, her manager had other artists to attend to, so she rarely came personally. Today, having been slightly delayed, Li Qingru found her assistant waiting for her. Xiao Qing, did class run late today? Her assistant asked, handing her a bottle of water as she entered the car. I was chatting with my classmates and lost track of time. Did Sister Zhou wait long? Li Qingru smiled apologetically. Not at all. I was just concerned for your safety, Sister Zhou, Li Qingru's assistant, who was in her 20s and managed her daily life, replied. Li Qingruo's parents had initially wished to take care of her themselves, but she had declined, opting instead for a small apartment near the company, leaving her school residence solely to herself. Thus, in addition to her assistant duties, Sister Zhou also took on a caregiver's role. While she might have complained if it were anyone else, Li Qingruo's obedience and thoughtfulness endeared her to Sister Zhou, who had no qualms about it. Thank you, Sister Zhou, Li Qingru replied sweetly. By the way, I'd like to see that script we discussed last time. Are you considering auditioning? Sister Zhou asked, her excitement evident. Li Qingru's decision to engage in work meant Sister Zhou could also fulfill her own job responsibilities. Yes, I really like that role and want to give it a try. Plus, with summer break approaching, joining the production won't interfere with my studies, Li Qingru replied shyly. Then you'll have to work hard. If you're auditioning, you'll need to familiarize yourself with the script. Director Su is notoriously strict, so Xiao Qing, you must do your best. Yes, I will give it my all. Li Qingru smiled, but then suddenly noticed 2 figures ahead. Sister Zhou, wait. What is it? Sister Zhou asked, puzzled. Nothing, those 2 seem to be classmates of mine, Li Qingru explained. But why are they still together after school? Do they live here too? As she watched the 2 walk into the residential complex, Li Qingru bit her lip. They are in a relationship? Is early romance still a thing at our school? Why aren't the teachers intervening? Sister Zhou frowned at the mention of early romance, recalling her own younger sister infatuation with a boy from school, which had led to a dramatic decline in her grades, much to their parents' dismay. Sister Zhou harbored a deep disdain for early romances. Li Qingru had heard Sister Zhou lament about this before and did not find her attitude surprising. It seems the teachers are still oblivious. However, their grades are quite impressive. The boy is our school's top scholar, and the girl recently scored second in the last exam. Grades do not improve so easily, Sister Zhou countered, recalling her own experiences as a student. Now, with my younger sister and Li Qingru both at this age, I understand just how challenging it is to elevate one's grades, especially in a school renowned for its academic excellence. Have you not seen how Li Qingru, despite having personal tutoring, only managed to secure the 10th position? A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, but having spent years in the entertainment industry, she was aware of the decorum required in conversation. She merely advised Li Qingru, "Xiaoqing, you should distance yourself from such individuals. Be cautious not to be led astray."
Oh.
Seeing Li Qingru's somewhat dazed expression, Sister Zhou felt that the girl was indeed too innocent, still very much a child. Are they living together? Li Qingru pondered aloud as she watched the couple enter the building. At such a young age, cohabitation is simply irresponsible, Sister Zhou scoffed, particularly disdainful of young girls who lacked self-respect. Perhaps Gu Cheng is simply helping Meng Yan with her studies, Li Qingru defended. Meng Yan mentioned wanting to study abroad with Gu Cheng. Nowadays, one can enroll in foreign universities with a bit of money. Graduating from a subpar institution means nothing, Sister Zhou remarked, holding a low opinion of those who sought validation abroad without substantial capability. Li Qingru chose not to respond further, and after parking, she and Sister Zhou headed upstairs. The following day, Li Qingru rose early, positioning herself at the entrance to observe the building across from hers. After discovering that they lived directly opposite her, she had decided to wait for them, ensuring Sister Zhou did not come along. Meng Yan, Li Qingru called out as soon as she spotted the couple exiting the gate, hastily approaching them. What a coincidence. I didn't realize we lived so close. Meng Yan and Gu Cheng were already aware of Li Qingru's following them the previous day. Meng Yan had a system in place, while Gu Cheng had bodyguards. Although Gu Cheng preferred to keep them out of sight, as the heir to the Gu family, his safety was of utmost importance, and it was impossible for him to be without protection. Had Li Qingru exhibited any hint of impropriety yesterday, she would have been subdued long ago. At this moment, observing the individuals who were evidently waiting for them, the two felt no surprise. It was merely a coincidence. Ha. Li Qingru awkwardly chuckled, hesitant to meet Meng Yan's knowing gaze. Surely, they could not suspect that she was intentionally lingering here? Both Meng and Gu were also residents of this vicinity. Li Qingru smiled sweetly, as if her inquiry was casual. Did you not see? Meng Yan was forthright. Are you all residing in the same building? Li Qingru seemingly ignored Meng Yan's brusqueness and continued her questioning. How delightful. Not only are you desk mates, but also neighbors. Li Qingru bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It had been rare for someone to openly disregard her in such a manner. Gu, I would like to seek your guidance on mathematics. I found last night's assignment somewhat perplexing. Li Qingru turned her attention to Gu Cheng, offering him a smile. Once we reach school, you may pose your questions to the math class representative, Gu Cheng replied, avoiding eye contact with Li Qingru. Do you dislike me, Gu? Li Qingru bit her lip in distress, her complexion paling. If Meng Yan harbors any aversion towards me, I shall refrain from bothering you henceforth. What? Li Qingru was somewhat bewildered. Was this individual truly a man? I kindly request that you cease to disturb us in the future. Gu Cheng, perceiving this foolish woman's lack of understanding, bluntly stated his intent. This time, Li Qingru's eyes genuinely flushed with anger, not sorrow. Having lived this long, possessing a visage that men often covet, she had never encountered such humiliation, especially from a boy who was otherwise devoid of merit beyond his academic prowess. Chapter 19. Childhood Sweetheart Xiao Shanshan. I seem to be following the plot of Yi Xiaoxiao, Meng Yan noted, having keenly observed Li Qingru's displeased expression. With a hint of exasperation, he contemplated how the storyline had diverged from its original course, only to find himself waiting here. Yet, why had it become her? Altering a narrative is not an easy feat. Xiao Shanshan felt a pang of guilt, uncertain why her host had ended up in such a predicament. Leave it to me. Han Shan exclaimed joyfully upon hearing of a task, eager to project herself and offer support to her host. It appears you have offended the goddess of our school. Meng Yan teased, nudging Gu Cheng with his elbow. Stop it. Gu Cheng shot an annoyed glare at this mischievous fellow. He could tell Meng Yan had no desire to engage with this woman, who was clearly not one to tolerate being wronged. Work, work. Meng Yan sighed, raising his hands in surrender. He did not wish to deceive Gu Cheng, yet he could not divulge too much either. Gu Cheng was perplexed, but had long recognized that Meng Yan harbored her own secrets. He understood that this was the extent of what she could reveal. Never mind.
You don't have to tell me.
Gu Cheng reached out to ruffle Meng Yan's hair. Compared to her previously short locks, Meng Yan's hair had grown considerably. And today she had fashioned it into a bun, which felt delightful to the touch. Don't mess up my hairstyle, Meng Yan protested, having never learned to style her own hair. Initially, she had no intention of growing it out, but since Gu Cheng insisted, she had become indifferent to it. As long as someone else was doing the styling. If I mess it up, I will redo it for you, Gu Cheng teased again.
Zhou Jia.
Could you assist me in looking up two individuals? Li Qingru, having been angered by Gu Cheng, contemplated and dialed Zhou Jia's number.
No.
I am merely a bit concerned, fearing they might stray off course. Thank you, Zhou Jia. After hanging up, Li Qingru felt her irritation subside somewhat. Classmate Meng, are you free tonight? Li Qingru approached during a break. It happens to be Yi Xiaoxiao's birthday, and we would like to celebrate. Sure. Meng Yan replied after a moment's thought. What time? At 7 p.m., Yi Xiaoxiao's uncle has opened a restaurant, and the celebration will take place there. Upon hearing Meng Yan's agreement, Li Qingru's smile widened slightly. All right, Meng Yan affirmed. The address was shared in the class group chat. Initially, Yi Xiaoxiao wished to keep the celebration low-key, but somehow Li Qingru had found out and insisted on a celebration. Yi Xiaoxiao had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, her own uncle owned a restaurant, so there was no shortage of space. Yi Xiaoxiao informed her father and spoke with her uncle, who readily agreed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingru rallied the class in their group chat. With the goddess herself leading, along with Yi Xiaoxiao's good reputation, and considering it was Friday with no evening classes, many classmates responded positively, aside from those with genuine commitments. After school, Meng Yan and Gu Cheng first selected a gift, with Gu Cheng seizing the chance to choose two outfits. Once they were ready, they headed to Yi Xiaoxiao's uncle's restaurant together. Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong had already arrived and were greeting their classmates. Upon seeing Meng Yan and Gu Cheng, some playful onlookers whistled, clearly teasing the pair. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingru arrived and noticed that while Meng Yan and Gu Cheng were not dressed in matching outfits, the colors and minor decorative elements were evidently from the same collection, indicating their relationship was indeed special. Chapter 20. Childhood Sweethearts. Meng and Gu, you have arrived. Li Qingru greeted warmly as she approached. Mu, are you living with them? The goddess's every move naturally captivated attention, and upon hearing Li Qingru's question, a quick-tongued individual inquired. Yes, Meng and Gu are my neighbors. I conveniently live in the building opposite theirs, Li Qingru replied with a gentle smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. Do Gu Cheng and Meng Yan reside in the same building? Many were aware that Li Qingru lived near the school, in a neighborhood abundant with students from the first high school. Those nearby did not ponder much, merely assuming the two lived in the same building. Meng Yan offered a faint smile, while the boy across from her seemed momentarily dazed, only snapping back to reality when nudged by a friend. What are you daydreaming about? Hey, did you notice how beautiful Meng Yan is? She's even 3 times more stunning than goddess Mu Qing, Su Hao exclaimed, his cheeks flushed. Zhou Mingming followed his gaze and, as if discovering a new continent, remarked, Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Meng Yan noticed several eyes fixed upon her. When she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of a group of boys in her class, their faces reddening as they hurriedly averted their gaze, pretending to engage in conversation with others. Humph. Meng Yan felt a shadow loom over her, and upon glancing up, she found it was none other than Gu Cheng. He wrapped an arm around her and shot a fierce glare at the group of boys, causing their chatter to diminish instantly. Meng, would you like some juice? Li Qingru offered, bringing over 2 glasses and handing one to Meng Yan. Gu, may I borrow Meng for a moment? Don't worry, I will return her in one piece. Gu Cheng glanced at Meng Yan, and upon seeing her nod, he released her. Don't drink too much cold stuff. Gu is truly kind to you. Li Qingru remarked with a hint of admiration. He is indeed very good to me, Meng Yan affirmed without hesitation. To be honest, I am quite surprised that you and Gu are a couple, Li Qingru said, her expression slightly embarrassed. I mean no offense, but you two don't seem like a match at first glance. Not that Gu is unworthy of you, it's just that you could find someone even better. I mean, how did you come to like Gu? As Meng Yan held Li Qingru's gaze, the latter became increasingly flustered, her words tumbling forth in a chaotic manner. What I mean is, everyone prefers someone like Mu Dong. Oh, Meng Yan observed Li Qingru in silence for a moment before finally uttering a single word. Is that all? Li Qingru asked, incredulous. How could Meng possibly like Gu? After a pause, Li Qingru inquired again, realizing Meng Yan had no further comments. Like is simply like. Meng Yan replied, elaborating slightly this time. Does Meng prefer someone academically inclined? Li Qingru pondered, struggling to find another rationale. Observing Gu Cheng and Meng Yan's usual attire, they did not seem particularly wealthy. Although the residence at Feng He Yuan was not inexpensive, it was feasible for an average family if they were merely renting.
Today,
their clothing appeared somewhat valuable, yet others in the box were similarly attired. Ultimately, in Ling City, affluent families were not scarce, but this wealth was relative to ordinary households, still far from the elite. For instance, Li Qingru's parents had accumulated a modest fortune after years of hard work, yet such families were inconsequential in her eyes. Curious. Are we? Meng Yan had a temper that was not easily tamed, and having mingled in the realm of cultivation for too long, she was unaccustomed to such casual conversations. No, I was just asking. If Meng doesn't like it, then it's fine. My apologies. Li Qingru's eyes glistened as she felt a pang of grievance, apologizing softly. Moo. What's wrong? Who has bullied you? Many boys were secretly observing the scene, excitement bubbling within them at the sight of 2 beauties together. However, it did not take long for them to notice Meng Yan's frown and Li Qingru's reddened eyes. A group of boys exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired between the two. One boy attempted to stand, but was restrained by others. The wise ones knew that it was best for men to refrain from meddling in women's affairs, lest they get burned. Just then, a boy entered, a fan of Li Qingru. Upon spotting her tear-streaked face, he felt an adrenaline rush and transformed into a protective figure. Oh no! The boy who had previously held back his friends smacked his forehead, quickly distancing himself from the scene. Is he out of his mind? Does he dare to interfere in women's matters? Is he not afraid of getting burned? Mumu, are you alright? He asked, glaring fiercely at Meng Yan. Meng Yan dismissed the attention of the infatuated fan, not even bothering to respond, remaining unperturbed by his glare. However, someone else was not indifferent. A deep voice resonated. What are you staring at? To be frank, although Gu Cheng wore glasses that detracted from his appearance, his height certainly did not suffer. When Meng Yan first encountered him, he stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, and now he had surpassed that. Had it not been for his eyesight, the gym teacher would have already enlisted him in the school's basketball team. The boy opposite him was barely 5'7", and facing Gu Cheng's imposing figure, he trembled slightly. Had it not been for his desire to maintain composure in front of the goddess, he would have made a hasty exit. No, Wang Hua, Meng did not bully me. I merely asked an inappropriate question, Li Qingru interjected, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she continued, I apologize. It was my fault for causing trouble for Meng. Hearing this, Meng Yan smiled and took Gu Cheng to another area. Thank you, Li Qingru said, lowering her head to rub her eyes before looking up and offering a weak smile to Wang Hua. Sorry, I need to go to the restroom. Wah. Wang Hua looked on sadly as the goddess walked away, his dissatisfaction with Meng Yan and Gu Cheng intensifying. Wang, come here. The others, seeing the main parties depart, quickly beckoned Wang Hua over. Why did you all just watch Mumu get bullied? Wang Hua approached, his face still flushed with indignation. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged complex glances, realizing they had underestimated his naivety. Was this what they referred to as low emotional intelligence? They had all witnessed the earlier events clearly. Meng Yan had hardly spoken, while it was primarily Li Qingru who initiated the conversation. If anything had gone awry, it was likely Li Qingruo's words that had displeased Meng Yan. Even those who had considered intervening had not intended to take sides. Chapter 21. Childhood sweethearts, what business do you, a man, have meddling in matters between women? With a decent rapport with Wang Hua, a slap was given. And the call to arms was made. Come on, we're waiting for you. Let's play some games. You, dragging your feet, still dare to join in. The others quickly rallied, leaving no chance for Wang Hua to speak, rendering him speechless and pained, words caught in his throat. You all, what about me? Are you in or out? If you're out, don't claim brotherhood later. You were really impressive just now. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Meng Yan stealthily tiptoed and planted a kiss on Gu Cheng's cheek. Naturally, Gu Cheng bent slightly, allowing her to reach him effortlessly. Shall we do it again? Feeling the gentle caress on his face, Gu Cheng felt a stirring within him, tempted to take further liberties.
Hee.
Meng Yan shot him a knowing glance, inviting him to savor the moment himself. I dislike the way they look at you, Gu Cheng whispered, grasping his girlfriend's hand with a hint of grievance. If you took off your glasses, more people would notice you, Meng Yan retorted, unfazed. Of course, the glasses were not inexpensive, available only in the mall with the requisite points for purchase. As a novice, Meng Yan possessed none. To acquire them, she had to incur a favor, knowing that her points would eventually be deducted later. Meng Yan did give the glasses to Gu Cheng, but he, for certain reasons, chose not to remove them. Fortunately, these glasses were lightweight and comfortable. From then on, their lives unfolded smoothly, without a hitch. Following Gu Cheng's suggestion, Meng Yan began to actively participate in biology competitions, hoping it would facilitate her future school applications. Meanwhile, Mu Dong seemed spurred by Meng Yan's enthusiasm, working harder than ever, with Yi Xiaoxiao also gearing up under his influence. Notably, Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao finally acknowledged Meng Yan, who had always sat beside the top student. Yi Xiaoxiao, typically shy and reserved, struggled to initiate interactions, while Mu Dong maintained a polite yet distant demeanor with the girls in class, save for Yi Xiaoxiao. Despite his popularity, especially among the girls, he exuded an aura that kept them at bay. Moreover, Meng Yan, with her subtle presence and deliberate avoidance of contact, had garnered little attention, even from teachers. However, Meng Yan's unexpected actions shocked everyone, leading to a natural curiosity and interest in her. It became apparent that the most beautiful girl in their class, perhaps even the entire school, was poised for a shift. Thus, Meng Yan emerged as an undeniable focal point at school. She did not conceal her relationship with Gu Cheng, causing him to be blacklisted by all the boys in the school. Surprisingly, Meng Yan's reputation improved. Beautiful, academically gifted, poised, and unpretentious, such qualities earned her admiration.
What?
How can you tell she isn't vain? In an age where appearance reigns supreme, someone who can appreciate inner beauty beyond the exterior is indeed unpretentious. Realizing this, Meng Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Could she confess that she was awestruck by Gu Cheng's looks upon their first meeting? Given their shared experiences as dog owners, Yi Xiaoxiao found herself drawn to Meng Yan. Curiosity about their relationship blossomed, despite having overlooked any signs of intimacy between them previously. The magic of female friendship is such that two individuals, once strangers, can suddenly become friends, even venturing out for shopping together. To Gu Cheng, this seemed miraculous. His own wardrobe was replenished each season, while Meng Yan only ventured out to pick a couple of ordinary pieces, which Gu Cheng insisted she choose, considering her financial constraints. After they became open about their relationship, Gu Cheng began purchasing various dresses and accessories for his girlfriend, yet Meng Yan hardly touched them. With ample clothing, she grew even less inclined to go out, unlike most girls who could spend an entire day shopping. Gu Cheng often lamented that while other men feared their girlfriends overspending, he found himself with no opportunity to indulge. Now, the woman who once preferred to stay indoors gaming and binge-watching suddenly desired to go out, even if not alone with him, which brought Gu Cheng joy and a long-awaited sense of relief. This newfound ease allowed him to view Yi Xiaoxiao more favorably.
Today,
As Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan prepared to go out, they were unexpectedly accompanied by the two boys. Upon reaching their destination, the girls exchanged exasperated glances at the men by their sides. They ventured to a renowned shopping street, bustling with diverse products, delectable foods, and amusement areas. Surrounded by large malls catering to all social classes, the street was alive with people, and the boys took it upon themselves to protect their treasures from the crowd. Yet, the girls remained oblivious to their intentions, expressing annoyance at their presence. After a round of shopping, they purchased only 2 matching outfits, much to the bewilderment of their male companions. Gu Cheng, having previously assisted Meng Yan in choosing clothes, could hardly recall the last time he purchased something for himself. Everything was delivered directly to him, tailored to his needs. Mu Dong, more straightforward, had his mother select his clothing, which was always impeccably chosen, negating the need for him to shop. Didn't Tiwi say not to follow us? What else with those expressions? Meng Yan glared, while Yi Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks in displeasure at Mu Dong. The two boys exchanged glances, a sense of urgency dawning. No, that's not what we meant. Then what do you mean? The girls chorused. What I meant was, with so many people here, I saw several men staring at you just now, Mu Dong explained, softening his tone, though a hint of irritation crept in. This observation rang true. Their peculiar quartet drew attention. Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao were undoubtedly striking, while Gu Cheng's height and commanding presence made him captivating, even from behind, a true back-figure killer. The only one lacking prominence was Meng Yan. Yet she remained enveloped in Gu Cheng's embrace, drawing attention and admiration from onlookers. Chapter 22. Childhood Sweethearts, Part 2. Recently, there has been a high school knowledge competition. Are you interested? Gu Cheng changed the subject rather abruptly. Upon mentioning academics, Yi Xiaoxiao, being a diligent student, naturally shifted her focus, while Meng Yan, though aware of Gu Cheng's ruse, chose not to expose it. After all, one cannot dismantle their own dog-s stage. A biology competition? Could it be exceedingly challenging? Yi Xiaoxiao felt a surge of excitement, yet a hint of trepidation lingered. Her talents predominantly lay in the humanities, and even with Mu Dong's guidance in the sciences, her performance remained merely average. Unlike Mu Dong, who thrived in various competitions, she seldom ventured beyond participating in a few essay contests, let alone comparing herself to someone like Gu Cheng, who was exceptionally gifted. Meng Yan had recently participated in several competitions related to biology and chemistry, achieving commendable results, which made Yi Xiaoxiao feel a tad inferior. This upcoming competition was comprehensive in nature and required teamwork. Gu Cheng had already informed Mu Dong about it while the two girls were engrossed in shopping. Mu Dong was quite intrigued by the competition, which was both innovative in format and content, allowing even those like Yi Xiaoxiao, who had a singular academic focus, to shine. We could form a team. With the 4 of us, we would almost cover all aspects of the competition. Mu Dong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. The rewards for this competition were unlike any previous ones. It was on a global scale, and a commendable placement could potentially secure them offers from prestigious universities. However, my spoken English is rather lacking, Yi Xiaoxiao lamented. As a Chinese student, this is a common predicament, which is also why Ling City No. 1 High School attracts the attention of foreign language colleges. Not to worry. I will practice with you later, Mu Dong reassured her. Initially, Mu Dong had planned to take the college entrance examination early, targeting domestic universities. But with the prospect of broader horizons, how could he resist? Indeed, Yi Xiaoxiao observed the gleam in Mu Dong's eyes, fully aware of his aspirations, and she vowed to accompany him on this journey. Moreover, Gu Cheng had enlisted professional instructors, ensuring they had comprehensive support in their studies and training. Consequently, Mu Dong decided to resign from his class monitor position, and they all applied to be excused from evening study sessions. Given their exceptional capabilities and valid reasoning, the teachers readily approved their requests. Regarding this competition, I have heard about it as well. The school seems inclined to prevent teams from participating. Since you are interested, you might as well join the school team, Old Song said, looking proudly at his 4 outstanding students. We have considered that, but we believe that having more members does not necessarily enhance the team. Synergy is crucial. The 4 of us complement each other and share an unparalleled understanding that would be diminished if we hastily included others. Nevertheless, we will represent the school in the competition. Among the 4, Mu Dong and Old Song were the most familiar with each other, so they unanimously designated Mu Dong as their spokesperson. In that case, you may also participate in the school's training sessions. The school is placing significant emphasis on this competition and will select the best instructors to guide the students. Old Song did not insist, understanding the dynamics among the four. It would indeed be challenging for them to integrate with others. We have contemplated this as well. However, the school's training will undoubtedly cater to the majority, making it difficult to provide tailored guidance for each individual. Yet, we each have our strengths, can complement one another, and are acutely aware of our weaknesses, allowing us to devise corresponding training plans. Additionally, Gu Chung mentioned that his family had arranged for him to have a tutor, which, compared to school resources, might yield better results. Mu Dong gestured towards Gu Chung. Upon hearing this, Old Song ceased his insistence. A tutor for Gu Chung would undoubtedly be of high quality. Given Gu Cheng's current abilities, he did not dare claim he could teach him anything. Even the school-organized tutoring would likely offer limited improvement for someone of Gu Cheng's caliber. With the school's approval and the parents' enthusiastic support, the four began their formal training. News of the knowledge competition soon spread, thanks to Tang Yizhang. Students were eager to participate. For who among the youth is not spirited? Xiao Xiao, are you and Mu Dong entering the knowledge competition? Li Qingru did not wish to miss this opportunity either. She did not expect to reach the finals, but achieving a respectable rank at the city, provincial, or even national level would undoubtedly benefit her future prospects. She had already decided to recruit Gu Chung, and must not overlook Mu Dong either. However, lacking any close rapport with these two, she felt uncertain about persuading them to join her team, and thus sought out Yi Xiaoxiao first. If she could win Yi Xiaoxiao over, Mu Dong would surely follow. As for Meng Yan, she had recently grown closer to Yi Xiaoxiao, and with Yi Xiaoxiao's assistance, she was confident she could convince him, thereby ensuring Gu Chung would join her team. Then she could recruit a few more. She refused to believe she could not break through. I'm part of a team with Mu Dong, Xiao Yan, and Gu Chung, Yi Xiaoxiao replied with a shy smile. Could I join as well? Li Qingru was taken aback, realizing they had already formed a team, a fact she learned from Tang Yizhang. The school had yet to make an official announcement. I'm sorry, but we've already registered, Yi Xiaoxiao said apologetically. Registered? Li Qingru furrowed her brow. Yes, look here, Yi Xiaoxiao said, revealing a message on her phone that confirmed their successful registration. The timestamp indicated it had been received the day before.
How did you find out about this?
Li Qingru inquired. We heard it from others while we were together, and we decided to sign up, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, her gentle demeanor masking her shrewdness. All right then. That's quite unfortunate. Li Qingru understood that there was no recourse at this point. Once registered, teams could not change unless under significant circumstances, and even then, it would require the organizer's approval. Though somewhat disheartened, she resolved to seek out other options. I will team up with others then. Let us all strive together. Indeed. Let us work hard together. Yi Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively. Soon, the school officially announced details regarding the competition and the training sessions they would offer, inviting interested students to sign up. The school would coordinate teams accordingly, but those with preformed teams could also inform the school.
Subsequently,
Li Qingru assembled a team comprised mainly of the top 10 students in the school, not limited to the first-year cohort, including some from the second year, showcasing their formidable strength. Chapter 23, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 2. Li Qingru could be regarded as the weakest member of the team. However, she was originally an idol, radiating her own charm, and she provided both the training venue and instructors, which left no room for dissent among the others. After all, in such competitions, having a tailored approach is undoubtedly preferable to a more generalized one. The school's training program, with its abundance of students and limited resources, could not possibly cater to individual needs, at least not in the initial stages. Under these circumstances, Li Qingru, who could provide specialized training, was undoubtedly in high demand. Even though her own abilities were limited, the collective strength of the team meant that her shortcomings would not hinder their progress significantly. Resolute in their decision, several top students, willing to let Li Qingru serve as a mascot, gladly joined her team. As the team captain, Li Qingru appointed the top student from the second year as her vice captain. The training venue and instructors were arranged with the help of Sister Zhou, who, despite the costs being somewhat steep, had recently accepted a role in a drama. Although it was a minor part, her popularity ensured a substantial fee. Though the director was somewhat unsociable in his professional dealings, he was not one to stifle ambition. Especially since this production was a company initiative to promote its own artists, with the leading roles and several supporting characters all sourced from the same agency. With the company mediating and contributing additional investment, the director readily agreed to consolidate Li Qingrou's filming schedule. Thus, everything progressed smoothly according to Li Qingrou's meticulous plan. Following the rigorous Gaokao examinations, all grades began preparing for the final assessments, leading into the summer break. In response to national policy, schools abolished supplementary classes during the summer, resulting in only competition teams remaining for training after the holiday. Li Qingrou's team also participated in the school's training program, with additional specialized tutoring in the evenings, creating a vibrant atmosphere within the group. Amidst this intense preparation, the preliminary selection commenced. All entries were conducted online, where participants logged into a question bank via their computers, allowing team discussions to facilitate collaboration. Rankings were determined by the total number of questions tackled and the accuracy rate, with real-time updates on the leaderboard. During the competition, webcams were mandated to remain active, and internet searches for answers were prohibited. Due to the high number of registered teams, cities were divided into several districts, with the top 10 from each district advancing to the main competition. Li Qingrou's team secured a place in the group. This round of filming revolved around a youthful campus theme, featuring limited scenes, and as the third female lead, her screen time was naturally less than that of the first lead. Nevertheless, her acting skills posed no issues, and filming progressed smoothly, even wrapping up a few days ahead of schedule. Of course, if additional shots were needed in post-production, she would have to return. At this point, Li Qingrou's team had climbed into the top 10, currently holding the second position. If they maintained this momentum, advancing from the preliminaries seemed assured. However, Li Qingrou harbored an uneasy premonition regarding the team in first place, known as Dongqing Xiaoming. Vice-Captain Su Jie frowned. It was evident that Dongqing Xiaoming was a formidable competitor. Li Qingrou quickly deduced that this was the team led by Yi Xiaoxiao. What is our current standing compared to them? She inquired. The disparity in the total number of answered questions was minor, with the top 3 teams all within 20 questions of one another, but in terms of accuracy, Dongqing Xiaoming boasted a perfect 100. And what about us? She pressed. 99-51, Su Jie revealed, his face tinged with embarrassment. He had initially underestimated the significance of the preliminaries. The third team was at 98. 98, the remaining team members nodded in understanding. Do you know where Dongqing Xiaoming is from? Li Qingrou asked, still clinging to a sliver of hope that they might not be the same team. They're from our school's first-year class, led by Gu Cheng, with Mu Dong as the vice-captain, and their members include Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan. And Mu is in the same class as you, Zhang Wei explained, a second-year student himself, but well acquainted with Gu Cheng and Mu Dong, as they were regular contenders in competitions. Especially Gu Cheng, despite being a first year, was exceptionally talented. So, it's them. Xiaoxiao and her team are indeed impressive. I must strive harder. Li Qingrou playfully stuck out her tongue, lightening the mood. Based on our current standings, we still have a chance to win, Su Jie analyzed. The competition rules dictate that the total number of answered questions multiplied by the accuracy rate yields the final score. While our accuracy is not as high as theirs, the gap is not insurmountable. As long as we can increase the number of questions tackled, victory remains within our grasp. With just a week remaining until the preliminaries concluded, Su Jie urged everyone to work diligently. Let us go all out. Meanwhile, at the other table, come, this fish is truly delectable. Meng Yan, you must try it. Yi Xiaoxiao said, using serving chopsticks to offer a piece to Meng Yan. I'll give it a taste, he replied. After a day of rigorous practice, the 4 of them gathered for a hearty meal. Once we finish eating, let us review the questions we tackled today before resuming training. Mu Dong interjected amidst his busy schedule. Can we refrain from discussing that during meals? It ruins the appetite, you know? Meng Yan responded, somewhat disgruntled, feeling that the delicious food was losing its charm. Exactly. Mu Dong, why must you be such a downer? Yi Xiaoxiao chimed in. Her lively spirit, perhaps a result of her long-standing friendship with Mu Dong, a rare bond with a female friend in whom she could freely joke. Gu Qing shot Mu Dong a sidelong glance. Feeling unjustly treated, Mu Dong sulked in the corner, piling his plate high with food. Despite his dramatic display, the three engrossed in their meal paid him no mind. After a brief respite, they convened to review their questions. Gu Qing took the lead in the discussion, adeptly summarizing the day as questions with concise language, elucidating the key points and the extensions of the knowledge involved in the simplest manner. This method proved remarkably effective, as all four members demonstrated significant improvement, evidenced by their noticeably increased speed in tackling questions. At present, the primary contributors to their progress were Mu Dong and the other two, while Gu Qing acted solely as a supportive presence, appearing only when needed. Chapter 24, Childhood Sweethearts. Each individual is responsible solely for their area of expertise. Yi Xiaoxiao handles questions pertaining to common knowledge, history, and geography. Meng Yan deals with biology and chemistry, while Mu Dong focuses on mathematics and physics. This division of labor evidently enhances efficiency, allowing them to progress more swiftly than if they attempted to tackle all questions simultaneously. In instances where they encounter difficulties, they simply relinquish the challenge to Gu Qing, who addresses it. Upon completion, Gu Qing consolidates their efforts by analyzing and elucidating the solutions. Moreover, every 3 days, a tutor hired by Gu Qing's family arrives to conduct targeted training. This approach serves both as a competition strategy and an effective training regimen, with the four of them diligently working from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, compared to many who burn the midnight oil. Often extending their study sessions into the early hours, their method may initially appear slower. Yet it ensures a steadily increasing pace and a high accuracy rate in the long run. After all, each individual's stamina is finite. Exhausting oneself at the outset would render it nearly impossible to endure the month-long preliminary rounds. A well-structured plan is more significant than mere rote practice, which likely explains the organizer's decision to allocate an entire month for the preliminaries. With only a week remaining until the competition's conclusion, many teams are already displaying signs of mental exhaustion. This predicament arises from the lack of a coherent strategy among certain teams who rush to tackle questions indiscriminately, hoping to outpace their rivals. However, each person possesses distinct strengths and limitations. Teachers often emphasize the importance of a well-rounded education, asserting that, under proper guidance, diligent students can maintain a balance across subjects, minimizing disparities. Yet this competition is markedly different, presenting a diverse array of questions across various fields, from astronomy to geography. For high school students, achieving proficiency in every area is almost unattainable. This reality has led many to squander precious time grappling with topics they find challenging, and incorrect answers can adversely affect one's mindset. Once an individual's mental state deteriorates, the entire team's morale may falter. Teams that benefit from teacher guidance, such as those from No. 1 High School, have largely circumvented such issues. The school's educators have organized the students into groups based on their individual capabilities, aiming for complementary strengths. They have also provided multiple strategies for approaching the competition. However, not every team has a standout member, nor does every group share a profound level of trust and synergy. Over the course of a month, interpersonal dynamics can give rise to various complications, contributing to some teams' elimination. As of now, those teams that continue to perform well have achieved commendable results. Moreover, the participants are generally acquainted with one another, even if they belong to different classes. The number of top students within the school is limited, fostering familiarity. Additionally, they often collaborate in competitions and activities, further solidifying their understanding of one another. Under these circumstances, the Chengfeng team has thus far maintained a harmonious atmosphere. Almost everyone has clear responsibilities, and tasks are well defined. However, if Li Qingru were to possess a singular strength, it would be her proficiency in English. While this is an asset in ordinary circumstances, it becomes irrelevant in the context of the preliminary rounds, which do not assess English proficiency. More precisely, the competition does not evaluate grammar, vocabulary, or composition skills. The written examinations do not include oral assessments, rendering Li Qingru's sole strength ineffective. As for her performance in other subjects, although she has managed satisfactory grades, these are confined to textbook knowledge, which proves insufficient in the competitive arena. Left with no alternative, Su Jia encourages her to practice independently, suggesting that she seek assistance from others when confronted with challenges, and to delegate particularly difficult problems to those with greater expertise. Despite her previous efforts, Li Mingyue is burdened with other commitments, and maintaining commendable grades in standard school courses represents the extent of her capabilities. Her lack of experience in competitions has led to her current state of discomfort. However, the realm of competitions is an entirely different world, demanding not only imagination and quick thinking but also creativity and the ability to apply knowledge in novel ways. Moreover, unparalleled dedication is required to achieve outstanding results. For someone who has never participated in a competition, merely acclimating to this format can be an arduous task. Additionally, the preliminary questions progress from easy to difficult, allowing for a gradual adaptation. Had Li Mingyue participated from the outset, she would have been afforded a buffer period for adjustment, preventing her from feeling overwhelmed. Yet now, with the competition well underway, the questions diverge significantly from those typically encountered in school. Li Mingyue is on the verge of despair. She had not anticipated the level of difficulty presented by these questions. After just 2 problems, she is drenched in cold sweat. This is merely the preliminary stage. The formal selection rounds ahead will undoubtedly be even more challenging. I initially struggled to adapt as well, but you are clever. So, I trust you'll soon adjust your mindset, Su Jia observes, having closely monitored Li Mingyue's demeanor. With a sigh, he recognizes the predicament she faces, acknowledging that her lack of participation in earlier training sessions accounts for her current disarray. Li Mingyue, aware of her limited contribution, nods in acquiescence, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear while offering an apologetic smile. Let me take a look first. If I encounter any difficulties, I'll reach out to you for assistance, Jia. She understands her role to be more of a nominal participant. Her motivation for entering the competition is to enhance her some rather than pursue an academic trajectory. Thus, she remains unperturbed. Chapter 25, Childhood Friends, Part 2. As the competition intensified, all participating teams began to prepare for the final sprint, particularly those outside the top 10 who were consumed with problem-solving, leaving little time for meals or rest. In this atmosphere, even the top 10 teams started to feel the pressure, extending their study hours, except for the East City team. They adhered to their original study plan, which resulted in them falling significantly behind in rankings as the final 3 days approached. If they continued on this path, they would likely fail to qualify for the main event. Su Jia observed the current data, perplexed by the team strategy. Although Gu Cheng was exceptionally talented and Mu Dong was competent, the other 2 members had not demonstrated remarkable performance in their previous school endeavors.
Ye Shao Jiao.
While achieving respectable scores, excelled primarily in humanities, not in competitive subjects. Meng Yan, who had only recently emerged, still needed to prove his consistency, particularly in competitions where his skills were uncertain. With these 2 holding them back, even the strengths of Gu Cheng and Mu Dong seemed insufficient. With only 3 days remaining, they needed to maintain their resolve. Perseverance equates to victory. Su Jia decided to stop pondering over the situation. This was a team competition, and one person could only do so much. If they indeed had a secret strategy, he would stand by them without hesitation. Confident that Gu Cheng could not win every time. Perseverance equates to victory. Let's go. Tomorrow marks the final 3 days, Gu Cheng declared, checking the time. Tonight, we won T-Train. Everyone get a good rest. Tomorrow is the official competition. I'll treat you all. Didn't he mention wanting to try that new hot pot restaurant? Are you planning to reward us? Mu Dong, now comfortable with the group, had shed his previous aloof demeanor.
Get lost.
We haven't even won yet. What else there to reward? Meng Yan retorted, displaying his newfound knack for witty banter.
Hey.
Aren't I considering that you 2 are girls and shouldn't he stay up late? Mu Dong remarked, rubbing his nose.
Can't you stay up late? What about you? Ye Shao Jiao chime in, playfully nudging Meng Yan.
I'm still growing, Mu Dong exclaimed, glancing at Gu Cheng, suddenly emboldened. You're still growing? Yi Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief at her boyfriend's audacity. Why wouldn't I? I can at least grow as tall as him.
Mu Dong lamented,
recalling how Gu Cheng had shot up in height since their first year of high school, leaving him feeling diminutive in comparison. To remedy this, He had taken to drinking milk, his least favorite beverage, as if it were water. I'm still a baby. Early to bed, early to rise helps me grow. He insisted.
Ha!
A baby at 1 meter 80? How adorable. Meng Yan scoffed. Better than your tall loaf. Mu Dong shot back, feigning indignation. Xiao Xiao, he's bullying me. Meng Yan pretended to cry, turning away from Mu Dong. Gu Cheng's right, the child who cries gets candy. Yi Xiao Xiao teased, covering her mouth with a smile. Unjust. This is like June snow. Mu Dong pouted, burying his face in Yi Xiao Xiao's shoulder. That tickles. She laughed, dodging away. Childish. Gu Cheng pushed up his glasses, casting a disparaging glance. How am I childish? She's my girlfriend. I can cuddle her.
Mu Dong replied defiantly.
Sure, as if I haven't noticed. Gu Cheng smirked, nonchalantly taking the hand of the girl beside him, flaunting their interlocked fingers. What else with that look? Those glasses are hideous. Mu Dong remarked, eyeing Gu Cheng's newly donned spectacles. If you took them off, the campus heartthrob wouldn't stand a chance against me. I'd feel much more at ease. Isn't that what you enjoy? Gu Cheng countered, rolling his eyes. Enjoy? Not at all.
Mu Dong retorted, exasperated.
But if I looked that criminally attractive, I'd have to cover my face when going out. Don't worry, you won't have that opportunity. Gu Cheng quipped, pulling his girlfriend away. What does he mean? Mu Dong wondered, glancing at Yi Xiao Xiao. Is he implying I'm ugly? Of course not. She hurriedly reassured him. In my eyes, you'll always be the most handsome. Really? He asked, his face lighting up. Yes, yes, truly. Now let us go, otherwise, the food will be gone. Yi Xiao Xiao urged, taking his hand. Today marks the final push. According to our established plan, let us commence. All right. Okay. No problem. In this preliminary selection round, the primary metrics are the total number of problems solved and the accuracy rate. Additionally, the proportion of problems abandoned cannot exceed 10% of the total solved. Exceeding this threshold results in automatic elimination. If the abandonment rate is within 10% but exceeds 4%, points will be deducted. Conversely, if it is below 3%, bonus points are awarded, with more significant reductions leading to higher bonuses. Thus far, the East City team had not abandoned any problems, making this aspect another full score item besides their accuracy rate, which would contribute significantly to their final score. However, for now, their ranking was calculated solely based on the number of problems solved and their accuracy, without accounting for the abandonment rate. Chapter 26, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 26. In the East City, Little Meng continued to employ the previous strategy, with each member primarily responsible for their respective domains. However, unlike before, Yi Xiao Xiao was now tasked not only with the humanities subjects, but also some foundational questions and those requiring moderate calculations. Meng Yan, with her vast knowledge and formidable mental acuity, found the more complex calculations manageable. Thus, she and Yi Xiao Xiao collaborated effectively, tackling most of the mid to lower tier questions, as well as those that, while not particularly difficult, involved substantial computation. Mu Dong was assigned the mid to upper level problems, while Gu Cheng took charge of the remaining questions and, as before, handled the unresolved queries that lingered for over 2 minutes. This division of labor clarified each person's responsibilities, significantly enhancing their speed. Although their team ranked lower at the moment, this did not account for the additional points. Almost every team was now striving with fervor. With 10 minutes remaining in the competition, everyone rallied together for one final push. Just a little longer. We are on the verge of breaking into the top 10. Moo, stay calm. We're secure. It's merely a matter of ranking. Yes. With 10 minutes left, based on our current data, securing a top 10 position is within reach. Gu Cheng remarked while solving questions. Already secure? That's splendid. Yi Xiao Xiao cheered, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of questions tackled over the past few days. I must indulge in some extra meat tonight.
Mu Dong shouted,
nearly driven to madness by the relentless questions, feeling as though he would drown in them.
Me too.
No worries. After the competition, eat whatever you desire. Gu Cheng replied without hesitation. 3,
2,
1. Time us up. Marvelous. It's finally over. Senior, what is our current ranking? Li Qingru approached, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Currently, our total question count is first, and our total score, calculated based on accuracy, is also first. If nothing unforeseen occurs, we are certain to secure a place in the top 3. Su, how couldn't he help but feel a sense of pride? This competition included high schools from across the city, signifying their first place as the city's best.
Ha!
We are destined for victory. Clearly, this sentiment resonated with everyone, as their excitement surged. Absolutely. Who are we? Let us celebrate. Tonight, I'll treat everyone. Li Mingyue smiled sweetly, suggesting that she would ask Sister Zhou to make reservations. Does anyone have any preferences? I'll make a suggestion. Me too. Get lost. The places you choose are always disappointing. This time, it's recommended by my cousin. It's bound to be delicious. Go away. After dinner, we can find a place to unwind. That sounds delightful. It's been an arduous month. Yes, let us relax.
You lot, stop rambling.
Su Jie blushed as he glanced at Li Mingyue, feeling slightly embarrassed. By the way, how is Xiao Xiao's team faring? Li Mingyue suddenly inquired. They had slipped out of the top 10 earlier, but they managed to catch up in the latter stages, currently ranking 7th overall, Su Jie informed.
Ah?
What a pity. But at least they are still in the competition, Li Mingyue remarked. Each small team has one member monitoring the data, typically the team leader. However, since Li Mingyue had been out filming, she transferred this responsibility to the deputy leader, Su Jie. The true standings would only be revealed during the official competition. Su Jie's expression remained neutral. I know that place, it's been quite popular lately. Meanwhile, the 4 in East City were discussing what to eat next. They had enjoyed hot pot a few days ago, and were now considering barbecue. Is it this one? Gu Qing asked. However, securing a reservation at this restaurant is quite challenging due to its popularity, especially their starry private room, which is in high demand. No worries. I've already made a reservation. Gu Qing replied casually. Really? When did you do that?
Mudong exclaimed.
Didn't you mention wanting barbecue after the competition? Gu Qing reminded him. After finishing the hot pot, Mudong suggested they indulge in barbecue post-competition to replenish their energy, and everyone else agreed. Gu Qing. Mudong said. Touched. You truly are a person with a cold exterior, but a warm heart. From now on, you are my true brother. A barbecue meal can forge a brotherhood. How inexpensive. Meng Yan shook her head in disbelief. I also think Gugo is wonderful.
Ye Xiao supported her boyfriend enthusiastically.
Are we switching to barbecue? Are you in? Gu Qing asked with a smile. Of course. Meng Yan quickly chimed in. Chang is the best. And yet, you call us sycophants. TSK. I couldn't bear to watch just now. Mudong looked on disdainfully. Yen, you were excessively sycophantic earlier. Yi Xiao echoed with a dazzled expression.
Ha ha.
You don't understand. He is my boyfriend. Can we be called sycophants? Meng Yan sneered, proudly wrapping her arm around Gu Qing's. Cut it out. Is this the Starry Sky Villa? Mudong gazed enviously at the picturesque garden before them, contemplating the wealth of the owner. How beautiful. Yi Xiao marveled at the sight.
Please, this way.
A handsome server smiled and led the way.
Wow.
Even the servers are so handsome. Yi Xiao whispered, drawing a sharp glare from Mudong. Where's the handsomeness? Mudong pulled his petite girlfriend closer. Am I not more handsome? Of course, you are handsome. Yi Xiao, recognizing the situation, gave the right answer. That's more like it. No looking at him. You should only look at me, Mudong asserted possessively.
Oh.
Yi Xiao replied, feeling a bit wronged. Do you think he is handsome too? Gu Qing glanced at Meng Yan, not missing the fact that she had been watching the server. With you around, who else can be called beautiful? Meng Yan quipped, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Chapter 27. Childhood Friends, eh? Xiao? A melodious female voice echoed from a short distance away. Yi Xiao lifted her gaze and spotted Li Mingyue along with several familiar young boys and girls standing nearby. Have you come here to dine as well? Li Mingyue inquired as she approached, her companions exchanging glances and following suit. Yes, after the competition, everyone wanted to unwind, so we decided to come here. Yi Xiao replied with a shy smile. The other 3 acknowledged the approaching group with nods, signaling their greetings. What a coincidence! Li Mingyue exclaimed cheerfully, clapping her hands. Do you have a reservation? We booked a private room. Would you like to join us? Securing a table at Starry Sky Manor is quite a challenge, particularly the private rooms. If it weren't for Sister Zhou being friends with a manager here, she wouldn't have been able to reserve one. Oh, no thank you. We made a reservation in advance, Yi Xiaoxiao said, her expression tinged with regret. Thank you, though. That's all right. We'll gather again next time, Li Qingru replied. All right. We'll take our leave now.
Goodbye.
She waved to her companions. Since Yi Xiaoxiao's birthday party, Li Qingru had not made any effort to approach Meng Yan. Moo. They are dining here as well, Wang Wei remarked, somewhat astonished. The expenses here are considerable. Although it's quite trendy, not everyone can afford to dine here. Especially considering that several are still in high school, it's unlikely their families would provide them with such funds for dining out. I've heard that Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong come from relatively affluent families, so it's not surprising, Kai Ming commented. They seem quite low-key otherwise, Wang Wei mused. These are genteel families, not nouveau riche. Kai Ming rolled his eyes. Do you know Gu Qing and Meng Yan? Wang Wei asked, slightly defiant.
Those two?
I really don't know, Kai Ming pondered before turning to Su Jia.
Do you know?
Su Jia, lost in thought, was jolted back to attention by the question. No, I'm not familiar with Gu Qing. Even Jie Ge doesn't know. Wang Wei sighed, but that oddball. What about Mu and Zhang Jian, Tong Tong? Kai Ming recalled that they were classmates. Aren't you in the same class? I'm not sure. We haven't spoken, Zhang Jian replied. A quiet boy who seldom initiated conversation unless asked. Tong Tong, currently undergoing voice changes and having been teased for her croaky voice, also shook her head in agreement. I know. As the group engaged in fervent discussion, Li Qingru interjected, successfully capturing everyone's attention. They live in the same community as me, just across from my building. The same community? Isn't that the one next to the school? Wang Wei contemplated. That community seems to be divided into 4 sections. Mu must reside in the area with the best security, serene environment, and the highest prices. Yes, it was arranged by Sister Zhou. Although it's a bit pricey. It couldn't be helped, Li Qingru said, brushing her hair back shyly. Mu, you deserve to live well, Kai Ming nodded. But it's surprising that Gu Qing and Meng Yan can afford to live there. Even renting for a year must be quite costly. I know. When my cousin entered his senior year last year, my aunt rented a place there for him to ensure a good study environment. It's several times more expensive than other areas, only possible because my uncle is wealthy from his business. My family could never afford it.
So,
that means both their families are quite well off? Wang Wei mused, scratching his nose. Not quite. Meng Yan's family is quite poor, Zhang Wei interjected, who had remained silent until now. How do you know? Kai Ming asked, intrigued, surprised that Zhang Wei knew such a beautiful girl. My uncle used to live across from Meng Yan's house. I saw her a few times, but we weren't close. I only remembered after thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Wei explained. Her parents passed away long ago, and she only has a grandmother. I heard from my uncle that her former neighbor fell ill and passed away last year. That was Meng Yan's grandmother. Then how does Meng Yan afford to rent a place in Finghayuan? Wang Wei countered. Could it be insurance money? Impossible. I heard that when her grandmother died, they couldn't even afford a decent urn. But I've heard that the area is slated for demolition, Zhang Wei asserted firmly. Then where does Meng Yan get her money? Kai Ming stroked his chin, pondering. Wait, didn't Mu just say they live in the same building? Could they possibly share the same apartment? Upon this revelation, a tense silence enveloped the air before erupting into a frenzy of speculation. Although Ling City No. 1 High School is relatively tolerant of young love, it does not condone students lacking self-respect. Early romance and cohabitation are fundamentally different matters. If this were true, the school would be in turmoil. Wang Wei stood in disbelief. I wondered why a beauty would be interested in that oddball Gu Qing. It turns out this is the reason, Kai Ming scoffed. They may have initially been placed in the second class due to poor exam performance, but later managed to surpass several students from the first class, securing top spots. Which is why Li Qingru recruited them. Today's beauties are indeed pragmatic. I never imagined Meng Yan, who appears so refined, would be involved in such matters. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover, Wang Wei lamented, having previously held an interest in Meng Yan, only to discover her lack of self-respect. Could there be a mistake? Tong Tong questioned, her voice still carrying that awkward croak. What kind of mistake? Are you saying Mumu is wrong, or Zhang Wei is slandering her? Wang Wei countered. I just don't believe Meng Yan is that kind of person. Tong Tong retorted. Indignant. Well, it's easy to find out. Just ask Sugar Tooth Zhang. Zhang Wei suggested. Actually, it might truly be a misunderstanding, Li Qingru interjected.
Mumu.
Don't listen to that guy. Who knows if he's just infatuated. Wang Wei shot an eye roll at Tong Tong. Just a moment ago, he claimed ignorance. And now he believes otherwise. Humph. Enough arguing. I've already contacted Sugar Tooth Zhang. We'll know soon enough, Kai Ming shouted. Shall we place a bet? Wang Wei exclaimed, eager to stir the pot, casting a sidelong glance at Tong Tong. Bet on what? The others perked up with interest. Let us wager whether Meng Yan is being kept by Gu Cheng, Wang Wei declared, emphasizing the words being kept to provoke a reaction from Tong Tong, whose anger flared. I'll take that bet. Me too. They all chimed in, wagering that Meng Yan was indeed being kept by Gu Cheng. I bet Meng Yan is not being kept. Tong Tong declared robustly, glaring fiercely at Wang Wei. What about you, Mumu? Wang Wei turned to Li Qingru, who had been standing aside without participating. Li Qingru shook her head. I'll sit this one out. As a fellow girl, and since this matter was initiated by me, I prefer not to get involved. Very well. Wang Wei conceded, not pressing further. Chapter 28, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 2. Have you heard? A certain beautiful academic prodigy is cohabiting with a classmate, and she's being financially supported. Suddenly, this piece of gossip began to circulate quietly among the students of Class 1. Since it is currently summer vacation, no teachers have caught wind of it. At this juncture, Tangya has released a new edition of the school newspaper, which reportedly contains details about this sensational news. Once the news broke, that edition of the newspaper sold out quickly. If the newspaper can confirm this, it would undoubtedly be a shocking revelation for everyone, potentially becoming the biggest scandal at Ling City High School in recent years. After all, it is said that the students involved are all top achievers at the school. Once this information is exposed, it will undoubtedly spark discussions regarding the significance of character versus talent and the contemporary educational system, topics that are both sensitive and controversial, attracting much attention. What nonsense! Financial support? Why hasn't anyone offered to support me? Exactly. I'm feeling a bit envious. Am I the only one concerned that a certain G is actually from a wealthy family? I'm not the only one. Humph. If the original poster were as beautiful as a certain M, I would support you too. Ha. Some people just love to put on a show. Who believes that? I've always thought that a certain M looked rather improper. What good girl looks like that? TSK? Meng Yan, you've become famous. Mu Dong chuckled with schadenfreude as he perused the threads on the campus forum. Ah Yen, they're just making things up, Yi Xiao said. Her face filled with concern. It's fine. Strictly speaking, it's not far from the truth. She is indeed living with Gu Cheng. And it's mostly him who is supporting her. So, there's really no reason to be angry. My father said he would cover all your university expenses. Gu Cheng turned his face, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Originally, he intended to directly announce that Meng Yan was his fiancée, but both his father and grandfather disapproved. They believed that both he and Meng Yan were too young, and the future was uncertain. If they were to commit too early, it would be difficult to retract their decision later. Gu Cheng did not resent his father and grandfather. He understood that given his family's situation, their willingness to accept Meng Yan rather than outright dismiss her was a sign of their trust in him. His family was open-minded yet rigorous. The heirs and their partners had to withstand scrutiny. Partners could come from humble backgrounds, but their character and integrity had to be impeccable, even if their capabilities were somewhat lacking. However, this did not mean that becoming a member of the Gu family was an easy task. On the contrary, the men of the Gu family had lofty standards, and few could capture their interest, even fewer women. Gu Cheng's mother and grandmother were both from prestigious families, receiving elite education from a young age and becoming formidable figures in their respective fields, characterized by resilience and broad vision. Even so, Gu Cheng's mother once nearly separated from Gu Cheng's father due to external pressures. This made Gu Cheng's grandfather even more concerned about whether such an immature girl could endure similar pressures. While they did not mind having a daughter-in-law from an ordinary background, the impact of external scrutiny and public opinion on such a young girl was a significant concern. Young people often believe that their current deep affections will endure forever, but how many lovers can truly grow old together? Gu Cheng was aware of this. He could neither prove nor argue against it. Some matters become more trivial the more they are discussed. They can only be validated through time and perseverance.
So,
Does this mean I won't have to work anymore? Meng Yan initially had some savings, but due to Gu Cheng, she had rarely touched that money, which was sufficient for her daily expenses and tuition. However, once she attends university, she would need to find a way to manage her expenses independently. For this reason, Gu Cheng had taken it upon himself to teach her about stock trading and investment before they even had a serious discussion about their future, alleviating some of her burdens. Thanks to this, she managed to earn a little money, ensuring she would be fine for university. However, if she traveled abroad, the expenses would be significantly higher. Therefore, one of Meng Yan's motivations for participating in competitions was to secure prizes. The monetary rewards varied based on rankings, and she was determined to work hard for greater rewards. The current competition was commercial in nature, broad in scope, and attracted considerable attention. Performing well could lead to early acceptance from various prestigious universities and potential sponsorships. If she could step onto the international stage, the advantages would multiply. Achieving a good ranking would not only bring substantial prizes, but also catch the eye of elite institutions, ensuring a bright future both financially and academically. Meng Yan was indeed motivated by this prospect, while Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao, perhaps previously unaware of such ambitions, could not let this opportunity slip by without effort. Thus, Meng Yan resolved that if the competition went well, it would be splendid. If not, she would have to apply for scholarships and explore other means to earn money. As for the public narrative, Gu Cheng did not want Meng Yan to misunderstand. Although she appeared indifferent to many matters, seemingly disinterested in details, he knew she detested being indebted to others, especially in terms of favors. He recalled how, when they first moved in together, Gu Cheng had stated that he wouldn't charge rent. Instead, she could do household chores in lieu of payment. Meng Yan took this to heart, diligently cleaning their home every day, even doing his laundry, and frequently gifting him books she knew he liked. Eventually, when they became a couple, Gu Cheng insisted that it was natural for a boyfriend to take care of his girlfriend, allowing her to relax her efforts. Yet this did not imply she was willing to accept financial support from his family. Humph. I thought I could coast through life. Meng Yan rolled her eyes, her expression one of disappointment. How naive. Gu Cheng laughed teasingly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Don't mess with my hair. Meng Yan leapt up, retaliating by playfully tussling Gu Cheng's hair. Aren't you girls fond of head pats? Gu Cheng quickly embraced his little girlfriend, gazing at her puffed-up cheeks with amusement. That's a head pat. Yours is a hair destroyer. Meng Yan glared, utterly exasperated, having just styled her hair that morning after much effort. I feel like I won't need lunch today, Yi Xiaoxiao said, looking at Mu Dong with a pained expression, wishing to comfort him, only to find her concerns unnecessary. With the time spent worrying, they might as well ponder whether consuming too much dog food would lead to an unfortunate demise. Me too. Mu Dong mirrored her expression, equally bewildered. Darling, give me a kiss. Who can't sprinkle a little dog food?
Get lost.
Chapter 29, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 2. Thus, this upheaval dissipated into nothingness before it even began, largely thanks to the commendable reputation of Tang Yezhong. While there were those who felt aggrieved and sought to stir up trouble, an anonymous report to the school prompted a swift declaration from the institution, stating that Meng Yan came from a unique family background and that Gu, out of camaraderie, sought parental support. Gu's father concurred, recognizing Meng's intelligence and good character, thereby willingly offering assistance for her studies. The statement also clarified that Meng residing with Gu was a precautionary measure, given the potential risks of a young girl living alone. Upon the release of this announcement, the naysayers were left speechless. Those who had previously indulged in petty comments and malicious speculation hurriedly deleted their remarks. They had no choice but to comply, as failure to do so would result in the school summoning their parents for a discussion on the malicious spread of rumors that tarnished the school's reputation. The sentiment was clear. Anyone who could gain admission to Ling City No. 1 High School must have traversed a path of merit. In their minds, only the underperformers and delinquents faced parental intervention. The mere thought of being called in by the school was enough to instill fear. as the repercussions could be damaging to their social standing and self-image among peers. Consequently, the announcement silenced many. Those who wished to speak out were further intimidated by the subsequent events. This saga involved Tang Yizhong, known for his unyielding nature and sharp tongue, who could deliver scathing critiques without uttering a single profanity, leaving one wishing to retreat into obscurity. In a bold move, he exposed the identity of the anonymous informant in a newly released publication, his words cutting so deeply that it felt as if he stripped away layers of skin. Instantly, the informant became a pariah, loathed by all. Tang Yizhong felt wronged, perceiving the informant's actions as a deliberate affront to his reputation. His indignation transformed into a barrage of words akin to daggers, mercilessly directed at the informant. He insinuated that the informant's motives were spurred by external influence, seeking to eliminate obstacles for his beloved Li Mingyue. This all but pointed the finger at Wang Hua, who had previously defended Li Mingyue and was widely recognized as her ardent admirer. Many recalled that he had previously clashed with Meng Yan over his infatuation with Li. As a result, the way peers regarded Li Mingyue shifted significantly. She could feign innocence, but Wang Hua could not. The atmosphere in Class 1 was generally amicable. While not all were as close as brothers, they had never experienced such treachery. Students detest spies among them, particularly those who thrive on gossip, especially when it involves falsehoods that could ruin a burgeoning young woman and a promising talent. The moral character of Wang Hua was laid bare for all to see, and he soon found himself shunned by nearly everyone. After all, no one wishes to associate with someone who might stab them in the back. The fear of inadvertently offending him loomed large. As for Li Mingyue, although only a few were privy to the previous incident, the unfolding drama led the entire class to quietly decide to maintain their distance from her. Such cunning individuals were beyond the capacity of most to manage. Their world primarily revolved around textbooks and exam papers. The intricate machinations and power struggles of social dynamics were simply unsuited to them. Though Li Mingyue was undeniably attractive, students at Ling City No. 1 High School valued intellect far more than mere beauty. Knowledge was the true agent of change in one's fate. While the allure of celebrity existed, it was not an aspiration for all. Tang Yizhong's actions were commendable, earning Mu Dong's admiration. This maneuver not only solidified his influence within the school but also deterred potential troublemakers, all while clearing Meng Yan and Gu Qing's names. Of course. How else could I invest in him? Meng Yan interjected while enjoying mango pudding with Yi Xiao.
Cough.
Mu Dong nearly choked on his drink. What? You invested in him? Indeed. Meng Yan replied, her expression one of mild surprise at his astonishment. When did this happen? What did you invest in? Yi Xiao queried, equally shocked.
Yes.
Otherwise, how could he manage? Meng Yan continued, taking another bite of pudding before explaining that the software for the publication was crafted by Gu Cheng. Wow, I never realized you were wealthy. Are we the only ones who are poor? Mu Dong exchanged glances with Yi Xiao, suddenly feeling inadequate. While they were engrossed in their studies, others were writing programs and making investments. Initially, Tang Yizhong aspired to create his own newspaper but lacked the necessary startup funds. Meng Yan found him intriguing and appreciated his writing, prompting her to invest. To ensure profitability, Gu Cheng assisted by developing a small program. Meng Yan smiled proudly, asserting, I have a knack for recognizing talent. Such a vibrant publication. It must be quite profitable. Mu Dong remarked with a hint of envy. Not quite. We still have to pay salaries. In the beginning, we were operating at a loss until we gained some recognition. Now we have advertisements, which bring in a bit of revenue. Overall, we've made a modest profit. Meng Yan was candid about their financial situation, clarifying that initially, they had to promote their work. And with employee salaries to cover, it was a challenging start. She and Gu Cheng, along with Tang Yizhong, were stakeholders. She provided the capital, while Gu and Tang contributed their technical expertise. Hence, she bore the initial losses. Gradually, the publication began to flourish, earning a reputation that attracted advertisers, balancing their income and expenses. In the end, the profit shared among partners was minimal. However, she viewed this as a long-term venture, confident that it would only improve with time. Tang Yizhong intended to pursue a degree in journalism. while the other long-term employees aimed to attend the same university or at least remain in the same city to elevate the publication as status. This instilled confidence in Mingyue as she believed in their abilities and character, which was why she had chosen to invest in them. What can I do then? Mu Dong pondered, feeling somewhat lost about his future as university seemed distant. Do whatever you wish. Mingyue shrugged. I aspire to be a scholar. Engaging daily with various forms of literature, Yi Xiao expressed dreamily, preferring solitude over socializing. I love gaming. Perhaps I'll create a game in the future. Mu Dong mused, having always enjoyed video games and wishing he could design one himself. That sounds great. Then I can cheat.
Ye Xiao exclaimed joyfully.
As she too enjoyed gaming but lacked the talent, often finding herself at the mercy of others. The thought of one day dominating her peers thrilled her. Then how will I accompany you next time? Mingyue sighed, appearing melancholic, as if already disheartened by Yi Xiao's potential prowess.
Ha!
I can take you along. Yi Xiao clapped her hands in delight. Chapter 30. Childhood Sweethearts in the days that followed. All teams that had successfully advanced through the preliminary selection began their training in preparation for the official competition that was to take place shortly. The final scores from the preliminary rounds were released, revealing that the East City team ranked 4th, while Li Qingru's team, Ling Qingwan, claimed the top position. Li Qingru felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with East City's 4th place finish, though she concealed her feelings outwardly. The additional points were indeed a significant factor, and their previous assumption that no team would secure all of them had led to a moment of carelessness. As the formal competition approached, it became imperative for everyone to focus not only on speed but also on quality, as Su Jie succinctly summarized. Su Jie was pleased with the situation. Although he did not expect Li Qingru to make a substantial contribution, it was essential that she not hinder their progress. Only the top 3 teams could emerge victorious in the formal contest, and every team member needed to demonstrate their worth to ensure a successful advancement. Their team had a numerical advantage, yet a lack of quality among members could easily result in failure to progress, considering that all participants were elite from their respective districts, and other teams were equally formidable. The official competition was significantly shorter than the preliminary rounds, lasting only 10 days. The fundamental rules mirrored those of the preliminaries, with the exception that the penalty for abandonment was now expressed as a percentage. Consequently, the final score was calculated as total questions multiplied by accuracy multiplied by 1 abandonment rate, with additional points awarded for achieving 100 accuracy and a 0 abandonment rate. Thus, even if the inherent difficulty of the questions remained unchanged, the overall challenge of the competition had escalated considerably. Moreover, the questions in the formal competition were naturally more difficult than those in the preliminaries. This meant that the expectations for each team had risen, necessitating a member skilled in controlling the situation to ensure high accuracy and a low abandonment rate. Upon learning the new competition rules, Su Jie furrowed his brow, realizing that his pressure had intensified. Soon, the competition commenced. This time, Gu Cheng was again responsible for maintaining control, addressing challenging problems while also monitoring the data from other teams to assess their strengths. He then strategically allocated time and training for his team based on these evaluations. By the end of the day, Gu Cheng had formed a general estimation of the other team's capabilities. All right, that will be all for today. Gu Cheng signaled for everyone to pause and take a break before resuming training. Indeed, they planned to pursue a dual approach of training and problem-solving during the official competition. The team had complete faith in Gu Cheng's abilities. During the preliminaries, he accurately gauged the strength of their opponents, predicting that they would ultimately achieve a performance above average. This time, there was no dissent among the team members. When Gu Cheng called for a stop, everyone complied without hesitation. From now on, we will gather at this time every day, and the subsequent hours will be primarily devoted to training. Gu Cheng's objective had never been to secure first place in the preliminaries or the official competition but to triumph in the finals. Therefore, he insisted that each individual must strive for improvement every single day. The early stages of the competition had largely been determined by team performance. However, he believed that individual achievements would become increasingly significant as they progressed. Thus, every member must cultivate their own distinctive strengths to stand out. Consequently, he viewed the early competitions as mere training sessions. Given the current standings, the East City team's total number of questions was not extensive, and they were merely in the middle tier. If this continued, even with additional points, they would struggle to break into the top 3. Their team's capabilities were somewhat limited, particularly due to their smaller number of participants. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Jie's eyes. No matter how exceptional Gu Cheng was, it was impossible for one person to perform the work of 4. Even in terms of numbers, victory was assured. In the official competition, he was determined to be first. Understood. In the following matches, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan made rapid progress, significantly increasing their problem-solving speed, and their overall ranking improved daily. Soon, only 3 days remained until the competition's conclusion. Where shall we go to relax today? Mu Dong yawned after a day of intense problem-solving, turning to the side to inquire of the benefactor, who was tidying up his belongings. The benefactor, without pausing, replied, "There's a specialty restaurant not far from here. I have already made a reservation." "Okay." Mu Dong mischievously exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Xiaoxiao. "Long live the benefactor." "Long live." Yi Xiaoxiao echoed enthusiastically, her dimples appearing. "Benefactor, can we leave now? I'm so hungry." Meng Yan chimed in, affectionately clinging to the benefactor's sturdy arm.
No.
The benefactor smirked, delivering his response with a hint of cruelty.
Huh? Why not?
"Please, no." "Dad, what's wrong? Clean up the room. If there's even a speck of dust, you won't be going anywhere," Gu Cheng coldly declared before exiting. The 3 unfortunate souls exchanged glances at the scattered snack wrappers strewn across the study, sighed, and resigned themselves to tidying up. The following day, marking the penultimate day of the competition, many teams entered a state of relentless dedication, with some beginning their problem-solving early in the day. By the time Gu Cheng and his team opened their computers to access the question bank, other teams had already commenced their work. "Are they not sleeping at all?" Mu Dong exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Is it really necessary to be this intense?" "Normal," Meng Yan responded, stretching his body before diving into the question bank. "Only 3 days remain in the competition. If we don't give it our all, we'll miss our chance." Ah Dong is solving problems. Yi Xiaoxiao felt the tension rising within her. "Understood. Don't be so anxious. We will make the top 3, Gu Cheng assured her. His expression calm, yet his voice steady, soothing Yi Xiaoxiao's nerves. "Yes, Captain." Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her heartbeat finally beginning to slow. Mu Dong watched with a tinge of envy, casting a longing glance at Yi Xiaoxiao, akin to a puppy yearning for affection. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoxiao was entirely focused on the problems before her, oblivious to anything else, rendering Mu Dong's admiring gaze futile. Chapter 31. Childhood Sweethearts in the final 3 days. All teams exerted their utmost efforts. When the rankings were announced, Li Qingrou's Lingqing team claimed first place, followed by another prestigious school's team from Lingshi, the experimental first school. And third was the East City team. Lingshi No. 1 High School occupied 2 of the top 3 positions, much to the delight of the principal and the director of education. The principal, particularly, had long harbored resentment against the experimental first school, as both schools had been rivals in recent years, contending fiercely in the college entrance examinations and competitions, leading to quite a bit of frustration for him. "Hey, Brother Zhu. Long time no see. When shall we meet for tea? I'm in a good mood lately. It's on me." Principal Zhou's booming voice carried an unmistakable cheer that pierced Zhu's heart. After hanging up, Principal Zhu called each responsible teacher, reprimanding them for their performance, and scolded them in the faculty group chat. Driven by a dark desire that if he was unhappy, others should share in his displeasure, he spared no one. Although it was still a holiday, the experimental first school was shrouded in gloom. Meanwhile, Principal Zhou of Lingshi No. 1 High School was positively radiant. He first praised the responsible teachers, then particularly commended the homeroom teacher of the competition team, especially Song Chunlei, declaring him a remarkable educator who had nurtured so many outstanding students. All teachers of Class 1 were also duly recognized. The atmosphere at Lingshi No. 1 High School was jubilant, with the principal generously announcing a feast for all teachers and members of the Lingqing team and the East City team. When this news reached Gu Cheng and his companions, they were preparing to unwind at a resort owned by the Gu family on the outskirts of the city, a place of breathtaking scenery and various recreational activities that Mu Dong had long coveted. Hearing the news was akin to a thunderclap for Mudong, who immediately lost his enthusiasm. It took the comforting words of Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Cheng's promise to extend their outing by a day for him to regain some semblance of his former self. They planned to head directly to the resort after dinner, so the group loaded their luggage into the car and proceeded to the gathering place. Upon arrival, many teachers were already present, and Song Chunlei, dressed in a sharp suit and beaming, was mingling with other teachers, making it seem as if he were celebrating a wedding. "Hello, esteemed teachers." The four greeted in unison. "You've arrived." Song Chunlei's eyes lit up upon spotting them, and he gestured for them to come forward, introducing them to the other teachers. "This is Gu Cheng, Meng Yan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Mu Dong from my class, remarkable students, both talented and diligent." The faces of teachers from other classes contorted, forcing smiles, as they thought how different this bunch was from their own students who merely engaged in mischief. "Ah, don't be angry. They're just kids. At this age, rebellion is natural. With proper guidance, they'll surely succeed." The four stood awkwardly on the side, enduring the affectionate pats from the teachers. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Gu Cheng, their gazes filled with palpable resentment. "What's wrong?" Gu Cheng, initially reluctant to engage, felt compelled to inquire as their stares persisted. "Why is no one petting you?" they chorused. Though they stood together, every teacher who approached would bypass Gu Cheng's presence. Gu Cheng stated calmly, his posture erect. "Humph." The 3 echoed defiantly, vowing to seize Gu Cheng's favorite dishes, leaving none for him. As Song Chunlei basked in the limelight, Li Mingyue and the other team members arrived. "Hello, teachers." Song Chunlei happily acknowledged them, and the other teachers sighed in relief, finally freed from his incessant boasting. Li Qingrou's team included students from different grades and classes, and their teachers surrounded them, showering them with warmth and admiration, causing the group to shiver with discomfort. Seizing the opportunity with the arrival of new mascots, the 4 discreetly slipped away to the back. "Phew,
That was terrifying. Mudong exaggerated."
Earning nods of agreement from Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan. "All right, you can entertain yourselves now. I doubt you'll stick around," Song Chunlei instructed, waving them off. They noticed Tong Tong and Zhang Jian sporting expressions of relief, while Li Mingyue graciously greeted them before departing. Song Chunlei, pushing up his glasses, felt gratified. Initially worried about her pride, he was pleasantly surprised by her humility and ambition. "Xiao, are you all here?" Li Mingyue scanned the room until she spotted the 4, who were idly playing games. Her smile faltered for a moment before returning, and she approached them nonchalantly. Tong Tong and Zhang Jian felt the tension, especially Tong Tong, who hesitated to speak to Meng Yan. "Xiao, why are you ignoring me?" Li Qingrou's voice trembled slightly, her smile strained, evoking sympathy. "Is it because of what happened with Meng?" she inquired softly, yet no one responded. "Meng, I apologize. I truly did not mean to reveal that you lived in the same building. I didn't instruct Wang Hua to report you." The 4 paused their game, their expressions unreadable as they regarded Li Mingyue. "Xiao, please believe me," she implored, unable to meet Gu Cheng and Mudong's eyes, instead focusing on Yi Xiaoxiao. "Whether I believe you is irrelevant," Yi Xiaoxiao replied coldly, having been influenced by her time with Gu Cheng, her demeanor radiating an impenetrable aura. The others shot her icy glares before returning to their games. Seeing the 4 treat her as if she were invisible, Li Mingyue trembled with anger, nearly losing her composure. Zhang Jian, concerned, glanced at her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of frustration towards Meng Yan and Gu Cheng. After all, Li Mingyue had only mentioned their shared residence. It was not her fault they lived together, so why be so unforgiving? They were still classmates after all. With this thought in mind, he voiced his feelings.
"Ha."
Mudong looked at Zhang Jian as if he were foolish, while the others wore expressions of disbelief. "How easy it is to speak when you bear no burden. You're just grandstanding." Yi Xiaoxiao dismissed him, pulling Meng Yan away, while the 2 boys trailed behind, unwilling to spare them a glance.
"You."
Zhang Jian's face flushed with indignation, nearly lunging at them, but Tong Tong held him back firmly. "Enough. We were indeed at fault." Tong Tong shoved Zhang Jian forcefully. "What did we do wrong? They acted first, and now don't allow others to speak." Zhang Jian retorted, his anger flaring. "It was indeed our mistake.
We should not have made that bet."
However, if they had informed us earlier, We wouldn't have misinterpreted things, Li Qingru lamented.
Ha!
Tong Tong chuckled in disbelief, casting an incredulous look at Li Qingru and the obviously supportive Zhang Jian before turning away. Different paths, no collaboration. Chapter 32. Childhood's Sweethearts soon. The rules for the provincial semi-finals were announced. This competition would last only 3 days, and the regulations had changed once again, emphasizing individual scoring. Points would be calculated as per the previous formal competitions, and after determining the total score for each individual, the scores would be summed with those of the other team members, ultimately ranking teams based on their average scores. The top 3 teams would advance to the finals. In other words, if any inept member hoped to ride on the coattails of others to gain glory, they could abandon such dreams. Unless their team possessed an exceptionally high standard capable of compensating for the disadvantage they brought and were willing to do so, their journey would end here. To address this, the organizers had introduced an option to withdraw from the competition. Individuals could choose to withdraw, allowing their teammates to continue competing. Upon hearing this news, Li Qingru felt a heavy weight in her heart. It was evident that this was an elimination system, one that forced teams to undergo internal purges. Without a doubt, she was the weakest link, and if the team needed to reduce its numbers, she would most likely, certainly be the one to go. As anticipated, the glances of the others subtly drifted toward Li Qingru. Anger surged within her. They were truly a pack of ungrateful wolves. Su Jie furrowed his brow deeply, naturally contemplating Li Qingru's predicament. The other team members were all quite competent, each possessing ample competition experience, and their abilities were relatively balanced. In such a situation, Li Qingru stood out as the sole misfit. After a long silence, Su Jie adjusted his posture, sitting up straight, avoiding eye contact with anyone, his expression serious. He believed everyone was well aware of the semi-final rules. To ensure the team could advance further, sacrifices would inevitably be required. Upon hearing this, Li Qingru clenched her fists tightly and lowered her head, concealing her expression from view. To maintain fairness, we shall first conduct an internal elimination round. Of course, this round does not necessarily have to result in the elimination of a team member, hence the rule that the score gap must not exceed 5 points. Su Jie paused, gauging the reactions of the group before continuing. For example, if our team has 7 members, if the last member's score exceeds a 5-point gap from the one before them, they will be eliminated. If the 6th member's score differs from the 5th by more than 5 points, both the 6th and 7th members will be eliminated, and so forth. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat taken aback, exchanging glances, but remaining silent. Li Qingru was also surprised. She had expected they would seize the opportunity to eliminate her outright. If this were the case, she might not be entirely without hope. Li Qingru was not a fool. Realizing this, she cast a grateful glance at Su Jie, understanding that his actions were meant to provide her with a chance. Su Jie discreetly averted his gaze. This was the utmost he could do, and thankfully, she seemed to comprehend the situation. I will seek assistance from the school's teachers to prepare the questions. Everyone should focus on studying in the meantime. The others nodded in agreement. Su Jie then rose to contact the school. The school's response was swift, primarily because only these 2 teams remained, and Gu Cheng's team had explicitly stated they could manage independently, leaving only Li Qingru's Lingqing team in need of guidance. Upon receiving Su Jie's call, the head of the department promptly organized relevant teachers to draft questions. Within 2 days, a set of exam papers was produced. During these 2 days, Li Qingru dedicated herself to intensive practice, enlisting a teacher with extensive competition experience for private training. Throughout this period, she managed only 2 to 3 hours of sleep each night, sustaining herself on bread, while devoting every moment outside of classes to solving problems. This grueling training was indeed effective. Li Qingru could distinctly feel her improvement. Su Jie brought the entire team to the school for the competition, and the results were quickly announced. As expected, Li Qingru ranked 7th, with Zhang Jian in 6th, Wang Wei in 5th, Tong Tong in 4th, Kai Ming in 3rd, Zhang Wei in 2nd, and Su Jie taking 1st place. Fortunately, the score gap between Li Qingru and Zhang Jian was exactly 5 points, and the differences among the others did not exceed 5 points either. Seeing these results, Su Jie breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was ideal. He did not have to resort to betrayal nor bear the dissatisfaction of his teammates. The others, upon noticing the results, had nothing further to say. They had initially questioned Li Qingruo's abilities, but now that she had proven herself, there was nothing left to argue. Thus, the Lingqing team successfully navigated the first wave of risks. Similar scenarios unfolded elsewhere. Ultimately, those who stood on the semi-final stage were individuals who had demonstrated their qualifications. In contrast, Gu Cheng's team faced no such dilemmas. On one hand, their mutual understanding had made them the best of teammates. On the other, after Gu Cheng's cold and ruthless training, the team's abilities had far surpassed their initial levels. The newcomers, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan, had been honed to resilience, ensuring they could not fall to the bottom in any team. Even Mu Dong had significantly improved. This was largely due to the teachers arranged by the Gu family, each being experienced and accomplished in their respective fields, providing tailored instruction based on individual strengths. This was almost a dream come true. But was it not a dream? Yet. Such dreams came at a steep price, one that ordinary people could scarcely afford. Even if one could afford it, did these individuals lack funds? Contemplating this, Mu Dong cast a meaningful glance at Gu Cheng, who appeared calmly engrossed in his work. Sensing the intensity of Mu Dong's gaze, Gu Cheng paused, looking up with a questioning expression. I am merely curious about your true identity, Mu Dong said, stroking his chin with a gossiping demeanor. I mean, you can't possibly be from some prestigious family, can you? Not just any affluent family, but a truly distinguished one, Mu Dong whispered. Would you like to know? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Perhaps not, Mu Dong pondered before shaking his head. Gu Cheng looked at him quizzically, noticing Mu Dong's utterly serious expression. I fear that knowing might overwhelm me. After a moment, he added, more importantly, I worry that I might reveal my envious, ugly side. With my looks, how could I allow jealousy to tarnish my stunning visage? Gu Cheng fell silent, his lips twitching as he shot Mu Dong a look of incredulity. Before long, the finals commenced. This time, the Dongqing team held nothing back, and all members exerted their full efforts. They emerged as the clear victors of the semi-finals, smoothly advancing to the finals, alongside Li Qingruo's Lingqing team. There were merely 3 days between the semi-finals and finals, and the rules for the finals were announced the day after the semi-final results. The regulations were nearly identical to those of the semi-finals, determining rankings based on the average scores of team members. The difference lay in the fact that if more than half of the team members achieved a perfect score of 100 with a 0 abandonment rate, they could receive additional points proportional to the achievement ratio. In terms of difficulty, the questions for the finals were nearly equivalent to those in the semi-finals. However, with the introduction of these additional points, the expectations for individual performance within the team were raised once more. This posed a disadvantage for teams with larger memberships. All teams that reached this stage boasted strong capabilities, and most possessed similar average skill levels. In such circumstances, to stand out, teams would need to rely on the contributions of their mid-tier members. This meant that in a situation where the other team members performed adequately, they would need to excel, even surpassing their usual capabilities, to secure those additional points. Chapter 33. Childhood Sweethearts. The East City team was distinctly different. Yi Xiaoxiao sat on the ground, her small hands nervously tugging at her clothing, looking quite pitiful. Xiaoxiao, you are no longer the same as before. Do not worry, I believe in you. You are exceptional in any team you join, Mu Dong encouraged as he clasped her hand. Indeed. Teacher who mentioned that you would have no issues in the finals. Praising your remarkable comprehension and significant progress, Meng Yan chimed in, casting a knowing glance at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng acknowledged this with a slight nod. Yes, your current abilities are impressive. Yi Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes wide with hope. Really? She asked. Gu Cheng confirmed with another nod. Mu Dong watched the exchange with a twinge of envy, thinking to himself, despite my lengthy encouragement, it seems his few words hold more weight. Whose girlfriend are you, exactly? Of course, yours. Yi Xiaoxiao retorted confidently, her previous despondency vanishing as if it were merely a figment of imagination. So you heed his words? Mu Dong remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone, while Meng Yan mused that if he were given a leaf, Mu Dong would certainly transform into a lemon. It's precisely because you are my boyfriend that I find it hard to believe. How do I know you aren't just wearing a girlfriend filter? Yi Xiaoxiao muttered. Yen feels the same. Only Gu Ge would never go easy on us. Mu Dong, Meng Yan, and Gu Cheng exchanged glances, stifling laughter.
Ha!
Meng Yan laughed heartily, realizing that in Xiao Xiao's eyes, Cheng is just a straightforward boy. I had thought he was merely a sharp-tongued character. Gu Cheng, having raised a girlfriend of his own, could only continue to cherish her. As the finals commenced as scheduled, the strongest teams from across the province gathered in Ling City. The competition was held at the Ling City television station, broadcast live by the provincial network. Li Mingyue stood at the entrance of the television station, gazing at the towering structure with her back straightened and fists clenched. Su Jie took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. The other team members also steeled themselves for the competition. As they prepared to enter, the sound of brakes echoed behind them. Turning around, they saw Gu Cheng and his companions disembarking from their vehicle. Li Qingrou's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, she turned and walked toward the entrance. Su Jie fixed an impassive gaze on Gu Cheng, vowing, "This time, I will prove that I am stronger than you." The others glanced between Su Jie and Gu Cheng's group, remaining silent as they followed Li Qingrou inside. Su Jie remained stationary until Gu Cheng brushed past him, thinking to himself, "This time, I shall not lose to you again." "Contestants, please proceed this way," a staff member warmly directed all teams. Gu Cheng and his companions arrived neither early nor late. Numerous teams had already gathered. Upon their entrance, many discreetly scrutinized the four of them. Each contestant bore the name of their respective team prominently displayed on their chests. The East City team, boasting a flawless record with a 100 success rate and 0 abandon rate, emerged as the leading contender among all participants. Particularly, teams that prided themselves on their strength regarded the four with palpable hostility. Upon closer inspection, many found their gazes lingering. Not to mention Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao, who had already attained the status of campus beauty and heartthrob, making it difficult for anyone present to rival them in appearance. The other two members, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, elicited gasps of astonishment upon further observation. Are they truly here to compete? Surely, they are not here for a beauty pageant? One murmured, captivated by their looks and demeanor, which rivaled that of stars. Heavenly, with such striking beauty, how dare they come to compete with us for opportunities? In this world, where appearances reign supreme, the thought of their faces being broadcasted to the masses left everyone feeling inadequate. Despite their efforts to remind themselves, these are our foes, our rivals. It was utterly futile. Their eyes had a mind of their own, unwilling to part from the four. "I knew it," Meng Yan remarked, feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed how most of the female gaze was affixed upon Gu Cheng, with numerous males equally entranced. "Do not fret," Gu Cheng chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yi Xiaoxiao's hair and subtly positioning himself to shield her from the predatory stares surrounding them. "I am solely yours." Mu Dong tugged Yi Xiaoxiao behind them, relishing the spectacle. "Haha, your day has come." In the past, Gu Cheng had shouldered the burden of such attention, but now, the tides had turned. Indeed. Today Gu Cheng had forsaken his unflattering glasses, instead adorning a jade pendant gifted by Meng Yan. This pendant served to diminish one's presence, much like Meng Yan himself. Unless one paid special attention, they would likely overlook it. While it did not alter one's appearance directly, it muted the impact one had on others. In simpler terms, those who beheld Gu Cheng would initially be struck by his striking looks, yet once their gaze shifted, the memory of him would gradually fade, leaving only a vague impression. Thus, Gu Cheng need not worry about attracting undue trouble due to his looks. Initially, Gu Cheng had intended for Meng Yan to wear the pendant himself, thus hesitating to don it. However, while Gu Cheng slept, Meng Yan secretly claimed it for him. Once the pendant was attuned to its owner, it vanished from sight. Yet, Gu Cheng could still envision it floating within a realm of pure white when he concentrated. This phenomenon was entirely new to Gu Cheng. Although he understood that the world held mysteries and numerous practitioners of metaphysics, his glasses had come from a similar source. This was something beyond the ordinary realm. Gu Cheng refrained from inquiring about the pendant's origins, certain that if Meng Yan wished to disclose it, he would. Gu Cheng also understood that obtaining such an artifact must have come at a price unknown to him. He did not desire it. He wished for Meng Yan not to sacrifice for him. Yet Meng Yan feigned ignorance, refusing to reveal how to undo the bond. Gu Cheng felt powerless, resigned to his fate. Upon several attempts, Gu Cheng discovered that the pendant not only concealed its owner, but also influenced those nearby. Though limited in number and requiring upgrades to enhance its effects, the mechanics of such upgrades remained a mystery to Gu Cheng. Meng Yan, equally unaware, had heard nothing from Han Shan, who simply stated that their leader claimed the pendant was useful, without providing specifics. Thus, Meng Yan could only let Gu Cheng explore it himself. After much contemplation, Gu Cheng decided to forego his glasses for the finals. Their relationship was not a secret, and once the broadcast commenced, it was inevitable that others would notice their seemingly mismatched pairing. While he did not care about others' opinions, he wished to shield Meng Yan from ridicule. Thus, after some deliberation, he resolved to step out without his glasses. As anticipated, once the four found a secluded corner, shielded from the prying eyes of others, the atmosphere returned to its usual state. Chapter 34. Childhood Sweethearts. Gu Cheng is undoubtedly a beauty. However, since that incident in her childhood, Gu Cheng has come to loathe her own beauty. The ability to step outside freely, without the need for concealment, and to live without the anxiety of encountering the ugly faces of those lurking in unseen corners is something Gu Cheng has not experienced for a long time. Meng Yan, on the other hand, is indifferent to her appearance. She has long grown accustomed to this reality. After all, even in the realm of immortals, she is considered a beauty that incites envy and resentment. Though her current form bears only a fraction of her original self, it suffices to be deemed a rare beauty. One might speculate that Gu Cheng's appearance is unmatched in this small world. Even in the realm of immortals, she would likely make it onto the list of the most beautiful. One wonders what the beauty at the top of that list, the nine-tailed young master, must look like. I digress. Her desire to conceal her visage stems from a wish to avoid excessive connections and entanglements with this world. Entanglements are a grave taboo in the path of cultivation. Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao serve merely as experimental subjects for Gu Cheng, as she seeks to uncover more functions of this jade pendant. To ensure fairness and excitement, this competition is conducted in a live broadcast format. As the school year approaches, most students are preoccupied with catching up on assignments. They scribble furiously, wishing for the use of both hands, all while feigning a calm demeanor in front of their parents, pretending to diligently study and review their lessons. The fear of being discovered by their parents, who would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of admonitions for their procrastination, looms large. With a prestigious organizing body, generous rewards, and a global scope, this competition is akin to a World Cup for high school students, drawing significant attention. The finals are not only taking place in Ling City, but simultaneously in other provincial cities, all via live broadcasts. Jiangdong Province, where Ling City is located, is known for its exceptional educational institutions, renowned for their rigorous examination standards that other regions can hardly aspire to, akin to a hellish level of difficulty. Consequently, parents in Jiangdong Province are particularly focused on news regarding their children's academic pursuits. Coincidentally, the finals are scheduled for the weekend, when parents are free from work. They eagerly prepare, even before the broadcast begins, bringing their children from their study rooms under the pretext of needing a break. The unfortunate children, who are on the verge of collapse, must put on a facade of joy. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your thoughtfulness. I too wish to take a moment to relax. Internally, they scream, "Do you know I have 8 essays and dozens of pages of assignments? Will I even get to sleep tonight?" This time, 2 teams from Ling City No. 1 High School, both led by first-year students, have reached the finals. Much to the principal's elation. In his excitement, he encouraged teachers to rally the parents in the group chat to watch the finals, resulting in nearly all the parents of Ling City No. 1 High School gathering in front of their televisions to cheer for their alma mater. Xiao Wen, a first-year student at Ling City No. 1 High School, learned this news early on. Not only did he express his desire for support, but he also rallied his entire family, including grandparents and uncles, to join in. By 6 in the morning, his parents were up, even earlier than for work. The family group chat was incessantly buzzing with notifications. Xiaowen glanced at it, feeling overwhelmed, and promptly muted the messages. Why is everyone so enthusiastic? Unlike many, he does not need to catch up on assignments. As an academic overachiever, he completed his work within the first 2 weeks of summer vacation. However, This does not mean he desires to sit and watch others embark on their legendary journeys. He is aware of the competition, having participated himself, but was eliminated during the preliminary rounds. Yet, he chose not to inform his family about his participation, planning instead to surprise them with a news post-competition victory. In hindsight, he feels grateful for that decision. After being eliminated, he found himself inexplicably melancholic, lacking motivation for anything, even studying. This unusual behavior undoubtedly caught his parents' attention, but despite their inquiries, he remained tight-lipped. He also refused their invitations to go out and play. Chapter 36. Childhood Sweethearts. Little did he know, his depression stemmed from this competition. Naturally, the young man's pride prevented him from confiding in anyone about his defeat, not even his parents. Thus, he remained seated before the television. In the living room, alongside his parents were his grandparents, and even his maternal grandparents had arrived early. Little One, who had always been perceptive and intelligent beyond his years, was the apple of all four elders' eyes. Little One, I heard a classmate of yours is competing? His grandmother beamed, eagerly looking at him. How wonderful! How wonderful! Even though it was merely a phrase, her excitement was palpable as she hurriedly handed her beloved grandson a peach. The other three elders also relaxed, their smiles blooming. Observing their joy, Little One felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet he was even more vexed, his thoughts spiraling into frustration. Ultimately, it morphed into resentment towards his own shortcomings. If only he had shown more resolve, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Just as he was lost in thought, the competition commenced. Let us welcome all participating teams. With the applause echoing, the teams entered one after another. Leading the way was, of course, the first-place team from East City, followed closely by Li Qingruo's team and another team from a different city, named the Muqiang team. The Muqiang team also consisted of 7 members, matching the number of Li Qingruo's team. "Oh, what a beautiful lady!" exclaimed one viewer, enchanted by the contestants' allure. This girl relies not solely on her looks, but also on her remarkable talent. Another added, that young man is so handsome. Handsome +1. The comments cascaded. Heavens! What divine beauty is this? Wow, it's truly Muqing. Goddess Muqing. And that young man in red is exactly my type. As the live stream began, the barrage of comments flooded in, predominantly awestruck by the contestants' appearances. Initially, no one paid much attention to the East City Quartet. Focus was primarily on Li Qingruo's and Muqiang's more visually appealing members. However, upon the stream's release, opinions swiftly shifted. Goodness gracious! Did they select their team members based on looks? A team full of beauties. I can't bear to blink. It feels like my heart aches with every moment I miss. Their excitement reached a crescendo. Is this real? That young man's expressionless demeanor is so charming. I've decided he shall be my idol. Who is that lady? She's even more stunning than Muqing. Another chimed in. That little girl is so adorable. I love her. Someone else noted, he is our school's Mudong idol. But who is the other one? The comments continued to explode. Mudong idol. Mom, why am I leaning on the screen? Unbeknownst to them, many had already refreshed the screen multiple times. As the discussion around the East City team intensified, the viewership soared, prompting the director to allocate more camera time to them. Little One, these kids are truly good-looking. Are they your classmates? His grandfather inquired, chuckling. Little One had noticed Gu Cheng, but he was certain he had never encountered such a figure at school. He had heard that Gu Cheng and 3 others formed a team called the East City team. But was Gu Cheng among them? As this thought crossed his mind, he scrutinized Gu Cheng once more, realizing that aside from his face, his physique bore a striking resemblance to Gu Cheng's. Could it be him? This incredulous notion lingered in Little One's mind, leaving him wide-eyed with disbelief. At that moment, many students from Ling City No. 1 High School tuned into the live stream, eager to cheer for their idols. After all, Li Qingru, Mudong, and Su Jia were immensely popular at school, with Yi Xiaoxiao also drawing considerable attention. As for the newly prominent Meng Yan, many secretly wished her well. In stark contrast, Gu Cheng's previously unremarkable image as a reclusive bookworm had embedded itself deeply in the minds of his peers. Few paid him any heed, and those who did were often fans of Meng Yan, poking fun at him in secret. No wonder Mangoddess would fancy Gu Cheng. Little Wen mused, a haunting thought creeping in. He was not alone in this realization. The school forum and chat groups erupted with discussions surrounding Gu Cheng's striking looks. Those who had previously dismissed him as unattractive and merely studious were now faced with a stark contradiction. Why did he choose to downplay his appearance when he looks this good? Many girls blushed quietly, both admiring the screen and lamenting their former disdain for Gu Cheng. Thankfully, their idol remained oblivious to these sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Cheng was entirely focused on the questions before him, his slender phoenix eyes concentrating intently. He worked swiftly, completing 2 or 3 problems for every one that others tackled. The host remarked, "Gu Cheng's speed is impressive. Truly deserving of his title as the top student from Ling City No. 1 High School." The comments erupted in excitement. Those who once criticized Gu Cheng for being a bookworm now hailed him as an idol, their enthusiasm palpable even through the screen. This competition not only took place over the weekend but was also broadcast live, allowing many to comment via the chat. The host's remarks led to a surge in comments, and the viewer count continued to climb, delighting the director. For 3 hours, all competitors remained seated, diligently tackling questions. The host, more akin to an invigilator, oversaw the proceedings, while the director enjoyed an unusually relaxed day, merely adjusting camera angles to maintain the visuals. To be frank, he was dissatisfied with such an arrangement. Frankly speaking, after 3 hours, there was little variety to observe, which he found rather dull. However, he had no choice. The demands of his sponsors took precedence. In this era, the sponsors held the ultimate power. With the sponsors indifferent to declining ratings, the director had to swallow his dissatisfaction regarding the competition's format. Yet, reality surprised him with an unexpected delight. The director was both astonished and thrilled. If this continued, surely his reputation would be preserved. For instance, when a contestant answered incorrectly, announcements would be made in real time, broadcasting every 10 minutes the team's total answers, abandonment rates, and accuracy. This competition tested the competitors' composure. Everyone understood this. The live stream, the host, and the announcements were all designed to assess the participants' resilience under pressure. For those with wavering composure, this competition was a calamity. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience, a misstep would be evident to all, compounded by the host's occasional provocations, an invisible pressure enveloping everyone. Each contestant was equipped with headphones at their stations to isolate themselves from external distractions. However, the screen before them continues to display the broadcast content, including the large central screen. Thus, even with headphones on, the contestants cannot entirely escape the external pressures. The host, who occasionally circles the venue and utters a few words, becomes increasingly irksome. The more indistinct his words are, the more anxious they become, bewildered by the audience's reactions. In the opening 10 minutes, all contestants still wear expressions of confidence. Yet, half an hour later, several individuals exhibit beads of sweat glistening on their faces, necks, and their hair clinging to their scalps. Another 10 minutes pass, and those of a more fragile disposition are drenched in cold sweat, their clothing thoroughly saturated. Within the same group, communication is permitted. Su Jia and Mu Chang's team leader are both attempting to reassure their teammates, adjusting their mental states. Su Jia has abandoned further problem-solving, striving to calm his team members in their group chat while addressing the queries they toss his way. He feels compelled to do so. Among their team, apart from him and Zhang Wei, all are first-year high school students. They have never encountered such an experience before. How can they withstand this immense pressure? Yet, she is not at ease either. Live streaming and competitive broadcasting are entirely different matters. Thus, while Li Qingru strives to maintain her composure, the beads of cold sweat betraying her inner turmoil, the atmosphere appears most relaxed among Gu Cheng's team. Yi Xiaoxiao seems somewhat tense. Yet the other 3 maintain an air of calm, even possessing the energy to jest. Yi Xiaoxiao is amused, gradually influenced by her teammates' buoyant spirits, allowing herself to relax and focus her mind on the problems at hand. Perhaps she is not the brightest in the room, but she possesses a significant advantage. Once she commits to a task, she immerses herself with unwavering concentration. The myriad of distractions from the outside world scarcely affect her. In her youth, Mu Dong affectionately dubbed her a bookworm for this very trait, and she endured teasing from classmates. Yet, this very focus now becomes her salvation. As for the others, they appear utterly carefree. Mu Dong, besides solving problems, divides his attention to monitor his beloved, leaving him no time for anxiety. Seeing her calm down reassures him. As for the other two, it is needless to say, Gu Chung remains expressionless throughout, his gaze solely fixed on the problems displayed on the screen, his indifferent demeanor creating a world of his own. It is often said that a man engrossed in his work appears most handsome, and in this moment, Gu Chung radiates brilliance, eliciting shrieks from numerous spectators. Meanwhile, Meng Yan displays a languid expression, propping her chin with one hand while deftly maneuvering the mouse with the other, tackling complex problems that could easily drive one to the brink of despair. To her, they seem trivial. With narrowed eyes, she methodically checks off answers. The blank sheet before her immaculate to the point of questioning its very existence. Is it possible that Meng Yan has not jotted down a single draft? Does she solely tackle humanity's questions? Evidently, the scrutinizing host, searching for any inconsistencies, has also taken note of this anomaly. It is not her fault. Meng Yan's demeanor starkly contrasts with the concentrated efforts of her peers. Even Gu Chung occasionally lowers his head to sketch a few notes. Yet Meng Yan has not set her pen to paper throughout. The director adeptly adjusts the camera angle, magnifying the question before Meng Yan. Coincidentally, it is a mathematics problem. Keen viewers in the audience are already sharing insights regarding the formulas and calculations involved in the comments. Clearly, while the problem's difficulty is considered manageable, the sheer volume of calculations suggests that even top students from mathematics programs would require at least 10 minutes to complete it. However, in merely 1 minute, Meng Yan has arrived at an answer, and she has yet to draft a single note. The broadcast remains silent, leaving everyone astonished. This implies that Meng Yan not only solved it, but did so using mental arithmetic. The comments momentarily paused before erupting into a frenzy, with 666 flooding the screen in a synchronized display of excitement. The host is similarly taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. Goodness. If I am not mistaken, this problem should not be trivial, right? Nearby, esteemed guests, including renowned professors from prestigious universities, watch with rapt attention. Among them, Professor Wu, a mathematician, is wide-eyed with enthusiasm. While the problem itself is straightforward, the complexity of its calculations is immense. For a high school student to solve it is already a remarkable feat. And doing so mentally is nearly impossible. Chapter 37. Childhood Sweethearts, Good Heavens. It seems that Meng is indeed a prodigy, the host exclaimed dramatically. Such talent is indeed rare. If she continues to cultivate her mathematical skills, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly be significant. Professor Wu's gaze scarcely left Meng Yan, his eyes resembling a hungry wolf eyeing a delicate rabbit. Nonsense. Who says this girl is suited for mathematics? Professor Yang interjected, clearly displeased. She is far more suited for biology. Ha! Such formidable mental arithmetic capabilities. Surely she is a natural mathematician. Professor Wu nearly leapt from his seat at Yang's remark, unable to contain his irritation. This girl has only participated in biology and chemistry competitions before, which indicates her inclination towards those fields. Professor Yang proudly lifted his chin, asserting, mathematics is not a discipline for girls, it's all bald heads. He patted his own thinning hair, which, while not overly lush, could still be referred to as a meadow, then glanced derisively at his rival's bald pate, the mocking glint in his eyes almost palpable. The other professors, evidently familiar with the two, wore expressions of discomfort as they observed the banter, while several others sharing the same baldness exhibited a hint of discontent. Damn it! Having hair is such a big deal. Hair was undoubtedly Professor Wu's Achilles heel. Ever since he began to lose his hair, he has loathed the subject of baldness. Each time he saw someone with a fuller head of hair, he would cast envious glances, seething with jealousy. What irked him the most was that despite his own baldness, his lifelong rival still boasted a tuft of hair. You, Professor Wu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The host, sensing the tension, quickly interjected to steer the conversation in a different direction, attempting to divert the two elder gentlemen's attention. It is quite the mystery how, Despite being from the same institution, they have been seated at opposite ends. If they were to sit together, wouldn't they end up bickering? The audience erupted in laughter, entertained by the playful exchange between the two old curmudgeons, creating a delightful atmosphere. Meng Yan, however, remained oblivious to the antics surrounding her. Although she appeared relaxed, her entire focus was absorbed in the task at hand, rendering her unaware of the shifting dynamics around her.
Yet,
the other teams were acutely aware of the atmosphere's subtle change. In an instant, a shadow of unease fell over everyone present. Li Mingyue noticed the distinct shift in mood, but her heart did not lighten. Observing the guests' frequent glances towards the Dongqing team, their unabashed admiration weighed heavily on her heart. Stay composed. Li Mingyue inhaled deeply, reminding herself that it was crucial to maintain her poise during such moments. She endeavored to dismiss the external distractions, immersing herself fully in the problem at hand. Before the competition commenced, I had discussions with several professors. Everyone agreed that to achieve the highest score, a team must have a core individual. The host remarked casually into the microphone. Professor Yang, what qualities do you believe this core individual should possess? They must possess absolute competence, unwavering resilience, and the ability to earn the complete trust of their teammates. They should be adept at handling unforeseen circumstances and facilitating coordination among team members. Any of these traits is indispensable. Professor Yang replied, adjusting his demeanor.
oh,
Competence? Who do you think has the highest level of skill among those present? The host inquired with a smile, clearly prodding for a sharper response. This was an obvious question. Anyone with eyes could discern that this young man was the most formidable. Professor Wu muttered under his breath, but his words were audible to all. The other professors shared knowing glances, their expressions affirming the sentiment. The host, slightly flustered, chuckled, haha. It seems that Gu Cheng is indeed the consensus favorite. Damn it, this is exhausting. How am I supposed to create a narrative here? Nevertheless, Gu Cheng was indeed remarkable. Currently, he ranked first among all participants in terms of total questions answered correctly, having not missed a single problem. Furthermore, he had successfully solved all the questions posed by his teammates, maintaining a zero abandonment rate for the Dongqing team. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement. The barrage of praise on the screen intensified, flooding the display with compliments. Although team scores were calculated based on individual performance, the abandonment rate held significance. If a team member could not solve a problem, they could pass it to another member. Each problem could be transferred once. If the receiving member solved it, it would not count as an abandonment. However, if they failed, the original member's abandonment rate would increase. Thus far, only one team had recorded a non-zero abandonment rate. The Dongqing team and Li Qingrou's Lingqing team were the only two maintaining a zero abandonment rate. Yet it was evident that, in contrast to the Dongqing team's calm and collected demeanor, the Lingqing team was struggling to keep pace. Firstly, regarding the captain's individual prowess, it was clear that Gu Cheng's abilities far surpassed those of Li Mingyue, who was unable to take on the challenges herself and had to rely on her vice-captain for assistance. Secondly, the dynamic within the teams differed significantly. The atmosphere within the Dongqing team was harmonious, with Yi Xiaoxiao quickly regaining her composure after an initial bout of nervousness. Conversely, while Li Mingyue attempted to exude the confidence befitting a captain, it was apparent that she fell short. She was merely a figurehead. The actual responsibilities, including managing team morale, were shouldered by the vice-captain. Finally, in terms of overall team strength, the Dongqing team had already showcased their capabilities in the previous semi-final. Although they had the fewest members among the three teams, each individual was undeniably exceptional, a veritable collection of true elites. The principal of Ling City No. 1 high school had specially opened the school's auditorium, where a large screen displayed the competition, drawing attendance from all the faculty members, except those unable to be present. Could the principal be any happier? In recent years, they had faced increasing pressure from experimental number 1 high school, with enrollment numbers dwindling year by year.
Now,
with 2 out of 3 teams in the finals hailing from their own institution, while experimental number 1 had become a mere shadow, bald.
Buy it.
The thought of his longtime rival's expression filled Principal Zhou with a sense of triumph that could see him through 3 hearty meals today. Though Old Song was equally excited, He maintained a facade of modesty, humbly attributing the success to the hard work of the teaching staff while subtly complimenting the principal and the directors, which only broadened the smile on the principal's face. Even the typically stern director revealed a rare smile. This flattery was exceedingly successful. As the competition reached its midpoint, the host announced, "We see that the Dongqing team is currently performing exceptionally well, far ahead of the other two teams. If they maintain this momentum, they will undoubtedly secure victory." On the other hand, the Lingqing team, also representing Ling City No. 1 High School, was led by the popular and talented Mu Qing. It was astonishing to witness her not only possess beauty and grace, but also such remarkable talent. Her hard work was evident, as her foundation was solid, and her academic performance was commendable. Furthermore, the vice-captain Su Jia was the top student in the second year, sharing the same prestigious status as Gu Cheng, albeit one in the second year and the other in the first. While the Dongqing team held a significant advantage, Su Jia was clearly a formidable contender, rallying his team to close the gap. Which team will ultimately seize the prize? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The host's voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 38. Childhood sweethearts. Since the commencement of the competition, Gu Cheng's team has consistently employed a strategy of division of labor, assigning tasks according to each member's unique strengths, while Gu Cheng, as the captain, makes adjustments based on the evolving circumstances. This approach remains steadfast in the finals. In contrast to other teams, Dongqing Xiaoming exhibits a remarkable clarity in task allocation. All members exhibit rapid problem-solving abilities, swiftly redirecting any tasks beyond their scope to the appropriate individuals. Each member possesses a clear and distinct understanding of their teammates' capabilities, never wasting a moment on problems outside their designated responsibilities. This efficiency is rooted in their mutual understanding and trust in one another, a significant advantage over other teams. For larger teams, the sheer number of participants may seem advantageous, particularly in long-duration competitions akin to preliminary rounds, where a multitude of participants can effectively employ a human wave tactic. However, in timed events that emphasize individual contributions, this advantage can swiftly transform into a liability. The multitude of problems encompasses various domains, and the challenge lies in the effective division of tasks. Captains grapple with how to assign tasks based on individual characteristics, while team members face the dilemma of determining their own task capabilities. Is this problem solvable by me? If so, how long will it take? If I pass it to someone else, will they resolve it more swiftly and efficiently? If I can't solve it, who is the optimal choice to delegate it to? These questions test the depth of understanding and trust among team members. A lack of familiarity or faith in one's teammates can lead to various complications, such as wasting excessive time on unfamiliar problems or overwhelming the captain by continually passing tasks to them, resulting in the misallocation of resources. Such issues have arisen in previous competitions, though not to such a grave extent. In longer events, for instance, if an individual encounters a problem that they can resolve in approximately 4 minutes, but another member could do so in 3, the first person might not consider passing the task along, believing they can manage it independently. However, Gu Cheng meticulously delineates roles. He comprehensively understands each member while fostering mutual awareness among them, thus cultivating a profound synergy. For instance, if Mu Dong encounters a problem that he can solve but requires considerable computation and time, he will directly pass it to Meng Yan instead of attempting it himself or delegating it to Gu Cheng. He trusts Meng Yan to solve it more efficiently and refrains from burdening Gu Cheng, knowing Meng Yan's capabilities are sufficient to tackle the problem without unnecessary strain on their captain. Similarly, when Meng Yan faces a challenging problem, she quickly assesses whether to pass it to Mu Dong or Gu Cheng. Furthermore, should a member struggle with a delegated task, they can readily seek assistance from others. Gu Cheng has consciously trained his team members to enhance the precision of their task delegation, resulting in a significant reduction in errors. Thus, despite Dongqing Xiaoming's numerical disadvantage, they have emerged prominently due to this factor. Other teams struggle to replicate such advantages. Although verbal communication is possible, misdirected tasks can lead to complications, as those who receive them may fail to solve them, leaving others unable to assist due to their own workloads. Each problem is time-sensitive, and exceeding the time limit equates to forfeiting it. Relying solely on verbal descriptions complicates comprehension for others, making it difficult for them to allocate time for assistance. Consequently, failed task delegation can lead to decreased accuracy or increased abandonment rates. Dongqing Xiaoming, however, does not face such dilemmas. Their high accuracy in task delegation minimizes errors, and even when mistakes occur, they are supported by Gu Cheng and Meng Yan, both of whom possess extraordinary capabilities. One excels in multitasking with ease, while the other demonstrates remarkable mental fortitude, enabling them to maintain focus despite distractions. Not to mention Mu Dong, who, while not as formidable as the first two, still manages to multitask effectively. These attributes render Dongqing Xiaoming akin to a finely tuned machine, operating with remarkable efficiency. As a result, onlookers quickly notice that Dongqing Xiaoming not only excels in problem-solving speed, but also in their rapid task transitions. The host, initially perplexed, observes as Gu Qing passes for consecutive problems to other members. Upon closer inspection, a smile spreads across the face of the host, who recognizes Gu Cheng as a distinguished physicist from the prestigious Imperial Capital University, a luminary in the field. The mere presence of such an individual commands respect, and the host's demeanor shifts accordingly. Observing closely, the host notes, I see that Gu Cheng, Meng Yan, and Mu Dong are all simultaneously tackling problems while transitioning tasks. The host gasps in disbelief. Is this multitasking? Perhaps even more than that, remarks Wang Lao, his expression enigmatic, though his nearly closed eyes detract from the overall effect. Sensing Wang Lao's intrigue, the attention of others shifts towards the trio. After a moment of observation, Professor Wu's face gradually breaks into a smile, clearly impressed with the trio's performance. Indeed, these young talents are exceptional. Professor Yang, overhearing Wu's praise, scoffs dismissively, his disdain evident. Anyone with eyes can see that. The atmosphere becomes charged, and the guests who had not yet had the chance to express their admiration hastily intervene to separate the two, ensuring they do not meet each other's gaze while redirecting the conversation. Professor Wu has a keen eye. These youngsters are indeed impressive. I wonder what universities they aspire to attend? I feel inclined to take on a disciple myself. Upon hearing this, all eyes turn to the speaker, suspicion brewing in their gazes. Even Wu and Yang, who were just moments ago ready to spar, now direct their attention towards the unexpected proposition, while Wang Lao, previously enigmatic, now displays evident dissatisfaction. Who are you to decide? With so many around, you can't just claim them as your own without consulting us. The atmosphere is palpable, and the online audience erupts with excitement. The astute netizens have swiftly uncovered the identities of the esteemed guests, their accolades shining brightly in the eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing the established figures show interest in Dongqing Xiaoming elevates the excitement further, resulting in an outpouring of enthusiastic praise flooding the screens. The host, keen to engage the audience, inquires Professor Wu, "It seems you've discerned something. Could you enlighten us?" To be frank, I just observed, but I'm still somewhat bewildered. I believe many viewers share this curiosity regarding your insights. The host's expression reflects his bewilderment. Multitasking? Are you joking with me? Were it not for the understanding that he was not addressing the usual stars, he would have blurted out his disbelief. Nevertheless, his expression conveys enough for Professor Wu to grasp the underlying question. Did you not notice how the two children tackled the problems consecutively with remarkable speed, without any pauses? Professor Wu gazed at the two young prodigies with sparkling eyes, asserting that achieving dual focus is not an insurmountable challenge. Many can attain it with practice. However, the ability to multitask at such a level transcends ordinary training. These two youngsters are genuine geniuses, the pride of the heavens. This sentiment was echoed by the other guests, seasoned scholars who have immersed themselves in academia for decades, having mentored countless students, many of whom were exceptionally talented. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the aptitude of these two students is indeed impressive. Should they delve deeply into their studies, they could very well emerge as leaders in the future. After Professor Wu's remarks, the host cast another glance at Gu Cheng and Meng Yan, noting their extraordinary pace. The venue was replete with cameras, allowing for comprehensive observation of all participants, with the host and guests having independent monitors for unrestricted viewing. Meanwhile, the audience watched through the footage provided by the director. Given the scenario, the director had already directed the cameras towards Dongqing Xiaoming, particularly focusing on Gu Cheng and Meng Yan, offering multiple close-ups. Consequently, the visibility of other teams diminished significantly, especially for Mu Qing. Although she held some renown in the entertainment industry, she remained an unknown in the academic realm. Aside from a few initial shots granted due to her celebrity status, her subsequent performance was decidedly unremarkable, bordering on mediocre when compared to her peers. In this context, the director naturally opted not to waste time on Li Mingyue. Observing this, Li Mingyue felt a twinge of annoyance, as the situation contradicted her initial intentions. What kind of competition is this? Is it truly akin to hosting the Olympics? Chapter 39, Childhood Sweethearts. Had the director been privy to Li Mingyue's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly chuckled and assured her that not only were there viewers, but many were indeed captivated. Alas, what he initially anticipated to be a dismal viewership turned out to be an astonishing surprise. The once promising Li Mingyue, whom he had thought to be a ratings gem, had faded from his memory. He had initially believed her to be his ace, only to discover that the true delights lay elsewhere, each more enticing than the last. It was truly impossible not to smile. However, Li Mingyue's performance, which he had once deemed commendable, had yet to shine. Her role as captain was almost non-existent, overshadowed by her deputy, and her achievements paled in comparison to her peers. With no other captivating elements to offer, the director was reluctant to squander precious screen time on her, especially with so many talented individuals present. Initially, she was taken aback by Gu Cheng's striking appearance, which shattered her preconceived notions regarding Meng Yan's choice of partner. This left her feeling somewhat frustrated. Furthermore, the repeated display of mistakes and announcements over the loudspeaker whenever someone faltered or withdrew made her uneasy. This discomfort intensified after she made a minor error, gradually transforming into a significant disturbance to her mindset. As a result, she found herself increasingly flustered. Unlike others, her purpose in this competition was to establish her persona for future endeavors. Had this contest resembled the commercial activities she was accustomed to, she would have certainly achieved her goals. However, this competition was dismissive of such trivialities, showing no regard for ratings whatsoever. Not only was it unlike other competitions that allowed for a singular focus, but it also demanded a display of talent, leading to misunderstandings on Li Mingyue's part. She had hoped to leverage this opportunity to smooth her path toward international stardom. Yet, not only had she failed to catch the favorable wind, but she had also stumbled. Contemplating these matters only heightened her agitation. The mere thought of the situation was unbearable. Since her arrival in this new world, her journey had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any setbacks, the only annoyance being Meng Yan, a mere minor character destined to look up to her in the future. Why dwell on it? With this realization, Li Mingyue's spirits lifted somewhat. In summary, this was her first significant misstep since her arrival, disrupting her meticulously crafted plans. Nonetheless, despite her frustrations, the competition continued unabated. Dongcheng Xiaoming's team performed consistently, their members tackling questions with increasing ease, their expressions devoid of the anguish, frustration, or tension that characterized other teams. The four of them wore calm demeanors, appearing to genuinely enjoy the challenge. Enjoying? The host couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Are these even normal high school students? How can they find enjoyment at such a time? Indeed, they were relishing the experience. Mu Dong even hummed a tune while solving problems, while Meng Yan took the liberty of requesting songs. It appeared that Mu Dong was quite at ease. The host maintained a cheerful facade, concealing his inner thoughts. The barrage of comments from fans was relentless, showering Mu Dong with compliments. "This child has a commendable attitude," Professor Yang remarked with a smile. Professor Yang cast a scornful glance at Professor Wu, his silence speaking volumes about his disdain for petty squabbles. This nearly ignited Professor Wu's ire once more. Su Jia, however, was under considerable pressure. From the outset, his team had been plagued by issues, as over half comprised inexperienced first-year students, their lack of composure falling short compared to the seasoned second-year members of Mu Chang's team. Yet, even this would have been manageable, providing an excuse to maintain their image. However, with Dongcheng Xiaoming's team as a benchmark, also composed of novices, they exhibited remarkable steadiness, revealing no signs of trepidation. Yi Xiaoxiao, initially a bit anxious, was soothed by her teammates. allowing her to regain her composure and perform exceptionally well thereafter. In contrast, Su Jie's team struggled to maintain even a baseline performance, let alone excel. They floundered through the questions, haphazardly tossing them aside. It took considerable time to calm them down and stabilize their mindset. Yet, just as Li Mingyue had regained her composure for a brief period, she soon became agitated once more. Frequent errors and careless mistakes made him question whether she had even comprehended the questions before discarding them. Could she truly be unable to tackle such straightforward problems? Initially, he had intended to offer her some grace, gently urging everyone to pay close attention to the questions, but she seemed oblivious, mistaking his comments for advice meant for others. After several instances of receiving discarded questions from Li Mingyue, Su Jie finally lost his patience, directly calling her out to take the competition seriously. He was there to secure a higher ranking and pave his way to university, not to babysit a celebrity through a variety show. Even if he couldn't advance, he wanted to showcase his own worth rather than constantly cleaning up after Li Mingyue's mess. Li Mingyue's face flushed with embarrassment at Su Jie's public reprimand, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She inwardly cursed him as an ungrateful opportunist, having benefited from her kindness, yet now treating her with disdain. Consequently, the already fragile camaraderie within Ling Qing's team was further strained. Meanwhile, Mu Chang's team appeared remarkably solid. Composed entirely of second-year students and supported by the school, they had poured their efforts into this competition. They understood their chances of success were slim, but pressed on, taking it step by step. Though their performance might not have been as eye-catching as Dongqing Xiaoming's, their steady resolve earned them considerable admiration. Several esteemed guests were favorably impressed with them, recognizing that true talent is rare and diligent. Earnest students are the backbone of any institution. Moreover, what teacher wouldn't appreciate students with such commendable attitudes? 3 hours passed, neither too swift nor too slow. As the final bell rang, everyone exhaled in relief. The program paused for a 15-minute intermission, during which the director switched to advertisements, granting everyone a moment to recuperate. It must be noted that the guests had endured a grueling 3 hours seated, a rare feat that few would willingly undertake. Fortunately, these individuals were genuine scholars, accustomed to the rigors of intellectual pursuit, enabling them to adapt. 15 minutes later, the host began announcing the results. Undoubtedly, Dongqing Xiaoming secured first place with a commanding lead, qualifying for the national competition. Following them were Mu Chang's team in second and Ling Qing's team in third, both missing out on the national stage. Despite this setback, several standout performers received accolades from the esteemed guests, with Su Jie and Mu Chang's captain even receiving invitations. With this invitation in hand, even without taking the college entrance exam, they could directly enroll in a top university with the freedom to choose their field of study. Though Su Jie felt a tinge of regret regarding the outcome, he could not help but concede. The disparity in strength was evident. He had never felt the distance between himself and Gu Cheng as acutely as he did now. If he had once harbored ambitions of competing with him, he now found himself gazing up at the young prodigy. The vast chasm in their abilities left no room for jealousy in Su Jie's heart. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of rewards. Several professors expressed a favorable opinion of him, suggesting that his transition to university would likely proceed smoothly. The results were satisfactory for Ling City No. 1 High School. Principal Zhou, with a radiant expression, listened intently as the host announced the final results, which, as anticipated, aligned perfectly with everyone's expectations. In that fleeting moment, a sense of triumph surged within him. He restrained the impulse to immediately call Principal Zhu of Experimental Class 1, instead donning a composed smile as he commended the dedicated teachers behind him, particularly those of Class 1, who received his special acknowledgement. The teachers of Class 1 beamed with pride, their eyes sparkling and smiles uncontainable. Meanwhile, Li Mingyue exited the television station with a visage that mirrored her dismay. Outside, she encountered Sister Zhou, whose expression was equally disheartening. Chapter 40, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 40, I Understand Now. Li Mingyue took a deep breath, concealing her emotions deep within her eyes. She lifted her gaze slightly, a faint, somewhat pale smile gracing her delicate face, evoking a twinge of sympathy.
I am sorry.
Sister Zhou, I've caused you trouble. Li Qingruo's voice, typically soft and melodious, now carried a note of despondency, her remorse amplified from a mere 3 parts to 7. In response, Sister Zhou felt a pang of guilt. This situation cannot solely be blamed on you, Li Qingru. You have performed admirably. Balancing work and study is no small feat. You have excelled beyond many. If my sister achieved this much, my mother would be overjoyed in her dreams. Thank you, Sister Zhou. I'm fine, Li Qingru replied, a hint of sadness still lingering, though she managed a strained smile. This forced cheerfulness tugged at Sister Zhou's heartstrings even further. I'll call Renge, Li Qingru said, dialing her manager, Renwei. Within a second, the call was answered, revealing the manager's evident anxiety. Upon hearing the faint voice on the other end, Renwei closed his eyes momentarily, smoothing the furrowed lines on his forehead, striving to steady his tone. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Have you seen what has transpired on social media? Li Qingru realized that she had gained nothing from this ordeal. Instead, she had likely provided her detractors with ample ammunition for ridicule, effectively sealing her embarrassment. Furthermore, she had tarnished Renwei's reputation within the company, where he occupied a middle-tier position, surrounded by those who viewed him unfavorably and wished to see him falter. With an internal competition approaching, he had initially hoped to leverage Li Qingru's rising star for his own advancement. However, the current predicament had unwittingly served as a target for his adversaries, jeopardizing his chances in the upcoming election. Nevertheless, considering Li Qingruo's potential and the advantages she had previously brought him, Renwei had no choice but to swallow his frustration and manage the aftermath carefully. Fortunately, this incident was not catastrophic compared to the scandals of others in the industry. This would merely invite some temporary mockery. Eventually, as new stories emerged, this would fade from memory. Reflecting on this, Renwei's mood lightened somewhat. Thank you, Renge. I'm sorry for the trouble, Li Qingru said softly. All right, try not to dwell on this too much. If anything arises, remember you have me as your manager. Renwei reassured her, suppressing the pain of his anticipated electoral defeat before ending the call. As Li Qingru gazed at her darkened phone screen, something swirled within her eyes. However, when she looked up, she was once again the gentle yet resilient Li Qingru. She had initially thought that the true victors would be Gu Cheng and his companions, but to her surprise, it seemed that no news had circulated online. Curious, Li Qingru noted that her social media posts still attracted numerous comments. Yet these individuals appeared completely oblivious to the developments. She then browsed the school forum, discovering a flurry of activity. Yet none of this information had leaked beyond the confines of the platform. The following day, those trending posts were mysteriously taken down. A spark of realization flickered in Li Qingruo's eyes. It was evident that someone was intervening, attempting to suppress public attention on these individuals. Clearly, this person had either a vendetta against Gu Cheng and his group or perhaps they were acting on their own accord. Li Qingru was taken aback by her conclusion. From the moment she had approached Yi Xiaoxiao, she had learned that the Yi and Mu families were merely respectable, scholarly clans, commendables among common folk, but far from wielding the kind of power that could manipulate public discourse. Meng Yan, an orphan without parental guidance, certainly lacked the means to orchestrate such events. So, who could it be? Gu Cheng. Only he fit the bill. Li Qingru had previously underestimated him, viewing Gu Cheng as nothing more than an ordinary individual with a penchant for learning. While she was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, how could she have noticed someone so unremarkable? Thus, when she discovered that Meng Yan had wasted his youth on such a person, she had internally scoffed. In retrospect, it seemed that Gu Cheng was the true mastermind, quietly securing a lucrative partnership. Renge, I have a favor to ask, Li Qingru said, rising to place a call to Renwei once more. Please help me investigate Gu Cheng. Her expression was stoic, yet her voice remained gentle. Thank you, Renge. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Yan and his companions were completely unaware of these undercurrents. After winning the provincial finals, they were now poised to face the national competition, which comprised 3 stages: the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the finals. The top 8 teams would advance from the preliminaries to the semifinals, from which 4 would proceed to the finals, culminating in the 2 victorious teams qualifying for the international tournament. As representatives of Jiangdong Province, the the Dongcheng Xiaoming team garnered considerable attention. This phenomenon was mirrored across other provinces, with a surge of new online influencers emerging due to the competition. However, the Dongcheng Xiaoming team was too preoccupied to take notice of this newfound fame. With the new academic year approaching, their daily routine revolved around attending classes. Since the standard curriculum offered little benefit to them, they devoted their class time to intensive practice and problem-solving. Observers would see them either buried in stacks of papers or engrossed in original texts, the contents often dizzying. Moreover, with the international competition looming, the majority of the materials would be in English, and unfamiliarity with the specialized terminology could hinder their performance. The school was more than willing to support their endeavors, recognizing that, with their current level, there was little more they could teach. As long as their pursuits did not disrupt others, they were free to follow their ambitions. Chapter 41. Childhood Sweethearts. What? No information found? Li Mingyue expressed her surprise. Although she had previously suspected that Gu Cheng's background was not simple, receiving confirmation left her reluctant to accept the reality. She was aware of Renwei's capabilities, while he might not rival the top agents in the industry. His adeptness in social interactions and extensive connections were reasons why their relationship had remained amicable. Yet, if Renwei himself claimed he could find nothing, how could Gu Cheng's identity possibly be straightforward? I do not know your reasons for investigating this individual, but I advise you to tread carefully, Renwei cautioned earnestly. Some people in this world are not to be trifled with. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry for so long, he had witnessed too many rises and falls. Individuals who appeared jovial one day could vanish without a trace the next. Despite his efforts, he had been unable to uncover anything about Gu Cheng, which suggested that the depths of this matter were anything but shallow. Such a person was not someone Li Mingyue, a mere newcomer, could afford to offend. Even those in higher echelons might hesitate to provoke him. I am well aware of the stakes, brethren. I have already crossed the line, Li Mingyue thought, though she merely replied softly, her tone infused with obedience, concealing the turmoil within. If he were to learn that she had already offended someone beyond reproach, his demeanor would undoubtedly change. Naturally, Li Mingyue would not divulge this information to him. The previous incident, though it stirred a commotion at school, had been discreetly managed during the summer break and had ultimately not escalated. Neither Sister Zhou nor Renwei were privy to these details. Even if they were, she could always distance herself from the situation later, as no one possessed evidence of her involvement. Moreover, she had not yet faced any repercussions, suggesting that Gu Cheng did not harbor intentions to harm her. Such affluent heirs often merely toyed with their interests. How could they be serious? With this thought, Li Mingyue felt a sense of relief. Gu Cheng, on the other hand, was aware that someone was investigating him. He knew it was Li Mingyue. However, he had no time to concern himself with her. He had contemplated teaching her a lesson to instill a sense of propriety, but Meng Yan had intervened. Firstly, they were indeed cohabiting, while not in the traditional sense. Sharing a residence still constituted cohabitation. Secondly, Meng Yan wished to avoid entanglements with this individual. Although the task at hand was related to Li Mingyue, she was not the same person he once knew. She was now Mu Qing. To Meng Yan, Li Mingyue was merely an ordinary traveler. As long as she posed no threat to the stability and order of this realm, she would not warrant further attention. Should she, however, endanger this world's equilibrium, Meng Yan would not hesitate to take action. Until that moment, she would refrain from unnecessary interference. Yet, Meng Yan had not anticipated that while she sought to avoid entanglement, Li Mingyue was fervently pursuing a connection with Gu Cheng. Since the competition, Gu Cheng had ceased wearing the glasses that marred his appearance, leading to a substantial increase in the attention he received daily. After observing him for several days, Li Mingyue suddenly realized that the bookish boy she once thought lacked any other talent was, in fact, remarkably charismatic. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he stood out wherever he went, with perfect features that were neither overly pronounced nor too subtle, a harmonious balance. Especially striking were his eyes, previously obscured, which seemed to hold the cosmos within them, captivating anyone who met his gaze. His occasional smiles resembled moonlight, their gentleness capable of ensnaring hearts. His noble demeanor clearly indicated a meticulous upbringing within a prestigious family, complemented by a wealth of knowledge that added an intellectual charm. Yet he also exuded a decisive aura, characteristic of those accustomed to commanding authority. The more Li Mingyue looked, the more entranced she became, marveling at the existence of such a flawless man. Surely, someone of his caliber was not meant to be paired with someone as unremarkable as Meng Yan. Only she, a favored child of destiny, could stand beside him. The heavens had granted her the chance to traverse worlds and introduced her to someone like him. Was this not a testament to their fated connection? If Meng Yan were to learn of her thoughts, she would simply scoff, while crossing into another realm might be viewed as fortunate. Nothing in this world comes without a price. It is merely a question of when one pays that price. Should she choose to perform good deeds and accumulate merit, then perhaps her fate would be kinder. However, if she acted in malice, she would inevitably face the consequences in due time. Even if Meng Yan remained oblivious to Li Mingyue's arrogance, she was acutely aware of her intentions. Women often possess a heightened sensitivity when confronted with rivals. As she confronted the obstacle before her, Gu Cheng remained impassive, while Meng Yan chose not to engage with Li Mingyue. Instead, she grasped Gu Cheng's hand, bypassing Li Mingyue with determination. Yi Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks, held back by Mu Dong. Meng, are you still misunderstanding me? Li Mingyue bit her lip in feigned innocence. I have explained. This truly has nothing to do with me. You seem to be quite popular. Once they were out of Li Mingyue's sight, Meng Yan halted, narrowing her captivating eyes at Gu Cheng. He feigned innocence, his large eyes wide with confusion, as if he could not comprehend Meng Yan's words. Humph. Just pretending. Let me warn you, if you dare to stray, I shall ensure you are rendered immobile. Meng Yan felt exasperated by Gu Cheng's demeanor, yet she was determined to maintain her dignity. Averting her gaze, she threw down a sharp remark. However, her naturally soft voice rendered the threat more akin to a playful tease. Gu Cheng subtly tapped his lips, eyes glimmering as he replied with an unmistakable warmth. I won't stray, Yan. Please don't be angry with me. His voice carried a gentle mirth that sent shivers down Mu Dong's spine. How insufferable! Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. Having only Meng Yan as a friend for so long, she cherished that bond dearly and would not tolerate anyone tarnishing it. Li Mingyue's previous actions had already crossed her boundaries, leading her to harbor a deep-seated disdain for her. Moreover, women are often the best judges of one another. Li Mingyue's demeanor was transparent to her, further fueling her ire. Chapter 42. Childhood friends in the original course of history. Yi Xiaoxiao and Li Mingyue were both students in the liberal arts class. However, due to their participation in a competition, Yi Xiaoxiao's proficiency increased significantly, and high school-level science no longer posed a challenge for her. Moreover, this comprehensive competition would eventually lead them abroad, and Yi Xiaoxiao firmly believed that her team would qualify in the national contest. In that case, the college entrance examination would no longer restrict her future. Thus, she decisively chose the science track, which also allowed her to continue learning from Gu Dalao. As for Li Mingyue, she was not the original protagonist, and moreover, she harbored the intention of taking advantage of her proximity to Gu Cheng, so she naturally did not wish to stray too far from him. Hence, she too opted for the science track. Given their academic standings, it was only natural that they were placed in Class 1 during the streaming exam, with their homeroom teacher being Song Chunlei. However, Meng Yan, contemplating, slightly turned her face to glance at the boy sitting by the door at the back of the classroom. He had a neat head of short hair, with a black earring adorning his right ear, dressed in denim, his facial features sharp, and his eyes radiating defiance, unmistakably resembling a rebellious youth.
Mu Dong.
Meng Yan frowned at the thought of the original trajectory. She hoped this individual would not err again in this lifetime. Mu Dong was the offspring of the wealthy Mu family in Ling City, born to his father in old age, leading to some indulgence. Growing up, he became somewhat rebellious, engaging in various reckless acts, but thus far, he had only been involved in brawls without any grave misconduct. His father, at a loss, transferred him to Ling City No. 1 high school, hoping the institution would steer his son back onto the right path. However, he did not anticipate the presence of Mu Dong and Li Mingyue here. In the original storyline, Mu Dong faced setbacks due to Mu Dong, and naturally, the proud youth was unwilling to yield. Gradually, the two began to clash. Later, incited by Li Mingyue, Mu Dong targeted Yi Xiaoxiao, resulting in her tragic demise. This incident lingered as a source of regret for Mu Dong throughout his life. In truth, he had not genuinely taken any compromising photographs. The images were taken by a female attendant at a hotel he had arranged, explicitly instructing her to capture only the abdomen or back while avoiding other areas. However, he never anticipated that Yi Xiaoxiao, believing his words, would, in a moment of distress, leap from a building. He was left in a daze and, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, was engulfed by profound remorse. Consequently, he took on all the blame, hoping to absolve himself of his sins. After his release from prison, he ceased his previous wayward lifestyle, dedicating the rest of his life to philanthropy in hopes of finding peace. Yet, Mu Dong still bore the air of a defiant youth, and like in his previous life, he harbored animosity towards Mu Dong due to their similar names. No need, Meng Yan contemplated and shook her head. Han Shan, somewhat puzzled, tilted his head, causing his long beard to quiver. His nature was not malevolent. He was merely experiencing a phase of rebellion. Having atoned for his past transgressions in his previous life, he should not bear those sins again in this one. The transfer student is quite attractive, isn't? Suddenly, a low, melodious male voice interrupted her thoughts. I mean, is the transfer student so captivating that you can't take your eyes off him? Gu Qing wore a gentle smile, but a chill surged through Meng Yan's feet, her instinct for self-preservation flaring. I was just pondering what to have for dinner. I wasn't looking at anyone else. Besides, with you here, who would dare claim they are good-looking? Meng Yan's expression was utterly sincere. Have you made up your mind? A glimmer of amusement crossed Gu Cheng's eyes as he deftly steered the conversation away, seemingly unconcerned about her previous distraction. Yes. I want to eat tomato and beef dumplings. Meng Yan instantly replied, hoping that Gu Xiaoxian would forget the earlier incident. All right, we shall have tomato and beef dumplings, Gu Qing agreed, ruffling Meng Yan's hair. I want some too. Since the competition commenced, Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao had been residing with Gu Qing to maximize their study time. Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Yan shared a room, while Mu Dong occupied a separate guest room. Gu Qing had no desire to engage with Mu Dong, purposely ignoring him.
Hey,
Mu Dong. Suddenly, a male voice called from behind. Mu Dong turned to see Mu Dong lounging in a chair, appearing utterly languid. Meet me in the grove after school. Is there something on your mind? Mu Dong always maintained a cool demeanor in front of others. Let us settle this. Mu Dong's resolution was, of course, to engage in a fight. Not interested. I have exercises to do. Do you have anything other than studying on your mind? Mu Dong's irritation flared. He detested well-behaved students. Fighting was merely a beastly instinct. Shouldn't humans strive for something beyond that? Before Mu Dong could respond, Meng Yan interjected. What are we competing over? Though Mu Dong was obstinate, he never bullied girls. Upon hearing Meng Yan's voice, he paused, still willing to show her some respect. Studying, Meng Yan stated earnestly.
Boring.
Mu Dong rolled his eyes. Are you afraid of losing? Meng Yan tilted her head, innocently questioning. Though aware that her words might be a provocation, Mu Dong still felt a surge of anger. Would he be afraid? Would he lose to Mu Dong? Seeking death. At what? Mu Dong asked, his expression darkening. Most girls would have been intimidated by his demeanor, but Meng Yan remained unfazed. Gu Qing will set the questions. Whoever completes them the fastest with the highest accuracy will win, Meng Yan replied with a smile. Ever since Gu Qing included her in the protective circle of the jade pendant, her presence had finally become more noticeable. At least now, she could engage in conversation and garner attention. Agreed, Mu Dong acquiesced. Mu Dong shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind. Although puzzled by Meng Yan's uncharacteristic enthusiasm today, he was willing to cooperate since they were allies. As for the reasons behind it, Mu Dong believed Meng Yan would never harm him. With her goal achieved, Meng Yan subtly smiled. Suddenly sensing an icy gaze fixated on her, she realized what she had just done. I can explain, Meng Yan murmured, her eyes pleading for clemency. Explain what? Has Yan done anything wrong? Gu Qing gently brushed Meng Yan's hair, his gaze increasingly tender. This matter is complex. I cannot divulge too much, but truly, I just Meng Yan struggled to find the words. Could she confess that she was an outsider here solely to fulfill a mission? Feeling defeated, Meng Yan knew she could not reveal such truths. I understand. Gu Cheng observed the flustered Meng Yan, sighing internally. If she could not speak, then there was no need to press further. Meng Yan paused, then smiled brightly. I feel I might not need dinner tonight. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed, mistakenly believing she was speaking softly, yet her voice resonated clearly. Indeed, I feel quite full as well. Mu Dong chimed in, feigning exasperation. Then you both need not eat tonight. Gu Cheng's ominous voice rang out, causing Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong to shudder. Immediately altering their tune, haha, did we say anything just now? Oh, we were merely expressing how delightful it is to have dumplings for dinner. Haha, right. Gu Cheng's satisfaction grew at their timely compliance. Chapter 43. Childhood Sweethearts Going to the Library. As the school bell rang, Mu Dong packed his bag and approached Mu Dong. Let us go. Mu Dong cast a disdainful glance at him, curling his lip in derision. The questions have been sent to your phones. You have 1 hour. After Gu Cheng finished speaking, he took Meng Yan aside to read. Yi Xiaoxiao took out her English book and began to read along with the recording. Mu Dong and Mu Dong exchanged glances, each finding a seat to start answering the questions. An hour later, Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows at the 2 completed papers before him. The difficulty of this round was not particularly high, remaining within the bounds of high school knowledge. However, achieving a perfect score was still a challenge for the average student. To his surprise, Mu Dong proved to be quite capable. It's a tie, Gu Cheng announced calmly.
What?
I finish first. Mu Dong shot a provocative look at Mu Dong. Although Mu Dong felt somewhat dissatisfied, he acknowledged that Mu Dong was indeed quicker. Despite his rebellious nature, he was not one to shy away from defeat. But the rules state that it's based on who answers the most correctly. Since you both completed all the questions and scored perfectly, it's naturally a tie, Gu Cheng explained. Humph. You won't be so fortunate next time. Mu Dong huffed. For he was not the only one who found Mu Dong irksome. He, too, felt the same about Mu Dong. At this age, even a mere wardrobe clash could cause a prolonged annoyance, let alone sharing a name. Likewise, Mu Dong retorted defiantly. Do you want to join us? Meng Yan suddenly spoke up from the side. At her words, all eyes turned towards her. A flicker of contemplation crossed Gu Cheng's eyes, yet he remained silent. Yi Xiaoxiao was the first to inquire. Yan, what do you mean? Aren't we short one person? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. The all-around competition, starting from the national tournament, required a standard team of 5. Each competition featured 5 members from each team, while other teams often struggled with an excess of applicants. In their unique situation, the organizers stated that teams with an insufficient number of participants could adjust their rosters accordingly. Thus, teams with too many could determine their lineup before each match, while those with too few needed to fill their ranks. Are you interested in participating in the all-around competition? Meng Yan looked at Mu Dong, who seemed somewhat confused by their conversation. The all-around competition? You want me to join your team? Mu Dong, of course, was aware of the competition. His grandfather had incessantly urged him to participate, to which he had impatiently declined. What was this beautiful girl proposing? For him to compete? Once the competition concluded, he would likely be abroad, and there would be no opportunity for a rematch. Wouldn't that be regrettable? Once Mu Dong claimed victory in the national and even global competitions, everyone would only know Mu Dong, oblivious to Mu Dong's existence. In the future, whenever his name was mentioned, people would say, "Are you Mu Dong?"
Oh.
You're not. Would that not bother him? The originally sweet voice, tinged with a casual tone, added an alluring quality, causing listeners to subconsciously envision the scenario she described. The others remained silent, while Mu Dong's brows gradually furrowed. Such a proud individual as himself. How could he ever wish to live perpetually in someone else's shadow? What benefits come with my joining? Mu Dong suddenly looked up, his gaze intense as he regarded Meng Yan. If you're willing to live your life overshadowed by others, then by all means, Meng Yan shrugged, seemingly indifferent to Mu Dong's decision. After all, many were eager to join their ranks. That's true. There's only one team in the entire Jiangdong province eligible for the national tournament, and many have their eyes set on that vacant position. Over the past few days, Numerous individuals have been subtly probing for opportunities. Even those who were hardly acquaintances have come seeking favor, and both Yi Xiaoxiao and Mu Dong have received numerous calls. Relatives they hardly interacted with have also been making veiled inquiries, causing both families to nearly wear down their doorsteps. Even the school has been overtly and covertly interested in this matter, clearly keen on placing individuals. All right, I'll join. Mu Dong took a deep breath and acquiesced. Perfect. Let us go together. Meng Yan smiled, not surprised by Mu Dong's decision. After all, if he weren't so easily provoked, such tragedies wouldn't have occurred in his past life. Where to? Mu Dong inquired. To the welcome dinner. Looking at the dumpling filling and wrappers before him, Mu Dong's lips twitched in disbelief as he turned to the others. You can't be telling me that this so-called welcome dinner is just this? Correct. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Seriously? You all don't seem that impoverished. Is this how you plan to treat me? This is far too disrespectful to me, the young master. Initially, they had decided to eat dumplings for dinner, and he was merely an afterthought. I want to settle for this. I want French cuisine. Mu Dong crossed his arms defiantly, fully rejecting the idea. He was joking. As the illustrious young master of the Mu family, he had always enjoyed the privilege of having meals served to him, never once stepping into the kitchen himself. No French cuisine tonight, Meng Yan replied, as Guqing fashioned an oddly shaped dumpling. Hurry up and wrap them. After eating, you need to train. Guqing shot Mu Dong an impatient glance. If it weren't for Meng Yan's suggestion, he wouldn't have tolerated this brat's presence. Truly bothersome. He better prove his worth, otherwise. Who is this person? Why does he have such a frightening glare? Training? Although easily provoked, Mu Dong was intelligent and perceptive, daring only to look at Yi Xiaoxiao. Yes, now that you've joined, don't neglect your training. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. Eat less tonight.
Mu Dong advised earnestly.
What do you mean? Afraid I'll steal your dumplings? Do you think I, the heir of the Mu family, would covet your measly dumplings? Mu Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Overeating will dull your intellect. A moderate level of hunger can enhance cognitive function. Mu Dong raised an eyebrow, casting him a look that suggested he should be cautious. What's wrong with them? Are they all insane? Have I been deceived? Chapter 44, Childhood Sweethearts, Part 4, Thus. From that day forth, Mu Dong devoted his days to attending classes and completing exercises, his mind inundated daily. Mu Dong swore he had never endured such torment in his life. Now he found he could sleep even while standing. Yet, he was powerless to resist this fate. When he could no longer bear it, he called his father, only to be met with the stern advice to work diligently and not to disappoint young Master Gu's earnest efforts. His father warned him that if he dared to act out, not a single cent would be provided in the future. Enraged, Mu Dong contemplated a mutual destruction with Gu Cheng. The reason it was merely contemplation was twofold. First, he seldom had the chance to encounter young Master Gu. Second, he would never admit he could not defeat Gu Cheng. Regret gnawed at Mu Dong incessantly. How had he fallen prey to that enchantress's persuasion and landed in such a predicament? Had he known it would unfold this way, what would have been the harm in letting Mu Dong revel in his momentary arrogance? After all, he was destined to inherit immense wealth and become a domineering CEO. Why concern himself with the trifles of a commoner? Even if the commoner were to rise against all odds, what did it matter to him? Why had he allowed himself to be so unreasonably competitive, striving for temporary glory? Now, he found himself ensnared in an inescapable pit. It was all his youthful folly, a lack of understanding of the world's harsh realities. Mu Dong, solve this problem using a different method. The words pierced through him like daggers. Mu Dong nearly shed tears. He had already contemplated 3 different approaches to this problem. Must he find yet another? He longed to seize the collar of the person before him and shout, "Are you mocking me?" However, meeting that person's gaze, all his grievances morphed into a meek, "All right, I shall ponder further." He was not cowardly. This was strategy. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. After self-reassurance, Mu Dong resignedly grasped his pen, teetering on the edge of madness. Yang Jun observed Mu Dong diligently working through the problems and nodded in satisfaction. Though somewhat dim-witted, there was still hope for salvage. Yang Jun was a teacher specifically hired by Gu Cheng, his capabilities and temperament perfectly aligned, fierce beyond measure. Mu Dong recognized himself as a source of vexation for many teachers at the school, yet before this particular instructor, he dared not utter a word, exhibiting an unusual obedience. Should his father, Mu Lao, witness this demeanor, he would surely suspect his son was unwell. While Mu Dong suffered through this torment, Mu Dong was blissfully studying alongside Yi Xiaoxiao, their experience a stark contrast to Mu Dong's trials. As for Gu Cheng and his companions, they continued their studies without interruption. The school had considered providing them with special classes, yet Gu Cheng declined. Each day during lessons, they silently worked on their own exercises, engrossed in their own books. The teachers, in tacit agreement, feigned ignorance, as their presence never disrupted others. In fact, they preferred these students to quietly immerse themselves in their studies rather than actively participate. This preference stemmed from a prior incident where, during class, Mu Dong had been engrossed in an exam. Upon the teacher's mid-lecture glance, he abruptly looked up, leading the teacher to realize he had misspoken. Once this occurrence became known among the faculty, every instructor felt a pang of anxiety during lessons, fearing an embarrassing moment before their students. Li Mingyue remained undeterred, tirelessly seeking opportunities to approach Gu Cheng. Unfortunately, Gu Cheng offered her no openings, regardless of her efforts. He appeared oblivious to her presence, provoking her to the verge of frustration. What stung most was not the disdain, but the utter disregard. What training?
Li Mingyue exclaimed.
Her eyes wide with disbelief. I am not certain. I just received notification that you must pack your belongings. You will depart the day after tomorrow. Renwei shared her displeasure, yet this decision stemmed from the company, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his resentment. Where to? Li Qingrou's tone sharpened, evidently displeased. Renwei empathized with her feelings. Although her popularity could not rival that of more prominent stars, she had amassed a considerable fan base, steadily increasing her exposure.
Given time,
becoming a rising star was inevitable. Under such circumstances, to suddenly uproot someone from their current path for some closed training seemed cruel. Such training was typically reserved for those yet to debut, while Mu Qing had already officially entered the industry, making this situation highly unusual. Unless Mu Qing had offended someone she should not have or obstructed another's path. Did you offend someone? Renwei pondered, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Li Qingrou's breath hitched at the question, but she quickly regained composure, nonchalantly replying, Rengo, you know I never offend anyone.
Renwei, the calling her useful demeanor,
dismissed his earlier doubts. Indeed, I must have misjudged you. How could this happen? Why would the company suddenly send me for training? Li Mingyue inquired cautiously. Her voice tinged with a quiver that tugged at Renwei's heartstrings, even as a seasoned individual in the industry. After all, he had always seen potential in Li Mingyue. Perhaps someone wishes to ascend? Renwei concluded. Since it was not Li Mingyue who had offended anyone, it must be that she had hindered someone's ascent. Do not worry. I will not abandon you. You go ahead, and I will uncover who is scheming against me. Just wait until I take action, Renwei declared through gritted teeth.
But
Li Mingyue was reluctant to see her carefully laid plans disrupted, eager to negotiate for a different outcome. Rest assured, I will find a way to secure your release, Renwei interrupted. For now, I must investigate. Li Mingyue glared at her phone, now disconnected, with simmering fury threatening to erupt. A whole year. In the entertainment industry, a place teeming with newcomers. A mere month of absence could see countless fresh faces rising to prominence. After a year, who would remember her? Who was behind this? Who was orchestrating her downfall? Li Qingrou's nails dug deep into her palms. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her.
Meng
Yan. It had to be her. She must be fearful of Li Mingyue usurping Gu Cheng's affections, thus plotting against her. With this realization, Li Qingrou's pent-up rage found its outlet. I swear, I shall avenge this grievance. Chapter 45, Childhood Sweethearts, 45. Despite Li Qingrou's reluctance, she found herself powerless to resist the company's arrangements. After winning the championship, her exceptional talent and striking beauty garnered her significant attention from Bent's Film and Television, who intended to cultivate her further. According to their initial plans, Li Mingyue was to capitalize on her newfound fame, making numerous appearances and solidifying her foundation with a series of works. However, She foresaw this trajectory and negotiated with the company prior to signing the contract, expressing her desire to prioritize her education at this stage. Her reasoning was sound, and in light of her perspective, it promised a more sustainable future. Consequently, Bence acquiesced to her request. Naturally, this meant her contract percentage would be slightly lower than that of her peers, and she was required to fulfill a stipulated workload each year. Yet, this training program was not classified as work. It was an opportunity for advanced study. Funded by Bence, this initiative aimed to nurture exceptional new talent, and upon completion, participants would gain access to superior resources compared to their counterparts. Thus, many aspiring artists with limited opportunities clamored to join. However, Li Mingyue was not among them. If she were to defy the company's decision, it would undoubtedly offend them, and in severe cases, she could face being shelved indefinitely. Such risks were untenable for her. As for leveraging public opinion to exert pressure on the company, she dismissed that notion almost as swiftly as it appeared. Firstly, the scale, faculty, and prospective benefits of this training were indisputable. While she had achieved a modicum of fame, she was not the sole contestant to emerge from the talent show. The title of champion, though illustrious, did not guarantee a smooth path ahead. The entertainment industry was rife with those who faded into obscurity, and countless former champions had fallen silent after their fleeting moments of glory. Thus, from this perspective, the opportunity for advanced study was undeniably advantageous for anyone, especially for someone as young as Li Mingyue, who could only benefit from further learning. Secondly, this was not classified as work, nor could she claim contractual violations as a means of garnering sympathy. Thirdly, the training location, the prestigious Li Mingyue Academy of Arts, was renowned for its rigorous admission standards, with many graduates gaining direct entry into esteemed art institutions domestically and abroad. Numerous celebrated artists, directors, producers, and musicians hailed from this esteemed institution, often referred to as the cradle of the arts. In summary, apart from Li Mingyue, no one else would perceive this as a disadvantage. Renwei's irritation stemmed from having just missed an opportunity he had diligently worked toward, and upon hearing the news, he could not help but feel discontent, suspecting sabotage. However, upon uncovering the full details, Renwei had to concede that this was indeed a positive development, highly beneficial for the long-term growth of an artist. In a moment of confusion, he was unsure whether this was a setback or an attempt to elevate Li Mingyue. Once he grasped the situation, he hurriedly conveyed the details to Li Mingyue, urging her to remain unburdened, focus on her studies, and strive for greater resources. What choice did Li Mingyue have? Could she tell Renwei that she couldn't leave because she was preoccupied with catching a golden turtle? She could not. Thus, she had no option but to pack her belongings and depart, filled with reluctance. "Is it you who arranged for Li Mingyue to study at Li Mingyue Academy?" Meng Yan inquired, leaning against Gu Cheng, her gaze fixed upon his eyes. "Indeed," Gu Cheng replied, steadying her to prevent her from falling. "Bence is part of your family?" Meng Yan continued her probing. "My uncle recently acquired it, though it has yet to be publicly announced. I've heard that Li Mingyue Academy is exceedingly difficult to get into. Why would they agree to help Bence cultivate talent?" Meng Yan asked curiously. "The chairman of Li Mingyue is my mother," Gu Cheng replied with a sly smile, adding, "Which makes her your future mother-in-law." Meng Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "What are we having for dinner?" she asked, glancing around in an evident attempt to change the subject. "Yan, have you ever heard the saying?" Gu Cheng reached out to hold Meng Yan still, their foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing, his eyes sparkling with mirth. What saying? Meng Yan found herself captivated by his striking features, her heart racing. An ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. His voice trailed off, along with her half-hearted retort. With Li Mingyue no longer a distraction, life returned to a serene state. The Dongcheng Xiaoming team successfully claimed the national championship, embarking on their international journey. Throughout this process, everyone experienced significant growth, and the once contentious Mu siblings began to view each other in a new light. Ultimately, united in their efforts, they secured victory in the finals by a margin of 3 points. Dongcheng Xiaoming achieved global fame, rivaling even that of superstars. In an instant, their names echoed through every street and alley, causing the stocks of both the Gu and Mu families to surge overnight. Amidst this whirlwind, Mu Dong decided to propose to Yi Xiaoxiao, solidifying his commitment. At that moment, Meng Yan approached, and Mu Dong, too preoccupied to change his paint-stained attire, stepped out without a second thought. After all, he was merely meeting his future fiancée. Quickly, I have much to do, he urged. I'm having dinner with Xiao Xiao tonight. Before he could take a seat, he began to hurry along. Does Big Brother Gu also plan to join? Meng Yan interjected. Sit down and have some water first, she said, her demeanor unusually serious. Mu Dong began to feel uneasy, picking up the glass of water in front of him. What's wrong? Why the solemnity? He asked, suppressing his growing apprehension with a smile. Of course, marrying Xiao Xiao has been my dream since childhood, Mu Dong replied, his tone softening at the mention of her name. Do you like children? Meng Yan continued her line of questioning. I suppose so, as long as it involves Xiao Xiao. I adore everything about it. Besides, she has expressed a desire to have two, one brother and one sister, so that the sister can be protected by her older brother. A smile crept onto Mu Dong's face as he reminisced. Chapter 46. Childhood Sweethearts. Meng Yan, even if we are friends, there are certain things you should not say, nor should you ever utter. Mu Dong's voice was unusually somber. Yi Xiao Xiao will never be able to bear children in this lifetime. If you marry her, your Mu family will face extinction. Meng Yan spoke without a hint of emotion. What do you mean? Mu Dong's voice was laced with unmistakable panic. He sought to reassure himself that Meng Yan was merely jesting, yet reason coldly informed him that Meng Yan would never speak such baseless words, especially regarding Xiao Xiao. It is as it appears. Meng Yan's gaze was chillingly frigid, as if it could pierce through one's very soul. Is there an issue with Xiao Xiao's health? There's no need for concern. Modern medicine is quite advanced. Even if there were problems, we could resort to in vitro fertilization or surrogacy. Mu Dong took a large gulp of water, his mind racing. Does Xiao Xiao know? Do not tell her. Mu Dong suddenly rose, glaring fiercely at Meng Yan. If I were to inform her, I would not have come to you. Meng Yan remained unfazed by his mounting anxiety. But what you just stated. Meng Yan shook his head, dismissing the notion. Impossible. What do you mean? Yi Xiao Xiao's health poses no issues. Her affliction lies elsewhere. Meng Yan's unwavering gaze bore into Mu Dong, scrutinizing every flicker of expression. Her issue is her fate. Upon hearing that Xiao Xiao's health was intact, Mu Dong exhaled in relief, but the subsequent revelation made him want to laugh. Fate? Meng Yan, are you jesting? I speak the truth. She is destined to be childless. Thus, neither surrogacy nor adoption will suffice, for her fate is immutable. Meng Yan articulated each word deliberately, with a measured cadence. What era is this? Do you still cling to superstitions? Meng Yan, have you recently become enamored with feng shui and destiny? Gu Cheng, you ought to intervene. Mu Dong's voice was tinged with suppressed ire. Regardless of its veracity, he would not permit anyone to speak of Xiao Xiao in such a manner. You would do well to remain calm. Meng Yan appeared indifferent to Mu Dong's rage, lifting her tea to her lips and taking a delicate sip. You want me to remain calm? You utter such words and expect tranquility. Mu Dong stared incredulously at Meng Yan, questioning her sanity. I did not come to incite your frenzy. If you cannot remain composed, then perhaps there is no need to continue this discussion. Meng Yan lowered her gaze, obscuring her emotions from view. Mu Dong forced himself to sit down, staring blankly into his cup. After a prolonged silence, can you tell me why? His hoarse voice was laden with resentment.
Why?
Why Xiao Xiao? On what grounds? Equivalent exchange. Meng Yan's emotionless voice resonated in the stillness. If you wish to understand the full story, you must offer something of equal value in return. What do you desire? Mu Dong inhaled deeply. Without hesitation, he spoke. You may exchange your merits, but I must caution you, the amount required for this exchange is substantial. Once executed, it may adversely affect your fortunes for the rest of your life, rendering your endeavors more arduous than those of others. Do you still wish to proceed?
Yes.
Rationality told Mu Dong that this was absurd, yet Meng Yan's expression conveyed the gravity of her words. She spoke with sincerity. Are you certain? You must understand that without fortune, you may become a mere shadow of your former self, unable to realize your ambitions. Will you continue? Meng Yan inquired again, her demeanor unwavering. I am certain.
Proceed.
Very well. Meng Yan took a deep breath, instructing Han Shan to draw from his fortunes, but to extract only a portion. Yen? Han Shan instantly grasped Meng Yan's intentions, reluctant to comply. While he sympathized with the couple, it did not mean he could idly watch his host incur such losses. Just a small amount of merit. I can always undertake more tasks in the future. Extract it. Meng Yan dismissed his concerns. As you wish, host. Meng Yan recognized that the little creature was upset and could only smile ruefully, planning to appease it later.
Drink this.
Meng Yan produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Mu Dong. Mu Dong hesitated, examining the vial. It was exquisitely crafted, even without an understanding of antiques. He could discern its considerable value. Once consumed, you will uncover all that you seek to know. At her words, Mu Dong closed his eyes, hesitating only briefly before uncorking the vial and drinking its contents in one gulp. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness engulfed his vision. He was cast into oblivion. Mu Dong felt as though he had entered a lengthy dream. Yet, this idyllic reverie swiftly morphed into a nightmare. His parents announced they were taking him to see Xiao Xiao, and he eagerly agreed, wishing to share his excellent results that could earn him extra points. But Xiao Xiao lay there, silent, refusing to awaken no matter how he called. The chill emanating from her hand, held within his, slowly froze him. From that moment, his world began to crumble. After extensive searching, he finally uncovered the malevolent force responsible for Xiao Xiao's demise. He yearned for vengeance, determined that the wicked woman would experience, in excruciating detail, the pain and despair Xiao Xiao had endured. He vowed not to spare anyone complicit in Xiao Xiao's suffering. Yet, he was powerless. He failed to avenge Xiao Xiao. That woman thrived while his beloved Xiao Xiao lay eternally in the cold darkness.
Why?
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 He was truly impotent. He spent his entire life unable to kill that woman.
Li Mingyue.
Gradually, his consciousness drifted further, and he beheld Mu Dong, now aged significantly. The man remained ensnared in guilt.
So be it.
He did not kill him. He sought to ensure he lived a life bound in suffering, never to transcend. Mu Dong felt an eternity pass before witnessing Mu Dong's impending death. He had performed many good deeds throughout his life, so upon his passing, numerous beneficiaries surrounded him. Yet he remained unhappy. He had not smiled in ages. Suddenly he smiled. But Mu Dong saw a man in white robes appear at Mu Dong's bedside. You harbored deep-seated obsessions, he stated. Indeed, Mu Dong replied, his voice resonating profoundly, as if Mu Dong could hear his innermost thoughts. The strange man in white seemed to perceive it as well. I can assist you, but it requires an equivalent exchange. Mu Dong smiled with uncontained joy. Really? What do you desire? The man in white inquired. I wish to apologize to her. If possible, I hope for a chance to start anew. Mu Dong gazed at the ceiling, lost in reverie. What if you wish to change things? Mu Dong asked anxiously. In that case, your merits will be insufficient. If you persist, you must serve in the underworld for a century. During this century, you cannot be reincarnated, and without the protection of your merits, your soul will become unstable, potentially serving as nourishment for other souls. Do you still wish to proceed? The man in white spoke gently, his voice inconceivable for the horror he described. Mu Dong seemed to grasp something, looking at Mu Dong in disbelief. The elderly man once again wore a smile. I will.
This is my debt to them.
Mu Dong was profoundly moved by this scene. He wished to speak, to approach. Yet he discovered that all of this was merely visible yet intangible, as if he were watching a film, a visceral, authentic film. He witnessed the man in white granting his consent. Then, the Mu Dong in bed also closed his eyes, smiling serenely. The room was filled with mournful cries. Mu Dong observed a somewhat translucent figure rising from Mu Dong's body. The man in white beckoned, and Mu Dong floated towards him. The man reached out and extracted some golden light from Mu Dong, causing his form to grow increasingly frail. When the man ceased his actions, Mu Dong was on the verge of collapse. This is the maximum I can extract. Any more, and you will lose the integrity of your soul. The remainder will be compensated with labor, the man stated. Upon finishing, a man dressed in black appeared. Is everything ready? The man in black inquired. Yes. The rest is in your hands. The man in white replied with a smile. Take it slow, he has just been drained and is still somewhat weak. Understood. The man in black responded, swiftly taking Mu Dong away. The man in white muttered to himself, "Next, I must arrange everything. It's quite troublesome." Mu Dong soon saw the man approach a bridge, where a small girl was curled up in a corner. Recognizing her instantly, he realized it was his beloved Yi Xiaoxiao. He desperately wished to rush forward and embrace her, yet he could only watch helplessly from afar. "Yi Xiaoxiao?" The man in white crouched down, his smile gentle as he asked, "Who are you?" Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at the handsome man with confusion. "I am Bai Yi, from the Department of Fate Management." He briefly introduced himself. "Is there something you need?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered.
Mudong.
After a moment of contemplation, she finally recalled who he was. Having been dead for a long time, the resentment she once felt had long since faded. "Yes, that is him. Has he also passed away?"
Yeshao invited.
Her expression calm. "May I see him?" she asked, for the underworld is vast, and there are many bridges of oblivion. Yet she had been unable to find anyone during her long vigil. "Unfortunately, that may not be possible," Bai Yi responded, somewhat troubled. "He is currently serving labor, and without prior application, visitation is not allowed. However, time is short, and there is no opportunity to apply now." "Serving labor?" Yi Xiaoxiao questioned, puzzled. How many years must he serve? She was aware that those who served labor in the afterlife were often souls who had committed transgressions in life without receiving appropriate punishment. 100 years. 100 years?
Yeshao exclaimed.
He may not endure such a term. 100 years of labor is enough to cause an ordinary spirit to perish once more. Her heart ached for him. Perhaps, but this is his own choice. Bai Yi replied, having seen many souls in his time. Compared to others, this is relatively mild. Is there no way to spare him from serving labor? He has already atoned for his sins and should not suffer such torment again. Well, that is possible, but you would have to forego altering his fate. Bai Yi remarked, considering that since he was the one being served, her request could indeed be accommodated. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. She certainly wished to change their destiny. Over time, her hatred had dissipated, yet her longing for Mu Dong and her family only deepened. "Can I exchange my own merits?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked. Her eyes filled with hope. "Well, that can be done, but your merits are insufficient," Bai Yi replied, frowning. "You have been here too long. The waters of this realm corrode the soul, and much of your merit has diminished." "I can serve labor," Yi Xiaoxiao quickly suggested. Mu Dong, listening anxiously from the side, yearned to rush out and tell Bai Yi that he could extract from him. "Forgive my candor, but in your current state, you would likely not last a single day."
Bai se bro furovet deeper.
"Then can I use something else as compensation?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked. "Let me think." Bai Yi regarded the pale-faced girl with a twinge of compassion. Such a pure soul should not be lost. "If you are willing, you may use your future progeny as a form of compensation." After a moment of deliberation, Bai Yi turned to her. "Progeny?" Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "This means that if you agree, you would not be able to have children upon your rebirth." "Not even in name," Bai Yi explained. "All right, let's proceed with that," Yi Xiaoxiao said after much contemplation, ultimately agreeing with great difficulty. Mu Dong's heart shattered at the words. Yet no matter how he shouted, they could not hear him. He could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before him. "Very well, I will document this," Bai Yi said, producing a notebook and conjuring a pen with a flick of his hand. He wrote down a few lines. "Do you have any other requests?" Bai Yi inquired. "I wish for Li Qingrou's true nature to be revealed, for Mu Dong to find happiness, to be admitted to his desired university, and to honor both sets of parents, sparing them from the pain of losing a child," Yi Xiaoxiao softly spoke. "Understood. I will ensure it is done." Chapter 47. Childhood Sweethearts. Yan, the current task is progressing well, yet according to your plan, it appears impossible to reveal the true nature of Li Qingrou as requested by Yi Xiaoxiao. The little black cat sat upright, wearing a serious expression as it reported the work progress. "What can be done?" "The Li Qingrou she wishes to expose has already gone to the underworld for judgment. Everything that needed to be revealed has been addressed there. When she eventually arrives in the underworld, she will naturally come to know the truth. This predicament lies with the higher-ups, not me." Meng Yan relaxed for a rare moment, reconnecting with long-lost teammates in a game. But will this affect the final evaluation? The novice task is crucial and will impact the host's future development. Han Shan, with a worried demeanor, drooped his whiskers, a sight that made Meng Yan smile as she glanced over. Do not fret over trivial matters. If they dare to deduct my points, I shall appeal. Justice prevails everywhere. What is there to fear? Meng Yan, sensing Han Shan's concerns, offered a comforting word. If not for her hands being occupied, she would have embraced the adorable little creature for a good cuddle. By the way, it seems I haven't seen you visiting your idol, Han Laoda, lately. What's going on? Did you have a quarrel? Meng Yan, busy collecting points, suddenly recalled something and inquired.
Huh?
Upon mentioning her idol, the little cat instantly wilted, curling up on the ground in despondency.
Yay!
We won. Meng Yan cheered. It appears that despite the long hiatus, her skills remain as exceptional as ever. What's wrong? After finishing a match and declining her teammates' repeated invitations, Meng Yan approached and wrapped her arms around her melancholic little cat, gently stroking its fur. The boss has been incredibly busy lately, hardly able to spare me a glance. The little cat lamented, shifting to a more comfortable position and rolling in her host's embrace, nuzzling against her. He has other cats now? Meng Yan, enjoying the delightful experience of petting her cat, inquired with curiosity. Absolutely not. Han Shan refuted, eyes wide with indignation. Then what is it? Is there big news in the Celestial Administration lately? Meng Yan asked, intrigued. It's those illegal systems again. They're causing trouble every day, leaving the boss so busy that he doesn't even have time to update the data. Han Shan expressed, extending a paw as if to scratch the imaginary staff of the illegal systems before him. Illegal systems? Meng Yan pondered. It seemed to be related to the sword-wielding division.
Correct?
Indeed. The members of the sword-wielding division are tirelessly pursuing those illegal systems, according to a peer of mine in the system. He mentioned that following the system has nearly caused his database to collapse. Han Shan chuckled at this point, relishing the misfortune of others. That doesn't concern us. Meng Yan shrugged nonchalantly. She belonged to the Wish Division, responsible for fulfilling people's wishes. Engaging in a battle of wits against illegal systems was the domain of the Purification and Sword-Wielding Divisions, with perhaps the Restoration Division involved as well. Such matters had little to do with her, a mere bystander. Not necessarily, Yen. Han Shan, having had his fill of laughter, contemplated that if the Purification Division were overwhelmed, they might indeed call upon the Wish Division for support. It has been said that such instances have occurred in the past. I hope not. I've heard that the situations the Purification Division encounters are quite peculiar. The worlds they visit are often derived from books, stories, games, or films, where the Celestial Administration hasn't even fully formed. Anything bizarre could happen there. I certainly do not wish to go. Meng Yan instinctively rejected the thought of such experiences. I have no desire to go either. I've heard they undertake all sorts of strange tasks to thwart those illegal systems. I do not want my database cluttered with such oddities. Han Shan echoed Meng Yan's sentiments. The Wish Division is far better. By merely assisting those who accumulate great merit in fulfilling their wishes, one can amass substantial merit, a truly splendid arrangement. The Purification Division, however, is another matter entirely. Who knows what kind of illegal systems they might encounter? If it's one that steals fortune or merit through bizarre tasks, stopping them would be excessively troublesome. Yen? I've brewed lotus seed soup. Come out and have some. Footsteps approached, followed by a knock at the door and Gu Qing's voice.
Oh.
Wait a moment. Meng Yan quickly scrambled up, while Han Shan instinctively concealed itself, transforming into a beam of light that nestled within the man's Hushawa mark on Meng Yan's shoulder. The flower trembled, shimmering momentarily before vanishing from sight. Are you playing a game inside? Meng Yan sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that Gu Qing's gaze lingered momentarily on her shoulder as he passed. Yes, it's been a while since I played. Thankfully, my skills remain sharp. Meng Yan smiled, pulling Gu Qing to sit at the table. Do not play for too long. It's bad for your eyes. Gu Qing made no further comments. Aren't you curious? After finishing the lotus seed soup, Gu Qing urged Meng Yan to sit on the sofa and watch the latest film. Meng Yan felt a twinge of unease. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. It's nothing. Meng Yan awkwardly averted her gaze. Since that day when she divulged certain matters to Mu Dong in front of Gu Qing, he had behaved as if everything were unchanged, as if nothing had shifted. Yet for Meng Yan, this lack of change was the most significant issue. That day, when Mu Dong awoke, he had cried uncontrollably. Once exhausted from weeping, he fell asleep, only remembering that he had dreamt, though the details remained elusive. Of course, this was necessary. Information pertaining to the celestial administration could not go unaddressed. This was also for Mu Dong's benefit. However, Gu Qing was affected. Though he couldn't see the truth of all matters in dreams like Mu Dong, Meng Yan had avoided discussing other issues with him, including Yi Xiaoxiao's inability to have children and matters of merit. Any ordinary person encountering such situations would undoubtedly be curious, perhaps even fearful. Meng Yan had prepared for Gu Qing to inquire further, even bracing herself for the possibility of his inability to accept the truth. Yet, she never expected him to remain silent, as if he only perceived a mundane scene. Thinking of this, Meng Yan felt inexplicably irritated. A soft sigh echoed in her ear. I simply do not wish for you to be burdened or harmed. A fragrant embrace enveloped Meng Yan, gently encircling her. I know your identity is extraordinary. I realized it from the moment we first met. Meng Yan attempted to lift her head, only to be held in place, her crown lightly kissed. Her cheeks flushed, aware that it was Gu Qing's lips. The jade pendant you gifted me, and the drink you provided for Mu Dong, have once again revealed your uniqueness. Gu Qing's voice was soft, descending from above and landing in her ears, inexplicably stirring her to tears as she sensed the helplessness within his tone. This man had always appeared to be an omnipotent deity, as if there were nothing in this world he did not know or could not resolve. Yet now, he seemed so powerless. Qing. Do not utter apologies. Gu Qing gently placed a finger on Meng Yan's lips, halting her words. Never say sorry to me. You have done nothing wrong. I know you have never intended to conceal anything from me. Your silence must be for a reason you cannot disclose. As he spoke, he tightened his embrace, holding Meng Yan even closer. If it cannot be said, then do not speak of it. I believe in you. You need not trouble yourself on my account, never. Qing. Meng Yan was at a loss for words. She could not violate the regulations to disclose more information to him. Even now, she was skirting the edge of the rules. If the higher-ups discovered this, she was unafraid of punishment, but they would certainly erase Gu Qing's memories. Therefore, she could not take that risk. Grandfather? Upon hearing the words, Meng Yan, without a moment's thought, hastily wiped her face and lifted her gaze towards Gu Qing. Indeed, grandfather inquired when you would be free. Gu Qing chuckled as he brushed aside Meng Yan's clumsy hand, teasingly remarking, Are you treating your face like dough? Stop rubbing. Your face is already ample. If you continue, I might just end up with a wife boasting a large visage. The warmth of her previous emotions dissipated in an instant. It seems all men are insensible creatures. My face is petite, Meng Yan retorted, cupping her delicate cheeks in indignation. Humph, you have no appreciation. I am the most exquisite beauty of the celestial realm. Thus, have you agreed to meet grandfather? Gu Qing, with a firm grip, repositioned Meng Yan so that she sat with her legs apart, facing him on his lap. This sudden posture flushed her cheeks with embarrassment as she struggled to dismount. Stay still, Gu Qing grunted, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His warm breath caressed her exposed skin, sending shivers down her spine, rendering her immobile. You. Although Meng Yan had seen many seasons in the celestial realm, her age was still considered youthful. She had never experienced intimate contact with the opposite sex, with nearly all such encounters being initiated by Gu Qing. However, prior to their open discussions, Gu Qing had always been cautious, never overstepping boundaries. Their interactions rarely involved physical contact. After they had spoken candidly, Gu Qing would merely embrace her or intertwine their fingers, with kisses seldom occurring, remaining innocent and gentle, never advancing to deeper intimacy. Now, with such stimulating proximity, Meng Yan found herself at a loss for words. Her enchanting face blushed crimson, her already alluring features now glistening, gazing at Gu Qing with an almost pitiful expression, unaware that such a gaze only heightened a man's desires.
Do not look at me like that,
Gu Qing exclaimed, covering her eyes. If she continued, he feared he might lose control. You are still underage, and I am bound by obligations. Gu Cheng spoke, slightly breathless, his heated breath brushing against her face, causing her heart to race even faster. What? What obligations? Meng Yan stammered, uncertain of her own words. When will you agree to meet my parents? Gu Cheng chuckled lightly, the vibrations from his chest resonating through their connection, causing Meng Yan's heart to flutter. I am quite busy lately, she retorted, thinking that a hasty agreement would undermine her composure, allowing this rogue too much satisfaction. And when might you be free, then? Gu Cheng inquired, sensing the warmth enveloping her ears, which set her heart racing uncontrollably. Why you? What is it, darling? Gu Cheng's voice, laced with mischief, sent waves of sensation through Meng Yan, leaving her feeling weak-kneed, as if all her strength was being siphoned away by his teasing. Wah! Truly, such enchanting beings do exist. Why you let go? Meng Yan attempted to sound authoritative, but to Gu Cheng, her plea came off as vulnerable and helpless. He discreetly adjusted his position, ensuring she remained oblivious to his own physical response. What should I release, my dear? He teased, his tongue flicking out to taste, sending a shudder through Meng Yan. Her voice tinged with a whimper. I'll let go. Then, my darling, are you free? Gu Cheng persisted, enduring his own torment while refusing to release the mischievous creature in his embrace. This situation required a bit of pressure. Thinking of Mu Dong, who had successfully proposed and even set a wedding date, Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. Humph. Let us see who marries first. Darling, I am not forcing you, am I? He asked, yet still, he did not relinquish her. No, no. Meng Yan hastily shook her head, terrified that hesitation would lead to her being devoured by this whimsical spirit. Then I shall set a date. You can bathe now. Gu Cheng took a deep breath, summoning immense willpower to finally release his little sweet treat. Hearing the voices outside, Meng Yan clenched her teeth in frustration, raising her fist and waving it at the air. You rogue. A great villain. She resolved to ignore him for 3 days. A promise breaker is akin to a little dog. Chapter 48. Childhood sweethearts. Meng Yan's expectations were swiftly dismantled. The reason was Gu Cheng's remarkable speed, as if he feared she might reconsider. Although, she did indeed wish to retract her decision. Meng Yan's escape was thwarted. Gu Cheng had evidently planned this meticulously. He not only prepared gifts for Meng Yan's family, but also arranged a complete outfit for her. Standing before the mirror, she tugged at the attire that appeared to be tailored to her measurements. Did you have this all planned out? Meng Yan glared at Gu Cheng with mock ferocity. I had already reserved this dress. When Mu Dong decided to propose ahead of schedule, Gu Cheng admitted candidly. A warm sensation coursed through Meng Yan, prompting her to smile. Is it beautiful? She asked, beaming with pride. Shouldn't you change your clothes? We're going to be late. After basking in her moment of triumph, Meng Yan frowned at Gu Cheng, who remained in his casual attire. Starting to criticize your husband before even meeting the in-laws? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. What husband? Meng Yan playfully punched him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Ow. Are you attempting to murder your fiancé? Gu Cheng feigned distress, eliciting a laugh from Meng Yan. Stop talking nonsense, she threatened, raising her fist in mock warning. Gu Cheng, understanding the jest, fell silent, though his expression betrayed a sense of playful grievance. Once they were both ready, Gu Cheng had also changed into his outfit. You. Meng Yan stared dumbfounded at Gu Cheng, who wore an outfit strikingly similar in style and color to hers. How could you be so shameless? She spluttered, caught off guard by his audacity. I have never heard of anyone wearing matching outfits to meet their parents. Are you trying to make me the subject of ridicule? What? Is it not nice? Gu Cheng feigned ignorance, fully aware of the provocation. It is indeed beautiful, but... Meng Yan hesitated, wishing he could tone it down a bit. Yet Gu Cheng offered no opportunity for further debate, insisting they leave as time was of the essence. But... could you change your clothes first? Once they were in the car, Gu Cheng leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Really? Meng Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. If you wear this outfit, I am certain my mother will be delighted. Gu Cheng smiled reassuringly. The Gu family residence, nestled in the countryside, was a picturesque locale surrounded by mountains and water. The elegantly dressed members of the Gu family gathered in small clusters. This gathering included not only the main branch of the family, but also many distant relatives. Such a large gathering? Meng Yan was taken aback, having assumed it would be a simple family meal. Yes, grandfather said, since I finally have a companion, we ought to inform everyone. But you told me yesterday that if I didn't come today. Meng Yan frowned. That's all right. If you do not wish to meet them, we can treat it like a regular family gathering, Gu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Meng Yan was at a loss for words. This man had consistently treated her with unconditional kindness from the moment they met, silently ensuring she was well prepared for everything. You. Nothing. Meng Yan refrained from asking why he was so good to her, knowing deep down the answer. She shook her head with a smile. Let us go. Gu Cheng did not press further, and they walked hand in hand. The guests greeted Gu Cheng warmly, and unlike before, he took the time to introduce Meng Yan to each person with sincerity. This is my fiancée, Meng Yan. The listeners gasped in astonishment, but quickly composed themselves, warmly welcoming Meng Yan with an outpouring of compliments. Meng Yan maintained her smile, graciously acknowledging each greeting. The onlookers noted her striking beauty and charming demeanor, and with the couple's matching outfits and Gu Cheng's demeanor, they resolved never to offend her in the future. Cheng, a melodious voice called out, and Meng Yan turned to see a stunning woman, ageless in appearance, standing nearby, with features reminiscent of Gu Cheng. Mother, Gu Cheng responded, confirming Meng Yan's earlier assumption. Meng Yan's heart raced, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands. Relax. Gu Cheng subtly patted her back, his voice barely audible. Meng Yan took a deep breath, telling herself to remain composed. Yan? Gu Cheng's mother smiled as she surveyed Meng Yan. This outfit truly suits you. What do you think? Do you like it? Meng Yan nodded eagerly. I love it, Auntie. Your design is beautiful. Indeed, the ensemble Meng Yan wore was designed by Gu Cheng's mother herself, specifically crafted to resemble a couple's outfit. As the designer, her greatest joy was to see her creation appreciated, and her eyes crinkled with delight at Meng Yan's praise. When I first saw you, I envisioned this design. I knew you would look stunning in it. Though the trio's conversation was relatively subdued, the other guests were keenly aware of Gu Cheng's mother's demeanor, exchanging knowing glances. A few affluent ladies approached, exclaiming, "Oh, I wondered who designed this outfit. It's stunning. This child has such a good foundation. It looks wonderful on her." Gu Cheng's mother engaged in light banter with the ladies, allowing Gu Cheng to lead Meng Yan away. As soon as they were out of her sight, Meng Yan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Feeling so tense? Gu Cheng chuckled, amused by his fiancée's secretive demeanor. He found her endearing and would have embraced her if not for the setting. Humph, you can say that without any discomfort. Meng Yan shot him a sidelong glance. It was easy for him. He wasn't the one meeting her family. Tomorrow we will visit my parents and grandparents, Gu Cheng whispered in her ear. All right. Although they were not her biological parents, Meng Yan held a deep respect for them, recognizing the identity they had bestowed upon her. We'll first visit grandfather, and then I'll take you to see my parents, Gu Cheng said, guiding Meng Yan upstairs. Gu Cheng's grandfather resided on the 3rd floor, and a dedicated elevator facilitated his mobility, while others ascended the stairs. Gu Cheng led Meng Yan to the innermost room on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Come in, a voice, aged yet authoritative, called from within. Gu Cheng exchanged a reassuring glance with Meng Yan before opening the door to reveal his grandfather seated on a sofa, engaged in a game of Go. Grandfather. This is Meng Yan, Gu Cheng introduced her. Hello, grandfather, Meng Yan greeted politely. Are you familiar with the game? Yes. Meng Yan confidently seated herself. Gu Cheng's grandfather regarded her with a hint of surprise and satisfaction in his eyes. Do you wish to play a game? He inquired slowly, as he gathered the pieces. Meng Yan eagerly assisted in collecting the pieces. Certainly, grandfather. After a game concluded, Gu Cheng's grandfather stared incredulously at the board, unable to believe he had lost so easily. Let us play again. Meng Yan felt slightly embarrassed, realizing her earlier eagerness had resulted in an unexpectedly swift victory. In this round, Meng Yan paid close attention, cautiously controlling the situation, striving to maintain a stalemate on the board before ultimately achieving a narrow victory over the old gentleman with a slight advantage. As for why he didn't simply concede a game, the old gentleman was no fool. He could discern whether the game was manipulated or not, and being too overt would spoil the charm. Meng Yan was keenly aware that those who played poorly had their own dignity. They would rather lose standing than win seated. The young lady was quite astute. As this match concluded, Grandpa Gu contentedly withdrew from the game. He was well aware that the young lady opposite had eased the competition, yet he understood her intentions. The elderly often wished for their younger kin to spend more time with them. This young girl, clearly possessing commendable skills, willingly engaged in this playful game with him, which brought him joy. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Otherwise, he might have been mercilessly outsmarted by the little fox. Upon hearing the former remark, Meng Yan felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Grandpa Gu might not favor her, only to be relieved by the latter statement. "The city is very good to me," she couldn't help but retort.
Ha!
Grandpa Gu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Tieste, it seems the little fox has won the hearts of the people better than this old man." "Grandpa," Gu Cheng warned, and Meng Yan's face flushed crimson. "How impulsive! Come here, meet your sister-in-law," Grandpa Gu admonished, though the mirth in his eyes was evident to all. Meng Yan was so embarrassed by the term sister-in-law that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "What is there to be shy about?" The man beside her continued to tease. "Is this your sister-in-law?" The young boy bore some resemblance to Gu Cheng, but other features seemed to have inherited more from Gu's father. He appeared quite handsome, with a carefree smile that instantly endeared him to others. "This is my younger brother, Gu Gua." Gu Cheng paused. "You can call him a Gua, but it's best to stick with Gu Gua." Gu Gua's mouth twitched. Was this petty man really his brother, who could remain unfazed even under the gravest of pressures? "Ah Cheng." Meng Yan disregarded Gu Cheng's latter remark and greeted him with a smile. "Sister-in-law." Gu Gua cheerfully called out, "Brother, I'll take sister-in-law over to play for a bit. You can chat with Grandpa for now." Without waiting for Gu Cheng's objection, he led Meng Yan to sit down nearby. Gu Cheng, helpless, shot a warning glance at his younger brother before settling down to converse with Grandpa. On the other side, Meng Yan found herself engaged in conversation with Gu Gua, who did most of the talking. Although Gu Cheng had already provided her with detailed explanations, Meng Yan listened intently, occasionally affirming his remarks. Eventually, Gu Gua paused and smiled sheepishly. "Am I being too talkative? Shouldn't my brother have already told you all this?" "No. I think it's quite nice. Cheng doesn't talk much, so sometimes I have no one to chat with," Meng Yan replied without contradiction, subtly steering the conversation away. "My brother is just like that. It's certain that he will. No, he already is a workaholic." "It's tough on you, sister-in-law. Please don't hold it against him," Gu Gua remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Meng Yan. "I used to think my brother would wait until he was in his 30s and no one wanted him before letting the family arrange a marriage for him. I never expected him to act so quickly, finding a wife while still in high school. It seems I must hasten my own pace," Gu Gua said with mock seriousness. "How could it be that dire? Your brother is quite handsome." Meng Yan shook her head. "Even if he is good-looking, he ruins it with his behavior. Who could possibly find that appealing?" Gu Gua waved his hand dismissively. Sister-in-law, is it true that love makes one blind?" Gu Gua gazed at Meng Yan with an expression of exasperation. "I speak the truth," Meng Yan insisted, asserting that she was not merely flattering him. "All right. No wonder my brother could woo someone. Apparently, sister-in-law has poor taste," he thought to himself, just as Gu Cheng approached. "Let us go. Dad is still waiting." Meng Yan nodded and got up to follow him. Gu Gua's eyes twinkled mischievously. "I'm going too." "Going where?" "To accompany Grandpa for a game." Gu Cheng unceremoniously thrust his younger brother back towards their grandfather, narrowing his eyes to quell any resistance from Gu Gua. Indeed, sister-in-law's taste is questionable. How could this formidable figure be considered handsome? Chapter 49. Childhood sweethearts. Meng Yan accompanied Gu Cheng to meet his father, a quintessentially handsome man whose chiseled features had withstood the test of time. Gu Cheng's father possessed a somewhat serious demeanor, speaking little. Yet he endeavored to convey his fondness and admiration for Meng Yan. She understood that much of this favorable impression was due to Gu Cheng's influence. Having never met her before, the recognition she received was largely a testament to Gu Cheng's role. "If Gu Cheng bullies you in the future, feel free to come to me. I will teach him a lesson." This statement served as both a promise and an acknowledgement. Meng Yan realized that Gu Cheng's father was indicating his acceptance of her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Subsequently, Gu Cheng introduced her to various uncles, aunts, and even some married cousins. Each family member treated Meng Yan with warmth, regarding her as one of their own. The main branch of the Gu family exhibited such kindness, while those from the collateral branches were even more enthusiastic. The family gathering concluded successfully, and the news of Gu Cheng's impending engagement gradually spread. Due to the all-round competition, many were familiar with Meng Yan and aware that she was an orphan, having lost both parents. While some whispered criticisms regarding the Gu family's choice, Gu Cheng's and the family's stance silenced their murmurs as they greeted her with radiant smiles. Despite the lively atmosphere outside, Gu Cheng remained unfazed. He smiled and, without a word, guided Meng Yan upstairs. As they reached her room, she anticipated a dusty, stagnant air. To her astonishment, she found the room adorned with various trinkets and fairy lights. "When did you set all this up?" Meng Yan exclaimed, her eyes widening with delight. "I wanted to give you a surprise, so I couldn't let you find out beforehand," Gu Cheng replied, leading her to the living room, where an old dining table was adorned with a tablecloth she cherished, featuring a steaming array of 8 dishes and a soup. A candlelight dinner? Meng Yan gazed at the beautifully arranged plates, her eyes sparkling. Each dish was visually appealing, surpassing the allure of Western cuisine in its exquisite presentation. "Did you prepare all of this?" Meng Yan, a self-proclaimed foodie, recalled how Gu Cheng often took her to explore culinary delights and even experimented with new recipes. The meal before her was clearly tailored to her preferences. "Indeed, I know you prefer Chinese cuisine, but candlelight dinners demand a certain presentation. So, I decided to try my hand at a few dishes."
Care to sample?
Gu Cheng offered a chopstick full of food toward her lips.
Wow.
Delicious. Meng Yan unreservedly accepted the morsel, savoring it as if it would lift her to the heavens. Truly, nothing could rival exquisite food and enchanting company. "So, would you like to bind yourself to this culinary wizard for a lifetime?" Gu Cheng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her own words. By the time she regained her senses, she realized she had unwittingly committed herself. She had responded too quickly. It wouldn't do to seem overly eager to marry. "Is this even permissible?" Gu Cheng knelt before her, producing a small box containing a pair of white jade rings. "This ring is my design, named White Heads, a symbol of our lasting bond." As he gently extracted the female ring, he took her hand, asking, "Will you marry me?" Meng Yan could only stare, utterly speechless. "Do you not wish to accept my proposal? If so, I shall not press you," Gu Cheng teased, attempting to suppress a smile as he prepared to rise. "Do you wish to marry me?" he pressed, insisting that Meng Yan articulate what he longed to hear. "I do." Fully aware of his intentions, yet unwilling to oppose him, Meng Yan echoed his sentiments. "I wish to marry you. I love you." At the sound of those final words, Gu Cheng leapt to his feet, embracing Meng Yan tightly. "I love you too." Following their successful engagement, Gu Cheng swiftly arranged the engagement date, proclaiming his love to the world through a grand ceremony. Once they reached the legal marriage age, he eagerly took Meng Yan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon receiving their marriage certificate, Gu Cheng proudly flaunted it among friends, prompting Mu Dong to incessantly pursue Yi Xiaoxiao for a marriage license. Eventually, under Mu Dong's relentless persuasion, Yi Xiaoxiao acquiesced one fateful night. Mu Dong, a mere month younger than Gu Cheng, wasted no time preparing the necessary documents after receiving Yi Xiaoxiao's consent. He dedicated the week leading up to their wedding to self-care, retiring early and even abstaining from video games. Consequently, Mu Dong could only grit their teeth, vowing to marry soon to escape the embarrassment of their current situation, one of them unable to find a partner and remaining a proud singleton. Gu Cheng and Meng Yan, alongside Mu Dong and Yi Xiaoxiao, enjoyed a lifetime of happiness. Mu Dong devoted himself to charity, becoming a renowned philanthropist with Yi Xiaoxiao by his side. Their efforts bore fruit when, at the age of 35, they welcomed their first child. Gu Cheng and Meng Yan chose not to have children, while Gu Gua had 2, one of whom Gu Cheng designated as his heir. Once the child matured and proved capable, Gu Cheng entrusted the family business to him, allowing himself and Meng Yan to focus on their research in biological sciences. Their groundbreaking pharmaceuticals saved countless lives afflicted with terminal illnesses, garnering numerous international accolades and becoming national treasures. In a twist of fate, Mu Dong found companionship and married at the age of 30, enjoying a blissful life. The only fear that lingered was the inexplicable occurrences that thwarted her attempts to credit her previous life as artistic creations to herself, leaving her to contentedly engage in her own projects. With the mission accomplished, the final evaluation was outstanding. The client and target expressed immense satisfaction with the host's performance, awarding her an additional 10,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan was pleasantly surprised, her eyes widening as a smile graced her lips. Receiving a tip for my very first mission? I truly am remarkable. Yen, you executed this mission exceptionally well. Would you care for a moment of respite? Uncertain if it was merely her sensitivity, Meng Yan sensed a hint of nervousness in Han Shan's voice. Yen, what troubles you? Han Shan's cautious tone reached her ears, and Meng Yan chuckled at the sight of his worried expression. Nothing much. I just feel a bit empty inside. Am I forgetting something? Meng Yan inquired.
No.
Not at all. Yen, are you struggling to adjust after finishing the mission?
Han Shan feinet kan ness.
Perhaps it is the emotional extraction aftereffects. To protect the host. Experiences in the task world are shed upon departure, Han Shan explained, attempting to maintain a normal tone. You've made friends with both the target and the client, so perhaps the adjustment is challenging. I see. Was there never a mandate for emotional extraction before? Meng Yan pondered aloud, recalling that such a regulation had not been mentioned during training. This is a recent development instituted to prevent the host from being influenced by the mission. Han Shan sighed with relief, grateful for the shift in topic. Very well. Let us commence the next task. Meng Yan shrugged indifferently. As for the friends in those task realms, having departed from the small world, they would reincarnate anew. There was no need to dwell on it too much, for all gatherings must eventually disperse.
All right.
Han Shan, fearing that Meng Yan might inquire further, hastily selected a task and prepared to enter. Just as the loading commenced, Han Shan suddenly remembered something crucial he had neglected to mention. Yen, I forgot to inform you that you have been temporarily reassigned to the purification department. What? The room was a chaotic mess, strewn with various documents and books, while the bed was buried beneath an avalanche of clothes, manuscripts, and papers, leaving only a small space for one to sleep. A figure was curled up in a blanket, with a computer serving as a makeshift pillow. Meng Yan, struggling to rise, was met with the sight of his room being ransacked. How exhilarating! Where am I? Xiao Shan Shan. Meng Yan's voice dripped with a chilling tone. A small black cat obediently crouched before him, tilting its head adorably. Yen? This little creature is taking advantage of my inability to resist its charms. What can one do when one has a penchant for fluffiness? Task. Meng Yan rubbed his aching head, feeling the effects of severe sleep deprivation. Very well. Yen. Han Shan sighed in relief, responding cheerfully. Soon after, Meng Yan felt the man's hashawa on his shoulder begin to radiate warmth, and with it came the influx of task details and the so-called plot. The information transmitted slowly, yet even in his discomfort, Meng Yan found it manageable. His earlier anger dissipated somewhat. There was indeed some utility in this. The task at hand was to thwart the illegal system from siphoning the fortune of the fated child, thereby draining the entire small world's destiny. This small world was originally a tale of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. Gu Chong was the male protagonist of this narrative. In all conceivable aspects, appearance, wealth, capability, and character, he was the epitome of a leading man. He was the actual controller of a multinational conglomerate, though not the CEO, merely the chairman, typically refraining from meddling in company affairs aside from major decisions. Thus, his identity was known to very few. However, his other persona was widely recognized. He was a newly minted film emperor, having risen to stardom in a single leap. With his extraordinary looks and exceptional acting skills, he ascended to the throne of film emperor with just one film, garnering adoration from countless fans. Although he had not starred in any films or reality shows since then, that did not prevent throngs of admirers from showering him with praises daily. Yet, even so, the male lead remained elusive, offering no semblance of daily life. Naturally, he was a quintessential male lead, capricious and self-indulgent. The female lead of this novel was a fledgling actress, new to the entertainment industry. Though her looks could not compete with the more captivating sirens, and her figure was not particularly striking, she was the female lead. Thus, despite her appearance being merely fair in the entertainment realm, it did not hinder her from captivating various male leads, supporting characters, and passers-by alike. She was a newly signed artist under the entertainment company established by the male protagonist, who, despite her impoverished background, possessed an indomitable spirit that caught his attention. Together, they weathered numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately arriving at a happy ending. No romance novel would be complete without a wicked female antagonist, and this tale featured a quintessential one. The malevolent rival was strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure that turned heads. Additionally, she was an academic overachiever, having graduated from a prestigious institution. Blessed with beauty, physique, intelligence, and a wealthy background, she embodied everything the female lead lacked. Furthermore, she had a doting father and an overly protective brother. Leading a life of leisure as a typical wealthy heiress, a veritable winner in life's lottery. However, her charmed existence took a sharp turn upon encountering the male protagonist. Or more precisely, upon watching the film he starred in. She became utterly infatuated with him, ignoring her family's objections, though her father and brother quickly relented. The wicked rival resolutely stepped into the entertainment world, signing with the male protagonist's company and becoming a colleague of the innocent female lead, thereby adding several chapters to their love story, ultimately leading to her own downfall and her family's decline. Meng Yan gazed at the name, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet could not place it. Xiao Shanshan, do I know someone named Gucheng? Meng Yan pondered before asking Hanshan.
Ha! What? Hanshan Julted, för bristling.
Thankfully, Meng Yan's back was turned, so he remained oblivious. Gucheng, the male lead. This name rings a bell. Do I know anyone by that name? Meng Yan inquired again.
Ah.
There seems to be one. In the last task realm, there was a boy who wore a hideously thick pair of glasses, also named Gucheng. You commented then that he was not living up to his name. Han Shan struggled to maintain composure, assuring himself that Meng Yan wouldn't catch on. Oh, is that so? However, this Gucheng is indeed deserving of his title. Meng Yan murmured as he beheld the high-definition image on the computer. Of course, he is the fated child. An absolute male lead, incomparable to mere supporting characters. Han Shan chuckled awkwardly. So the illegal system we must intercept is associated with the wicked female antagonist? Meng Yan glanced at the screen before shutting the laptop, prioritizing work over allure. Indeed, the system to be intercepted is the wicked rival's counterattack system. And its host will embody the female antagonist, who has since undergone a change in essence, Han Shan eagerly explained, relieved to divert the conversation. What is the current status? This was Meng Yan's first experience executing such a task. Although there had been some introduction to the purification department during training, it was not comprehensive. It has been detected that this system is relatively simplistic, primarily capable of functions akin to surveillance, with the main tasks left to the host, Han Shan replied, feeling relieved that this system was relatively normal. Much like you? Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this akin to his own system? Not at all. My previous role was to maintain world stability. This one is utterly ineffectual. Han Shan bristled at the implication, resembling a prickly ball of fur. Very well. Then let me see what capabilities you possess this time. Meng Yan remained skeptical, but decided to give his system another chance to demonstrate its worth. Humph. Without saying more. I can prance right before it without being detected.
Han Shan deklarerat prudlu.
How impressive. I shall rely upon you, esteemed Han Shan. Meng Yan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will protect you. The little black cat waved its paw with an air of confidence. So my task is to ensure the failure of the assailant's mission, thereby summoning the sword department to handle the aftermath? Precisely. Once the assailant's mission fails, they will exit this small world, allowing the sword department to lay in wait. So the daily routine of the sword department involves mere surveillance? Meng Yan inquired curiously. Not quite. Though these systems are constrained by the world's essence within the small realm, restricting their capabilities, once they escape, they shed these limitations. For survival, they will resort to any means necessary, Han Shan asserted earnestly, shaking his little head. How tragic. I initially thought I could lounge comfortably in the wish department, only to find myself entangled in the affairs of the purification department. My fate is indeed lamentable. Mang Yan lamented, only to suddenly recall his own misfortunes and found it hard to muster sympathy. Enough of this. It serves no purpose. Time to sleep, for tomorrow brings work. Mang Yan offered a moment of silence for herself before decisively succumbing to slumber. She had tidied up her room just enough to make it somewhat livable, freshly laid the bedding, and resolved to rest thoroughly before addressing anything further. In this incarnation, she assumed the role of an inconspicuous and self-effacing screenwriter, one whose works had never seen the light of acceptance. Her aspiration was to become a celebrated screenwriter, the focus of countless gazes. Yet, she was acutely aware that such a dream was beyond her reach. Firstly, she possessed an innate quality akin to a black hole, forever unable to find her presence amidst a crowd. Secondly, upon reviewing her own writings, she could only lament that her failures were well-deserved. Talent, it seemed, was a fickle thing. She simply lacked the gift for storytelling. Thus, she entered into a pact with the heavenly Tao agency, which promised her a more favorable rebirth, one blessed with beauty, wealth, and a supportive background, ensuring that in her next life, even financial backing would lead to fame. In exchange, her current body would belong to the heavenly Tao agency, which was precisely the vessel she inhabited now. Glancing at her reflection, she mused, this appearance is not too shabby. Why must I feel so invisible? The visage in the mirror, she thought, was that of a charming young woman, and it puzzled her how she had managed to fade into the background. The original owner of this body had suffered trauma in her youth, which, although she had been rescued in time, left lingering effects, fostering a natural aversion to strangers, particularly men. Consequently, she had adopted a slouched posture, perpetually avoiding eye contact, thus further diminishing her presence. Han Shan, squatting nearby, placed his front paws neatly before him and inquired, "Would you like to adjust your data?" Mang Yan paused in surprise. "Is that possible?" "Indeed. I can shield your presence from others, even from that abominable illegal system," Han Shan replied, his tail flicking with excitement at Mang Yan's interest. "Then let us proceed. I am quite unaccustomed to this appearance." "Understood," Han Shan said, waving his paw. 10 minutes later, the transformation was complete. Mang Yan gazed into the mirror once more. The reflection bore a resemblance to her true self, but lacked its refinement, aligning instead with the physical appearance she had configured prior to embarking on her mission. Having heard that the Heavenly Tao Agency preserved exemplary cases for training purposes, she had purposefully downgraded her own data to ensure that the physical form she would inhabit during her mission differed from her true self. Thus, whether in this world or the last, the body prepared for her by the system would bear the features she had previously designated. Much more pleasing to the eye. She nodded in satisfaction. Must I maintain the original persona? After readying herself, Mang Yan sought something to eat. She rummaged through her sparse pantry, discovering only instant noodles. This was hardly surprising, given that the original owner had rented a shared apartment, barely accommodating a small refrigerator, with no room for a proper kitchen. However, Mang Yan did not mind. After all, instant noodles were her only culinary skill. Delightedly preparing a packet, she savored her meal. As long as you grasp the overarching direction of the task, you need not uphold the original persona, Han Shan assured her. Should issues arise, I will assist in concealing them. He gazed longingly at the noodles, aware that, despite his system status, he could manifest physically. Cats cannot consume instant noodles. Mang Yan turned to shield Han Shan's view. I'll buy you some fish snacks later. Fish snacks would be delightful, Han Shan conceded. How impoverished. Mang Yan sighed, staring at the meager balance in her bank account. At this rate, surviving is a struggle, let alone completing a task. She resolved to seek employment. Lacking any experience as a screenwriter, she deemed the original owner's scant credentials utterly useless. Therefore, Mang Yan contemplated pursuing work in a different field to sustain herself. Isn't the male leads company newly established? Are there any openings? Mang Yan reclined on her bed, feeling utterly unmotivated. There is indeed a vacancy for secretary assistant. Although the requirements are quite stringent, Han Shan reported after a quick search. Then, that's the one. Tell me the requirements. I shall prepare, Meng Yan declared. The role of secretary assistant seemed ideal, unobtrusive, yet offering the proximity to observe both the male and female leads, as well as the supporting cast. Upon hearing this, Han Shan obediently relayed the details. Meng Yan perused the information, finding it rather manageable. Stretching, she began researching relevant materials, only to realize that she could comprehend the content quite well. Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled being an academic prodigy, having pursued advanced studies in a prestigious institution, eventually transitioning into research and development. A headache brewed as she lamented the clumsiness of this emotional extraction process. It seemed to have muddled her other memories. Such skills were not easily mastered, and it irked her that she now had to devote time to reacquainting herself with them. Despite her complaints, Meng Yan entered a fervent study mode, determined to master the necessary skills swiftly. Soon, the day of the interview arrived. She rummaged through the original owner's wardrobe and donned a suit designated for interviews. Once she was presentable, she set out. Meng Yan found the recruitment process peculiar. For such a sizable company, albeit newly founded, the hiring criteria seemed remarkably lax. The advertisement was filled with vague platitudes. After reading it, she could only conclude that the Human Resources Department must be quite laid back, almost as if they were inviting only those fated to join. Given the original owner's mediocre educational background, she doubted she would even be granted an audience. While uncertain if she would be the fortunate candidate, Meng Yan preferred to approach situations with confidence. Thus, she had diligently studied all critical points and essential skills for the role of secretary assistant over the past few days. A multitude of candidates filled the room, predominantly female, showcasing a variety of styles and appearances, each more poised than the last. One might mistake this for a casting call for artists. The blame for this scenario lay squarely on the male lead, who had advertised the position through his celebrity account, resulting in the current influx of applicants. After receiving her number, Meng Yan sought a quiet corner to wait. With so many candidates, she wondered if they could possibly complete the interviews that day. Before long, she realized her concerns were unfounded. She could hardly be blamed for her apprehension, as she had no prior experience seeking employment, and the original owner had only interviewed with small companies, which were hardly comparable. As the waves of candidates entered for their written assessments, the crowd eventually thinned. Meng Yan had arrived later in the day, so her position was relatively central. After lunch, the written tests would commence. Bored, she began browsing gossip online. At that moment, the female lead and the supporting actress had already secured contracts and entered the company. The female lead was currently cast as the third female lead in a youth idol drama, which was set to become a hit, propelling her to fame through this role. In the original narrative, the supporting actress had also participated in this production, achieving the second female lead role due to her advantageous attributes. However, her lack of acting skills was glaringly apparent. She had glided through life without ever needing to put on a performance, and most critically, she had never undergone formal training. Thus, how could she possess any acting prowess? Yet with the new circumstances, Meng Yan believed that the strategist would not follow the original script. She instructed Han Shan to investigate, and indeed, both the female lead and supporting actress had joined the cast, with the latter shedding her previous reputation as the NG queen, impressively passing her scenes, much to the director's newfound admiration. Meng Yan began to understand the supporting actress's strategy. She was likely preparing to make a complete turnaround, aiming to overshadow the female lead, using the latter's failures to elevate her own success. However, the female protagonist is not directly related to her mission. Her primary concern is ensuring that the male protagonist remains unscathed by romantic pursuits. Who he chooses to be with in the future is of no consequence to her. As she gazed upon the exam questions, Meng Yan raised an eyebrow and swiftly began to answer them. Yet an unsettling feeling nagged at her, as if someone were watching her. She glanced around, noting that aside from the invigilator and the cameras in the corners, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Meng Yan scratched her head, dismissing the sensation, as long as she did not sense any hostility. Unbeknownst to her, in a room beyond her sight, a man sat behind a monitor, his gaze fixed intently upon her. After a prolonged observation, he finally spoke. "Keep this one." The secretary beside him immediately took note. When Meng Yan finished, she heard the invigilator announce that the interview list would be revealed in 3 days, and she departed with a casual air. Once she left, the man behind the monitor also stood to exit. Is the president not watching anymore? The secretary queried, puzzled, as the president typically attended every recruitment, regardless of the position, even for janitors, merely observing silently through the monitor, never making a personal appearance. It's unnecessary now, the man replied softly. The secretary, somewhat perplexed, promptly followed him. Ultimately, the president's intentions were beyond her purview. Despite her confidence in her abilities, Mingyue only allowed herself a quiet sigh of relief upon receiving the interview notification. Finally, something had gone smoothly. However, she was unaware that she had become the focal point of discussions in a private group chat for Chengfeng Media. Though Chengfeng Media was an impulsive venture by Gu Cheng, it was affluent and renowned, thus possessing a considerable scale and adequate resources. The Human Resources Department had been bustling since its inception, largely due to their boss being a veritable embodiment of charisma, a real-life heartthrob. Each recruitment was inundated with eager female applicants, making them perhaps the only company where even janitorial positions attracted a throng of women vying for the job. Yet, no matter how exceptional the candidates were, the boss remained taciturn, insisting on adherence to protocol, never making an appearance. However, this time, he had singled out a candidate. Instantly, Mingyue was likened to Su Daji, subjected to a myriad of envious and derisive comments in the group chat. Yet, the uproar that ensued was explosive. What on earth? How could Su-E look like that? I need to buy new clothes after work. Which school did this Su-E graduate from? I've never heard of it. What was her written test score? How did someone like her catch the attention of our idol? The confusion and disbelief among the commenters were palpable. Regardless of their speculations, Mingyue remained oblivious. The identity she had assumed, Su-E, was that of an orphan who began supporting herself immediately after high school, relying on scholarships and part-time work. A year post-graduation, her scripts had all flopped. With no savings, no stable job, and student loans to repay, she was a quintessential example of hardship. Thus, Mingyue found herself grappling with the pressing question of what to eat next.
To survive,
She had to work part-time at a fast food chain for a meager 10 yuan per hour, just enough to stave off hunger after a long day's work. Ah Yen, tomorrow is the interview. You should sleep early tonight. Han Shan expressed concern for his host's arduous circumstances, regretting not selecting a more favorable identity for her. It's fine, Mingyue replied, too exhausted to even move her fingers, offering a feeble reassurance to her system. She understood that her system had endured considerable trials, having to outsmart an illegal system to find a suitable identity that would not easily attract suspicion. After all, the system's concealment capabilities were not limitless. The broader the scope, the less effective the results. It could only select individuals who were entirely disconnected from their families and friends, facilitating a more discreet approach. I'll take a short nap and shower later. With that, Mingyue succumbed to sleep, her fatigue overwhelming. At this moment, her formidable spirit became a liability rather than an asset, as her frail body struggled to accommodate her mental prowess. In a separate corner, the crew of Youth Love Song was oblivious to the turmoil. I don't know. The system cannot detect the cause. What has he been up to today?
Di que.
Though aware it might be futile, still clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to glean the male protagonist's thoughts through his actions. He has spent the entire day in the car. In the car? What could he possibly be doing? Di Kiki questioned, incredulous, wondering if he was merely contemplating life. The system cannot approach him within 20 meters. Detection is impossible. Where did he go? Di Kiki inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fiery frustration bubbling within her. This was her first mission. Previously, she had merely read through stories of transmigration and revenge. Drawing from her reading experience, she had devised a plan based on the original plot, confident it would proceed without a hitch. Little did she know, her initial strategy would be thwarted. Is there truly no irreversible plot setting? Di Kiki lamented, wishing to strike something, yet the system lacked a physical form, rendering her frustrations unexpressed. Her mission target was to conquer Gu Cheng, the male lead from On a Fan's self-cultivation. The narrative recounts the love story between the legendary actor Gu Cheng and the actress Qiao Jun, primarily from Qiao Jun's perspective. Qiao Jun hailed from a modest working-class family. Her father was a minor foreman on a construction site, and her mother was an ordinary housewife. Despite having only one breadwinner, The family's circumstances were relatively favorable during the real estate boom. However, tragedy struck in Xiao Jun's freshman year when her father was fatally injured by a falling brick on site. The loss devastated her mother, whose already fragile health rapidly deteriorated. Xiao Jun's mother required ongoing medication and care, often ending up hospitalized for extended periods. Regardless of the compensation amount, it was insufficient to cover the relentless expenses. Moreover, after her father's death, the family lost its sole source of income. The compensation funds dwindled quickly, and by Xiao Jun's junior year, they were nearly exhausted. With no other options, Xiao Jun, attending an ordinary university, realized that while finding a job was not overly challenging, securing one that offered decent pay and flexibility to care for her mother was daunting, especially as she was still a student and would likely only qualify for an internship. Just when despair threatened to overcome her, she was approached by a man who would alter the course of her life. He was a director, not particularly renowned, currently producing a web series that required a specific role. The original actor had encountered an unforeseen circumstance and could not continue. With limited resources and connections, finding a suitable replacement proved difficult for director Liu. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, he spotted Xiao Jun outside the hospital. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he decided to cast Xiao Jun in the role. Upon hearing the remuneration, Xiao Jun felt a twinge of excitement. While it might seem insignificant to other actors, it represented a substantial income for her. Furthermore, since the shoot was local, she could manage her time to care for her mother. With this in mind, she agreed. To her surprise, acting proved to be immensely enjoyable, revealing talents she never knew she possessed. The thrill of performing allowed her to express emotions through her character. And for that moment, she was not the burdened Xiao Jun, but someone entirely different. The experience was exhilarating. She secretly resolved to pursue her dream of becoming an actress. After the crew wrapped up their project, Xiao Jun began auditioning for roles in other productions. Although she often found herself cast in minor supporting roles, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Possessing remarkable talent, she had not undergone formal training, yet her keen observation and daily learning on set significantly enhanced her acting skills, allowing her to embody her characters with increasing precision. Her earnest dedication to her craft won her the admiration of many. Perhaps she was indeed favored by fate, for at that moment, her debut work premiered. This role allowed her to portray herself authentically, although her acting was not particularly refined. Her genuine emotional expression resonated with numerous viewers, garnering her a loyal fanbase. Around this time, a director with whom she had previously collaborated, who held a favorable impression of her, recommended her for a supporting role as the third female lead. The drama subsequently became a sensation, and with it, her character gained recognition. Coincidentally, the newly crowned Best Actor, Gu Cheng, established Chengfeng Film and Television, transitioning from on-screen to behind the scenes. She became one of the first artists signed by Chengfeng, officially embarking on her career. Gu Cheng was an enigmatic figure. Many fans, netizens, and competitors attempted to uncover his background, but to no avail. He was a true prodigy, having secured the title of Best Actor with his very first and only film. His striking features, tall stature, exceptional talent, and mysterious origins made him a rare gem in the entertainment industry, admired yet unattainable. Countless fans lamented and cheered beneath his official blog, yet he seldom cast a glance in their direction. Xiao Jun, too, was an admirer of Gu Cheng. Thus, when Chengfeng was established, she eagerly submitted her resume and successfully became one of its inaugural signed artists. She harbored deep affection for this king among men, yet Gu Cheng never acknowledged her presence. However, fate smiled upon her. During an incident on set, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Gu Cheng. On that day, while filming an indoor scene, Chengfeng was one of the investors. Gu Cheng visited the set for an inspection and nearly fell victim to a dislodged chandelier. In a moment of peril, Xiao Jun leaped forward to save him, sustaining injuries from the falling light fixture herself. Following this incident, Xiao Jun gradually began to interact with Gu Cheng more frequently, and their bond began to deepen. At that juncture, the supporting actress Di Kiki began to approach Xiao Jun. Di Kiki was also a fervent fan of Gu Cheng, a quintessential rich beauty hailing from a wealthy family. A graduate of a prestigious institution, She had studied abroad and boasted a doting father and a brother who idolized her. With her stunning and striking appearance, she embodied an alluring charm. In the entertainment industry, she aimed directly at Gu Cheng, leveraging her father's connections to secure a contract with Cheng Feng, and she was cast alongside Xiao Jun in the same drama. Di Kiki played the second female lead, a wicked antagonist, while Xiao Jun portrayed the third female lead, the protagonist's best friend. Upon the premiere of the two roles, both actresses achieved trending status, albeit for contrasting reasons, one seen as a heroine and the other as a cautionary tale. The label of a talentless, ornamental actress quickly adhered to Di Kiki. Despite her rapid rise to fame, it was a notoriety tinged with negativity. In contrast, Xiao Jun was affectionately dubbed the White Moonlight while Di Kiki became known as Mosquito Blood. However, Di Kiki's disdain for Xiao Jun stemmed not solely from this rivalry. Though her acting skills were lacking, she still attracted a legion of admirers captivated by her beauty, bolstered by her affluent background and academic achievements, which provided her with a substantial support network. Despite her negative fame, she was acutely aware that her visibility far surpassed that of Xiao Jun. Her primary goal was to capture Gu Cheng's attention, not to become an award-winning actress. Thus, she remained unfazed by criticisms regarding her talent. What truly irked her was Xiao Jun's ability to garner Gu Cheng's favor, an affront she could not tolerate. For the first time in her life, Di Kiki found herself infatuated with a man, pursuing him relentlessly, yet no matter her efforts, she could not earn his regard. In stark contrast, Xiao Jun had succeeded, and that was unbearable for Di Kiki. Her plan was elegant, to befriend Xiao Jun, thus creating a pathway to Gu Cheng, ideally uncovering some scandalous information about Xiao Jun that would reveal to her idol who he ought to be enamored with. The scheme unfolded flawlessly at first. Xiao Jun was delighted by the attentiveness and olive branches extended by the affluent young lady. Although Di Kiki portrayed a malicious supporting role, she was, in reality, a gracious and gentle talent. Her demeanor was warm and approachable, unpretentious despite her privileged upbringing, frequently treating the crew to snacks and bubble tea. Despite occasionally frustrating the director with her frequent mistakes, she excelled in all other aspects, earning widespread praise from her peers.
Given such circumstances,
Di Kiki's overt friendliness naturally brought joy to Xiao Jun. After all, what could the esteemed heiress gain from befriending someone like her? With this in mind, Xiao Jun quickly forged a close friendship with Di Kiki, almost becoming inseparable. The reason for the almost lay in Xiao Jun's reluctance to discuss anything related to Gu Cheng, which frustrated Di Kiki immensely. When one despises another, every action taken is perceived as a transgression. Consequently, Di Kiki began to stir trouble. While maintaining a close friendship with the protagonist, she subtly instigated the revelation of Xiao Jun's secrets. However, these malicious attempts only served to solidify Xiao Jun's conviction that her love for Gu Cheng was truly worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Di Kiki, the moment she discovered that Gu Cheng had taken Xiao Jun, who had been drugged, away from the scene, she spiraled into a frenzy. Xiao Jun's father was a quintessential doting parent. Ever since the passing of his wife, he had projected his longing for her onto his children, especially his daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to her mother. He treated her like the most precious jewel, wanting nothing but the best for her. Upon realizing that his daughter had fallen for Gu Cheng, he recognized that the man was deep and enigmatic, beyond his daughter's comprehension. Nevertheless, he could not resist his daughter's pleas and reluctantly acquiesced. Having semi-retired, he had delegated most of his company's affairs to his son. Thus, he was compelled to swallow his pride and extend an invitation to Gu Cheng for a family dinner, intending to introduce his daughter to him. During their conversation, he extolled Gu Cheng's youthful accomplishments and praised his daughter's exceptional qualities, hinting at the advantages of marrying her. This was the unspoken language and subtlety of adult interactions. Xiao Jun's father believed that any man of sound mind would readily agree, or at the very least, consider the proposition carefully. After all, his daughter was outstanding, with suitors circling their home. Given his indulgence towards her, the benefits they could provide were unimaginable. Were it not for his daughter's affection, he might not have regarded Gu Cheng highly at all. What could a mere actor like Gu Cheng, without any foundation in Daiwater City, possibly refuse such an enticing allure? Marrying his daughter would equate to gaining a foothold in one of Devour City's premier families. He could not fathom anyone rejecting such a temptation. Yet, the protagonist defied expectations, responding with an admirable display of indifference, as if he had not understood the implications of the conversation. His expression remained unchanged, offering no acknowledgement of Kiki's affections, treating her with the same courtesy he afforded everyone else, polite yet distant. This infuriated Xiao Jun's father. While personal embarrassment was one thing, the fact that Gu Qing's actions had left Kiki in tears for an entire night was of greater concern. What could Xiao Jun's father do? He could only devise a plan for his daughter and sister. If gentle persuasion failed, then a firmer approach was necessary. Thus, the Di family began to exert pressure on Qingfeng Film and Television. Upon learning of this, Xiao Jun felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. She was touched by Gu Qing's feelings for her, yet feared that the empire he had painstakingly built might crumble because of her. She bore the overwhelming emotions of gratitude and heartache as she sought out Di Kiki, pleading with her to persuade her brother to cease his oppression of Qingfeng Film. Faced with the protagonist's earnest entreaty, Di Kiki ruthlessly tore off the facade, stating that while she could indeed convince her brother to stop targeting Qingfeng Film, Xiao Jun must willingly sever ties with Gu Qing. Struck as if by lightning, Xiao Jun, upon witnessing the increasing struggles of Qingfeng Film, ultimately tearfully acquiesced to Di Kiki's demands. She unilaterally terminated her contract with Qingfeng Film, igniting a tempest of controversy online.
Xiao Jun's fans, believing Qingfeng Film had wronged her,
began to berate the company, while Gu Cheng's supporters accused Xiao Jun of disloyalty for abandoning her former employer in their time of distress. The clash between the two factions on the internet escalated into a fierce battle, yet Xiao Jun herself was indifferent to the uproar, isolating herself in her room, neglecting food and drink. At this juncture, the male lead, a renowned and eccentric director named Lang Li, made his entrance. He was the visionary behind the film that catapulted Gu Qing to the throne of Best Actor and the director of Youth Love Song. During the filming, he had admired Xiao Jun, often guiding her on how to delve into her character's psyche and honing her acting skills. Their relationship was one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Grateful for his support, Xiao Jun could only reject him, as her heart had always belonged to Gu Qing. Understanding her sentiments, Lang Li, after a prolonged silence, reluctantly offered his assistance. Meanwhile, Gu Qing began to regain his footing, gaining the upper hand, and even contemplating a counteroffensive against the Di family. Di Jinglong, though alarmed, found himself in a precarious situation. Having already offended Gu Qing, retreat was not an option. He resolved to fight to the bitter end, banking on the Di family's resources to outlast the competition. Inevitably, Gu Qing, who had been masquerading as the underdog, triumphed, leaving the Di family severely wounded in this commercial skirmish, having lost a significant portion of their influence. This outcome astonished onlookers who had previously mocked Gu Cheng's perceived folly. By the time they realized it, Gu Qing had solidified his position in Devour City, no longer the unstable outsider he once was. They soon discovered that he had quietly laid the groundwork for his enterprise in Devour City years prior, and now, riding on the coattails of the Di family's expansion, he had emerged as a formidable force. Once he consolidated his power, his strength would only grow. As the public speculated about a potential reshuffling in Devour City, they took the opportunity to take a bite out of the beleaguered Di family. The business world is akin to a battlefield, where every vulnerability can be exploited mercilessly. The Di family, under such relentless pressure, suffered significant damage. Despite a timely retreat to salvage their strength, they began their decline. When Xiao Jun learned of this news, she felt a mix of surprise and joy, yearning to seek out Gu Qing but lacking the courage to do so. Instead, she resorted to secretly observing him from a distance, appearing daily in places where he might be. One day, she happened upon Di Kiki confronting Gu Qing, her voice breaking as she demanded to know why he did not return her affections. Gu Qing matter-of-factly stated that he simply did not like her. This statement enraged Di Kiki, who brandished a knife, vowing to make Gu Qing remember her forever with her blood. Gu Qing rushed to disarm her. But a woman driven by despair is devoid of reason. In the ensuing struggle, he accidentally sustained a cut. In a panic, Xiao Jun leapt forward, using her own body to shield Gu Cheng from further harm. This encapsulates the primary narrative, while elements unrelated to the protagonists have been omitted. Meanwhile, she, an otherworldly soul, was aided by a system and transmigrated into the role of the malicious supporting character, Di Kiki. Her mission was to win Gu Cheng's heart. Finally, the day of the interview arrived. Meng Yan donned the same formal attire she had worn for the previous written examination. Her dire financial circumstances left her with no choice. She could not even afford a simple dress. For the time being, her goal was merely survival, with the completion of her task coming second. The venue was crowded. Although 90% had been eliminated during the written test, many candidates remained. Observing the array of certificates held by others, Meng Yan straightened her attire with a calm demeanor. It was fine. If all else failed, she could always apply for a cleaning position. With this mindset, she confidently pushed open the door. After politely greeting the interviewers, Meng Yan prepared to introduce herself. Just then a knock echoed, and the door swung open. "My apologies for the interruption," a gentle man said with a smile as he stepped aside for another man to enter. The newcomer was tall and slender, buttoned to the top, exuding an air of seriousness. Meng Yan's gaze rose to meet the visage of a man who could only be described as flawless. He was the male lead. As if sensing her scrutiny, the man turned his head, his eyes, akin to the finest obsidian, locking onto her with an intensity that rendered her immobile. Meng Yan swallowed hard, her heart racing uncontrollably. Witnessing him in person was a vastly different experience from viewing photographs. She finally understood the fervent admiration he inspired. He was indeed worthy of it. Perhaps her gaze betrayed her awe, for the corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly before returning to his previous impassivity. Yet, Meng Yan, who continued to watch him, felt flustered, lowering her gaze to nervously adjust her hair. "CEO," the interview moderator stood to greet the man. He nodded before taking a seat in the chair that the gentleman had vacated. "I happened to pass by, and thought I'd drop in," Gu Cheng stated with an expressionless face. "Please, continue without me." With such a prominent figure casually occupying the space, how could they possibly disregard his presence? Furthermore, passing by? Surely that was a jest. Throughout the numerous recruitment drives, they had never seen him pass through. Though these thoughts swirled in their minds, the head of the HR department maintained a composed exterior, masking the internal commentary with professionalism and warmth. "Very well, let us proceed." Though he said so, his demeanor was noticeably more congenial than before, and the other interviewers, previously relegated to the background, nodded in agreement, transitioning into their roles as stern evaluators. Yet, the true nature of their impartiality was known only to themselves. "Please begin with a self-introduction." Meng Yan inhaled deeply, her previously calm demeanor now tense under the weight of his gaze, which felt almost predatory. She sensed she had become prey and snared in his sights, while he sat poised, ready to savor the moment. Lowering her eyes to avoid his penetrating stare, she focused on his throat, reciting the introduction she had meticulously prepared. "Thank you, Miss Su, for your introduction. I would like to inquire, given your previous statement that you have never worked as an assistant, what prompted you to apply for this position?" In her mind, Meng Yan retorted, "To protect your boss from being deceived in both body and heart." However, she maintained a facade of confidence and composure as she replied, "My major in university was Chinese language, and after graduation, I worked as a screenwriter, encountering various individuals and learning about many different fields. Yet, I realized I lacked a natural gift for screenwriting, whereas my talents lay elsewhere. Hence, I have decisively chosen to change my career path." "Miss Meng, your reasoning seems somewhat unconvincing. Our company seeks individuals capable of delivering results, but..." A middle-aged man wearing glasses began, but before he could finish, another colleague nudged him. The middle-aged man's expression faltered as he registered his associate's discomfort, feeling a sudden sense of foreboding. It was a moment of realization, as the presence of the boss rendered the atmosphere immediately tense. The young man displayed remarkable decisiveness. Indeed, when a decision must be made, it should be made promptly. "Our company, having recently been established, is in a crucial phase of development, requiring bold and adventurous, youthful energy." At this pivotal moment, the head of the Human Resources Department stepped forward, effortlessly alleviating the awkward tension with just a few words. "Indeed, Minister Gao is correct. Experience can be accumulated, and skills can be learned. What truly matters is the courage to take risks. Others, initially taken aback, quickly joined in with smiles, casting furtive glances at the big boss, who appeared to have relaxed his expression, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, the bonus for this month was finally secured. Minister Gao's wit was commendable. Minister Gao remarked, "Of course, else how could I hold the position?" The atmosphere thereafter became exceptionally harmonious, with no further incidents resembling the earlier mishap. The gentleman's previous inquiry warranted further clarification. Meng Yan pondered for a moment, deciding to salvage her situation. Although the interview seemed to be progressing smoothly, the affable demeanor of the interviewer felt somewhat unusual. Was it possible that they had already decided to dismiss her, hence their amiable disposition? A shiver ran down Meng Yan's spine at the thought. To avoid competing with the cleaning lady for a job, she resolved to make an additional effort. "In fact, I have self-studied, and if you require, I can demonstrate my knowledge right now." Meng Yan smiled shyly. This left Minister Gao in a bit of a quandary, naturally directing his gaze towards his boss. Responding to Gao's earnest look, Gu Qing spoke, "Mu Feng, please hand her a document." "Certainly, President." Mu Feng calmly adjusted his glasses and retrieved a file from his folder, one that had just been submitted but not yet reviewed by Gu Qing. Nodding, Gu Qing accepted the document and passed it to Meng Yan. As she opened it, she discovered it was a business proposal, written in French. Meng Yan couldn't help but glance at Mu Feng, questioning whether there had been a mix-up. This clearly was not from Qingfeng Media. However, Mu Feng maintained his calm composure, showing no sign of panic over the potential confusion. Reluctantly, Meng Yan returned her attention to the document. She read rapidly, absorbing the content at a remarkable pace, while Minister Gao observed, believing she merely skimmed it before closing it. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yan spoke fluently in impeccable French, leaving the interviewers astonished, exchanging glances of surprise. It turned out her claim of self-studying foreign languages was indeed genuine. Mu Feng, too, was taken aback, casting a more scrutinizing glance at Meng Yan. Yet Gu Cheng's expression remained unchanged, devoid of reaction. A silence enveloped the room. Both Meng Yan and the interviewers, including Mu Feng, who always accompanied Gu Cheng, were taken aback by their boss's demeanor. Was he truly this straightforward? Did it mean that Gu Cheng was indeed unfamiliar with the Sui? The interviewers exchanged glances, excitement glimmering in their eyes. Had it not been for the fact that this individual was their big boss, the one who dictated their fates, they might have settled in with snacks to enjoy the unfolding drama. "I must ask, are you planning to marry and have children soon?" Sensing the peculiar gazes from those around him, Gu Cheng adjusted his question. "At present, I have no such intentions," Meng Yan replied, beginning to understand. He was likely concerned that she would request maternity leave shortly after starting her job. Recalling the interview tips she had researched online, she added, "Currently, I wish to focus all my energy on work and do not have time to cultivate personal relationships." Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng's expression softened momentarily, but soon turned serious again, his demeanor radiating a more intense aura. Gu Cheng fell silent, prompting Minister Gao to take the microphone, indicating that Meng Yan could leave. "This should be correct, right?" Han Shan mumbled hesitantly. "Well, I have done my part. Now it is up to fate. Worst case, I may have to compete with the cleaning lady for a job again." As Meng Yan exited the headquarters of Qingfeng Media, realizing the hour was late, she sought a place to dine. Meanwhile, several interviewers exchanged glances at their unpredictable boss, ultimately leading Minister Gao to take the initiative. "President, while Miss Su's academic credentials may be lacking, her personal capabilities are commendable. Why not consider her for the position?" Minister Gao carefully gauged his tone as he made this suggestion to his superior. "No need," Gu Cheng replied, rising to leave. Minister Gao, taken aback, along with the others, were left perplexed. What did the president mean? He clearly had some interest in the young woman, so what was this about? She has other opportunities. Without allowing the others to ponder further, Gu Cheng exited, leaving behind the statement that they should continue searching for a secretary assistant, while Miss Su would find her path elsewhere. Mu Feng, smiling, clarified Gu Cheng's intentions to the others before departing. He was Gu Cheng's assistant, primarily managing work-related matters at the main headquarters of Shengshi Financial Group. Today, he had come to see Gu Cheng for a specific reason. only to stumble upon such significant developments. Oblivious to the flurry of messages ignited by his single remark, Mu Feng accompanied Gu Qing to the floor housing the president's office, where the atmosphere was tranquil, each person engrossed in their tasks. As Mu Feng entered with Gu Qing, he began to report on work matters. Gu Qing was succinct, occasionally offering concise remarks that were always incisive. Mu Feng diligently noted them, preparing to take his leave when Gu Qing inquired, "What do you think she is suited for?" Just as Mu Feng was about to turn, he detected a hint of hesitation in Gu Cheng's voice, as if he were uncertain. Mu Feng found it amusing. He had never witnessed Gu Cheng hesitate over investments worth billions, yet here he was, deliberating over the arrangement of a young woman. Regrettably, he couldn't capture this moment. As he adjusted his glasses, concealing a smirk, he remarked, "However, I believe Miss Su possesses considerable potential. It seems you do not currently have an assistant capable of handling your work. Perhaps she would be well suited for the role." As he spoke, Mu Feng observed Gu Cheng's reactions. Although Gu Cheng appeared impassive, Mu Feng, having spent considerable time alongside him, could discern subtle shifts in his demeanor. At that moment, Gu Cheng seemed to relax marginally compared to earlier. Continuing, Mu Feng added, "Moreover, as a woman, she is likely to be meticulous. Since you are here alone without familiar faces, having her around could alleviate some of your daily burdens." This implied that Gu Cheng could appoint Su Yi as a personal assistant to manage his various tasks. Gu Cheng's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of interest. Encouraged, Mu Feng continued, "However, it's preferable for a personal assistant to reside nearby, ideally even with you. Yet, I know you prefer to avoid having unfamiliar individuals in your private space. Thus, perhaps it is prudent to appoint her as a work assistant instead." By the end, a smile crept onto Mu Feng's lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet, lost in his own thoughts, Gu Qing seemed oblivious to the light-hearted banter. Upon exiting, Mu Feng retrieved his phone, only to find the group chat had erupted. F4S face of the group. "What? Has the boss found a partner?" Han Xingtian. Mu Feng clearly mentioned that the boss seems to be interested in a girl. F4S face of the group. "Is there a difference? If not now, will it not be the case later?" Ting Chu, what a profound observation. As the winter chill enveloped the air, I found myself at a loss for words. "So, what about the wooden man?" came the inquiry. "Where is he?" I echoed. Upon opening my social media app, I was greeted by a flurry of red alerts in our small F4 group. With a knowing smile, I clicked into the chat, disregarding the barrage of emojis, and typed, "The boss is seeking a new assistant." After sending the message, I watched the chat erupt once more and lazily added, "A lifestyle assistant." At this proclamation, a profound silence fell over the group. Even the usually expressive emoji enthusiast ceased their activity. A full minute passed before the notifications chimed in. "Is this for real? A lifestyle assistant? I predict we shall soon have a lady boss. Please share something we don't already know."
This is terrifying.
In the midst of the conversation, I could not help but smirk mischievously as I sent a message. "I want to tell you." Ignoring the flood of outraged replies, I strolled out of the private elevator in high spirits. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Gu Cheng remained silent for an extended period before dialing the HR department. "Special assistant to the president?" Mengyan looked at the number on her phone, confirming it was indeed the one previously announced by HR. "I believe there has been a mistake. I interviewed for the secretary assistant position." "Not at all, Miss Su. Due to your exceptional performance in both the written and interview stages, the executive team has decided to appoint you as the special assistant to the president. The position of secretary assistant has already been filled." The voice on the other end was gentle, imbued with an uncommon warmth. "All right, understood.
Thank you."
Though taken aback, Meng Yan resolved to accept the offer. After all, being rejected and then declining an accepted position were two entirely different matters. The former still offered the possibility of working as a cleaner, while the latter would be an outright slap in the face. Surely, she could not refuse the role of special assistant to take on cleaning duties instead. That would surely brand her as mad. After some contemplation, Meng Yan decided that acceptance of reality was the wisest course. Although the position of special assistant was not conducive to her original plans, what could she do? With a sigh, she lamented the daunting nature of her task. "Yen, what troubles you? Is the assistant role unsatisfactory?" The young lady from earlier mentioned that the salary and benefits are significantly improved. As a system, it was perplexed by the host's discontent despite her promotion. If this were the celestial realm, I would throw a grand banquet and leap for joy at such an advancement. Yet here, what tangible benefit does it provide? Meng Yan sighed again, reflecting on the stark difference between the roles of special assistant and secretary assistant. Her previous attire would likely not even meet the threshold. She would need to procure a new wardrobe. With the increased salary, will you soon be able to relocate? Han Shan tilted his head curiously. This shared accommodation was a quintessentially cheap dwelling, lacking not only in comfort but also in safety. Many surveillance cameras and streetlights were in disrepair. Whether due to natural wear or human neglect was uncertain. At night, the probability of danger for a girl venturing out alone soared to 90. Indeed, the pay has increased, but this does not support the execution of my initial operational plan. Meng Yan collapsed onto her bed, feebly turning over. What plan have you devised, Yen? Han Shan perked up, intrigued. My intention was to secure a low-profile position close to the leads, allowing me to observe them without direct interaction, adapting to their circumstances as they arise. Meng Yan gazed vacantly at the ceiling. Isn't that akin to working in the shadows? Han Shan thought, inadvertently voicing his realization. Precisely. My original plan was to operate discreetly, with the enemy in the light and me in the dark. In a hushed hospital room, a girl lay in silence. Her pale face was devoid of color, a thick bandage wrapped around her forehead, faintly stained with blood. At that moment, her appearance was far from appealing, her makeup a smudged mess obscuring her features, and her hair a disheveled mess, resembling a stray cat pulled from a refuse bin. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered, akin to a droplet disturbing a still pond, awakening the space around her. Yet, she did not immediately open her eyes, remaining still as if caught in a transient illusion. After a moment, she finally opened her eyes, her dark pupils glinting with clarity, devoid of any traces of confusion. Gradually she sat up, her hands deftly locating her phone beside the pillow. The commotion was enough to rouse the man sitting like a statue beside her, who observed her with a gaze filled with cold disdain and contempt. Yet he remained silent, continuing to watch her intently. Kara, she called softly to her phone, which responded with a cheerful greeting. Good afternoon. Opening first-level permissions. Seemingly unaware of the man's presence, she issued her command with an air of calm. The man frowned slightly, perplexed by the scene before him. Correct, first-level permissions have been granted. Master. Kara's voice rang out again, now tinged with an unfamiliar respect. Contact Rue. Yes, Master. Kara complied, and the phone's display shifted as if guided by an unseen hand, swiftly transitioning to a dialer screen, which promptly connected. Awake, are you? A pleasant male voice resonated through the receiver. Yes, come over. Also, arrange for the house to be cleaned. The girl rubbed her temples before ending the call. What tricks are you playing? Xie Feng's brow furrowed as he regarded the woman, who had been acting strangely since her awakening. Xie Feng? The girl seemed to finally acknowledge the other presence in the room, tilting her head in his direction. What are you doing here? Her voice was innocently perplexed, as though she could not fathom why he occupied her hospital room. Ha! Xie Feng scoffed, his disdain palpable. What pretense are you putting on? Are you feigning ignorance about how you pushed Shuer down the stairs? Oh. The girl responded lazily, not even lifting her gaze. Xie Feng found himself momentarily speechless at her nonchalance, his anger bubbling to the surface. Xie Feng, it's not Yu's fault. It was my clumsiness. A panicked voice echoed from the doorway as a delicate girl rushed in, breathless and disheveled, her oversized hospital gown hanging loosely on her slender frame. Her hair, slightly tousled from running, framed her pale face, amplifying her frailty, the stark contrast of her dark hair against her fair skin captivating the eye. Shuer, why aren't you resting in bed? Xie Feng's attention shifted to Yang Shuer, his concern evident as he stepped forward to embrace her, casting a disapproving glance at the young man who had followed closely behind. Shengwan, why didn't you stop Shuer? Xie Feng, it has nothing to do with Brother Mo. I came over while he wasn't paying attention. Yang Shuer gently tugged at Xie Feng's sleeve, offering a soft smile as a delicate blush crept onto her porcelain face. I was worried you might be putting Sister Yao Yu in a difficult position, so I hurried over. As she spoke, Her gaze shifted apologetically to the girl who had remained silent nearby. Sister Yaoyu, are you alright? I'm sorry, Xiafeng didn't mean it. Please don't be angry with him. I apologize on his behalf. The girl referred to as Yaoyu chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with mischief as she observed the scene. Upon hearing Yang Shuer's words, she offered no further comments, instead closing her eyes in a manner that suggested she wished to say little. Noticing the girl's reaction, Yang Shuer subtly furrowed her brow, her expression dimming as she nervously bit her lower lip. Before she could speak, the boy beside her, who had been watching her with an affectionate expression, voiced his anger. Yaoyu, what do you mean? Can't you see Shuer is talking to you? Xiafeng strode forward, seemingly intent on personally instructing the girl on proper conduct. Observing this, Yang Shuer raised her small hand, as if attempting to restrain the furious Xiafeng, her lips parting to say, Brother Xia, Sister Yaoyu doesn't. The initial crisis was averted, yet vigilance remained essential. Although the situation had unfolded without incident, Meng Yan felt compelled to issue a reminder. After all, his own system was even more inexperienced than he was, and he couldn't afford to neglect such warnings. Understood, Yen. I shall remain vigilant from now on. The little black cat nodded vigorously, its tiny whiskers twitching, dispelling Meng Yan's earlier frustrations. There's no need to be overly anxious. I will alert you should anything arise. After all, cats are the masters. What else can one do? Indeed, beauty saves one money. Meng Yan mused, glancing at the mirror. Expensive clothing may not necessarily exude elegance, whereas a beauty in modest attire can captivate the gaze. With a faint sigh, he took his keys and phone before stepping out. As for a bag, regretfully, it was something he would have to forego for the time being. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department for orientation, just as he completed the onboarding paperwork, a man approached. Miss Su-yi? He inquired, his face tinged with red. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am the President's secretary. You may call me Secretary Dong. The President has asked me to help you familiarize yourself with the company, and there are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Secretary Dong seemed somewhat shy, unable to maintain eye contact as he spoke. Thank you for your assistance. Secretary Dong. Meng Yan replied politely. Not a bother, not a bother. Secretary Dong quickly waved his hand, scratching his head before shyly adding, in fact, I've only been here a short while myself. And, while I am merely a secretary, you are an assistant. Though the titles may sound similar, your position is technically a notch above mine. How long have you been graduated, Secretary Dong? Meng Yan suddenly asked. Impressive. I graduated a year ago, and only just landed a proper job, Meng Yan praised sincerely. Is that so? Secretary Dong seemed taken aback, likely unaccustomed to receiving compliments, especially from such a beautiful girl. Actually, I was just fortunate. The previous secretary left, and the company was in urgent need of someone. It was the president who graciously offered me the opportunity despite my lack of experience. At this, Meng Yan observed the genuine gratitude in Secretary Dong's eyes. He noted the purity of his character, which was refreshing in contrast to those who were cunning and duplicitous. By the way, during my interview, I met a young man who always wore a smile. Is he one of our colleagues? Meng Yan inquired, feigning curiosity. Oh, he's not. The president has some assets elsewhere, and that Mr. Mu manages them. He rarely comes here, so you probably won't see him often. Secretary Dong recognized she was referring to Mu Feng, whose warm smile was indeed unforgettable. His surname is Mu? Meng Yan's expression brightened with intrigue, secretly relieved. After all, that man appeared to be the type who concealed a blade beneath a friendly facade. In a novel, such a character would likely be either the rival vying for the protagonist's affection or the antagonist creating obstacles for the leads, best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yes, his name is Mu Feng, with a character for wood. Mr. Mu is incredibly kind. When I first arrived, I happened to meet him and he helped me immensely, teaching me many things. Secretary Dong recalled their chance encounter at the office door, feeling slightly embarrassed for having wasted Mr. Mu's afternoon. Indeed, his smile is exceptionally gentle, Meng Yan remarked, recognizing the typical guise of a well-mannered deceiver. The shared acknowledgement of Mr. Mu's character brought Secretary Dong joy, solidifying Meng Yan's place among his circle. Their conversation flowed freely, and soon Meng Yan knew more about his age and even his elementary school years. How astoundingly naive, Meng Yan mused. He failed to consider that this boy had a master's degree while the original owner of his identity had only graduated from a regular university. Though he had graduated a year earlier, he was in fact 2 years younger. As their tour of the company concluded, Secretary Dong hesitated. As if struggling with a topic he found uncomfortable to broach with a young woman. "Is there something on your mind?" Meng Yan asked, surveying her new office, which was indeed spacious and impressive. "Well, your position as special assistant entails not only handling work-related matters, but also some personal tasks for the president. Therefore," Secretary Dong glanced sideways, unable to meet Meng Yan's gaze. He found the request somewhat excessive for a young woman, yet the president genuinely required assistance. Caught between his gratitude to his employer and his newfound friend, Secretary Dong felt torn. "So?" Meng Yan inquired, puzzled by Secretary Dong's flushed cheeks. "Could you possibly relocate to the president's quarters?" he murmured, his voice trailing off. Meng Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that the special assistant also doubles as a caretaker and cohabitant with the president? I may not be well educated, but please don't try to deceive me." Seeing the expression on Meng Yan's face, Secretary Dong felt even more embarrassed, as if people might assume he wished to live with her. I realize this request is somewhat excessive, but after seeing the president's pale face yesterday from his stomach ailment, I found the courage to ask. However, this remains a professional arrangement. I hope you can move in as soon as possible." Having closed his eyes to finish speaking, Secretary Dong did not dare look at Meng Yan's face. Is the job market truly this perilous? To secure employment, one must also serve as a caregiver?
All right.
Let's proceed. Secretary Dong's eyes brightened, suddenly infused with energy. "Are you moving now? I can assist you. If you have a lot of belongings, I can call a moving company." Wasn't he supposed to be innocent and kind-hearted? How can he treat a colleague this way without remorse? "Sounds wonderful," Meng Yan replied, her expression neutral.
"Ha!
Wonderful indeed," she thought sarcastically. She had already checked, and Gucheng had never employed a lifestyle assistant, detesting anyone encroaching upon his private space. Even the protagonist, Xiao Jun, had only visited a few times, never spending a night. Now, with the sudden appearance of a personal assistant, how could she convince Di Kiki that everything was perfectly fine? Did anyone else know about this matter? Contemplating this, Meng Yan halted her steps, her eyes flashing like lightning directed at Secretary Dong, ready to unleash her fury if he dared to affirm otherwise. Secretary Dong's heart trembled as he stammered, "Yes." Instantly, Meng Yan's demeanor turned menacing. Before she could act, Secretary Dong seemed to realize something and shouted, "Only the president knows." Clearly intimidated, Secretary Dong obediently nodded. However, why did she have to say she lived downstairs? Was she trying to let everyone in the company misunderstand her relationship with the president? Meng Yan retorted. "But couldn't you just not mention that you lived here?" Secretary Dong still seemed puzzled. "You don't understand." Meng Yan sighed deeply, a sound resonating from her very soul. If it weren't for the secondary character having a system, would she need to go to such lengths? There were countless fans enamored with the president, as well as many girlfriend fans and wife fans. It was highly likely they would discover that both she and the president resided in the same building. Hence, it would be wiser to take the initiative and implant the impression that she lived nearby solely for work-related reasons before anyone else caught wind of it.
But
Just nearby. Understand? Meng Yan's voice lowered, explaining in a somber tone. What a failure in education. Meng Yan looked at Secretary Dong, whose face was a picture of naive confusion, as if all his talents had been squandered on studying. So innocent. In the future, when you accompany the president, remember to speak less. Maintain your expression, and absolutely avoid smiling, Meng Yan advised sincerely.
Huh? Why?
Secretary Dong looked bewildered. The secret to being profound and enigmatic lies in saying less and maintaining a poker face. If you master these two principles, you will become a person of great stature. Meng Yan asserted, shaking her head earnestly.
Is that so?
Secretary Dong felt something was amiss. Let me give you an example. Does the president enjoy laughing?
No.
Secretary Dong shook his head. Does the president talk a lot? Not really. Secretary Dong shook his head even faster. So, am I not correct? Meng Yan coaxed, her smile resembling that of a cunning wolf luring a naive rabbit. It does seem quite accurate? Secretary Dong tilted his head, pondering. What do you mean it seems? It is the truth. Trust me. Remember this and execute it flawlessly, and you will become the esteemed Dong tomorrow. Meng Yan patted Secretary Dong's shoulder, speaking earnestly, while subtly swiping the keys and opening the door. Meng Yan. Gu Cheng.
What was that saying?
The most dreaded moment is when the air suddenly falls silent. Is this door soundproof? The moment the words escaped her lips, Meng Yan wished to erase her existence. Was she not revealing her secrets? If she had wished for time to rewind before, now she yearned for a spontaneous explosion. No, I meant that non-soundproof doors can easily be disturbed by neighbors, Meng Yan quickly rectified. Secretary Dong, who had been about to speak, now transformed into an invisible man, shrinking away strategically from the president's line of sight. This door is soundproof. Just when Meng Yan thought Gu Cheng would remain silent, the man before her glanced her way and slowly began to speak, enunciating each word clearly, as if worried she might not comprehend. Meng Yan exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness, her persona remained intact. However, just as she did so, the man added, but standing too close, one can still hear sounds from outside. Following this, he revealed a smile that could captivate anyone. Meng Yan stood there, astonished. Meng Yan was petrified. The male lead was also ensnared. Was this still the same stoic, humorless male lead from the original story?
Oh.
Here it comes. Upon hearing this, Meng Yan sprang into action. Spotting a pair of pink slippers at the door, she immediately changed into them. President? Came Secretary Dong's feeble voice from behind.
All right.
At this, Secretary Dong sprang back to life, darting away like a rabbit, vanishing before the sound of his last word had faded. She must remember to ask Secretary Dong if he was born under the sign of the rabbit. Come upstairs. I will show you to your room. Gu Cheng's voice floated from a distance. You will stay in this room, and across from it is mine. Gu Cheng pointed to a door with a key still inserted, and then indicated the door opposite. Meng Yan opened the door to find a well-equipped room that was unmistakably designed for a girl. It featured a wardrobe, bathroom, vanity, a small sofa, and a coffee table, with a floor-to-ceiling window and a balcony adorned with lounge chairs and potted plants of elegant shapes. The moment Meng Yan laid eyes on it, she was smitten, her mind racing with the image of herself reclining in the chair, strategizing amidst the fragrance of tea, feeling utterly in control over the illicit system. Though her heart was elated, Meng Yan maintained a calm demeanor. However, was this new boss being overly considerate? Glancing at the cosmetics on the vanity, Meng Yan began to suspect she was intruding upon someone else's space. The backstory of this room had been mentioned in the original text. When the female lead first visited, she discovered the room and was particularly saddened, believing that Gu Cheng had someone special in his heart. However, upon noticing that no close female companions were around him, she realized that this room was likely reserved for his sister or perhaps an occasional guest. Yet, with the system in place, Meng Yan knew this room had been prepared for Gu Cheng's dream lover, the true dream lover. According to the information gathered by Han Shan, Gu Cheng had been dreaming of a girl since childhood and, during his adolescent years, had genuinely fallen in love with this dream figure. However, no matter what means he employed, he could never locate her. Eventually, his cousin, a renowned director, tricked him into starring as the male lead in his film, claiming that if he performed well, he would attract the attention of many young women, possibly even his dream lover. Gu Cheng, believing wholeheartedly in this ruse, abandoned his position as chairman to pursue the title of Best Actor. Yet, based on Han Shan's investigation and the original plot, it was clear that the male lead had not found this person. However, this remained speculation, as the original narrative only covered half the story, with a second installment looming. Given Meng Yan's years of experience, this was likely a narrative device employed by the author. Perhaps in the second part, that dream lover would appear just as the male and female leads were sweetly entangled, on the brink of marriage, following which would ensue a series of heart-wrenching trials and misunderstandings, leading the male lead to a painful epiphany that he had long been deeply in love with the female lead. This would not only forge a solid bond between the leads, but also ensure ample tears from the readers, achieving a dual triumph.
Yet,
this small world had already branched out, no longer bound by the original plot. Han Shan had failed to detect any so-called second part of the narrative. And regarding that dream lover, her whereabouts remained a mystery. Otherwise, if only she could unearth her and present her to Gu Cheng, her mission would be nearly complete. The thought of this filled her with regret. It was such a missed opportunity. Why must she toil so hard when victory could have been so easily attained? Noticing Meng Yan's contemplative expression, Gu Cheng felt a pang of anxiety. Did she not like it? Following her gaze, he spotted the array of bottles and jars on the vanity. His handsome face flushed as he struggled to maintain his composure. Offering a calm explanation, this was a gift from our partner, and it has been stored in the utility room. They probably brought it over while arranging the house.
Oh, I see, she replied.
How fortunate for an entertainment company to receive so many gifts just for endorsing a brand. Observing that Meng Yan did not exhibit the expression he was hoping for, Gu Cheng pursed his lips, his gaze deepening. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters of the Shengshi Consortium, Mu Feng sneezed. Surely, the prospective lady boss must have recognized his loyalty by now. Perhaps his year-end bonus would double this year? Gu Cheng then led Meng Yan to explore the other rooms of the house. After a thorough tour, they realized it was mealtime. What would you like to eat? Gu Cheng inquired, rolling up his sleeves. Meng Yan felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, this man doesn't expect me to cook? She was utterly inept in the kitchen, with only basic knife skills to her name. Even the original owner of her identity could only manage instant noodles. Would it be wise to refuse a task assigned by her boss on her first day? As she pondered how to subtly convey her culinary incompetence, the sound of the refrigerator door opening interrupted her thoughts. She looked up in astonishment. President, what are you doing? There stood the man, clad in light-colored loungewear and an apron, rummaging through the refrigerator. What would you like to eat? Gu Cheng repeated, unperturbed. I'm fine with anything, Meng Yan replied hastily, despite her lack of experience in the workplace. She stepped forward to assist. President, I may not excel in many things, but I can handle the knife work. Let me chop the vegetables for you. With a small knife in one hand and a vegetable in the other, she eagerly volunteered. Gu Cheng frowned. No need for that. You may go to the living room. But that seems inappropriate. She protested. How could the boss be in the kitchen cooking while the employee sits idly outside? As she spoke, she swiftly sliced a potato into thin pieces, glancing at Gu Cheng with satisfaction. See, President? I wasn't lying. Gu Cheng scrutinized her work, confirming her proficiency, and nodded.
Cut them into strips. All right,
she chirped. Within moments, the potatoes had been transformed into shreds. Their collaboration proved efficient, and soon they had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, just enough for 2. Meng Yan set down her empty bowl, feeling a sense of longing. How had the original narrative failed to mention Gu Cheng's culinary prowess? The current male lead was truly remarkable, adept both in the boardroom and the kitchen. She envied the present female lead. Gu Cheng's eyes flickered with amusement before he masked it. When Meng Yan looked up and met his gaze, she felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. She had consumed a substantial portion of the meal he had prepared. Your cooking is simply exquisite, rivaling that of professional chefs, she admitted, though her shyness lingered. Nevertheless, she resolved to praise him again in hopes of receiving a similar meal in the future. Gu Cheng nodded, accepting her compliments. Meng Yan busied herself clearing the table, placing the dishes into the dishwasher. I still have documents to review. You may take a break, Gu Cheng instructed as he retreated to the study upstairs. After contemplating, Meng Yan decided to prepare a glass of juice. Knock knock.
Come in.
President, I made some juice. You can have some if you feel tired later.
Thank you.
Meng Yan placed the juice beside Gu Cheng and prepared to leave, but he called her back.
Wait.
Yes, President? She turned. Upon hearing the title, Gu Cheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. That desk is yours. Feel free to come in whenever you need. Meng Yan was genuinely surprised. It was unusual for a superior to permit a subordinate, whom they barely knew, into their study. Well, she hesitated. At that moment, Gu Cheng looked up from his documents, his expression unreadable. That's wonderful. She quickly pivoted. Does this mean I will be required to work overtime after hours? I've heard you are infamous for being a workaholic, working during office hours and after. Will I be expected to follow suit? How will I manage to enjoy my tasks? Shouldn't he notify her beforehand when working in other locations? After calling out again with no response, Meng Yan resigned herself to boredom, lying on her bed and inadvertently falling asleep. When she awoke an hour later, she silently opened her bag, intending to place her clothes in the wardrobe and take a shower. To her astonishment, the wardrobe was filled to the brim. Could these also be gifts from the partners? Hadn't the company just been established for a short time? Upon inspecting the sizes, Meng Yan was shocked to discover that all the clothing was her size. This was certainly beyond what a partner could anticipate, who would be so prescient as to know someone's size and send clothes accordingly. But if it wasn't the partners, then who? Suddenly, Mu Feng's face flashed through her mind. The resume only mentioned her height. To know her exact size, one must have met her. However, she had primarily interacted with members of CHNGFing. It couldn't be from the HR department, thus leaving only Gucheng, Mu Feng, and the secretary Dong, whom she had met today. Dong was ruled out. He was too shy and busy to buy clothes for a female colleague. If he had, he certainly wouldn't have been so at ease today. Gucheng too was dismissed. His stoic demeanor suggested he would have an assistant select clothes for him, not choose something for someone else. That left only the charming tiger. After her deductions, Meng Yan concluded that while she was grateful, she couldn't muster genuine appreciation under these circumstances. It was a stroke of luck that she had refrained from lashing out. Upon rummaging through the wardrobe, she noted the absence of intimate garments. Everything was appropriate for work. Meng Yan barely managed to control her fists, knowing she would struggle to restrain herself during their next encounter. Once her wardrobe was organized, Meng Yan took a shower and changed into her own loungewear before heading downstairs to prepare a small pot of millet porridge. Although she lacked culinary skills, Gu Cheng's kitchen was well equipped. After rinsing the rice, she placed it in the rice cooker, added water, and then contentedly retreated to the living room to play video games. As dinner time approached, she heard the sound of the upstairs door opening and saw Gu Cheng descending. "President, I just made some white rice porridge." Meng Yan stood up, eagerly presenting her efforts. "Then prepare a few side dishes." Gu Cheng nodded, pulling out his phone. "Should we order crab roe buns?" "That sounds good. How about xiaomai?" "Sure. And fried dough sticks?" "Also acceptable." "Forget it. Let us order a bit of everything." As he spoke, he dialed a number. Meng Yan listened intently, realizing he was placing a takeout order. Get a variety of specialties, but not too much. Just enough for two. As a diligent subordinate, she understood the importance of advising him to avoid waste. But if Gucheng was calling for takeout, it surely wouldn't be from an ordinary restaurant. She was eager to sample whatever it was. Though she was indeed a fairy, her nightmarish lineage had always set them apart from others of their kind. The pleasures of the palate hold great significance, yet unfortunately, her clan consists solely of individuals who can consume but not create, true gourmands. Consequently, she has never truly appreciated the power of exquisite cuisine. As for the others in the celestial realm, it is best left unsaid. Previously, she could only imagine the flavors through the descriptions found in ancient texts. Now that she has the opportunity to savor them firsthand, she cannot let it slip away. It was this very allure that drew her to the recruitment at the Celestial Path Bureau. Otherwise, why would she forsake the heavenly realm to venture into the mundane world? Meng Yan concentrated on the painting hanging nearby, attempting to convey through her actions that she was not ignoring the discourse, but simply had not heard it. Then, she sensed Gucheng glance in her direction and lower his voice, suggesting they stick to the portion meant for 3 people. Men are. In an instant, Meng Yan felt her face flush. She wished to clarify that it was not a matter of appetite, but rather excessive expenditure of energy. Yet, she ultimately chose to silence herself, beginning to recite a calming incantation in an effort to mask what she had just overheard. Let us indulge in some fruit first. The main course will take a while to arrive. After concluding a phone call, Gucheng entered the kitchen, slicing some fruit to present to her. Meng Yan, already seated upright on the sofa, faced the fruit with unwavering focus, exuding an air of righteousness. What is so special about fruit? She had celestial and spiritual fruits as her meals. Observing Meng Yan's unmoving demeanor, Gucheng furrowed his brow, sensing her discontent. Meng Yan awkwardly shook her head. "No. It's just that I am not hungry at the moment." Upon hearing this, Gucheng still did not relax his brow. He hesitated, glancing at her casual attire, contemplating whether to inquire if she had seen the clothes prepared for her in the wardrobe, but refrained from voicing it. After a prolonged moment, he finally settled on a diplomatic phrasing. Our company has a clothing design subsidiary that recently launched some new products, and we need market feedback. MASU-MANHUA believes your image aligns well with the brand's identity, so he brought some finished items for you to try. You can share your thoughts with him afterward. Mengyan was taken aback. Was he revealing his other ventures to her? After several such instances, she could no longer pretend to be unaware. The CEO has other businesses? I hold 60 of the shares in Shengshi Group, Gucheng affirmed with a nod, his admission unpretentious. At this revelation, Mengyan found herself at a loss for words. Why was he so forthright?
It was not a secret.
Gucheng's expression bore no hint of pride, as if this were merely an ordinary matter. Of course. She was aware of Shengshi Group. She had even tasked Han Shan with investigating it to prevent any deviations in the plot that could yield unforeseen consequences. To mitigate risks, she had done her homework. Shengshi Group was a quintessential family enterprise, firmly controlled by the founding Gu family since its inception. Unlike other familial businesses, the Gu family's shares remained tightly held by the head of the family, with other relatives, parents and siblings alike, merely receiving dividends. Most shares, barring those diluted for development, remained in the hands of the Gu patriarch. Over the years, the current leader possessed nearly 70 of Shengshi Group shares. This meant that whoever held the helm possessed absolute control over Shengshi. It was said that this regulation was set by the inaugural leader to ensure Shengshi Group would forever bear the Gu surname, preventing shares from falling into outsiders' hands and jeopardizing the Gu family's foundation. Thus, Mengyan mused, so the CEO is quite remarkable. Gucheng had been observing Mengyan's reaction and noticed her response. His brow slightly lifted. Why was there no reaction? Wasn't it customary to disclose one's background when courting a lady? All is well, Gucheng nodded. As a clan leader, Mengyan accepted this response.
What of the CEO?
Was the chairman truly impressive? Aren't we all second generation? Do you have a WeChat account? After a while, the typically reticent man spoke again. Upon hearing this, Mengyan promptly retrieved her phone. I do. After exchanging WeChat IDs, a silence enveloped them. Gucheng was uncertain of what to say, while Mengyan was deep in contemplation. The silence was broken by the sound of the doorbell. The delivery had arrived. Upon seeing the food, Mengyan's expression transformed. The two enjoyed a harmonious and delightful dinner together. Afterward, Mengyan, as per her usual practice, neatly gathered the bowls and utensils, placing them in the dishwasher. Once tidied up, she noticed Gucheng carrying a cup of coffee as he ascended the stairs, evidently headed to his study to work. It's late. Coffee might disrupt your sleep. Perhaps fruit juice would be a better choice? To be fair, despite some discrepancies with his character from the original plot, Gucheng had been quite amiable toward her. Moreover, as his personal assistant, it was only natural for her to express concern for his health. I still have some documents to review. It's fine. I'll make you some juice, Mengyan cheerfully interjected, ignoring Gucheng's refusal as she took the coffee from his hands. Drinking too much coffee is detrimental to your health. Gucheng opened his mouth to protest. But Mengyan swiftly added, excessive coffee consumption can lead to yellowing teeth. While you may no longer be filming, you are still a public figure. Maintaining a good image is essential. Gucheng, please head upstairs. Work early, rest early. Staying up late is harmful. Mengyan, holding the coffee, remained unfazed, her demeanor particularly unyielding. As Gucheng reached the top of the stairs and glanced down, he caught sight of the woman who had moments ago been so composed, now bringing the coffee to her lips. What about the harm it does? What about the impact on one's appearance? Perhaps sensing his gaze, Mengyan turned, her eyes meeting Gucheng's dark ones. Unfazed by being caught in the act, she cheerfully lifted her coffee cup. It's brewed perfectly. Wasting it would be such a pity. Rest assured, I have a unique constitution that renders me immune to coffee's effects. It helps me sleep better. As for my teeth, I shall brush them right after. The CEO need not worry. After dismissing Gucheng, Mengyan savored a sip of coffee, relishing its flavor. How delightful. Perhaps she should cultivate some coffee beans in the celestial realm? However, such pursuits were surely forbidden by the Celestial Path Bureau. Ah well, having some now is quite satisfying. As the clock struck 10, a knock resounded.
Come in.
CEO, it's 10 o'clock. You should rest. Meng Yan's face appeared at the door, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yes, I'll head up shortly. Gu Cheng glanced at her before quickly returning to his work, adopting a serious demeanor. Staying up late is more perilous than coffee. Not only does it lead to puffiness and dark circles the next day, but prolonged sleeplessness can result in dull skin, acne, and blackheads. Meng Yan cheerfully elucidated the perils of staying up late. Before delivering a final jab, staying up late can lead to hair loss. As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Gu Cheng's head, her expression suggestive. Gu Cheng, staring at the document in his hands, suddenly envisioned the black text morphing into strands of hair, prompting him to rise in silence. Gu Cheng eyed the milk he had not touched for 7 years, hesitating for a moment before tentatively bringing the cup to his lips for a taste. The flavor. Perhaps it isn't as cloying as remembered? A hint of a smile crept onto Gu Cheng's lips as he tilted his head back, finishing the milk. After hearing the sound of a door closing in the adjacent room, Meng Yan made her way to her small bed. In the room next door, Gu Cheng finished his shower and climbed into bed, instinctively reaching for a book on the low table beside him, his current read. Yet, as he opened the book, he was reminded of Meng Yan's words, staying up late can lead to hair loss. The image of her mischievous eyes lingered in his mind. Will you sleep more soundly? With anticipation, Gu Cheng drifted into slumber. In the north, there exists a remarkable beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a glance, she could topple a city. With a second glance, she could bring down a nation. How about naming you Gu Cheng? Why not Gugua? Gu Cheng heard a male voice inquire. Though the tone was soft and devoid of any fluctuation, she could sense the dissatisfaction of its owner. She silently mused that his eyes must be exceptionally beautiful, especially when smiling, yet all she faced was an endless abyss of darkness. Thus, as Meng Dayu suggested, let it be Gu Cheng. The previously reluctant man acquiesced softly. We are quite familiar now. Referring to each other as Meng Dayu feels rather distant and fails to convey intimacy. The girl's voice carried an air of nonchalance. Then, how should I address you? The man asked, slightly puzzled. The girl replied, you may call me Xiaoyan. That is how my mother names me. Gu Cheng understood that the dream was nearing its conclusion, a familiar pattern where he would awaken at this juncture. Just as he prepared to rouse himself, unexpectedly, he heard the man's voice once more. Instead of following the girl's lead, he remarked, since you have bestowed a name upon me, I too shall reciprocate. If Yen does not mind, I would like to find a name for you as well. Is that agreeable? Gu Cheng pondered the pitch-black ceiling, questioning the significance of that name. Deep within, a voice urged him to remember. It was of utmost importance. However, the following night yielded no dreams, and the man's voice faded into silence. Gu Cheng stared at the ceiling for an extended period before finally rising. When Gu Cheng descended, Meng Yan was already awake. She had grown accustomed to absorbing the ethereal purple energy released at dawn for her cultivation, even though such efforts bore little fruit in this realm devoid of spiritual essence. Yet, she adhered to her long-standing routine. Gu Cheng ordered breakfast, and after they finished, it was customary for Meng Yan to clear the table. Do you have any other names or nicknames? Gu Cheng's voice was a mere whisper, so soft that, had it not been for Meng Yan's keen senses, it might have gone unheard. Gu Cheng initially thought she hadn't heard him and dismissed it. Meng Yan? Upon uttering the name, Gu Cheng prepared to head to the office. Meng Yan, puzzled by his inquiry and noticing his pale countenance, contemplated saying nothing. After all, she had no idea why he asked, and he wasn't inquiring about her own nickname. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out, Yen? Meng Xiaoyan? Steady yourself. It's impossible to be unmasked. Han Shan Xiao Baobei had confidently claimed that even an illicit system could not see through his disguise. He was merely an ordinary child of fate, lacking any extraordinary sight. Thus, it was implausible. Yet, how sharp was Gu Cheng? The moment Meng Yan stiffened, he smiled. It was her. Indeed, it was her. Moreover, she recognized her name as Meng Xiaoyan. Gu Cheng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes shimmering like a serene lake disturbed by a pebble, setting the stars into motion. His impeccable features seemed to vanish, leaving only the glimmering eyes and gentle smile reflected in Meng Yan's gaze. Meng Xiaoyan. He gazed at her, rendering her retorts lodged in her throat. Well, Yen, shall we proceed to work? Gu Cheng did not contest, maintaining his gentle smile, warm and accepting. Meng Yan found herself genuinely amused, her irritation transforming into laughter. She didn't mind the system's occasional slothfulness or its confusion, yet its sudden disappearance during such a critical moment was utterly unacceptable. This time, she vowed not to let it slide. Standing below, Gu Cheng observed the imprints left by his nails digging into his palm. The warmth of his smile replaced by a hint of dominance. "I've found you, little trickster." Following the incident that morning, Meng Yan was reluctant to engage in conversation with Gu Cheng, while he was indifferent. Upon arriving at the company, Meng Yan turned and made her way to her office. Gu Cheng smiled as he watched her silhouette vanish behind the door before proceeding to his own office. As for Su Yi, since the written examination concluded, she had become the center of discussion within the company. The president singled her out for an interview, promoting her even before she officially joined, truly a figure of authority among many. Who wouldn't he be intrigued by such a persona? Had it been anyone else, whispers of scandal would have labeled them as a gold digger, driven by vanity. Yet, the male protagonist was not a middle-aged, balding, portly man, but rather a strikingly handsome figure standing at 6'5", boasting an impressive physique and flawless features. Truth be told, every woman who entered this realm had fantasized about him. Su Yi, the woman who had successfully reached for the unattainable, became the object of envy and admiration throughout the company. As for the rumors circulating in the HR department about the high-ranking beauty deigning to approach a mere girl, no one believed a word of it. Was it conceivable that a beauty as ethereal as she would descend to mingle with mortals? They yearned to know her secrets. But such fantasies remained unfulfilled. Now she was a leader, and when she stood before them, they all behaved accordingly. The other secretaries soon noticed the president's daily interactions with Su Yi, yet compared to the distant beauty, their salaries and bonuses felt far more tangible. The secretarial staff understood a fundamental truth. Those who could not keep their mouths shut seldom lasted long. The newly appointed secretarial assistants observed their superior's reticence and felt their own excitement waning. While they admired Gu Cheng, they were not crazed fans, maintaining a semblance of rationality. Moreover, they were seasoned professionals. Witnessing someone more accomplished than themselves left them acutely aware of the need for discretion. Thus, while the duo's shared workday captured the attention of the secretarial office, no one else was aware of the situation, leading to Di Ku only discovering that a special assistant had been appointed beside Gu Cheng. A special assistant, and a female one at that. Something felt amiss. Di Ku grew restless. How could such a special assistant emerge? This deviation from the original narrative was perplexing. The system detected no anomalies. The mechanical voice of the system remained devoid of emotion, inciting Di Ku's frustration. No anomalies? It was absurd for a special assistant to appear out of nowhere. The system failed to identify a specific cause. What good are you? All you do is report the absence of anomalies. Di Ku seethed, hurling her cup in anger. As it shattered upon impact, the fragments scattered, and coffee splattered everywhere. Host, the system merely serves as assistance. It is up to you to devise a plan to complete your task and seize the male lead's fortune. Yet the system stood unmoved, its voice monotonous as it urged her to find a solution independently. Di Ku felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate this wretched system. What could she possibly devise? She established a plan, yet the male lead showed no cooperation. Without an audience, how could she perform? Before she could formulate another approach, a special assistant emerged unexpectedly. Was this some form of mockery? Upon analysis, the original narrative indicated that Gu Cheng had a dream lover he had been searching for. Just as Di Ku teetered on the edge of a breakdown, the system spoke again. The original text merely hinted at the existence of this dream lover through scant phrases, none of which originated from Gu Cheng himself, but rather from his cousin, the male supporting character, who mentioned it while advising the female lead, Qiao Jun, after discovering her deep affections for Gu Cheng. However, these few sentences nearly shattered Qiao Jun's hopes, causing the male supporting character to hastily assert that this person might merely be a figment of Gu Cheng's imagination, rather than a real entity. Yet, this statement proved counterproductive. At that moment, Qiao Jun did not feel reassured, but rather became even more despondent. Focused less on this dream lover and instead directed her attention to the interactions between the male supporting character and the female lead. She aimed to analyze their exchanges to uncover a breakthrough in her strategy. Her task was to draw fortune from the male protagonist. But it was not limited to him alone. Anyone with significant luck could serve as a source. For instance, the primary male supporting character, although not as fortunate as the protagonist, possessed considerable fortune compared to an average person. Similarly, the female lead, as the central figure of this miniature world, while not comparable to the Child of Destiny, still ranked second in luck. Kiki could not resist this allure, thus her objectives extended beyond just the male protagonist. Who could this dream lover be? Could it be Su-E? Kiki gasped, uncertain, as the original text did not clarify. The system was unable to ascertain. Regardless,
Keep a close watch on this Su-E.
Kiki inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to curse, and attempted to relay her thoughts calmly. She had assumed that this trivial matter would be easily handled by the inept system. However, the result was that the system was utterly powerless.
Dikeke.
Are you joking with me? ISNT surveillance ear forte. Gritting her teeth, Kiki felt that if she continued to converse with this insipid system, she would experience death once again before failing her task. The system was restricted from approaching the male protagonist within 30 meters, yet it remained unabashedly self-righteous, showing no hint of inadequacy.
So?
Kiki was on the verge of an explosion. Su-E had consistently lingered near the male protagonist. Whether it was Kiki's delusion or not, she could not shake the feeling that there was an emotional undertone in the system's mechanical voice, suggesting, "Are you really that foolish? How could you not understand this?" Kiki felt she had already crossed the threshold of madness. She couldn't afford to be unproductive during work hours. Could she not at least find a way to be effective after hours? Upon verification, it was confirmed that Su-E resided in the same building as the male protagonist, and within 30 meters. The system languidly completed its earlier statement.
Dikeke.
Now, Kiki was genuinely astonished, too taken aback to chastise the system for its teasing remarks. They lived in proximity. The system's tone grew even slower, sounding quite vexatious. No, it cannot be confirmed whether they live together at present, only that they reside in the same building. The system now regretted binding itself to such an ineffectual host. After such a prolonged task, it had yet to even catch sight of the male protagonist, let alone anything else. It had the audacity to call itself a fox spirit. If a fox spirit were this useless, then Wha would not have sought out the Su clan in the past. Had it not been misled by her title, it would never have bonded with such a failure. The system resolved that if this inept host failed her mission, it would drain her completely and seek a new candidate. Perhaps someone like Su-E. With that thought, the system felt less urgent. As long as it could find a suitable individual to complete the task within the deadline, the identity of that individual was of little consequence. Meng Yan remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's eye. Han Shan, however, was seething with anger. Yet despite his frustration over another system daring to covet his host, he found himself powerless to even alert her. This was because he, too, had been restricted by the male protagonist. The last time he encountered the male protagonist, the influence was palpable, but not overwhelmingly daunting. However, upon their second meeting, the pressure had intensified to a level he could not withstand. Now, when he attempted to project a virtual image before his host, even their routine exchanges were severely curtailed. He felt an acute sense of urgency and secretly sought help from his superior, only to be met with a dismissive suggestion to remain calm, with the added remark that he would eventually grow accustomed to it. If he could not even communicate with his own host, what kind of system was he? Han Shan felt hopeless about the situation. Should his host encounter danger or misfortune during this period, no amount of destruction he faced would suffice as atonement. However, upon voicing this concern, his usually supportive superior not only failed to offer any solutions, but actually chuckled, recalling how he had once remarked, with heavy eyelids and a soft voice, that if the male protagonist could harm her, that would indeed be progress. Han Shan. What does that mean? Why can't I comprehend it? Meanwhile, Kiki, stunned by the news delivered by the system, came to the realization that she could not rely on it. She decided to take matters into her own hands. She contacted her previously acquired informant, but received no useful intelligence in return. This was hardly surprising, considering the time constraints. The individuals she could enlist were mere pawns, and when it came to matters concerning the boss, how could information be easily disclosed? Resigned. Di Kiki instructed her informant to keep a covert watch on Su-yi, but Gu Cheng's residence was renowned for its security, particularly in safeguarding the privacy and safety of its residents. Thus, after 2 days of surveillance, the informant found nothing of substance. Ultimately, with no other options available, Di Kiki resolved to take action herself. She first approached her brother, requesting he investigate the specific unit that Gu Cheng had purchased, with the intent to acquire an apartment beneath Gu Cheng's, allowing her to create an opportunity for casual neighborly visits and serendipitous encounters in the elevator. After 2 days of waiting, however, her brother informed her that it was impossible. The development was managed by the Shengshe Group, and although the Di family possessed some assets, they could not compare to a century-old conglomerate. The project had initially marketed itself on its high degree of privacy. Consequently, Di Jinglong had reached out to numerous contacts but could not obtain any information. Even if they discovered Gu Cheng's residence, becoming his neighbor was an arduous task, as the residents of this building were all affluent individuals who were not in need of money. It was virtually impossible for Di Kiki to purchase a property at an inflated price. Di Jinglong was not in favor of his sister going to such lengths for a man. In his view, her entrance into the entertainment industry for the sake of a mere performer was already incomprehensible. Now she sought to maneuver her way next to that man, merely to engineer coincidences. Frankly, if this woman were not his sister, he would have scolded her. Yet, what was most infuriating was Gu Cheng himself. How could he be so blind to the beauty and excellence of his sister? Despite her efforts, he showed no reaction, leaving a young girl to pursue him shamelessly. Di Kiki, of course, did not wish to remain passive. Thus, her initial intention was to subtly enhance her presence, allowing him to notice her and gradually develop an interest, after which she would make a dramatic entrance, using her own body to shield him from danger. In doing so, she would undoubtedly distinguish herself from other women in his eyes. At that point, she would confess her feelings under the guise of a devoted fan, expressing her only desire to be closer to her idol, to simply catch a glimpse of him. No man could resist a woman who was exceptional in every way, willing to do anything for him, providing unconditional support, even to the extent of sacrificing her own life. Otherwise, Qiao Jun in the original text would not have succeeded. With no other recourse, she resorted to acting spoiled and threatening until Di Jinglong reluctantly agreed to help her secure an apartment in Gu Cheng's complex. Ultimately, Di Jinglong managed to obtain a unit from someone within the Shengshe Group, but this apartment was situated quite far from Gu Cheng's, making an encounter nearly impossible. Chairman, it has been taken care of. Meng Yan, unable to reach Hanshan, was left to rely solely on luck to complete his task. Fortunately, he could now be considered an accessory to Gu Cheng. Regardless of whether it is the protagonist or the supporting female character, she is always the first to receive news about Gu Cheng. As for the protagonist, that's one thing, but the supporting character must be stopped. Furthermore, having lost the formidable ally Han Shan, she cannot simply rely on her golden finger to create chaos. The very thought of transforming from the omnipotent dark boss controlling the situation to a daily bickering villainess fills Meng Yan with dismay. The roles of the antagonist boss and the wicked supporting character belong to entirely different realms, after all. Indeed, a month later, I wish to see President Gu, Di Kiki remarked, after scrutinizing Meng Yan for a moment. Meng Yan, wearing a business smile, accepted the piercing gaze with grace, feeling that her choice of long sleeves and trousers was exceedingly wise. Otherwise, she feared her skin might be metaphorically flayed by the woman before her, whose smile was as sharp as a blade. It was evident that Di Kiki had put considerable effort into her appearance today, showcasing her strengths and aligning perfectly with her aura. As Meng Yan briefly surveyed the surroundings, she noticed that passers-by were utterly captivated by the beauty of this woman. The men were wide-eyed with awe, while the women exhibited a spectrum of emotions: surprise, envy, jealousy, and ultimately, a longing for her fashion secrets, an entire emotional journey indeed. In the face of Di Kiki's subtly hostile and scrutinizing gaze, Meng Yan smiled faintly, pretending not to notice her expression. After all, once she spoke, Di Kiki would only grow more irate. The president is currently occupied. Does Miss Di have any matters to discuss? Meng Yan inquired per the usual protocol. If it is not urgent, I can relay your message once the president is free. Upon hearing this, Di Keek's eyes sharpened further. Surely, this is not something Assistant Sue is authorized to question? She chuckled lightly. Assistant Sue has just begun her tenure. She may not fully comprehend the duties and limitations of her role. I have heard that Miss Sue was once a screenwriter. I believe that profession might suit her better. Di Keek had already inquired before arriving, discovering that Gu Chen was not currently meeting clients or in a conference. Given this, what right did this Sue have to obstruct her? You. Di Keek was taken aback that this new assistant, lacking both power and connections, dared to confront her so boldly. The secretarial office was stunned, while Su Yi's relationship with the president remained a mystery. The individual before them was no ordinary performer. She was the princess of the Di family, who among the higher-ups would not smile warmly at her. This assistant Su was indeed not an average person. How could she dare to stand firm against someone of such stature? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Everyone was well aware of Di Keek's intentions. Did she dare to covet the heart of their idol, treating them as if they were inconsequential? As for Su Yi, although she had her share of rumors, they had observed for long enough to discern no semblance of an affair between the two. Regarding their shared commute, Secretary Dong had indicated that Su Yi resided near the president to provide convenience. Moreover, Su Yi typically exhibited a diligent demeanor, speaking little, and when she made mistakes, she would even welcome corrections, maintaining her composure unless significant consequences arose. Therefore, Su Yi was generally well-liked within the secretarial office. As for her abilities, any observer could see that Su Yi's competence rivaled that of the most esteemed graduates from prestigious institutions. Thus, even if she were a potential rival, it was difficult to harbor any animosity towards her. In fact, if forced to choose between the two, they would prefer Su Yi. After all, she represented the grassroots community. If they could successfully oust the wealthy heiress, it would be a triumph for their kind. We at the Di family are hosting an anniversary celebration next week. My brother wishes to invite President Gu to attend, Di Keek stated, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure. It was not that she did not wish to express her frustration, but given that she was on Gu Cheng's territory, her image must remain intact until her plans were fulfilled. Yet, Di Keek vowed that regardless of whether Su Yi was her dream partner, if she dared to thwart her, she would show no mercy. Had Meng Yan been privy to Di Keek's thoughts, she would have remarked, "Miss, you are overthinking. My true objective lies with the system behind you. Thank you. If not for my desire to avoid collateral damage, you would have already been eliminated." Many of these illegal systems ensnare their hosts through deception or intimidation, while others resort to outright coercion. Many hosts are themselves victims. Thus, the Heavenly Tao Bureau does not indiscriminately eradicate all hosts. Rather, they are captured and handed over to specialized judicial bodies for assessment based on their actions, a rather humane approach. However, once bound to a system, it is exceedingly difficult to sever that connection unless the system willingly relinquishes it or its energy is depleted to the point of shutdown. While it is possible to employ force to destroy the connection, Di Keek would undoubtedly face destruction alongside it. Moreover, such an energetic explosion would be beyond the capacity of an ordinary world to withstand, leading to immeasurable consequences. Should the rogue system be particularly ruthless, initiating a self-destruct sequence would yield even more dire results. This is why the Swordbearer Division is so constrained. They must wait for the Purification Division to exhaust the system's energy, driving it to flee before they can take action. Very well. I shall relay the invitation to the president. Meng Yan nodded, motioning for Di Keek to hand over the invitation. Di Keek slapped the invitation into Meng Yan's hand with forceful intent before leaving with a huff. Meng Yan mused, "A beauty is indeed a beauty. Even her anger is captivating." The onlookers, however, were bewildered. Here was a woman who regarded her as a rival, yet Meng Yan was admiring her beauty? Thanks to the author of On the Self-Cultivation of a Fan, who wrote this in 2 parts. Di Keek's system remained oblivious to the fact that the male lead was not merely the president of Feng Feng but also the chairman of the Shengshi Group. This is the sole narrative advantage she currently possesses. Officially produced systems are indeed more reliable. Once Gu Cheng's meeting concluded, Meng Yan presented the invitation. She said little, but it was clear that Gu Cheng would accept, for the Di family has a solid foundation. Even a formidable dragon must tread carefully on another's territory, as the cost of subduing a local force is not trivial. Gu Cheng is a true workaholic, dedicating nearly all his time to work aside from necessary breaks. Therefore, he is unlikely to refuse an opportunity to forge more connections. Meng Yan readily agreed. An opportunity for the male lead and the supporting character to meet alone was one she intended to infiltrate, regardless of his intentions. Once more, Meng Yan found herself missing the missing little Shan Shan. It truly is the case that one realizes the value of what they had only in its absence. Previously, she believed this little creature's greatest asset was its cuteness and soft fur, but now she understood how convenient it was to have a system. One truly appreciates what they have only when it is lost. Before long, the day of the D family's anniversary celebration arrived. The banquet was set to commence at 6 in the evening. After finishing her work in the morning, she was permitted to leave early. Gu Cheng took the documents Meng Yan had prepared, placed them on the table, and prepared to rise. This evening, we will attend the banquet, and I will take you for a makeover this afternoon, Gu Cheng stated, observing the content expression on Meng Yan's face. A slight smile curled his lips. Though he maintained a serious demeanor, with you eating so much, will you still fit into your evening gown this afternoon? Meng Yan stiffened, slowly turning to look at him. Are you a devil? Gu Cheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with mirth. I was just teasing you. You're far too slender. You should eat more. If you remain this thin, the gown will not fit properly. After having his fun, Gu Cheng finally lifted his head. Meng Yan pinched herself, considering her current figure acceptable. The original had been somewhat malnourished, excessively thin, but since her arrival, especially after moving, she had not deprived herself. She was not overly plump, but she was certainly not starved either. However, Meng Yan ultimately decided to forego afternoon tea today, fearing that she might not fit into her gown and risk humiliation.
She thought it best to take a rest.
Gu Cheng rose to tidy the table, and Meng Yan made no attempt to contest his actions, feeling somewhat guilty. Although she could not quite grasp the reason for her guilt, ever since he had called her by her name, Meng Yan had been plagued by a sense of unease. She was perplexed as to how Gu Cheng knew her name. If it were merely a guess, it would be rather absurd. After all, the name Meng Xiaoyan was known only to those close to her, and no one had ever referred to her as Yan throughout her life. Strangely, however, she felt no discomfort with his address, as if it had always been so. Could Gu Cheng be someone from her past? Yet, she could not recall any acquaintances who would address her in such a manner. It was all exceedingly strange. Observing Gu Cheng's seemingly calm yet rigid posture, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. In the afternoon, Gu Cheng took Meng Yan directly to the image studio of Qingfeng. After more than 3 hours of effort from several instructors, Meng Yan could hardly believe the reflection staring back at her in the mirror. Originally, Su Yi was a petite beauty, capable of garnering compliments while strolling down the street, but now she had transformed into a strikingly beautiful woman. Meng Yan felt as though she radiated a golden glow, the brilliance of wealth illuminating her. Let us go. Gu Cheng approached, casting a scrutinizing glance at her. Yet, rather than awe, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Meng Yan felt a pang of disappointment. Was she not attractive? Gu Cheng shook his head, indicating that she was not. Commercial flattery, do you understand? She retorted, her earlier intentions of complimenting him thoroughly abandoned. Are you upset? Gu Cheng asked with amusement, observing her pouting demeanor as he leisurely followed behind, feigning ignorance. No, Meng Yan insisted stubbornly. But you clearly appear displeased. Displeasure does not equate to anger. Yet you are indeed angry. I am not. It became evident that one should never dare to declare a woman, especially one who had been meticulously groomed, as unattractive. Otherwise, one would find themselves in a predicament, much like Gu Cheng, who was now resignedly observing the indifferent back of a certain someone. Indeed, was honesty not an option? The makeup is exquisite. It simply does not complement your almond-shaped eyes, came a low voice by her ear. Meng Yan initially failed to comprehend. Almond-shaped eyes?
How could that be?
Su Yi distinctly possessed almond-shaped eyes. What are you talking about? I clearly have almond-shaped eyes, she said, turning rigidly to face him. A look of confusion etched on her features. As he sketched, Meng Yan was genuinely taken aback. The figure he depicted was unmistakably her appearance during missions. But how could this be? She was currently inhabiting Su Yi's body. Her visage was merely a phantom created by Han Shan to help her adapt to the setting. Others could not possibly perceive it. Even Dyke and her system had not noticed, had they? Who could this be? Could it be a fellow cultivator? Gu Cheng. Do you suffer from a visual impairment? Meng Yan laughed heartily, adopting a tone of jest. Yet, the sensation of the mission intertwining with her identity was undeniably disconcerting. She found herself yearning for Han Shan daily. If only he were present, she would not have to rely on luck for everything. If you say so, Gu Cheng replied, tucking away his tablet and smiling softly. After a moment, she interjected, President, it is best not to speak of this matter. Noticing Gu Cheng's nonchalant demeanor, Meng Yan felt increasingly restless. She leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, as if conspiring. Gu Cheng obliged by lowering his head, his tone equally hushed. Why? You are a renowned film emperor and the president of Qingfeng. If you were to have a visual impairment, especially of such a peculiar nature, others will undoubtedly have much to say about it. Meng Yan feigned concern for him, knowing she must keep her identity concealed. If her cover were to be blown, what difference would it make if her mission failed? Oh, what might they say? Gu Cheng inquired, feigning ignorance as he sought enlightenment. They might think it's not a visual impairment but rather. Meng Yan gestured to her head, indicating something amiss there. Gu Cheng suppressed a smile. If that is the case, I certainly cannot let this information be public. From your tone, it seems you truly intend to discuss this with others? Meng Yan's lips twitched. Perhaps understanding her expression, Gu Cheng blinked innocently. After hearing you say this could be a visual impairment, I intended to have Secretary Dong schedule a doctor's appointment for me to see if it can be treated. Can it be treated? Of course not. Meng Yan hastily moved closer. You mustn't go. Gu Cheng was taken aback by her sudden elevation in volume. What is it? Shouldn't one seek treatment for an ailment? I meant, your condition is quite unique. It may not even be an ailment. Consulting a doctor would be futile. Meng Yan quickly fabricated an excuse. But what about what you just said? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, as if challenging her previous assertion. What I see is distinctly different, he stated, his gaze downward, embodying the very essence of a troubled soul, prompting Meng Yan to want to shake him awake. Wake up. Your vision is not impaired but rather extraordinary. Even illusions can be perceived. It could be a phenomenon. Meng Yan suddenly recalled a scientific concept from this small world. Yes, a scientific phenomenon. What phenomenon? Gu Cheng chuckled, watching her struggle for words, feigning curiosity. A scientific phenomenon, like a mirage, or perhaps a magnetic field. Meng Yan began to ramble, listing everything that came to mind, leaving the connection to Gu Cheng's observations to his own interpretation. I see, Gu Cheng replied. Is it akin to the concept of past lives and reincarnation? Perhaps it is influenced by a particular magnetic field, resulting in such images? Exactly. Meng Yan exclaimed. And what about quantum mechanics? Maybe you are seeing someone from another dimension? Is that so? Gu Cheng appeared contemplative. Meng Yan, fearing he might discuss this phenomenon with others, quickly added, such matters, if disclosed, would only lead others to believe you are fabricating stories. Without substantial experimental data, no one would believe it. It is best to leave it unexamined. I had intended to discuss this with a senior from university. He specializes in quantum mechanics. Gu Cheng feigned disappointment. However, it is not solely a matter of quantum mechanics. Isn't human consciousness merely a sum of neural discharges? Meng Yan pleaded with her eyes, attempting to persuade him. In a starkly silent hospital room, a girl lay motionless. Her pale face was devoid of color, her forehead bandaged thickly, blood faintly seeping through the fabric. In that moment, the girl's appearance was anything but pleasant. Her heavy makeup had smudged into a chaotic mess, obscuring her features, and her hair was disheveled, resembling a kitten pulled from a refuse bin. Suddenly, the girl's eyelids fluttered, akin to a drop of water disturbing a still surface, animating the entire space. Yet, she did not immediately open her eyes, remaining in repose as if caught in a fleeting illusion. After a brief pause, the girl opened her eyes, her dark orbs scanning her surroundings with clarity, devoid of any disorientation. She gradually sat up, her hands deftly locating the phone beside her pillow. This commotion stirred the man who had been sitting like a statue beside her. He opened his eyes, quietly observing the girl, his gaze filled with coldness and disdain that seemed almost palpable. Yet, he did not voice his thoughts. maintaining his silence.
Kara.
The girl softly called out to her phone, which promptly activated its interface. A sweet female voice chimed in. Good afternoon. Opening primary access. The girl appeared oblivious to the presence of others in the ward, calmly issuing her command. The man observed her with a furrowed brow, puzzled by her demeanor. Correct answer. Primary access has been opened. Master. Kara's voice resonated again, and the man sensed an unexpected hint of respect in the mechanical tone. Contact Rue. Yes, master.
Kara responded.
And the phone's display began to shift, as if an invisible hand were guiding it. The screen quickly transitioned, and a call was initiated, soon connecting. Awake? A pleasant male voice emerged from the phone. Yes, come over. Also, arrange for someone to clean the house. The girl rubbed her temple before hanging up. Yi Yaoyue. What trickery are you playing? Xie Feng's brow knitted in concern as he scrutinized the woman who seemed off since awakening. Xie Feng? The girl seemed to just notice his presence, tilting her head slightly in his direction. What are you doing here? Her voice was innocently perplexed, as if she didn't understand why he was in her hospital room.
Ha!
Xie Feng scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Stop pretending. Do you wish to claim you forgot how you pushed Shuer down the stairs?
Oh.
The girl replied lazily, not even lifting her eyelids. Xie Feng was taken aback by her nonchalance, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Xie Feng ge. It's not Yaoyue Jie's fault. It was my own carelessness. A panicked voice approached, and the door burst open. A delicate girl appeared, breathless, wearing a loose hospital gown that accentuated her slender form. Her slightly disheveled hair framed her pale face, enhancing her fragile beauty, the striking contrast of her dark hair against her fair skin captivating all who beheld her.
Shuer.
Why aren't you resting in bed? Xie Feng's attention shifted entirely upon Yang Shuer's arrival. Seeing her in such a state, he stepped forward to embrace her, casting a disapproving glance at the boy following closely behind. Shengguan, why didn't you stop Shuer? Xie Feng ge, it's not MOG's fault. I ran over when he wasn't paying attention. Yang Shuer gently tugged at Xie Feng's sleeve, offering a soft smile, a blush adorning her fair cheeks. I was worried you'd be in a difficult position with Yaoyue Jie, so I hurried over.
With that,
she turned her gaze apologetically towards the girl who had remained silent. Yaoyue Jie, are you alright? I'm sorry, Xie Feng ge didn't mean it. Please don't be angry with him. I apologize on his behalf. The girl, referred to as Yi Yaoyue, chuckled softly, her gaze playfully observing the scene. Upon hearing Yang Shuer's words, she said nothing further, instead closing her eyes in a gesture of disinterest. Noting her reaction, Yang Shuer subtly frowned, her expression dimming as she bit her lower lip in uncertainty. Before she could speak, the boy, who had been watching her with a tender gaze, spoke up angrily. Yi Yaoyue, what do you mean? Didn't you see Shuer was talking to you? Xie Feng also stepped forward, seemingly intent on teaching the girl a lesson through action. Yang Shuer raised her hand, as if to stop the furious Xie Feng, her lips parting. Xie Feng ge. Yaoyue Jie isnt. A steady knock echoed at the door, prompting Yi Yaoyue to open her eyes. Come in. Xingchen. A tall man stood at the door. Yang Shuer's eyes brightened at the sight of the newcomer. The man wore glasses, his striking features softened by a gentle smile that balanced the sharp lines of his face. Clad in casual attire, he exuded an aura of harmlessness, devoid of any aggression. Yet, at that moment, his gaze fixated on the girl lying in the hospital bed. Yang Shuer's brows subtly knitted together as she averted her eyes, concealing a flicker of discomfort within. What happened looking like a little scruffy cat? Si Rue chuckled lightly, approaching to touch the girl's disheveled face. Yaoyue Jie, is this your friend? I haven't seen him before. Yang Shuer inquired with curiosity. Mo ge, do you know this brother? Shengguan Mo and Xie Feng exchanged glances, both perplexed. I don't know him. Shengguan Mo pursed his lips, eyeing the girl curiously. Yi Yaoyue, who is this? The girl ignored their inquiries, asking instead, have you had enough? Upon hearing this, Si Rue rubbed his nose, revealing a charming smile. He gestured for a woman who swiftly entered, expertly beginning to remove the girl's makeup. Moments later, the formerly disheveled girl transformed, her delicate features now framed by perfect features, especially her radiant eyes that captivated all who gazed upon her. The injury on her head only added to her vulnerability, rendering her even more endearing. Xiao Shanshan? Hanshan? Meng Yan silently called out to Hanshan in his mind. Xiao Shanshan, if you can hear me, please help me dispel the illusion. Meng Yan could only hope that Hanshan could still hear her voice, believing that they would eventually find a way to communicate. Hanshan, however, was agitated, for she could indeed hear her host's calls.
Yet,
She was confined within a space, unable to assist her host. Initially, Hanshan was bewildered by this situation, but gradually realized that every time her host drew near to Gu Cheng, the constraints on her intensified. At such proximity, she found herself utterly immobilized.
discovering this,
Hanshan felt lost. She was a novice, and her predecessors had never mentioned that the fated children within the small world could suppress them. Or perhaps block would be more accurate. Their system could not function normally within the range of this person's presence. All capabilities would be suppressed, akin to this individual possessing a system disruptor. As long as they were near him, normal functionality was rendered impossible, and all signals were blocked. If it were merely a matter of remote observation, it would be manageable. Although they could not approach too closely, it wouldn't be to such an extent. However, the chances of realizing this wish were slim. Not to mention Gu Cheng seemingly intended to keep his host close, while the host, to ensure task completion, would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on Gu Cheng. Meng Yan attempted several more times, yet no changes occurred. The phantom enveloping her persisted, glaringly striking her face. As for Meng Xiaoyan, Gu Cheng remained silent, merely observing the shifts in Meng Yan's expression, finding it somewhat amusing. What did you say, Meng Xiaoyan? Is this someone very important to you? Meng Yan lowered her gaze, using the act of fixing her hair to conceal her expression. Yes, very important. A low voice gradually reached Meng Yan's ears, causing her face to inexplicably warm. Then why do you keep calling me by that name? I don't go by that name. Indeed, she was not lying. Scientists have stated that human memory is disjointed, time is non-existent, and space is merely a concept through which we perceive the external world. Human consciousness experiences a brief hiatus every 0.042 seconds. Each consciousness unit is akin to the most basic programming language, capable of forming various experiences and memories. The so-called tomorrow could transpire before yesterday. In the vast cosmos, all consciousnesses seem to be stored like documents within a computer, programmed with diverse commands to evoke distinct memories. Meng Yan felt a bit bewildered. She was aware that quantum mechanics was merely something she had stumbled upon accidentally. These concepts were truly beyond her comprehension. Moreover, were they not discussing Meng Xiaoyan? What relevance did memory, consciousness, time, and space hold in this context? Are you suggesting that in another part of this universe, there exists a version of you named Meng Xiaoyan? Gu Cheng gazed intently at Meng Yan. She froze, chuckling nervously, perhaps. Science, after all, is full of infinite possibilities. The intricacies of his convoluted reasoning seemed to have been waiting for her all along. May I call you Xiaoyan? Before Meng Yan could respond further, Gu Cheng directly articulated his intention. Meng Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you presume to confirm that without my agreement? This is unacceptable. Then, shall I call you Yan? Gu Cheng nodded, adopting a new form of address. Meng Yan furrowed her brow. Yan felt even more intimate than Xiaoyan. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed him closing his eyes, appearing as if he intended to rest. Meng Yan could hardly believe that a person could be so shameless. The original text had described such individuals as refined gentlemen. What a delusion! Meng Yan felt as if all the calm she had cultivated over the years had been shattered. Gu Cheng, seemingly aloof and indifferent, was, in actuality, shrewd and quick-witted, determined to achieve his aims with a typical facade of contradiction. He excelled at the art of hunting, adept at seizing opportunities, always managing to leave her without a voice to express her grievances. Meng Yan concluded that this individual was certainly not someone she could associate with. She could not afford such a heartless companion. If he belonged to the celestial realm, he must surely be of the Fox clan. Yes, he must belong to the Qingqiu Tishan lineage. The Foxes, regardless of gender, are known for their cunning. Unlike her own nightmare clan, which valued loyalty above all. As it happened, during peak hours, Gu Cheng and his party had set off early, yet they still encountered traffic. Upon arriving at the banquet venue, they found that others had already arrived. Gu Cheng and Meng Yan attracted considerable attention as they entered. Meng Yan scanned the room, and indeed, it was filled with women. Humph, they must be foxes. Unbeknownst to Gu Cheng, he was already being scapegoated by a crowd of exquisitely adorned ladies. He found himself surrounded by a bevy of charming young women, while the other gentlemen present could not help but feel a twinge of envy. For men, the metrics of success often hinge on beauty, wealth, and power. With a throng of beautiful women flocking around a mere pretty face, it was no wonder the expressions of the other men soured. The accomplished and powerful figures remained composed. At their level, women were akin to flowers, beautiful, yet merely ornamental. In contrast, the younger generation, who had yet to inherit their family legacies, were far less composed. As one of the girls, who had just been charmed by him, dashed off to join another, Wang Fuguei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Who is this Gu Cheng anyway? Just a performer who thinks he's impressive because he runs a small-time company. When did we allow such individuals to steal the spotlight? Wang Fuguei, the sole heir of the Wang family, was indeed a man of both wealth and privilege. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he was a quintessential winner in life, starting from the finish line. He was handsome, and if anyone else looked like him, even if they were not Wang Fuguei, they would still attract attention from the ladies. Beside him stood the young master of the Ji family, a family not limited to a single heir like the Wang family. However, due to the presence of a capable elder brother, he was free to indulge in a life of leisure. Get lost. I told you not to call me Wang Fuguei. Call me Hobson. Wang Fuguei frowned, nearly losing his temper. If there were any imperfections in his otherwise near-perfect life, it was undoubtedly his name. Unfortunately, this name had been bestowed upon him by a master whom his grandmother had hired at great expense, who claimed it suited him perfectly. Thus, despite his childhood tantrums and pleas, he remained burdened with this rather unsophisticated name. He believed that his perpetual single status was a direct consequence of this name. I've found another reason you're inferior to him, Ji Ershao remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What reason? Wang Fuguei took a hefty gulp of his drink, irked by the mention of his name. Look at you. Your name is Wang Fuguei, so utterly pedestrian. Meanwhile, he is Gu Cheng, a name that eclipses yours by miles. Ji Ershao, fully aware of Wang Fuguei's sensitive spot, pressed on, eager to see him seethe. The banquet was dreadfully dull, and he sought personal amusement. Wang Fuguei's eyes widened in ire, confirming his rising anger. He drained his glass and placed it on the tray of a passing waiter with force. Clenching his fists, his expression contorted with rage. Ji Ershao, sensing the brewing storm, eagerly stepped forward, feigning concern. Oh, don't be angry. After all, it's the Di family anniversary celebration. If you ruin it, won't your father be furious with you? Before he could finish, a sharp pain in his abdomen rendered him speechless, and he could only glare at Wang Fuguei with murderous intent. Wang Fuguei, you wretch. I told you not to call me by my Chinese name. Are you deaf or just dim-witted? Damn it. Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want me to embarrass myself? Do you think I'm an idiot? I may be a playboy, but I'm no fool. Wang Fuguei leaned in close to Ji Ershao, whispering venomously, idiot, while still supporting Ji Ershao's unsteady drink. Then, he straightened up, casually gripping the back of Ji Ershao's neck, appearing to be kind as he took the cup and handed it to a passing waiter. Oh, dear. Ji Ershao, what's wrong? Stomachache? Waiter, please assist him upstairs to rest. He squeezed Ji Ershao's neck with force, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Damn it. Ji Ershao was well aware of Wang Fuguei's martial prowess. Of course, in their circle, one had to learn to defend oneself for the sake of their wealth and life. Who among them had not been pushed by their parents to train in self-defense? While he had fought alongside Wang Fuguei before, he never expected to find himself on the receiving end of Wang Fuguei's fists. Wang Fuguei was the epitome of privilege, the sole heir in a family that employed 8 bodyguards, not counting those in the shadows. Typically, their altercations were initiated by the bodyguards, allowing them to throw a few punches for sport before stepping in to finish the job. Thus, he was utterly unprepared for the strength behind Wang Fuguei's punches. The Ji family and the Wang family were comparable in wealth and status, and they had long been allies. However, The Ji family had harbored ambitions to absorb the Wang family for some time, and his father had hinted that he should do his utmost to lead Wang Fugue astray, thereby weakening the Wang family. Yet, while Wang Fugue was indeed a playboy, he was under strict familial control and had never indulged in vices. He merely frequented nightclubs for drinks and basketball, and his encounters with women never went beyond harmless flirtations. Ji Ershao had long wished to introduce him to the thrill of racing, but Wang Fugue had always been too cautious to accept. Ji Ershao had devised numerous schemes, yet Wang Fugue's reluctance thwarted them all. Today, however, Ji Ershao had noticed Wang Fugue's interest in a few of the earlier ladies, prompting him to instigate trouble. Who would have thought Wang Fugue would be so unyielding? That's Wang Fugue, Ji Ershao exclaimed upon spotting his elder brother, immediately feeling aggrieved. He brushed off the waiter supporting him and muttered in a low voice, "I just called Wang Fugue's name, and he hit me." He dared not raise his voice, lowering it further as he reported to his brother. Ji Ershao recounted the events, concluding with, "Brother, you must help me avenge this." Upon hearing this, Ji Ershao's elder brother bristled with anger. He had just been struck, and the pain was fresh. His temper was flaring. Apologize to him? He hit me. And you want me to apologize? Do you wish to see our family's long-laid plans go to waste? Ji Dasha was aware that his younger brother would not agree. Yet he still advised, be obedient. Once the Wang family is in our grasp, you can play however you wish. Including that scoundrel Wang Fugue? Ji Ershao gritted his teeth. Including him. With just a few words, Ji Dasha had laid out Wang Fugue's fate quite clearly. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will surely have that rascal spinning in circles. Ji Ershao's eyes glinted with ferocity, as if he could already envision Wang Fugue at his mercy. How amusing. So that's how it is. The original text briefly mentioned the feud between the Ji and Wang families. They were once close friends but later fell out, with the Ji family attempting to annex the Wang family, only to receive a fierce counterattack that resulted in the Wang family claiming a significant portion of the Ji family's assets. Both families were prominent, deeply rooted clans. Had they not been at odds, Gu Cheng would not have been able to achieve his remarkable comeback. The Ji family harbored ambitious greed, while the Wang family feigned weakness to outsmart them. A perfect match. It seemed the Wang family had long recognized the lurking wolves. No wonder the outcome transpired as it did. However, observing Wang Fugue, who had been covertly glancing this way while engaged in conversation with the young lady, Meng Yan felt a sudden surge of good spirits. CEO, that appears to be Wang Fugue, the only son of the Wang family. Gu Cheng had just dismissed a group of young women when he heard Meng Yan's words, his expression darkening slightly. Do you know him? I don't know him, but I did my homework before arriving. Wang Fugue, the only son of the Wang family, though he dislikes his name, so everyone calls him Hobson. Meng Yan sensed the atmosphere was not quite right, her strong desire to distance herself from any potential conflict urging her to clarify. The Wang family was a powerful clan here, with deep roots rivaling the Di family. Building a good relationship with the CEO would benefit Cheng Feng. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng's expression lightened slightly, but he questioned, "Why were you standing so far away just now?" Meng Yan glanced at the man who was within 3 steps of her. Is this considered far? CEO, doesn't your conscience hurt? Perhaps Meng Yan's expression was too overt. Gu Cheng understood immediately. Look up. At his command, Meng Yan obediently raised her gaze. Look around. Meng Yan scanned the venue in bewilderment, about to speak when she suddenly realized. In the gathering, couples arrived with the women linking arms with their male counterparts. Glancing back at herself and Gu Cheng, she instantly comprehended. But CEO, we are not. The rest of her words faded in the intensity of Gu Cheng's gaze. All right, you are the boss and you are the most handsome. Whatever attractive people say is always right. Understood. Meng Yan complied, lifting her arm to link with Gu Cheng's, only to feel warmth enveloping her hand. She glanced down to see his large hand tightly clasping her slender one. What does it mean to take an inch and demand a mile? This is it. Meng Yan nearly exploded. As a distinguished member of the Nightmare clan, how could she allow such impertinence? Fine, if holding hands is what it takes. It won't cost her a piece of flesh. She resolved not to argue with mere mortals. Recalling the exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall she had savored previously, Meng Yan swallowed hard. There would be time to discuss matters after they had eaten. As she looked up, ready to say something to prevent future transgressions, she noticed the color of the ears of the person ahead. Oh! In an instant, Meng Yan regained her composure. Had the CEO held hands with other women before? With her calm demeanor, she felt emboldened to mischief. Gu Cheng, hearing her query, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes, struggling to articulate a response, finally stammering no. Then why are you so experienced? Meng Yan inched closer. Suddenly, the person in front halted, causing Meng Yan to bump into him. TSK. So crowded. As she consoled her nose, she heard a phrase drift down from above. Meng Yan's mind whirled, finally grasping the meaning behind his words. The crowd was the reason for holding her hand, to prevent her from getting lost? TSK, what a flimsy excuse. She internally scoffed, wondering who would like such a character if not for his good looks and wealth. Wang Dasha? Gu Cheng took a glass of wine and gestured towards Wang Fugue. Taking a sip, Wang Fugue's eyes flickered, and he also raised a glass, obediently taking a sip.
CEO.
Wang Zong hasn't come? Gu Cheng was indifferent to Wang Fugue, a mere second-generation heir, but his father was quite a figure, talking upstairs with Uncle D and Uncle G. The glimmer in Wang Fugue's eyes briefly dimmed.
CEO.
Who is this? He gestured subtly towards Meng Yan. Gu Cheng glanced at Meng Yan, a slight smile gracing his lips. A friend, surname Su. Wang Fugue had been observing Gu Cheng out of the corner of his eye, thus catching that faint smile. Miss Su is indeed a beauty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? He had noticed the two holding hands, but his pride compelled him to inquire.
None. Yes.
Almost simultaneously, Gu Cheng's and Meng Yan's voices echoed. Meng Yan glared at the person who was clearly lying. What was the meaning of this? Gu Cheng calmly used his other hand to smooth Meng Yan's hair. A few young ladies came over to say a few words, so. The unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Meng Yan couldn't believe it. Was this really the taciturn CEO? Who was this eloquent speaker? Wang Fugue understood instantly, his expression darkening further. Meng Yan fell silent. Oh well, it's just a task. Fake, it didn't matter. After convincing herself, Meng Yan thought she needed another serving of fried chicken wings. Gu Cheng's fried chicken wings were even tastier than those sold outside, crispy on the outside and tender within, each bite bursting with juice. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Yet Gu Cheng had claimed that fried food was unhealthy and seldom allowed it to be made. It had been a long time since she had tasted them. I want fried chicken wings, Meng Yan quickly added.
All right.
Gu Cheng readily agreed this time. Wang Fugue silently downed a mouthful of blood mixed with wine. CEO, is your personal assistant also your girlfriend? He let it go this time due to the late-night snack. But he still felt the need to address the matter. I only cook for my girlfriend. Gu Cheng had initially sought another excuse, but upon seeing Meng Yan's carefree demeanor, he felt displeased. What do you mean? Meng Yan couldn't he believe he would threaten her. Literally. Gu Cheng lowered his gaze, staring into his glass. Although he appeared calm, he couldn't bring himself to meet Meng Yan's eyes. Are you saying that if I refuse, then the Buddha jumps over the wall and fried chicken wings you just promised will vanish? The thought of the cooked Buddha jumps over the wall disappearing made Meng Yan irritable. I said I only cook for my girlfriend. Though Gu Cheng was anxious, he knew he couldn't back down now. You clearly promised. Meng Yan was exasperated. I can order takeout for you, Gu Cheng suggested nonchalantly. Not acceptable. Meng Yan rejected without a second thought. Why not? I will order from the best restaurant. Gu Cheng suddenly raised his head, earnestly gazing into Meng Yan's eyes in rebuttal. Not acceptable. Meng Yan insisted, although she could not comprehend why. The dishes prepared by this man seemed to contain some magical ingredient that rendered them utterly addictive. No matter how delectable others' offerings might be, they simply could not compare.
Why?
Gu Cheng pressed for an explanation. It just won't do. It must be your cooking. It has to be you. Meng Yan stood her ground. So, will you agree to be my girlfriend? Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he asked in a low voice.
You.
Are you threatening me? Meng Yan was bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. You say it is, then so be it. Gu Cheng continued, so, will you agree? You. Meng Yan desperately wanted to refuse outright, but rejecting his proposal meant losing access to those delicious meals forever. The thought of never tasting those delightful dishes again caused her heart to ache. The greatest suffering in the world is losing what one once possessed. What is so wrong with being my girlfriend? You can swipe my card freely. I'll clear your shopping cart. I'll pick you up and drop you off every day. I'll take care of all the household chores. And I'll prepare a variety of delicious meals for you. Besides, I am quite handsome, am I not? Among those present, can you find anyone more attractive than me? Gu Chung presented his case with the fervor of a business negotiation, listing the myriad benefits of being his girlfriend. You don't actually dislike me, do you? Moreover, my appearance should align with your preferences, shouldn't it? Gu Chung certainly did not miss the fleeting moments when she gazed at him in a daze. And Meng Xiaoyan, you're not Su-Yi, are you? This statement was uttered softly, meant only for Meng Yan's ears. She looked at Gu Chung in shock. I am. In an instant, Meng Yan composed herself, asserting, I am indeed Su-Yi. Words failed her as she realized how formidable Gu Chung was. He appeared aloof but saw through everything. Adept at reading people's hearts. Much like cooking, at first, Gu Chung would prepare a vast array of dishes, each day a different selection. However, within a week, the meals he prepared were solely her favorites, and more terrifyingly, none of them contained ingredients she disliked. She had sampled many of the dishes without revealing any strong preferences, sometimes even eating a few extra bites to complement his cooking, but he had noticed even that. Thus, she had been exceedingly cautious, yet without Han Shan's assistance. She struggled to gather information on her own. Over time, she realized she might be suspected, but she had already devised a reason to claim that she was particularly concerned about Di Kiki because she did not like her. After all, with so many detractors, it would not be surprising to have an additional one. However, she never anticipated that Gu Chung had already been aware of everything and had uncovered so much information. And most alarmingly, his conjectures were audacious. Are you suggesting that I cannot act because I lack evidence? Gu Chung chuckled softly. Yan, how naive you are. Meng Yan maintained her composure. She would not fall for his tactics, no matter what he said. What are you afraid of? Meng Yan heard her own lips betray her with the question. Gu Chung remained silent, merely tightening his embrace around her. Ha, you've already said everything, Gu Chung. What do you need me for? Meng Yan scoffed coldly. I could sell myself to you. As soon as Gu Chung sensed her wavering, he seized the moment, stating, let us go finalize the paperwork tomorrow. I can transfer all my assets to you. Meng Yan remained unfazed. This man was a cunning fox, far from altruistic. Gu Chung gazed at her intently, declaring, you cannot leave me.
Huh.
Meng Yan forced a smile, though it barely reached her eyes. Have you agreed? Gu Cheng's expression brightened instantly, his gaze fixed on her like a hawk. What if you betray me in the future? Meng Yan sought to dampen his enthusiasm. I want I promise. Gu Chung immediately dismissed the hypothetical. Life is too long, who knows? Meng Yan was skeptical. In their celestial realm, where they had pledged to remain unencumbered by desire, were not the immortals still entangled in love stories? Let alone in the mortal realm filled with temptations. I want Gu Chung reiterated, and seeing Meng Yan's disbelief, he promised, if I ever wrong you for any reason, I will leave with nothing, whether before or after marriage. All my possessions will belong to you. What would I do with all that money? Meng Yan scoffed, knowing that such powerful figures had countless ways to transfer assets. He was a master of financial maneuvering.
Ha!
Do you think I'm ignorant of the law? Such actions are legal and would lead to sanctions. Meng Yan was entirely unconvinced. Then how would you like me to proceed? Gu Chung relinquished the decision-making power to Meng Yan. After some contemplation, she declared, if you betray me, you must unconditionally cook for me for life, and you can only wear the women's outfits I specify each day. Fine, I agree, but conversely, you must promise never to leave me. Gu Chung responded promptly. Agreed. I swear it. Meng Yan thought it over. It was not a loss. After all, mortals lived only a few decades, and if the task took longer, it could be considered a vacation. Furthermore, her name was Meng Yan, not Su-Yi or Meng Xiaoyan. Let it be clear, I only promise not to leave you. It does not mean I will come to like you.
Do not think to take advantage of me.
I will not force you. Meng Yan did not believe this for a second, who had just made so many demands without coercion. Nonetheless, she did not wish to continue arguing with him. Deep down, she recognized that agreeing to this man would bring her numerous benefits. Yet, She did not want to accomplish her mission in this manner. Her feelings towards Gu Cheng were perplexing. On one hand, she felt an uncontrollable attraction. Unsure if it was love, but she knew that if it were anyone else, she would have likely beaten them to a pulp. On the other hand, a voice within cautioned her to keep her distance and not to develop feelings for him. These two conflicting emotions left Meng Yan in turmoil. She wished to ignore both and simply complete her task to escape this world. Just as Gu Cheng was about to speak, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he blurted out, "Swear to the Tao of Heaven that you will live freely and never leave Gu Cheng." Freely, yes, that was the name. Freely? Meng Yan was perplexed. Could he really have mistaken her identity? Yet how could he know of the Tao? "I gave you that name. May you live freely for all eternity." "You must be mistaken," Meng Yan chuckled coldly. She had never gone by the name Freely. "No, it is you." Gu Cheng shook his head, refusing to elaborate, his certainty unwavering. Meng Yan was indifferent. If the name was incorrect, then the vow would be void. "Very well. I swear to the Tao of Heaven. I shall never leave Gu Cheng." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt a surge of power from the rules pass through her, branding her soul with a mark. Meng Yan carefully sensed it. It was indeed the mark of a vow to the Tao of Heaven.
How could this be?
If the name is wrong, how could it constitute a vow? Meng Yan could hardly believe it, yet she was undeniably certain that she possessed only the name Meng Yan. In the celestial realm, names given at birth must receive the blessing of the Tao. Only then do they become effective and symbolize the individual. Yet her nightmare tribe was different. The lineage of leaders had but one name, Meng Yan. Whoever bore the name Meng Yan was the leader. Once power was transferred, the name would pass to the successor. Typically, a successor would have their own name before assuming the mantle, which would then change to Meng Yan, with the previous name becoming a Tao title, rarely spoken except by those close to them. However, her situation was unique. She had been forced to assume the role of leader before receiving her own name. So she had only ever been known as Meng Yan. Even her Tao title had not been bestowed upon her, as her master deemed her power insufficient to warrant one. As for Meng Xiaoyan, it was merely her mother who called her that. Regarding the name Xiaoyao, she was certain she had never named herself thus. Yet, the name Xiaoyao stirred a vague recollection, as did the name Gu Cheng, which inexplicably sounded familiar. She needed to ascertain what connection this Xiaoyao had with herself. However, that was a matter for later. She had already sworn an oath to the heavens. Did this mean she truly had to follow Gu Cheng indefinitely? If he were merely immortal, it would be of little consequence, for he would not be Gu Cheng in the next life. And it would not be a breach of her vow. But if he were indeed the celestial being from the immortal realm, must she continue to accompany him? Would she have to sacrifice her dignity as the head of her clan? How reckless she had been. Meng Yan now felt an overwhelming desire to chastise her past self for so easily making an oath. She had never anticipated that this vow would manifest into reality. This matter needed to be documented by Han Shan. Otherwise, once emotions settled and she forgot, it would become troublesome. With this thought, she found herself recalling a certain lost system for the 101st time. Meng Yan gazed at her hands, her fingers long and elegant, resembling exquisite pieces of art. With a sigh, she resigned herself and placed her hand upon it. Di Kiki, adorned with exquisite elegance, stood beside her father, mingling with the guests. It seemed she was in search of Gu Cheng, and the moment he entered, she noticed him. Meng Yan observed the spark in her eyes upon seeing Gu Cheng, which stirred unease within her. After all, this man was now hers, and it was rather distasteful to see him regarded as mere prey to be hunted. "Father, that's President Gu." This marked Di Kiki's first genuine encounter with Gu Cheng since her arrival in this realm. Gazing at this strikingly handsome man before her, even more captivating than seen on screen, her heart fluttered. The light in her eyes intensified, making her already alluring features even more irresistible. Meng Yan couldn't help but notice the enraptured gazes of many young gentlemen fixated upon him. With an inward scoff, she narrowed her eyes at Gu Cheng. Fortunately, he seemed to understand the situation. "Dad, I don't." Di Kiki feigned shyness, her large, watery eyes glancing over, while the flush on her cheeks became ever more pronounced. "President Di is too kind. Miss Di is an artist of Qingfeng, and it is only right for the company to care for her," Gu Cheng stated. his expression remaining unchanged. Although his manners were courteous, a palpable distance lingered between him and Di Kiki. I forgot to introduce President D. This is my fiancé E.
Su-E.
Gu Cheng looked down at the reticent Meng Yan, revealing a smile akin to a red plum blooming in the snow, warming his otherwise cold demeanor. This Di's father never expected to be so publicly embarrassed, yet he could say nothing. After all, Gu Cheng had never displayed any special interest in his daughter. Offending the local power players could complicate the days ahead. In the original text, Cheng Feng ultimately turned the tide, thanks to the covert support from Shengshi, but more crucially, Gu Cheng's carefully laid plans had matured, allowing for a swift resolution. Nonetheless, the original Cheng Feng had faced considerable hardship for a long time. Are you worried about me? Gu Cheng's gaze pierced into Meng Yan's. No, but we are bound together now. I do not wish to endure hardships alongside you. Meng Yan tossed her head defiantly, huffing as though to imply he was overthinking. Then let it be difficult. Gu Cheng chuckled, seizing the opportunity to ruffle Meng Yan's hair. Are you giving up on Cheng Feng? Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Gu Cheng took her hand, cradling it in his palm. The mission of Cheng Feng is complete. Meng Yan frowned, attempting to withdraw her hand while inquiring, what do you mean? Gu Cheng held firm, intertwining his fingers with hers. I have found you. Thus, it is no longer significant. Initially, Meng Yan believed the author crafted Gu Cheng's intention to establish Cheng Feng to find his dream lover purely to provoke the relationship between the protagonists. To her surprise, he genuinely thought that way. Do not worry, I have a plan. A flicker of darkness crossed Gu Cheng's eyes. He had envisioned this scenario upon sensing Di Kiki's odd behavior.
Who is worrying about you?
Meng Yan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Questioning whether he was concerned, he had mistaken identities. Let it be known, I am not Xiaoyao. Indeed, Meng Yan felt vexed. Could he not comprehend human speech? Regardless, it was his own assertion. Whether he was mistaken or not, she had already sworn an oath to the heavens. If he dared to betray her, he would learn the true meaning of nightmares. Meng Yan promptly retrieved her phone, fiddling with it for a moment before handing it over. Gu Cheng glanced at the screen. Quick transmigration. The malicious female supporting role strikes back. What is this? Di Kiki resembles the female lead, Meng Yan said after sipping her milk. Finally having leisure to address him. Who is the female lead? Gu Cheng inquired, seemingly uninterested in anything else. Xiao Jun, the new talent at the company. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow. If you hadn't suddenly gone off the rails, you would have a stunning wife. Though Xiao Jun's looks could not rival Di Kiki's, they certainly surpass Sui's. I have no need for that. Gu Cheng frowned, disbelieving he could love another woman. What about you? Where do you stand? I came for Di Kiki. This implied her absence in the original text. Did the male lead truly end up with Xiao Jun? Gu Cheng was reluctant to acknowledge that man was himself. The conclusion did not state it outright. Yet the atmosphere between them was undeniably ambiguous, suggesting a mutual understanding. The author likely intended to write a sequel. Are you implying this world is merely a book? Gu Cheng quickly caught on, seizing upon a flaw in Meng Yan's words. I did not say that. Oh no, she let slip. Fortunately, this was a derivative small world, not yet fully formed. Otherwise, discovery by the governing heavens would spell disaster. Can the plot be altered? Gu Cheng grasped another flaw. This is a real world. It is long past being just a book. What is Di Kiki's objective? Gu Cheng sensed her aim was likely him, but sought confirmation. It's you. Meng Yan pondered before adding, you are the child of fate in this world. Before the world fully takes shape, most of its fortune resides with you. Gaining your acknowledgement equates to gaining the recognition of this small world. What does that mean? Fortune. Meng Yan did not elaborate, but Gu Cheng comprehended. And you? Did you come for the fortune that resides within me? As for me, I aim to thwart Di Kiki and her system, preferably capturing them. Gu Cheng needed to understand the system's limitations to strategize effectively. System? What functions does that system possess? Surveillance along with knowledge of the original plot. In other words, Gu Cheng's covert plans had been largely exposed. However, the original text did not mention the connection between him and Shengshi. What now? Gu Cheng was taken aback. Remain calm. You are the child of fortune. This small world will protect you. Within 30 meters of you, that system cannot monitor. But her system is legitimate. Why has it gone dark? Do you have a system as well? Gu Qing asked, intrigued. Sure, that is not for you to know. I cannot disclose anything regarding the heavenly authority. In any case, I am navigating this world empty-handed. Gu Qing understood that these were matters that could not be revealed. However, it appeared that previous arrangements were no longer viable. A new strategy was imperative. I do not know. The plot has diverged. The system is quite vexed. Having hosted so many subjects, and this current batch is the least capable. Its annual top 10 systems list seems out of reach. What should we do? Daikiko felt a sense of urgency. The task at hand was time-sensitive, and failure to complete it within the stipulated time frame would result in her obliteration. The system presented two options. First, to continue pursuing the male lead. Second, to replace him. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. Replace him? What does that mean? Daikiko furrowed her brow. To pursue the male lead means that the female supporting character takes the place of the female protagonist, thereby becoming the new heroine and gaining the male lead's approval along with the protagonist's fortune. Successfully courting the male supporting character would yield additional benefits. Conversely, replacing the male lead entails taking his position and then courting the male supporting character, thereby establishing a new male-female lead dynamic. However, this would entail significant losses during the transition. Isn't taking the female lead's place also likely to incur losses? Daikiko inquired. Yes, but the losses are comparatively smaller. Hence, tasks typically assigned by the system focus on courting the male lead. You have one opportunity for a transition task. Will you proceed with it? The system's voice was chillingly cold. Let me think, Daikiko replied, her mind in disarray. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, can we not pursue both options simultaneously? Host, allow me to remind you of a common saying among humans. Biting off more than you can chew, the system retorted. Exasperated by this foolish host who had already faced multiple failures, yet remained so greedy. Fine, I'll consider it. Daikiko felt a wave of dissatisfaction. However, her life was in the system's hands, and she dared not act rashly. After 2 days of contemplation, she resolved to maintain her original goal of pursuing the male lead. This decision stemmed from two reasons. First, apart from Gu Qing, she had never faced setbacks with men in her life. She refused to believe that a man could remain indifferent to her allure. As long as Gu Qing momentarily succumbed to temptation, she was confident in her ability to captivate him. Second, she had little understanding of the rules of the business world. Although her father and Di Jinglong were both adept in this field, they had previously faced failure. She could not afford to place her sole hope in them. As for revealing the male lead strategies, although she had been tempted, the original author had not delved deeply into the intricacies of Gu Qing and the Di family's business rivalry. It was only superficially covered. Most importantly, after careful analysis, she surmised that there was more to the storyline based on the final plot developments, indicating that the narrative she possessed was only half of the entire story, with the hidden elements being the most crucial. For instance, the identity of the dream lover and Gu Cheng's background. She speculated that these details would be revealed in the latter half of the narrative. This was a common trait in older romance novels, where a conclusive ending was seldom provided without multiple installments. Thus, she dared not gamble and resolved to persevere in her pursuit. Brother, I've decided not to continue my career as an entertainer. Having made up her mind, Daikiko immediately stormed into Di Jinglong's study. Di Jinglong removed his glasses, looking at his sister with surprise. What's the matter? Weren't you determined to become an entertainer? Daikiko bit her lip, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Brother, you know very well that my pursuit of a career in entertainment was solely for Gu Qing. Di Jinglong nodded. So, you intend to give up? Daikiko raised her chin defiantly. Of course not. Di Jinglong frowned.
What do you mean then?
Don't forget that the Gu family already has an engaged woman. What's the point of you pursuing him so desperately? When did my little princess start competing with other women for a man? If you're not going to be an entertainer, you might as well terminate your contract with Qingfeng. If you want to work, come to the Di family. If you don't, do something you enjoy. If you want a man, I can find you 100 or so to choose from. There are plenty of men in the world, not just Gu Qing. Brother, you don't understand. There are countless men in the world, but there is only one Gu Qing. Daikiko looked steadfastly at Di Jinglong, expressing her resolve. Di Jinglong felt a flare of frustration. So it must be him? Daikiko nodded. It must be him. He is the male lead. Other men are of no use. No, I only want Gu Chung. Moreover, Gu Chung is not some pampered, dependent man. He is quite capable. Humph. Di Jinglong scoffed. Just because he runs a small entertainment company. He is considered impressive? There are plenty of people like him in Daiwater City. Regardless, I want him. Seeing her brother's stance, Daikiko resorted to her ultimate tactic. If you don't help me, I'll starve myself to death. You. Di Jinglong was a quintessential protective brother, always inclined to cater to his sister's every whim. Now, faced with her desperate threat, his heart was torn between anger and concern, leaving him utterly helpless. Will you help me? Daikiko glared defiantly, resolved to be obstinate. How can I assist you? Am I supposed to persuade Gu Chung to break off his engagement? Or should I become the third party and be scorned? Di Jinglong tapped her forehead in irritation. Upon hearing this, Daikiko's eyes lit up. Wait, why didn't I think of that before? Di Jinglong, sensing her sudden excitement, felt a chill run down his spine. What scheme are you concocting now? Daikiko leaned in and affectionately wrapped her arms around Di Jinglong's. I wasn't thinking of anything devious. Di Jinglong was unconvinced and coldly laughed. Oh, really? Truly? Daikiko nuzzled against him. I just realized how handsome you are, brother. You and Gu Chung are two completely different types, but you are undoubtedly a great catch, someone who could easily debut at center stage. Her words were sincere. Both Di Jinglong and their parents had been strikingly attractive in their youth, and their children had inherited the best of their genes, far surpassing their predecessors in appearance. Daikiko was the type of beauty with striking features, while Di Jinglong was exceptionally handsome, exuding a masculine charm that was hard to ignore. Brother, I've noticed that while Gu Chung genuinely likes Su-Yi, it seems that Su-Yi does not feel the same way. Daikiko's eyes sparkled, her expression shifting to one of concern for her beloved, fearing he might be mistreated.
Of Su-Yi truly love Gu Chung.
I could accept it and willingly step aside to be a silent guardian. But she clearly does not. How can I willingly let go when the one I hold dear is treated so poorly? That's Gu Cheng's own foolishness. He deserves it.
Di Jinglong,
while understanding that Gu Cheng's feelings were his own choice, could not rationally accept that his sister's sincere affection was disregarded. But brother, if Gu Chung is unhappy, I will also be unhappy. Do you want me to spend the latter half of my life in misery? Daikiko pleaded, her heart in her hands, gazing at Di Jinglong with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing his sister's almost tearful demeanor, Di Jinglong's resolve softened. So how can I assist you? Brother, could you possibly get close to Su-Yi? Daikiko bit her lip, looking at Di Jinglong with a conflicted expression. I know this is unfair to you, but brother, you are my only hope. Only you can help me. Please. Di Jinglong could hardly believe his ears, and was about to pull away from her grasp when her next words made him relent once again. But you want me to seduce Su-Yi? Daikiko shook her head. Not seduce, just get close. I will create opportunities for you to meet her a few more times. As long as you show a hint of interest in her, I believe no woman could resist your charm, especially since Su-Yi seems quite the materialistic type. She will gravitate toward you, without much effort on your part. This way, Gu Chung will see her true nature. Di Jinglong's brow remained furrowed. I need to think it over. Daikiko refrained from pressing further, understanding the importance of knowing when to stop. Brother, please take your time to consider this. There's no rush. But can you help me with one more thing? Daikiko grinned. Just one last thing. Is it really the last one? Di Jinglong expressed his doubt. Daikiko nodded eagerly, yes. Truly. Di Jinglong sighed, resigned. What is it? I want to be Gu Cheng's special assistant. It seems that Assistant Su may have some misunderstandings about me. Di Jinglong smiled faintly. I heard from my sister that she might have inadvertently offended Assistant Su. Here, I apologize on her behalf. My sister is young and sometimes lacks consideration in her words and actions. There is no misunderstanding, Mr. D is joking, Assistant Su replied. Miss D did not unintentionally offend me. You are overthinking it. Moreover, Meng Yan smiled slightly. If I remember correctly, Miss D is older than me, isn't she? Di Jinglong's expression stiffened, his smile nearly faltering. Haha, Assistant Su truly has a sense of humor. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting an air of authority. Assistant Su, I wonder if you are free these days? Is there something Mr. D needs? Meng Yan countered without answering directly. My sister will soon become a colleague of Assistant Su, so I would like to invite you for a coffee. I hope you can look after her in the future, Di Jinglong said. Miss D is an artist at our company. She has always been my colleague. However, we have different responsibilities, so it may be difficult for Mr. D to expect much assistance from me, Meng Yan replied. Meng Yan continued, if our president agrees, then as a senior, I will certainly guide your sister well. The implication here is clear. Gu Cheng has already consented to Daikiko becoming his special assistant, but he is considering how to explain this to his fiancée Yi in a way that prioritizes the greater good. In just a few sentences, Di Jinglong had dismissed Daikiko entirely, summarizing her previous admiration for Gu Cheng as mere fandom, an ordinary affection a fan holds for their idol. Not an attempt to intrude as a third party. If Daikiko were to have any private contact with Gu Cheng later, it would simply be the natural instinct of a fan. If Su Yi were to misconstrue this and feel jealous, it would be her own folly. Moreover, it had been stated that the Di family was set to collaborate with Qingfeng. As a prominent figure in Daiwater City, the Di family was poised to guide a smaller company like Qingfeng to gain experience and success. Why would such a figure take interest in a small company? It was undoubtedly because their little princess admired her idol. As a vital link in their cooperation, this little princess only harbored a humble wish to be by her idol's side as a quietly devoted assistant. If Su Yi were to obstruct this, she would be disregarding the bigger picture, thus earning the title of a troublesome beauty. In summary, if Gu Cheng were to agree, all would be well. If not, Meng Yan subtly glanced around at the bustling individuals nearby, all of whom were eavesdropping on Di Jinglong's discourse. If the cooperation between the Di family and Qingfeng were to falter, it was likely that Su Yi would soon debut as the Daji in the spotlight. To ensure the smooth continuation of the collaboration, Su Yi must not impede Daikiko's aspiration to become Gu Cheng's assistant. Rather, she must persuade Gu Cheng to wholeheartedly accept the Di family's request. Otherwise, her reputation as a troublesome beauty would be solidified. Mr. D is quite impressive, Meng Yan remarked with a forced smile. Assistant Su is too modest. Once my sister starts her job, I will take her to apologize to you over a meal.
Di Jinglong replied.
Take care, Mr. D, Meng Yan said as he escorted him out. After Di Jinglong left, Meng Yan scanned the room coldly, causing everyone to shiver and quickly feign busyness. Without lingering, Meng Yan ascended the stairs.
Come in.
Meng Yan sank into the sofa. Did Di Jinglong come to push someone onto us? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, you know? Meng Yan took a large sip of coffee, just now, in front of everyone. He urged me to prioritize the greater good and not to cause trouble.
How could I not know?
Gu Cheng set aside his pen and approached, taking Meng Yan's coffee cup. This has gone cold. If you wish to drink, I'll brew you a cup of floral tea later. He did not mention that it was the same cup he had just consumed. Don't mind him. Qingfeng is surnamed Gu, not Di, Gu Cheng stated, his tone growing icy. Meng Yan rolled her eyes sarcastically. Haha, if you refuse today, I'll be the eternal sinner of Qingfeng tomorrow. Do you know how the outside world would label me? Gu Cheng playfully twirled Meng Yan's hand, casually asking, what would they say? Meng Yan scoffed, pushing away his advances. Daji, troublesome beauty, seductress. Growing agitated, she exclaimed, tell me, between the two of us, who resembles a seductress more? Are they blind? Calling me a seductress? Gu Cheng nodded. Indeed, they are blind. Clearly, I am the one, and yet an unsuccessful seductress at that. Meng Yan protested, brother. You're not successful enough? You're far more accomplished than that one from the Su family. She helped Niwa with some tasks and was criticized for years. She's offended countless deities, almost leading to her being ousted from the Su lineage. You, however, are still that illustrious Gu emperor. In conclusion, I refuse to take the blame. I will not repeat past mistakes. Why should I bear the consequences of a man's poor choices? This is simply illogical. Gu Cheng chuckled helplessly. I won't let you take the blame, rest assured. Meng Yan eyed him skeptically. Really? Gu Cheng assured her. Indeed. If I fail to deliver, you can deal with me as you see fit. Meng Yan's eyes lit up. This is promising. Have you heard? Staff member A asked excitedly.
What? B.
still trying to grasp the situation, looked bewildered. Didn't you see the news in the group? Scolded. I woke up late this morning and didn't have time to grab breakfast. Is there big news? B perked up, sensing something important. Good news? Absolutely. A's expression transformed, looking as proud as a parent of a top scholar. What is it? Have you heard of the Shengshi Consortium? A leaned in closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone, which only made B roll her eyes. The news was already circulating in the group. Of course. You're saying it like it's a secret, B retorted, rolling her eyes. Well, if you don't say it, I'll just check the group myself, B added. A quickly interrupted. Don't let this chance to boast slip away. Rumor has it that the Shengshi Consortium is interested in collaborating with us at Qingfeng. Is that true? No way. B's first reaction was disbelief. Qingfeng, a fledgling company established less than 2 years ago, was hardly notable even in Daiwater City, let alone the entertainment industry. If it weren't for Gu Cheng's star power, who would even know Qingfeng? Even if the D family sought collaboration, it would simply be out of favoritism towards their little princess, essentially nepotism. The Shengshi Consortium? That was a colossal entity that even the D family could hardly aspire to. Why would such a multinational giant consider a small company like theirs? When such titans express interest in collaboration, countless international brands would scramble for the opportunity. Could such a big shot truly partner with Qingfeng? Not a chance. B echoed these sentiments aloud. A, not at all offended, recognized that his initial reaction had been the same. The news has spread, and it is said that Shengshi will send someone to inspect in a couple of days. If they are satisfied, the subsequent collaboration will be secured, A exclaimed. Oh my, is that true? What collaboration? Has someone powerful managed to establish a connection with a bigwig from Shengshi? B could not help but wonder, as the situation seemed utterly incredible. He felt compelled to consider the unspoken rules, although the president had explicitly forbidden artists from cozying up to financial backers if both parties genuinely fell in love. Could one really intervene? No, I've heard that it was Assistant Sue who secured this opportunity, A replied. Assistant Sue? You mean the future lady boss? The fact that Sue E is Gu Cheng's fiancée E has become common knowledge following the events of the D Group's anniversary celebration. Naturally, those in the company were already privy to this information. When the news circulated, everyone finally understood why Sue E was appointed as a special assistant at such a young age. It was indeed due to her connections. However, the secretarial office held a different opinion. After working alongside her for so long, they were most aware of whether Sue E possessed genuine talent. Is there really only one special assistant in the company? B asked incredulously. Is the future lady boss that formidable? His exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to face the consequences? A hurriedly covered B's mouth, reminding him that Gu Cheng had made it abundantly clear that positions within the company were to be addressed with professionalism. The last person who attempted to curry favor with Sue E by calling her lady boss was now suffering outside, exposed to the elements. B quickly realized his blunder. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that Assistant Sue met a senior executive from Shengshi by chance. It seems Shengshi is considering investing in the entertainment industry, and Assistant Sue submitted the proposal. They reviewed it and found that although our company is relatively new, it has great potential, leading them to decide to give us a chance, A lamented. Why couldn't such good fortune fall upon me? If it had, I wouldn't have to toil like a beast every day. I'd already be enjoying a promotion and a raise. But weren't we previously discussing a collaboration with the D Group? B asked, his tone more rational. Initially, the news of Shengshi's interest in collaborating with their company had shocked him, but now, with a clearer mind, he began to think critically. PSH. With Shengshi on board, who cares about the D Group? A scoffed, raising his chin disdainfully. He didn't pause to reflect on his own excitement when he first heard about the potential collaboration with the D Group. A opened his mouth to retort but fell silent, feeling somewhat dejected. You make a valid point, he admitted. B, slightly anxious, asked, what does the higher management say? A shook his head. I don't know. There hasn't been any specific notification from above yet, but they are certainly discussing it today. B frowned, his worry palpable. I hope the president makes the wisest decision. In the morning, Gu Qin convened all the senior executives for a meeting focused on future developments. Some supported the collaboration with Shengshi, recognizing that as a multinational corporation, partnering with such a company would facilitate their international expansion. Given that they were an entertainment firm, artists would likely be valued more abroad than domestically. If they collaborated with Shengshi, would they even need to worry about future opportunities? Conversely, others, aligning with B's perspective, believed that rather than gamble on an uncertain future, it was wiser to seize the present. After all, the D group had made their intentions clear. As long as their little princess could assume the role of special assistant to the president at Qingfeng, they were willing to collaborate. For the rest of the Qingfeng team, this deal seemed like a guaranteed profit. As for the D group's little princess and her feelings towards their president, this faction expressed that being favored by a stunning beauty was a stroke of luck not granted to them, and they would willingly forego collaboration if it meant missing out on such a boon. Consequently, this group implied that Meng Yan should recognize the bigger picture and refrain from jeopardizing the company's development through frivolous pursuits. Meng Yan could only smile wryly. Even if it were not for the task at hand, Gu Cheng was now her superior. With such calculated intentions directed towards her, did they truly think she was oblivious? Thus, regardless of how others perceived the situation or attempted to hint at her, Meng Yan maintained an air of feigned ignorance, exuding an aura of determined innocence. Throughout the proceedings, Gu Cheng remained largely silent, primarily listening as the two factions argued. Once both sides had exhausted themselves, he finally spoke with measured calm. The proposals regarding the collaborations with Shengshi and the D group will be assigned to each of you. Please draft your respective plans for submission. The attendees exchanged glances, pondering the president's intentions. Furthermore, you may disclose to one another that we currently have other potential collaborators. The room fell silent, astonished by Gu Cheng's audacity. Then which one do you believe we should reject? He retorted. The finance director's expression darkened further. As this was precisely the concern they had been grappling with, the D group was a local powerhouse they could not afford to offend. Yet Shengshi was a colossal entity that Qingfeng equally dared not antagonize. Since we cannot afford to offend either side, it would be prudent to let them assess their own positions, Gu Cheng concluded succinctly. In essence, we cannot offend either of you, so you shall negotiate amongst yourselves. If it comes to a confrontation, whichever side prevails will be the one we choose to cooperate with. Upon hearing this, the finance director's demeanor brightened considerably. The president speaks wisely. Remember, it is imperative to convey our company's predicament to both parties.